Murder at midnight.
That gun won't do you any good. Besides, you're pointing it the wrong way.
I'm pointing it right between your eyes.
That's what I mean.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest. And our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight. When the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Wherever I Go. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by masters of the macabre. Our story, A Study in Crime and Retribution, is by William Morwood. Its title, Wherever I Go. The music room of an old country mansion. Seated at the piano, playing with the skill of an accomplished musician, is Gordon Ormsby. Engrossed in what he is doing, he is not aware his wife, Ellen, has come in until...
For goodness sakes, Gordon, when are you going to stop that pounding?
What? Well, I thought you enjoyed music, my dear.
I do when it's well played. Oh, don't be childish. You might have a little consideration for my headache.
You and your headaches. There's nothing whatever wrong with you. The doctors have as good as told you that. It's all in your mind. The affectation of a silly rich woman.
Lucky for you I am rich. Or where would you be now?
Someplace where I'd amount to something. I had talents when I married you, Ellen. I could have been a great musician or a great painter or writer.
You were what you are now, what you always will be. A dilettante, a dabbler.
It's your money that ruined me, softened me up, robbed me of my ambition.
If you hate my money so much, there's nothing to prevent you walking out on it.
I will. Someday.
Not if I know you. You'll stick around as long as I have a penny left. Oh, my head.
Oh, you poor, poor darling.
Oh, I don't expect sympathy from you, but, when I feel like this, I could kill myself.
That would be too much to hope for.
Wouldn't it be nice for you, Gordon? Little me out of the way, and all my wicked money to spend exactly as you pleased. But don't worry. I'll live to a ripe old age, just to spite you.
I'd never thought of it before. Her dying. Never. But after that, I couldn't get it out of my head. There was so much I could do with her money. I could go abroad, study. But first, I had to get rid of her. It was dangerous even to think about, but I conceived a plan and developed it carefully, slowly, step by step. Ellen, we've got rats in the cellar. I saw signs of them today.
How awful. We must do something about it.
Ellen, have you done anything about those rats?
I ordered some stuff from the drugstore.
Well, there's only one thing that's any good, and you'll have to get a prescription for that. Arsenic. Let's eat home on Thursday, Ellen.
Oh, but it's a servants' night out, and we always go to a restaurant.
I know, but I want to try my hand at cooking up something.
Well, it's sure to be poison, but... All right.
We ate dinner at home on Thursday, the two of us alone together. Afterwards, Ellen complained of a headache and went up to her room. I followed a little later.
This is a surprise.
I brought you a cup of cocoa, my dear, to help put you to sleep.
That's suspiciously thoughtful of you, Gordon.
I'm afraid it's still too hot to drink. I'll put it down here.
What have you done to your hand?
What?
It's all bandaged up.
Oh, I scalded it in the kitchen. It's a nuisance, too. I wanted to write tonight.
What are you working on now, Shakespeare? Your memoirs?
No, dear. I don't expect to die for a while yet. No, it's a story about a girl suffering from an incurable disease who commits suicide.
Sounds morbid to me.
Oh, but it's not. I'm making it very tender and beautiful. As a matter of fact, I did mean to write the death scene tonight. With this hand, I'm... Say, Ellen, would you help me out?
How?
Well, I've got the girl's suicide note all set in my mind. I can't write with this. Would you write it down while I dictate it?
Oh, do it yourself tomorrow.
Oh, please. It'll only take a minute. Please.
Oh, all right. Where's some paper?
Here.
But that's my very best stationery. I hate to waste it.
It won't be wasted. Ready?
Yes.
Here goes. It's, I can't stand the pain any longer. Nobody knows how much I've suffered. Death will be peaceful compared to this.
Wait a minute.
What? What's wrong?
You're going too fast.
Oh.
Death will be... What?
Peaceful compared to this. Forgive me for what I'm doing, but this is the only way out. Signed,
Yes?
Ellen.
What?
I named her that, dear, because she reminded me of you, so noble in her suffering. I thought you'd be pleased.
Well, I'm not. You'll have to think of some other name.
All right. Jane.
Jane?
You remember Jane Turner, the girl I was going with when I met you? I don't think she'd mind.
But I would. There. It's signed Ellen.
Thank you, my dear. You don't know how much this means to me.
Oh, my head's splitting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Some cocoa? Drink it. That should end your headache. Drink it, Ellen.
Tastes queer.
Well, I couldn't find the sugar, so I sweetened it with maple syrup.
Well, I don't suppose it'll kill me.
Drink it all. Drink it all.
There. Oh,
What's the matter?
oh, that pain. Gordon, do something. Why are you?
It won't be long now, Ellen.
You mean
That arsenic you bought for the rats.
you're mad. They'll hang you for this.
No, Ellen. Oh, no. You have left a note behind. It's a clear case of suicide. I was shaking all over, yet my nerves had to be steady for what lay ahead of me. My own life depended on it. Music, that would relax me. The piano. I raced downstairs for the music room, but before I reached it, I heard the playing. I pushed open the door. A man was sitting there. A man I'd never seen before, but who was somehow vaguely familiar.
Hello.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
Well, of course not. What are you doing here?
There was nobody at the piano. I didn't think you'd mind.
Well, I do mind. How'd you get in? The door's locked.
Is it? I didn't notice.
Breaking and entering, huh? I've got a good mind to call the police.
I'm sorry you're so suspicious. Still, I realize the strain you must be under.
What do you mean by that?
I'm afraid I'm interrupting you in business vital to both of us. I'll call again some other time.
No, wait. You can't leave like this. At least tell me your name.
I have many different names. When the time comes, you can call me by any one of them. Goodbye.
I put the stranger out of my mind. Too much depended on the telephone call I had to make. A single slip-up now, and a rope was waiting for me. I dialed with shaking fingers. Dr. Sampson, this is Gordon Ormsby. You must come at once. Ellen is dead. I think she's taken poison. It worked out, just as I'd planned, just as I'd hoped it would. The doctor's visit, the police, the inquest, no false moves, no suspicions. I became the sole inheritor of a large estate and a free man. I moved out of the old house and into a hotel suite in town. I don't know when it started to happen, but I first knew that something was wrong when my fingers would no longer obey me at the piano. Nothing but calm. Or rather, nothing but discords. I decided that my nerves were overstrained, that I needed a rest. I figured a trip somewhere would do me good. I went to the telephone to order my car brought around first thing in the morning, but before I picked up the receiver... Yes?
I'm going with you, Gordon.
Who is this?
Your friend.
How?
I'll see you first thing in the morning.
But...
Number, please.
Operator, you cut me off. I was making a very important call.
There must be some mistake, sir. There was no call on your line.
I didn't wait. I couldn't. I packed that evening. I slipped a gun into my pocket. I left the hotel. By 11 o'clock, I was far out in the open country, driving west. The night was pitch black, and every mile I burrowed further into the darkness. And then suddenly, a terrible conviction came over me. I knew I wasn't alone.
I'm coming up front now, Gordon.
You!
I said I was coming with you.
When did you get in this car?
I've been here right along. You drive well, Gordon. A cool head and a steady hand. But then you had to have them, didn't you?
What does that mean?
I was just thinking out loud. The money's nice, but music means a lot, too, doesn't it? A pity that went sour on you.
Look, I don't know who you are or what you're talking about.
And yet you proved a point to Ellen. You proved that you were an artist in a way, even though she couldn't live to appreciate it. Her death was your masterpiece.
The sweat stood out on my forehead. My mouth was dry. I didn't want it this way. One murder was enough to haunt me. But he left me with no alternative. He knew too much. Somewhere along that road, when the night was darkest, I knew I had to kill the stranger.
Yes. The mysterious stranger seems to know a great deal. Is it possible he knows even more than Gordon suspects about his plan for
murder at midnight?
Now, here is Gordon Ormsby to continue our story.
I knew what I was looking for. A lonely stretch of road with no sign of life. At last, the headlights found it. A valley with trees growing down to the edge of the road. The stranger seemed asleep, but he stirred as I jammed on the brakes.
Hey, what's wrong, Gordon?
Must have a flat. The wheel feels funny. Would you mind having a look?
That would be very unwise for me.
Why?
You have a gun in your pocket. I would make a perfect target out in the headlights.
Well, since you're so suspicious. Here, take it.
You amuse me, Gordon. However...
How do they look?
All right on this side.
I'm sure it's one of the front tires.
I'll see the other side.
I got him. He was standing squarely in front of the radiator when I got him. Just to make sure, I backed the car over his body. I dragged him across the ditch and into the woods. I dug a shallow grave with a tire iron, hacking in among the roots and the rocks. And then I covered him over. I got back into the car. I needed a drink. And when I came to a juke joint along the highway, I stopped.
All right. What's yours, mister?
Scotch, straight.
You been driving hard, mister?
Why?
You look all in.
Give me another shot. No, wait. Look, I'll buy the bottle.
I don't always want to sell. You know, scotch is hard to get around here.
I'll pay for it. I took the the bottle over to a booth and began putting it away. I felt better, warm inside. It was going to be all right after all. The stranger was dead, and they'd never find his body. I was in the clear with nothing to worry about.
Help a poor blind man. Help a blind man.
There was something about that blind man's stick that got on my nerves. He came up to my table.
Help the old blind man, please.
Get away from here.
Please, sir, if you'd be so kind.
Will you get away?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I don't want any favors from anyone.
I said beat it.
Hey!
I'm going, but you shouldn't have done that.
What's going on here? What's the idea of shoving Nettie?
He was annoying me. Then I saw him. He had the blind man by the elbow and was leading him toward the door. The stranger.
What's the matter with you, mister? What are you staring at?
There. Don't you see him?
Oh, blind Ned? Well, sure.
No. The man with him, opening the door.
There's nobody with him. Blind Ned don't need nobody. He's been going in and out of here by himself for years.
But it was he. I knew it was. I'd killed him, buried him, and... Well, was he dead or wasn't he? I had to know. I drove back up the road. There were the trees and the broken weeds and the ditch through which I'd dragged the body. I walked carefully among the leaves, searching for the grave.
Hello there.
What?
What you doing?
Oh, who are you?
State trooper. Saw your car parked on the road, followed you in.
Well, I'm looking for my watch. I lost it here this afternoon at a picnic. I didn't realize it until I got home, so of course I turned around.
Sure. I'll help you.
Oh, no, please don't bother.
No bother. I got a flashlight here.
Well, it's awfully nice of you, but I don't think...
Hey, what's this?
What? Where?
Ground's all scraped up into a... Looks like a grave.
Oh, well, what would a grave be doing here?
That's what I'd like to know. Give me a hand, will you? Fresh dirt and rocks digs easy.
Well,
What's the matter? Scared?
Oh, no. It's just
I'm down to the bottom anyhow. Oh. Well, I'll be...
What is it?
It's a grave, all right. But if there was ever a body in it, it's gone now.
I had only one idea after that. To get away. To get away as far away as possible. I drove like a wild man the rest of the night and all next day, stopping only for gas. Finally, I just couldn't drive any farther. I stopped at a small hotel, went up to the desk to register.
Sign here, please.
I'm driving across country, and I've got to start first thing in the morning.
Certainly, Mr.
Ormsby.
Ormsby. What time would you like to be called?
At daylight. And another thing, I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
Yes, sir.
That's important. No matter who wants to see me, on what excuse, I don't want to be
I
disturbed.
understand, Mr. Ormsby. Now, if you follow the porter.
The elevator doors were just closing when I saw him. He'd come in from the street and was walking across the lobby to the desk. I reached my room, dismissed the bellhop, and locked the door. With a shaking hand, I picked up the telephone.
Yes, clerk?
This is Mr. Ormsby. I thought I recognized a friend of mine in the lobby. A man about the same height and build as myself, dressed in a gray suit.
I'm afraid...
Well, he came in right after me. I haven't seen him in some time, and well, I've forgotten his name. Would you mind looking in the register and telling me what it is?
Just a minute now, look. Here we are. Your signature, Mr. Ormsby, and then...
Yes?
I'm sorry, sir. There is something, but the name's blotted. I can't make it out.
I knew now there was no escape. I took the money from my billfold and piled it on the table. I examined my revolver to make sure it was loaded. And then I sat and waited. A few minutes before midnight, the knock came. Come in.
Hello. You act as if you were expecting me.
I was. The only thing I'm not sure about is what you want. Or rather, how much.
You should know.
All the cash I've got's on the table. Nearly $500.
Ellen left you a good deal more than that.
All right, I'll write you out a check. Name the amount.
Everything you possess.
What? You're crazy. Do you honestly think, after the risks I took, the risks I'm still taking, I'd give everything away to a cheap blackmailer?
Murder is an expensive hobby, Gordon.
Well, not that expensive. If you want to be reasonable, say
I'm
$50,000.
afraid there's no compromise. And I'm not just talking about money.
Listen, this is your last chance. 50,000 or
Or what, Gordon?
you don't leave this room alive.
You tried to kill me once before. Remember?
I lost my head. The car only stunned you, and I didn't make sure that you were dead. It'll be different this time.
It's always going to be different, isn't it, Gordon? When you disposed of Ellen, you were going to lead such a rich, beautiful life. But what happened to it? Your music went. You couldn't play.
Shut up.
And then your heart went. You struck out at an old blind man.
Listen, you.
There isn't very much left now, except your mind. And that's starting to go, too. Sometimes you see me, sometimes you don't.
I see you now, large as life. But do you see this?
That gun won't do you any good. Besides, you're pointing it the wrong way.
I'm pointing it right between your eyes.
That's what I mean.
Well, you... He was gone. Yes, gone. Nowhere in the room. Then I heard the rapping at the door. In a daze, mechanically, I opened it.
Anything wrong, mister?
What? Who are you?
The house detective. I thought I heard...
Oh, you must have seen him. He must have run past you in the corridor.
Who?
The stranger, the man who was in my room.
Oh, I did? Hey, be careful of that gun.
Well, I had to shoot him. He was threatening me. He was standing over there when I let him have it.
Oh, yeah? What did he look like?
He's about my height and build, wearing a gray suit.
Like the one you're wearing?
Huh? Oh. Oh, yes.
I thought so. Look,
At what?
the mirror. You shot at your own reflection.
You mean...
Now do you know who I am, Gordon?
There, didn't you hear him?
Hear what? What are you talking about?
No. No, you wouldn't hear. Only I would. And now I do know who and what he is. I know why I couldn't escape him. Here. Here, take this gun. I want to give myself up.
Give yourself up.
My name is Gordon Ormsby. I killed my wife. I poisoned her. I made it look like suicide, and there never was any trial.
Oh, I get it. Sure,
It was a perfect
sure.
crime. At least I thought it was a perfect crime until he came into the picture.
Now, don't you worry about it one bit, Mr. Ormsby. You just
Wait a
come
minute.
along with
Wait
me.
a minute. You think I'm making it up? That I'm crazy, don't you?
No,
You do
no.
think so. But it's true. Every word of it.
Sure, I got a good friend who's a doctor. You tell him all
Doctor.
about...
No. No, he won't believe me either. Nobody will believe me. They'll all think that I'm mad. And, oh, don't you see? That's why I have to give myself up. Because that's the only way I can get away from him. If you hang me. But if you don't...
They won't, Gordon. They'll put you away. And wherever you go, I'll be there, too. Remember that? Wherever you go.
Taking him firmly by the arm, the detective leads the struggling Gordon out into the corridor. A corridor that grows darker and darker until it is completely black. Somewhere in that blackness, a voice is whispering, whispering, and it continues to whisper until it is drowned by a clock striking 12 for
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death whispers softly in the night and the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at Midnight.
The part of Gordon Ormsby was played by Barry Kroger. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Whitehall, 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most celebrated cases. These are accurate records drawn from these files by special permission of Sir Harold Scott, Commissioner of Scotland Yard. They're true in every respect, except for the names of the participants, which, for obvious reasons, have been changed. The research has been done by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper.
New Scotland Yard, the London headquarters of the Metropolitan Police, is situate near the embankment on Whitehall, hard by 10 Downing Street and almost in the shadow of Big Ben. Here also is the headquarters of the CID, the Criminal Investigation Department, the body of men whose exploits for more than 100 years have made the name Scotland Yard synonymous with the brilliant detection of crime and unrelenting pursuit of the criminal, and the presentation of the painstakingly acquired evidence that assures his eventual punishment. On the lower ground floor of New Scotland Yard is the famous Black Museum, whose present custodian is Chief Superintendent James Davidson, a Scotland Yard veteran. Behind this door...
Good afternoon. This Black Museum of ours is rather unique. Everything in it was at one time connected with the successful solution of a crime, or was closely involved in the crime itself. We possess an imposing collection of lethal weapons here, each carefully docketed to indicate its origin. Here are half-empty bottles of almost every poison known to man, together with a statement of particulars concerning its use. Here are the blood-stained garments on which the solution of a crime of violence depended. Among the Black Museum's relics are disguises used by famous criminals, death masks of notorious men and women whose ends Scotland Yard encompassed, and a great many other more gruesome mementos of man's inhumanity to man. Among the exhibits are others seemingly incongruous objects that in their time served well in the undoing of desperate criminals. Such an exhibit is this one, the fragments of a set of teacups. This collection of shards was the first step in the solution of a frightful crime which occurred during the Blitz of July 1940.
Yes, sir?
Will you please bring me file number 302 MR651, Constable?
302 MR651, sir? Yes, sir. One, sir.
In July 1940, the Battle of Britain was at its height. The Luftwaffe hits us at all hours, and from advanced defense fields of the RAF, the weary Spitfires rose day and night to do battle. Thousands of British people died in Britain as a result of enemy action. But in the midst of the very present war, murder went on as usual. Chief Superintendent Peter Carruth received a telephone call at Scotland Yard on the morning of the 3rd of July, a Wednesday.
File 302 MR651, sir.
Thank you. The call was from Chief Constable at Matfield, a Kentish village near Tunbridge. The Chief Constable reported the finding of the bodies of 3 women shot to death and requested the assistance of the CID. The services of Scotland Yard are available to the provincial police at all times if requested. The Home Office assuming all expenses if the request is made within 24 hours of the discovery of the crime. At their own expense if we're called in after that. Chief Superintendent Carruth was gratified that the request came at the very beginning of the case, and he drove to Matfield at once with a medical examiner from the Home Office and Detective Sergeant Small, also Scotland Yard. They were met at the scene of the crime by Matfield Chief Constable Thomas Bennett.
It's good of you to come so quickly, all of you. It's all quite beyond us here, sir. What with the blitz and all.
I'm sure. I had a bad time.
Having it, sir.
Yes, I've no doubt.
Those ours, Mr. Bennett. Spitfires. Jerry must be up again.
Well, here's what happened. In the house, there's Miss Evans, the servant.
Is she dead?
2 holes in her head. Place all ransacked. All tore up.
Where are the others?
Mrs. Ames and her daughter Jessica's lying down there in the orchard. Also shot.
Yes, I see.
Where do we want to start, sir?
A house, I think, first.
Yes.
Well, come in then, sir. Gentlemen.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you.
They've lived here in Matfield a long time. Have they, Bennett?
Miss Evans, the servant, has always lived here. Mrs. Ames and her daughter moved here a year ago.
Mrs. Ames a widow?
No. Estranged from her husband, though they're quite friendly. He lives at Pittington.
Oh, yes, I know. I've been there.
Owns a farm.
Does he know about this?
My station sergeant telephoned him this morning, sir. He was in London, but he'll be home this evening. Shall I go first, sir? She's lying right by the door, and you might trip over her.
By all means.
You mind the ride there,
These is the gentleman from Scotland Yard, Constable.
Yes, sir.
This is her. Miss Margaret Evans, sir. Age 61. Servant. Living in.
Oh. See what you can find out, Bernard.
Right you are.
Small, get started looking for fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Place has really been ransacked, hasn't it?
Uh-huh.
What's missing?
Haven't checked yet, sir. Haven't touched anything.
Good.
Well, not much chance of finding out if anything is gone, though. Everybody that lived here is dead.
I'd like to see the others.
Right, sir. If you'll come with me.
What's that over there? Tea things?
Yes, sir. Looks as if she dropped the tray when she saw the murderer.
Have a look at them, too, Small.
All right, sir.
Down this part, sir. The orchard, that's where they are.
Mrs. Ames?
And her daughter, Jessica.
They have many visitors?
Very few, sir. And the place is back from the road, hidden a bit by the roses. Hard to tell, they do have. Here she is.
This is the daughter, I suppose.
Right, sir. Her mother's over there, off the path.
Daughter was running away toward the house. Mother was facing the other way. Shot in the back, too.
Aye.
Found anything here in the grass? Cartridge cases, anything?
No, sir. We did find this glove, though, sir. Sorry, I had it in my pocket. Almost forgot it.
Oh, woman's glove. Size 6, I'd say. Hogskin. Shops sell thousands a week. Left hand. Whose is it?
Isn't Mrs. Ames, sir. Too small. Or Miss Jessica's either. Too large, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yes, I think so.
Maybe the murderer, sir.
We'll see. All you found?
Oh, so far, sir.
Where was the glove?
Oh, over there, sir. I marked the spot with those 2 sticks.
Alongside the mother's body?
Yes, sir.
Well, as soon as Bernard's examined the bodies, I think you'd better have all this grass scythed down and see if you can find anything else. Cartridge case or anything.
Right, sir.
Shall we walk back to the house?
Yes, sir. Good hunting, lad.
Beg your pardon?
Talking to the fighter chap up there. Hope he shoots some Jerry's bloody ears off.
He probably will.
Got a son in the RAF, flight sergeant in the Coastal Command.
Good man.
19 years old. When I was 19, I was a farm man for good old Uncle Tom Cobley. I wonder if they found anything yet in there, sir.
We'll see. Oh, here's Bernard. Anything yet?
Well, I want to see the other bodies first. Discovered a little so far. Where are the,
Down the path back there, sir. We've touched nothing.
Except this glove.
Oh, is this one of theirs?
Wrong size.
All right. You can remove the bodies as soon as I finish, Chief Constable.
Yes, sir. I'll have the van here at once. See to it, please.
Yes, sir. What are you doing, Small?
I'm trying to fit these cups together, sir.
Well, what about fingerprints? I wanted you to...
I found a good many, sir. They all check with hers.
Oh, how did you know they were hers?
Oh, I took hers. I wish live people's were as easy to take.
No others?
Well, I'm not sure yet, sir. As soon as I get the others down there, I'll make a very thorough check. These cups and saucers.
She dropped them when she saw the murderer, probably.
Yes, quite. But why should there be 4 cups, sir?
4?
One for the mother, one for the daughter, one for the maid, for her.
Miss Evans was more a companion than a servant, sir. Here in Matfield, we...
Yes. And one for the murderer.
Why, then, they must have known the murderer.
People don't usually offer a cup of tea to a perfect stranger.
You could make up a list of their friends, Chief Constable,
They
and
had
then...
very few friends, sir. Kind of standoffish like they was, and the parson, the grocer, postmistress, wasn't a real close friend, so to speak.
Make up a list and check where they all were yesterday.
Yes, sir.
What about this estranged husband of Mrs. Ames? Would he have a motive?
Oh, I don't think so, sir. He used to come visit her, I know, but...
Oh, he did, eh? And he's in London now, you said?
I went down yesterday morning, they said, sir.
Where does he live, did you say?
Piddington, sir, near Oxford.
You take over, Sergeant Small, you and Mr. Bernard. I'll call you from Piddington.
Piddington, sir? Do you think...
I think I'd like to know whether our friendly ex-husband was really in London yesterday or elsewhere.
At Piddington that afternoon, 70 miles away from Matfield, Jem Davies, the man of all work, explained to Chief Superintendent Carruth that John Ames had not yet returned from London. Miss Viola Masterson, the manager of the Ames farm, however, was at home, recovering from an accident. Carruth spoke to her in her sitting room. Her left arm was in bandages, and she was obviously in slight pain. Carruth sympathized with her.
I'm so sorry to disturb you, Miss Masterson.
It's quite all right. I'll be up and about in a day or so. It pains a little, though, now.
I suppose you've heard about the former Mrs. Ames and her daughter?
I'm so dreadfully sorry. I knew them slightly, you know.
Oh, did you?
I'd have gone over to Matfield if I hadn't been so stupid as to fall off my bicycle and injure my arm. I'm afraid I'm not a very good cyclist. Oh, do you have any clues as to the...
Murderer? Very few at the moment. Very few, I'm afraid.
Oh, what a pity.
Mr. Ames went to London yesterday.
Yes, he was probably in London while his former wife and daughter were murdered. He often stops in to see them on his way. If he'd stopped there yesterday, he might have prevented it.
Yes. I suppose he can account for his movements yesterday.
I'm quite sure he can, Superintendent. I expect him at any moment.
You were here at the farm all day.
I rode about the farm all day on my bicycle until I had the accident.
Ah.
I'm sure Jemmy Davis can confirm that. And the bicycle is still where I left it, where I fell off, unless Jemmy's brought it back.
I see. By the way, have you ever seen this glove before?
Let me see it. No, I'm afraid not. Did it belong to...
We're not quite sure.
Well, it's not mine. Much too big for me, I'm sure, Superintendent.
You've never seen it before?
Never.
Thank you, Miss Masterson.
Is that all you wanted? Aren't you going to wait for Mr. Ames?
Oh, I don't like to disturb you, Miss Masterson. I'll wait out there with Jemmy. It is Jemmy, isn't it?
By all means, talk to Jemmy. I'm sure he'll confirm everything I've said.
Good day, Miss Masterson.
You know where to find Jemmy?
He was sitting alongside the stable door cleaning a shotgun when I last saw him.
Jemmy Davis was a simple-minded man. He didn't realize that he was talking much too freely to the friendly Scotland Yard man.
Well, it'd be a terrible thing, I expect, but I don't shed no tears for him.
I didn't like her nor Dora neither.
Hated them?
It ain't none of my business, sir. But now, Mr. Ames, he be a real fine man. And she treated him awful bad.
How?
Dog in the manger. Kicks him out, she does. And then when he finally meets a woman he loves, and that woman loving him, she won't give him no divorce.
You seem to know a lot about Mr. Ames' affairs, Jemmy.
Him and me, we be just like that. I'd do anything for that man. Her, too, for that matter.
Who?
Miss Masterson. There. Well, that's pretty clean, ain't it?
Let's see. Clean as I'd ever want a gun to be.
Had it for years. Old-fashioned, like me. But she be a good shotgun. He uses it all the time for rabbits.
Mr. Ames?
Well, buys his own shells, too. Miss Masterson, she's scared of it. Tried to teach her how to shoot it. But she was scared. You couldn't kill a person with this here gun, I says to her. Not unless you got up real close. Funny thing, though. She shot a rabbit with it yesterday. You know, it made her so sick at her stomach when she shot the poor little feller. Never again, she says to me.
Did you see the rabbit, Jemmy?
Well, what were left of it, she were too close. Well, not worth bringing back to cook. You know, I think that's why she fell off her bicycle thinking about it.
Where did she fall?
Well, it was in the meadow yonder. The wheel slipped on the grass.
Jemmy, did you ever see this glove before?
Huh? No, sir. Oh, can't say as how I have.
Sure?
No, sir. Whose is it?
I found it.
Well, finders keepers.
That's what they say. So you don't think Mr. Ames and Miss Masterson will be upset by Mrs. Ames' death?
Lord bless you, no, sir. Now they can get married. Well, that dog-in-the-manger wife of his. Oh, he must have been the last one to see her alive.
Oh? How's that?
When he stopped to see her on the way to London yesterday. Why, I thought you was going to wait for him to come back, sir.
Chief Superintendent Caruth hurried to the local police station, where he put through a trunk telephone call to Matfield. Detective Sergeant Small, the Scotland Yard man, answered the telephone at the murder house.
Small here.
Small, I want you to check at once on something.
Yes, sir.
I want you to make the most diligent inquiries. Get that chief constable there to inquire of every person in Matfield, if necessary, at once, to discover if this man Ames was seen in Matfield yesterday. You got that?
He was seen, sir.
He was?
The postman, sir. We've been making inquiries all over the village of Mrs. Ames' known friends, and we've come across several curious things, sir.
Well?
Well, the postman observed Mr. Ames walking toward this house yesterday afternoon.
He's sure?
He positively identified him, sir. Known him for years. Spoke to him, called him by name, and Ames replied.
What else?
He was carrying a shotgun, sir.
Oh. I discovered here that he intended to visit them. But the gun...
Well, looks as if he's our man, doesn't it?
What else did you discover?
Well, there's a bicycle belonging to Mrs. Ames is missing.
Oh?
And the porter at the railway station reports a strange woman carrying a parcel arrived in town yesterday, but so far we have been unable to trace her. Now, the local police have picked up a deserter from an army camp near here. He's being questioned now. Then a lorry driver for the gas company at Oxford reports picking up a woman on the highway near here yesterday afternoon. She was wearing one glove.
Oh?
Now, he thinks her bare hand was scratched and bleeding.
Yes?
She explained she'd fallen off her bicycle and was trying to catch a train. He took her to the railway station. And then... Oh, what did you say, sir?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I was speaking to Dr. Bernard, sir. I'll put him on. He wants to speak to you. Thank you. You there, Caruth?
Yes, Bernard.
I've discovered why you didn't find any spent cartridges, Superintendent.
Yes?
The women were killed with a shotgun, probably a .410 shotgun.
Yes, I know.
The murderer had to pick the discharged shells out of the breech of the gun by hand.
Yes, but...
Probably carried them away and disposed of them elsewhere.
Did you recover any of the shot from the bodies?
Yes, quite small pellets. Bird shot.
Mark it in evidence and hold it for me. I think those little lead pellets are going to hang someone, Bernard.
Back at the Piddington farm, Chief Inspector Caruth found that Ames had returned in his absence. Jemmy, the garrulous man of all work, was just leaving. He was going to fetch Miss Masterston's abandoned bicycle, he
I'll
said.
be going out to fetch Miss Masterson's bicycle, sir.
Look here, Jemmy. Would you like a half-a-crown?
What for?
That rabbit Miss Masterson shot. Is it near where she left the bicycle?
Oh, a furlong or two, sir.
Fetch it back for me.
What for, sir? Well, it been fit to eat. She were too close.
Oh. I've a fancy to see how that gun of yours works, Jim.
Oh, that old gun of mine? She be a very good gun, sir.
Show me. Here.
Well...
Good man. Now, is Mr. Ames in the house?
Aye, sir. No, I'll fetch the rabbit and show you. But the poor thing will be all full of birdshot, sir.
That'll be all right, Jemmy. I'm very interested in birdshot.
Yes?
I'm Chief Superintendent Caruth of Scotland Yard. You're John Ames, hmm?
Yes. Now, you're the gentleman who was here this afternoon.
Yes. May I come in?
Do. You've come about the murder of my wife and daughter.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Caruth, you said?
Yes.
I cannot pretend any great grief, although I am shocked at the tragic.
May I sit down? I spoke to Miss Masterson, your manager, this afternoon.
She said you were here.
Perhaps if Miss Masterson is strong enough...
Here I am.
Oh, sit down, my dear. Please, sit down.
Don't hurt my hand, John. I'm all right. Well, sir?
Am I correct in assuming that with the death of Mr. Ames' strange wife, you and he...
We can be married, yes.
Mr. Ames?
That is true. My wife has consistently refused to give me a divorce. Although we were on fairly good terms.
She and I weren't. I'm glad she's dead.
Violet,
And
yes.
that horrid daughter of hers, too. Now we're rid of them once and for all.
Violet.
Do you share Miss Masterson's views, Mr. Ames?
I'm afraid.
And perhaps he's not as ferocious as I am, but he shares my views all right. Don't you, John?
Yes.
And what were you doing with a shotgun on the way to her home yesterday, Mr. Ames?
John, you didn't. You didn't.
Mr. Ames.
You didn't tell me. Oh, John. John, now you've spoiled everything.
Your wife and your daughter were murdered with a shotgun, Mr. Ames.
I didn't do it.
He didn't, I say.
What gauge is your shotgun, Mr. Ames?
This is absurd, Mr.
Yes, of course it's
Why do you think it's absurd?
My dear sir, my gun, which incidentally is an American-made Remington over and under 12 gauge, has been broken for 4 weeks.
You see?
Broken?
The sear spring is broken. It's quite impossible to fire the gun. You can examine the gun at your leisure at Henry McGovern's The Gunsmiths on High Holborn in London, where I took it yesterday.
We'll check that. Why did you visit your wife yesterday, carrying your broken gun?
I dropped off in Matfield on my way to London to have the gun repaired. I begged her again to give me a divorce.
She refused?
She refused again.
For the last time. And we're going to be married now at last. Don't expect us to weep for her. Whoever killed her should be given a medal.
Violet.
Oh, stop it. You're just as glad as I am. Aren't you?
Excuse me. The telephone. Yes? Yes, he's here. One moment. It's for you, Mr. Carew.
Thank you. Chief Superintendent Caruth here.
Small here, sir. We found Mrs. Ames' missing bicycle.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Discovered in a ditch close to the place where the lorry driver picked up the woman with one glove.
Oh, good.
And there are numerous fingerprints on the handlebar, sir, but of the right hand only.
Most interesting.
And the strange woman whom the railway reporter observed was carrying a parcel, you remember?
Yes, of course.
It was a long parcel about the length of a gun, he says, wrapped in brown paper.
I see. Have you taken the things you spoke about?
Things, sir?
Yes.
Oh, the fingerprints on the bicycle?
Yes, quite.
Yes, sir, I've taken them.
How soon could I see them and the people you spoke of?
Up there, sir?
Yes.
Well, there's an up train that we can have stop at Piddington, leaving here in half an hour, sir.
I think you'd better come then if you can find the others you mentioned. I'll meet you at the Piddington station.
Right, sir.
Goodbye. I'm very sorry.
Could I ask? You have uncovered some other evidence, sir?
You're not going to arrest John, then? He won't be charged with murder?
I think I can almost assure you that you will not be charged with murder, Mr. Ames. I'm sorry, I must go and meet my colleagues. This is quite important.
Will you be coming back?
I probably shall. I shall want to be able to assure Mr. Ames that he will not be held.
Oh, John.
Is the Scotland Yard man still here, Mr. Ames?
Why,
I'm here, Jemmy.
Well, I fetched you the dead rabbit, sir, with your half-crown's worth of birdshot.
They met him at the railway station 2 hours later. Detective Sergeant Small, Chief Constable Bennett, the lorry driver who had picked up the woman with the bloody hand and the one glove, and the railway porter who had observed the woman carrying the brown paper parcel the size of a gun. Leaving Chief Constable Bennett at the station to make a telephone call, the party proceeded to the Ames farm.
Oh. Good evening, Mr. Carruth.
May we come in, please?
Why, this is quite a delegation.
May we come in, please?
Why, I suppose... Do come in, although...
Thank you. Where's Miss Masterson?
Viola?
Yes, dear. Why, what...
Miss Masterson, do you recognize any of these people?
Why, no, of course not.
Patterson, do you recognize this woman?
Hey, she's the lady in blue slacks I picked up my lorry on the road to Matfield yesterday. The lady that said she fell off her bike. Her hand was all bloody and she had one glove on.
Like this one?
Yes, sir. Exactly like that.
O'Connor.
Yes, sir?
Have you ever seen this lady before?
I seen her yesterday, sir. Getting off the 12:06 train that passes through Piddington before it gets to Batfield. She was wearing blue slacks and carried a brown paper parcel about the size of a gun, sir.
Now, look here, what's the meaning of all this?
Come in. Well, Bennett.
Just like you thought, sir. I telephoned the doctor who treated Miss Masterson, and he informs me that he treated her left hand for multiple lacerations, removing particles of road gravel and stains of tarvia from the palm. Miss Masterson, there is no gravel or tarvia at the meadow.
Thank you. Mr. Ames, I'm extremely sorry for you.
John, now we won't get married.
Viola Masterson, I arrest you on the charge of willful murder.
I wanted to get married, and she stood in our
And I
way,
must
John.
warn you that anything you say will be taken down and may be used in evidence against you.
John, what have I done?
The evidence adduced by Chief Superintendent Carruth, the identifications by the lorry driver and the railway porter, the shotgun pellets which proved identical with those Miss Masterson had fired into the unfortunate rabbit, the glove which was identified as hers by the store which had sold it to her, the gravel from the road in her wounded hand, and the motive, which was all too plain, proved sufficient evidence to convict Viola Masterson of the murders of Mrs. Ames and her daughter, and of the servant, Margaret Evans, who provided the first clue, the fourth cup. Miss Masterson had determined to murder the servant to eliminate the only witness to the murder of the others. In a trial marked with frequent air raid alarms caused by an enemy whose depredations could not prevent murder from going on as usual, she was found criminally insane and is now imprisoned in the asylum at Broadmoor. John Ames was tried as an accomplice, but acquitted. He joined the 1st Battalion of the Buffs and was reported missing in action in the Italian campaign. Constable, you may turn the File 302 MR651, the Blitz murder case, to the records room. Good afternoon.
You've just heard the first case in the series Whitehall 1212, drawn from the official files of Scotland Yard by permission of Commissioner Sir Harold Scott. All names were changed in this story for obvious reasons, but everything else is true. It occurred. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed for radio by Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
Whitehall 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the participants in case number 604 MR530 from the official files of Scotland Yard. Leo M. Stefanovich, former member of the Polish Navy.
Yes, I deserted the Navy.
Marian Konieczki, who'd fought in Spain.
What I am interested in is money.
Kazimir Kashuba, who was found dead. Albert Stevens, the copper's narc.
It's a living.
Superintendent Alistair Watkins of Scotland Yard.
I must warn you that if you expect high adventure in Limehouse or sinister Orientals lurking in dark byways, you'd best turn off your wireless now. We're quite ordinary people at Scotland Yard. Professional policemen, catchers of criminals, and we don't go in much for the picturesque, the way we're sometimes pictured. However, if you'd like to see how we proceed upon a case, I'll ask you to step inside our Black Museum and meet the man in charge of it. Come in. This is Chief Inspector John Davidson, who's in charge here.
How do you do? I'm afraid that the so-called Black Museum is neither black nor a museum, nor is it the Grand Guignol. We have here a large number of guns, knives, other weapons which have been used in crimes. We have also disguises, clothing, exhibits of all sorts that have helped in solving many of these crimes.
I think you ought to explain, John, why we keep these gruesome relics.
Yes, indeed. They're here for a purpose quite removed from idle curiosity. They're principally for the use of the men of Scotland Yard in studying crime techniques and exemplars of crime methods. They bring to life the cold words contained in our files, and the most useful as well as graphic. For example, in this case, Superintendent Watkins is reenacting for you. Now, this is a bullet that killed a man. It was fired from this gun, 32 caliber Waltham automatic pistol. And it was Scotland Yard's job to prove that. And this, the top of an ordinary mechanical pencil. This is a very important bit of evidence. Just a cheap little metal pencil.
It wasn't cheap for the man who lost it, John.
Well, it cost him his life, you see.
We were standing in the corner of a saloon bar in Whitechapel, talking. Albert Stevens, the copper's narc, and me. I expect you don't know what a narc is. N-A-R-K. In America, I think you call him a stool pigeon. Every detective in the world has his pet narc, and Albert Stevens was mine. It was an insignificant place we were in, and Albert Stevens' 2 mild and bitters had set him talking 16 to the dozen.
I don't suppose you'd know him by sight, sir, but I could tell you how to find him. That is, I've seen him about here and there. It's American cigarettes they're handing now. But they ain't got many left. And when they're sold out of them, they'll try something else.
Have you got any ideas, Albert?
No, sir, not yet. But it'll be something big, I'm sure of that.
Do they know you, do you suppose?
Nobody notices a taxi driver, sir. They've rode in my cab twice now, and they've never even looked at my face. But I've looked at them.
Will you have another mild and bitter, Albert?
Well, I wouldn't say no, sir. Here, miss. Fill this up here, will you, again? Will you? Thank you. They're some kind of foreigners, sir, they are. Thank you, miss. This I know. They're in the black market up to here.
You said that. What kind of foreigners?
I can't understand them much, except when they talk about, well, what they think is English. Greeks or Spaniards or Russians, I think. All three of them. Oh, they tip quite nice, too.
But you're sure they're in the black market?
No doubt about it, sir. I hear enough about it.
Don't know their names?
Well, one is called Marion.
Marion?
And the other's name is Kashmir. Kashmir. Maybe he's an Hindu. And the other is a gentleman in some kind of navy, sir. Not ours. Some foreign navy. He wears a uniform.
Who seems to be the boss?
Well, I'd say this here Kashmir is, sir. Cool. He's an odd man, he is, sir.
Is that all you know about them, then?
That's all I know right now, sir. Well, ain't that worth 3 pints of mild and bitter, sir?
Just about, Albert.
Well, I was sort of hoping you'd have a spare 10-shilling note on you, sir.
I have, Albert, but not for you, my lad. When you've something better than a comic trio of foreigners who gibber about American cigarettes, maybe, but not till then.
Would you like to buy a magnificent new solid gold mechanical pencil, sir? Here. A sacrifice for 10 shillings.
Where'd you get it?
A lady gave it to me, sir. Now, what say 7 and 6 to you, sir?
Come now, Albert. You know that's worth all of 9 pence.
9 pence, then, sir? I need the money.
Come off it, Albert.
Well, then, sir, What did you say if I told you these foreign blokes is murderers?
Shouldn't believe a word of it.
Oh, they might be, sir.
Well, when you can prove it, come round and see me, Albert.
Well, don't I get another pint, sir?
Here, miss. Another of the same for my friend here. Night, Albert. Scotland Yard next morning, I walked leisurely down the long corridor on the second floor that leads to my office. A voice hailed me as I opened the door to my office, and I looked back. It was Detective Sergeant Llewellyn, a Welshman who'd been a constable at the Wardour Street police station when I was a sergeant. Here was a welcome face. David, I said, I've not seen you in 6 months.
Longer than that, indeed, Superintendent. It's 10 months, and I'm very glad to be seeing you.
Where have you been?
To the Army all this time, sir. I was seconded to MI5.
Yes, I heard that.
It was tiresome work, but now I'm back, thanks indeed to the Lord.
Taking a well-earned rest, I expect.
Oh, indeed, to goodness, no. There's no rest for the wicked. I'm on a case already.
Can we have dinner this evening, then?
I'm not so sure, sir.
What have they given you?
Oh, a murder.
Good bloody one?
I've just seen the man. He's bloody enough, indeed. They found him shot to death in his car early this morning.
Where?
Chepstow Place, Notting Hill. The constable who found him in his car parked beside the curb thought he was taken with drink and sound asleep. But it was a .32 caliber bullet in the back of his neck and out the front of his head. Very gory.
Know who he was?
A foreigner, it seems, with the name of Kashmir Kasuba.
Oh.
Whatever's the matter, then? Do you know him?
Come on in my room here. I don't know the chap, but I have an idea I know someone who does.
Well, indeed, to goodness.
Come on in while I telephone. I've got his number in my book here. At least a number where I can reach him. Ah, here it is.
Whoever is he, Superintendent?
Chap named Albert Stevens, a narc. Talking to him just last night. Mentioned a chap named Kashmir, he called him. Foreigner. Just might be. Now, where is the beggar? Every little bit.
Yes? Who is it?
Oh, hello. Is Albert there? Albert Stevens?
He hasn't been home since yesterday morning. Who wants him?
When he comes in, tell him to telephone Watkins. Watkins, got that?
Hoskins?
Watkins. Watkins. He knows me.
What do you want?
Just tell him to call me, that's all.
Does he know where to call?
Yes, it's very important. Do you understand?
He ain't come home since yesterday morning.
All right, have him telephone me at once.
You needn't shout at me, Mr. Bloody Well Watkins.
Goodbye. Not there. No, telephone me. I say, where can I reach you?
Oh, I've got all this report on the man to write up, for goodness sake. I'll be in my office till noon.
Oh, he'll telephone me before that, I'm sure.
Well, I must be going, sir.
I'm sorry I couldn't reach him just now. But I'll be in touch with you as soon as I hear from him.
I'll be very grateful to you, sir. It was good seeing you again.
Been a long time, Llewellyn. Well, goodbye.
So long.
So long, old chap. Oh, you dropped something.
Eh? Where?
There on the floor beside your right foot.
Oh, must suppose this.
What is it?
Found it in the car with the dead man.
Huh?
A top off a cheap mechanical pencil.
Let's see it. Do you mind?
Not at all. Don't have to be careful of fingerprints. They've had it in the laboratory. Nothing on it.
That's it.
Beg your pardon, sir?
I've seen this pencil before, Lou.
Oh, millions of them about, no doubt. The chap...
I saw it last night.
I don't follow you, sir.
That settles it. Look here, closely.
Yes?
See these initials scratched on it? Very tiny here. Probably done with a pocket knife. See it? A.S.
By crikey, A.S., that's what they are. Whose do you suppose?
He offered to sell it to me last night.
Who?
Albert Stevens, the copper's narc. I was just trying to telephone.
Goodness sake.
So that's why he hasn't come home.
Eh?
He said he knew this Casimir. He said Casimir had money. And money was what he needed.
Well, Casimir was robbed, we know that. But I never knew a copper's narc to have the courage to commit murder, sir.
Why, I bought him the courage, old boy. 4 pints of mild and bitter. Suppose that makes me an accessory to murder?
The constables who were dispatched to the home of Albert Stevens reported that he was still absent. At 11 the next morning, he had not yet come home. His wife knew nothing of his whereabouts, nor did the garage people where he usually kept his cab. At noon, a teletype signal was sent to all metropolitan police stations giving a description of the man and the number of his cab, GLP 301. The same information was published next day in Metropolitan Informations, which goes to all police officers. There was no immediate response. Neither the man nor the cab could be found. By now, Superintendent Watkins had been officially assigned to the case, and on the morning of the 4th day, we held a strategy meeting in his office. He had some new information for me.
They found the gun.
Indeed, sir.
They've been taking the car to pieces down at Hendon for us, you know. They found a .32 caliber Walther automatic pistol hidden in the lining of the top.
Good.
Our friend Casimir was killed by a .32 caliber bullet, you know. And ballistics assures me that this is the gun from which it was fired.
Good. Fingerprints?
What?
Fingerprints.
None. The ballistics say they're sure that more than one shot was fired from the gun.
How could they tell that?
There are 2 cartridges missing from the clip. And it seems they found too much powder fouling in the receiver and the barrel for one shot. I don't quite understand, but they're quite positive.
They find more than one bullet?
Only the one that went through Casimir's head. It was embedded in the dash of the car.
Where's this other one, then?
Somebody else's body, I expect.
That?
Whose, I say.
Yes.
Oh, blast. Superintendent Watkins here.
Hi, Watkins. Fletcher here, T Division.
Hello, Sailor.
Look here, we found your man Albert Stevens.
Oh, good. Found him.
Oh.
Where was he?
Sitting in his taxicab.
Where?
At the bottom of the Thames.
What?
Near Wapping Old Stairs. One of our boats found him.
Is he dead?
Twice dead, old chap. Drowned and a bullet through his heart.
Well, so that's where the other bullet went. I admit I'd more or less dropped a brick in pinning all my hopes of a quick solution of the case on Albert Stevens. Llewellyn and I moved at once to realign our strategy. This was our estimate of the situation.
It is possible that Stevens did murder Casimir, of course.
Possible, but not probable.
The forensic laboratory people, the ballistics people, say that the bullet they found in Stevens' body was fired from the same gun that killed Casimir.
The .32 Walther automatic they found in the car.
Then who killed who?
I'd suspect that since the gun was found in the car with Casimir, he was the last one shot, wouldn't you?
Well, then, of course, Stevens couldn't have killed him.
Right. Stevens must have been dead and at the bottom of the Thames when Casimir was shot.
Then who killed Casimir? Obviously not Stevens.
The forensic laboratory can tell us who died first, I hope.
We know.
How?
The gun. It was with Casimir, remember? Unless someone shot him, then took the gun and killed Stevens with it, pushed him into the Thames, and then brought the gun back.
Sounds silly.
Indeed.
Then who shot Casimir?
One of Stevens' friends might have if he knew Casimir killed Stevens. Revenge.
How do we know Casimir shot Stevens?
Well,
Besides, Stevens didn't have any friends. Except me. And I don't think I did it.
His wife, perhaps?
Yeah. Perhaps. Well, besides, how could she get that gun?
No friends.
None I know of. I knew Albert rather well. Ha.
What?
Casimir had friends, though. Albert told me about them.
Who?
A man named, woman's name, Marion.
I don't know him.
And a man who wears a foreign Navy uniform.
Polish? Casimir was Polish and a deserter.
I suspect our man's a deserter, too. They were all mixed up in the black market, Albert said.
What sort of black market, sir?
Oh, all sorts, it appears.
Why should they kill Casimir? Or Albert Stevens?
Well, Albert, that's simple. They found out he was an informer, a narc.
Why Casimir?
Oh, people have been murdered for money before. Perhaps Casimir was cheating them. He was apparently the boss.
Well, a crook who cheats a fellow crook is asking for it.
Let's get on to Marion and the Navy officer.
All we have to do is find them.
Now, allow me to digress for a moment. There was, of course, no record anywhere of Casimir's former address. We put people on that at once, suspecting that Marion and the Navy officer might live close to Casimir's home. But another day dragged by without tangible result. I was sitting gloomily in my office, trying to think of a more tenable theory than the one we had tentatively adopted. Oh, blast the phone. Yes, Watkins here.
Glad to see you, sir. Inspector.
What's her name?
Name, please.
Miss Dottie Telfer.
Spell it, please.
Taliafero. You've heard of me. I'm the actress.
Miss Dottie Telfer, sir. And...
Actress. You know me.
Actress, sir.
What's she want?
She said it's in connection with Casimir... What was the name, miss?
Kashuba, I said.
I heard her.
Yes, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir.
And ask Sergeant Llewellyn if he'll just step in here.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Good afternoon, madam.
Are you Superintendent Watkins?
I am. Sit down, madam.
I thank you.
You said you knew something about Casimir Kashuba.
Yeah, I saw in the Express that he's dead.
Extremely.
And good enough for him, I'd say.
You knew him?
Yes, he was a crook.
I'm afraid you're rather late in telling us that, madam.
Well, I mean to say,
What sort of dealings did you have with him?
Why, I never had any. Well, I mean, he cheated me, and now he's dead. How am I going to get back the £17 I gave him? That's what I want to know.
Why did you give him £17?
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Oh, come on in, Llewellyn. This is Miss Dottie...
Telfer. I'm a music hall star at the Shepherd's Bush Empire.
How do you do, madam?
Sit down, Llewellyn. Seems Miss Telfer has given Casimir £17.
Whatever for, miss?
Well, I suppose it was rather silly of me, but I couldn't resist it.
Resist what?
Well, I was having a late supper after the show last Tuesday, and there was a man, Kashmir Kashuba it turned out to be, sitting 2 tables away from me.
That the first time you met him?
Of course. Do you think that... On the table before him was the most magnificent handbag.
Handbag?
A woman's handbag, the kind I hadn't seen for simply years. I couldn't resist doing what I did.
What did you do, madam?
Oh, I know it's breaking the law, but isn't everyone in the black market?
Not everyone exactly.
Oh? Oh, well. I just stepped over to the table and introduced myself, and he gave me his name, and I said, would you mind terribly telling me where you got that adorable bag? I wanted one myself, you know.
Black market.
So he said he manufactured them and that I could have one if I liked. All I had to do was to give him £17 so that he could buy the special leather it was made of. And in a day or two, I could call at his flat and it'd be ready for me, do you see?
And you fell for that old one?
You called at his flat?
Would you believe it? When I called, he professed never having seen me. He said he was not a manufacturer.
He wasn't.
And nothing I could say would make him give me back my £17 or the bag.
And did you kill him then?
I did not.
Later, perhaps.
I never killed anyone in my life. I'm a law-abiding...
Will you give us the address, my dear law-abiding young woman?
Oh, it's in Maida Vale somewhere. I think I have it here, in my shabby old handbag.
Thank you very much, Miss...
Telfer.
An actress, I think you said, yes. Well, that'll be all, Miss Telfer, and thank you very much. Come along, Llewellyn.
Right. Yes, but how am I going to get my £17 back? The man's dead
You're
now.
not going to get it back, Miss Telfer.
What?
You're very fortunate. The black market's cost you only £17. It cost Casimir his life. Ready, Llewellyn?
Within 20 minutes, a Scotland Yard car dropped us at the address in Maida Vale Miss Telfer, actress, had supplied us. We interviewed the proprietor of that dismal place, a cross-eyed young man in an unusually dirty waistcoat in the red Mingus tartan. His name, he informed us, was Ian Kalbfleisch, and he had a cold.
No, he ain't here. We're quite aware of that, my good man. He's dead.
Did you murder him?
No. Are you in the black market, too? No.
May we see his room?
Tain't his anymore. Whose is it, then? Another man. Who? An officer. Navy officer. Oh? RN, RNR, or RNVR? Not one of ours. Polish Navy.
When did this Polish naval officer take the room, Mr. Kalbfleisch?
Day after the murder.
Oh, you know the day of the murder, then?
I can read. Was it all the papers? Is this man here now? No. Will he return? He always has.
Was this naval officer a friend of Casimir's?
I don't know. May we see the room? Got a warrant? Yes. All right. Second door on the left. Come on, Lou.
All right.
It's unlocked. Come on. No, leave the door open, Lou. Our friend with a runny nose might just warn him that we're here.
Right. I'll keep watch.
While Llewellyn kept watch from the open door, I made a quick search of the place. I found nothing at all of any apparent importance until I went through the pockets of the navy greatcoat in the closet. I was about to exhibit my findings to Llewellyn when he hissed sharply at me from the doorway. What's up?
Chap coming in, wearing a navy uniform.
People in your room, Commander.
Who are they?
Police. Scotland Yard.
What do they want?
If you'll come in, Commander, we'll be glad to tell you.
Who are you?
Sergeant Llewellyn of Scotland Yard. I think you'd best come in, sir. Come in, sir.
What is the meaning of this, may I ask?
What is your name, please?
Leo M. Stefanowitz, Commander, Polish Navy. What do you want?
I should like to ask you a question.
Well?
May I ask you where you got this mechanical pencil, sir?
I will tell you. I got it,
Well, where did you get it?
I didn't kill him.
Kill whom, Commander?
Why, Casimir Kashuba.
This was Albert Stevens' pencil, Commander.
I didn't kill Albert.
The top of this pencil was found in the car with Casimir Kashuba's body, Commander.
I didn't do it.
Perhaps you can explain, then.
Yes, I...
Well?
Marion did the killing.
Oh, indeed, Marion.
Yes, I told him not...
It was Marion who did it, not me.
Oh, our friend Marion. He did it.
Yes, I am telling you the truth. Marion.
Do you know where Marion is?
I will take you to him. Yes, I will help you. He did it, and I will help you find him. Please, let me take you to him.
Please.
Will you please? Casimir was my friend.
I'm just wondering something, Inspector.
Huh?
I am wondering if Albert Stevens was also his friend.
Let's go and find your friend Marion, shall we, Commander?
It was a quiet little hotel we drove to in the West End. Inspector Watkins and me and the commander all jammed in the police car together. The clerk nodded in a familiar way to Stefanovitz when we entered.
Is my friend in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't announce us, please. We will work the lift ourselves. Get in, gentlemen.
All right.
Now, we shall see justice done.
Indeed.
The first floor, gentlemen. The door directly opposite. Here.
Who is it?
Leo, Marion.
Who's with you?
No one.
Come in. Ah, Leo, my boy, I am glad.
We are from Scotland Yard, sir. I warn you, both of you, that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
What is the meaning of you murderer? What? Yes, these gentlemen have come to arrest you for the murder of Casimir.
Sacre, you traitor! You coward!
Arrest him, gentlemen. He is the murderer.
You look, this man. He's the one who fired shot.
Huh?
He's the one who did it. I see him do it.
You see me? You know you did it. He is the one, gentlemen.
I'm not. He should catch me from behind as I sit in front seat.
I was in a front seat. He did it.
Sacre!
Oh, tak, Tafris, yourself, Marion Konechny. You murderer, you thief, you...
Gentlemen, Marian Konechny and Leo Stefanovitz, I arrest you both on suspicion of having been involved in the murder of Casimir Kashuba and of Albert Stevens. You've both been warned. Have you nothing to say? At the trial, the two men admitted all the details of the two murders. Albert Stevens, it seems, had talked too much about his relations with the police, and someone in a moment of rage had shot him, and his cab had been dumped into the Thames. Walking away from there together, they'd stolen a motor car. Casimir Kashuba, who had been drinking heavily, twitted his companions about the new hold he had on them as murderers. He boasted that he'd had no part in the crime, and one of the two men had shot him in the back of the neck with a Walther automatic pistol. Each man blamed the other. The jury took 25 minutes to decide who was guilty. Mr. Justice McConaughey placed the black cap on his head.
Marian Konechny, Leo Stefanovitch, the jury have found you and each of you guilty of the murder of Casimir Kashuba. It is the sentence of the court that you and each of you be taken to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution, that you be there, each of you, hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your bodies respectfully...
The two men appealed the verdict and won. They were immediately tried for the murder of Albert Stevens and again heard the fatal words,
that you there, each of you, be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
The latter sentence was carried out.
You have heard the eighth in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled by special permission from the official files of Scotland Yard. Only the names have been changed. Otherwise, the story is true. Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express, and the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper and produced by Jack Goldstein and Collie Small. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure zooming your way today with Joel McRae featured in another authentic story based on the files of the Texas Rangers.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Charlie's Home. Throughout the United States, a series of big, colorful posters are going up on the billboards, reading, "Every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet." Watch for these new signs, my friends, and bear in mind when you see them, they're signs of better times. They're signs of bigger business for the world's largest builder of motor cars. Also, they're sure signs that the one best buy in the low-price field must be Chevrolet. America certainly wouldn't buy Chevrolets at the astonishing rate of one every minute unless Chevrolet were the one best buy at its price. And that's exactly what it is. The only car in its field with a Fisher body. The only one with Fisher no-draft ventilation, with a cushion-balanced engine mounting, with a time-proved six-cylinder power plant, a starterator, an octane selector, and no other full-size car in the world is so economical on gas and oil and upkeep, or so dependable. In view of all these things, do you wonder why every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet? And now, Jack Benny.
Hello, some more. This is your New York correspondent, Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Weekly Watch. The news that brings out all the dirt. Okay, Frank, let's go. Thank you. Chicago, Illinois. World's Fair gets off to a good start with many notables arriving daily to represent their respective countries. Sam Insull will represent Greece. Jimmy Walker will represent France. And Black's orchestra will represent Russia. Scotland sends Harry Lauder, C.O.D.
Jack, another wire just came.
All right, what is it, Mary? Quick.
World's Fair, Chicago. Molly and Dietrich just arrived representing Pennsylvania.
Mary, go away, will you, please? Bombay, India. More Gandhi news. Mahatma Gandhi finished his 21-day fast and is now wearing a cigar band. When last seen, he was mistaken for a Panatella. Babylon, Long Island. Man and wife discovered here with 16 children. Stork found dead on stoop. Overworked there, you know. Special cable dispatch. Frank Buck and Jimmy Walker will sail for America shortly. Buck will bring them back alive, and Walker will bring them back a wife. Glasgow, Scotland. Harry Lauder also sailing for America. Local citizens give him big blowout by putting tack in his rear tire. Pretty good for Scotland. And now, folks, we have also added a want ad column to our paper as we cannot exist on circulation alone. So take down these addresses if you are interested. Traveling salesman wanted. Must be familiar with traveling, salesmanship, farmers, and farmers' daughters. Address Box 482, this paper. Wanted 30 chorus girls. Apply Minsky's Theater, New York. Wanted 3 more chorus girls. Apply to Melton, Black, and Benny. Got you in on this, Frankie. For sale, baby grand piano by lady with electric attachment. What's that? Huh? Girls wanted to knit sweaters for Katz, Broomberg, and Riley. The boys must be told. Woman 55 will trade a Pekingese dog and a canary for slightly used husband. Realizes mistake. Address RFD 4, Pump Handle, Ohio. Female help wanted. Good secretary. If good looking, don't have to be so good.
Jack, can I read one now?
Go ahead, Mary.
Wanted. Good master of ceremony for Chevrolet program.
Graham. Wanted. Howard Claney to say something about Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. You'll find that Chevrolet saves you on oil, gas...
Play, Frank. Don't wait for this. Play. Don't wait. Play, Frank. That was My Darling from the Vanities, played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our penthouse murder that was started last Friday. You all remember our terrible murder mystery last week? Well, it's terrible this week, too. Who killed Mr. X? You remember, folks? Mr. X was killed in his penthouse a week ago tonight between 8 o'clock and the bathroom. And the only clue found was a hot dog running away from a stand in Coney Island. You may also remember that during the trial we were unable to place the guilt where it belonged. Garbo had to go home, Mae West had a date, and the other prisoners were not interested. So it still remains a horrible unsolved mystery. Who killed Mr. X? I said, who killed Mr. X? Oh, pardon me. Yes. Watch those cues. Huh? Now, what could have been the motive for this crime? Let us analyze it. Mr. X was the landlord of 3 apartment houses, so you see he had no enemies. He lost every cent in the market, his wife was pressing him for back alimony, and he had incurable rheumatism, so there was no reason for suicide. Now, what was it?
How old was he, Jack?
95.
Then he did not die of old age.
Neither will you, Mary.
What did he have to suffer the night of the crime?
Liver.
Then it couldn't have been a heart attack.
No, Mary, it couldn't. A pipe was pulled out of his mouth, and he was examined carefully.
What kind of a pipe?
A gas pipe.
Oh, well, a little gas never hurt anyone.
I know. Well, anyway, folks, we've had 2 detectives working on this case. Detective Nelson, you've been out on this case a week.
Yes, sir.
What have you found?
I found a place where you can get a sandwich and a glass of beer for a nickel.
Mary, take down the address, but that doesn't help solve the mystery. Detective Planey, what did you find?
I find that every minute of the day someone buys a Chevrolet.
Well, now we're getting someplace. After all, that's what we're here for. Did you find anything else, Planey?
Yes, but the Chevrolet has the Fisher no-drop ventilation.
That's great. Now all we have to find out is who killed Mr. X.
Jack, why not put it in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, who understands crime?
You're right, Mary. We'll get Sherlock Holmes, the man who sees all, knows all, and plays the fiddle.
Hey, Jack, wait a minute.
Yes, Jimmy?
I hate to interrupt your mystery, but do you mind if I sing my song now?
Oh, no, pardon me, Jimmy. Go right ahead. What are you going to sing, huh?
Franz Lehar's Frostita Serenade.
I know that, Jimmy. I just couldn't pronounce it. Play, Frank, please.
In the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright, and the world at last is fast asleep, every creature goes to rest in his cozy little nest.
That was the Frostita Serenade, sung by James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our mystery and take you to the residence of Sherlock Holmes.
A 7:15. Only one more hour until 8:15.
And just an hour ago, it was 6:15.
What a strange world. Answer that, Mary. I'm not in.
Hello? You want to speak to Sherlock Holmes? Yes, this is Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock isn't home. He's working on a case right now. Yes, he's on his last bottle.
What is it, Mary?
It's about that penthouse murder of Mr. X. They want you to start working on it at once.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. I was expecting that case. Tell him I'll take it.
Hello. Mr. Holmes just came in and said he'll take the case. Tell Mr. X not to worry. Goodbye.
Mary, call in Dr. Boston. We have work ahead of us.
Mr. Sherlock, I hate to ask you this, but can I draw 5 shillings to payday?
That's elementary, Mary.
I get it, Sherlock.
Sherlock to you. Call Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, the boss wants you.
Okay, I'm coming. Well, Sherlock, what's new?
Watson, we have much work ahead of us. Mm-hmm. By the way, you've been eating herring. Is that right?
Sure. But tell me, Sherlock, how did you know it?
That's elementary, Watson. Besides, I can smell it.
Sherlock, you're a genius.
Watson, you're a litvot. You know, Watson, you're really supposed to be an Englishman.
Well, I say, Mr. Holmes, I'll try, you know.
I like the other dialect better.
All right. What do you want?
Watson, we have a strange mystery to solve. Mr. X was killed in his penthouse, and we start working on the case today.
All right, but before we start, why don't you eat something? You're always working. Now, I just made some nice homemade soup.
What kind of soup?
I made some chicken, vegetable, and noodle. Which do you want?
Quick, Watson, the noodle. We leave, Watson. We leave for the Empire State Building in 10 minutes. The Empire State Building. Pack your bag and hand me my violin. I've got a lot of thinking to do. I must think.
They laughed when he picked up his violin, but when he started to play, they screamed.
Quiet, Mary. Quiet. I must think. Come, Watson. A thought just struck me. We must get to the Empire State Building in a jiffy.
Why in a jiffy? My Chevrolet will get us there just as sweet.
And much safer. At times, Watson, you show signs of intelligence.
You have just heard what these 2 famous detectives have said about the Chevrolet. It is quick, safe, and dependable.
That's elementary, Claney, and get out of my study. Come, Watson, we must hurry. And by midnight, we will find the murderer of Mr. X.
Sherlock, you're uncanny.
Watson, you're nuts. Come, let us away.
You have just heard Playing with the Devil. And now we take you to the lobby of the Empire State Building where we meet Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Tell me, Sherlock, why did we come here to the Empire State Building? What has this got to do with the murder of Mr. Heck?
Watson, I'm surprised at you. While playing the violin, I made the following deductions. Mr. X was killed by some gorilla here in New York. Do you follow me? A gorilla was seen climbing up the Empire State Building with a girl in the palm of his hand. And is at present on the tower.
How do you know?
I saw the picture. Now, if he could climb up a building the size of the Empire State, why couldn't he have climbed up that penthouse and killed Mr. X?
You mean the gorilla is King Kong?
Of course. Who else is covered with hair like that?
George Bernard Shaw.
Well, he didn't do it. Well, here's the elevator.
What floor, Captain?
We want to go to the tower.
That's the 102nd floor, boss.
Yes, I know that. When will we arrive?
Sunday night, sir. You know, Sherlock, that elevator boy looks very suspicious and very friendly, too.
I think so. What's your name, son?
My name's Jim Milton, sir.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. He's our tenor, Watson. Say, Jimmy, I hate to ask you this, but did you kill Mr. X?
No, sir, Captain. I didn't kill him. I was a lady killer.
Quick, Watson, the needle.
Ow!
And cut out those jokes. Well, we have 2 days in this elevator. 2 days. I must keep my mind occupied. Hand me my saxophone. That was Stormy Weather, brought to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet Motor Company.
102nd floor. All out.
Sunday got here quick. Now be careful, Watson, and very quiet. Very quiet. Please follow me around the edge of the roof. We must use our wits and track him. This fella King Kong is the biggest creature you have ever seen. He eats elephants like you eat salami.
Eat mustard?
That's elementary, Watson. Come, follow me. The drummer just dropped the cymbal. Frank, keep the boys quiet, will you? Just a moment. Watson, don't move.
It's so dark up here. Why didn't we come up here in the daytime?
Quiet. Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I'd sooner be behind you.
Watson, look. Look carefully. Carefully. You see that figure standing there in the doorway?
Yes.
Look. Somebody is handing him some money.
Oh, that's Al Smith. He runs this building and he's collecting the rent. Hello, Al.
You. You're wrong again, Watson.
What is that, Sherlock?
That's King Kong. He's here, all right. Keep down, Watson. He mustn't see us.
Be careful, Sherlock. I think he sees us.
Grab him, Watson, and don't let him get away.
Thank you. Look. He's got the girl right in the palm of his hand. It looks like Mary Livingstone.
Wait. It is Mary. Mary, what are you doing there with King Kong?
There's something in his eyes that makes me realize he got me in the palm of his hand. The thrill of his caress.
Mary, we must rescue Mary from that brute. I'm not afraid of him. Hey, King Kong. What's the idea of climbing buildings and carrying women with you?
Well, it's oozes for sport, and I just love the fresh air.
Is that King Kong? I'll get him.
Wait, Watson. It may be a trick. Now, look here, Kong. You've been climbing buildings, dragging people out of their beds and murdering them. Did you climb up to the penthouse on Park Avenue and kill Mr. X?
No.
You lie. You did murder Mr. X. Why, you're big enough to eat him alive.
Well, I did have eggs for breakfast this morning.
Then you admit that you killed him.
No.
Take him away, Watson.
Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry. I can't play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Paul and Harry. Come up again sometime.
Well, it didn't take us long to get him, did it, Watson?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's me, the voice of the shadow.
What do you want?
You think you've got the murderer, eh? Well, King Kong did not kill Mr. X.
Then who did?
Mr. X was killed
Ladies and gentlemen, this mystery will be continued next Friday night.
But there's no mystery about the Chevrolet motor car. It's the best buy in America today and the nation's choice.
Play, Frank.
Whenever you see or hear the figures 445 FOB Factory, always think, my friends, of Chevrolet, of the new Chevrolet Standard 6, the car that made $445 famous, of the smart, fast-stepping Chevrolet that gave a new meaning to 445 by giving so many wonderful new features for that wonderful low price. A Fisher body, a big, comfortable interior, Fisher no-draft ventilation, safety plate windshield glass, an octane selector, a low-to-the-road chassis that rides smoothly and steadily, and a six-cylinder valve and head engine that's not only one of the snappiest on the road, but listen to this. Some Chevrolet Standard 6 owners report gasoline mileages as high as 26 miles to the gallon, and nearly all of them are getting between 18 and 24, depending on how they drive. So if you have a minimum of money to spend on a new car and want that money to do you the most good, to bring you the most fun and the greatest savings in return, save with a new Chevrolet Standard 6, the big General Motors value that made $445 famous.
Well, folks, this concludes our program for tonight. Be sure and listen in next Friday. Try and figure out for yourself who killed Mr. X.
Mary, hand me my violin. I must sing. Yeah. Good night, folks. Good night. This
is the National Broadcasting Company. WEOS, New York.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Charlie's Home. Throughout the United States, a series of big, colorful posters are going up on the billboards, reading, "Every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet." Watch for these new signs, my friends, and bear in mind when you see them, they're signs of better times. They're signs of bigger business for the world's largest builder of motor cars. Also, they're sure signs that the one best buy in the low-price field must be Chevrolet. America certainly wouldn't buy Chevrolets at the astonishing rate of one every minute unless Chevrolet were the one best buy at its price. And that's exactly what it is. The only car in its field with a Fisher body. The only one with Fisher no-draft ventilation, with a cushion-balanced engine mounting, with a time-proved six-cylinder power plant, a starterator, an octane selector, and no other full-size car in the world is so economical on gas and oil and upkeep, or so dependable. In view of all these things, do you wonder why every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet? And now, Jack Benny.
Hello, some more. This is your New York correspondent, Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Weekly Watch. The news that brings out all the dirt. Okay, Frank, let's go. Thank you. Chicago, Illinois. World's Fair gets off to a good start with many notables arriving daily to represent their respective countries. Sam Insull will represent Greece. Jimmy Walker will represent France. And Black's orchestra will represent Russia. Scotland sends Harry Lauder, C.O.D.
Jack, another wire just came.
All right, what is it, Mary? Quick.
World Fair, Chicago. Molly and Dietrich just arrived representing Pennsylvania.
Mary, go away, will you, please? Bombay, India. More Gandhi news. Mahatma Gandhi finishes 21-day fast and is now wearing a cigar band. When last seen, he was mistaken for a Panatella. Babylon, Long Island. Man and wife discovered here with 16 children. Stork found dead on stoop. Overworked, you know. Special cable dispatch. Frank Buck and Jimmy Walker will sail for America shortly. Buck will bring them back alive, and Walker will bring them back a wife. Glasgow, Scotland. Harry Lauder also sailing for America. Local citizens give him big blowout by putting tack in his rear tire. Pretty good for Scotland. And now, folks, we have also added a want ad column to our paper as we cannot exist on circulation alone. So take down these addresses if you are interested. Traveling salesman wanted. Must be familiar with traveling, salesmanship, farmers, and farmers' daughters. Address Box 482, this paper. Wanted 30 chorus girls. Apply Minsky Theater, New York. Wanted 3 more chorus girls. Apply to Melton, Black, and Benny. Got you in on this, Frankie. For sale, baby grand piano by lady with electric attachment. Well, girls wanted to knit sweaters for Katz, Broomberg, and Riley. The boys must be cold. Woman 55 will trade a Pekingese dog and a canary for slightly used husband. Realizes mistake. Address RFD 4, Pump Handle, Ohio. Female help wanted. Good secretary. If good looking, don't have to be so good.
Jack, can I read one now?
Go ahead, Mary.
Wanted. Good master of ceremony for Chevrolet program.
Graham, wanted Howard Claney to say something about Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. You'll find that Chevrolet saves you on oil, gas,
Play, Frank. Don't wait for this. Play. Don't wait. Play, Frank. Thank you. That was My Darling from the Vanities, played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our penthouse murder that was started last Friday. You all remember our terrible murder mystery last week? Well, it's terrible this week, too. Who killed Mr. X? You remember, folks? Mr. X was killed in his penthouse a week ago tonight between 8 o'clock and the bathroom. And the only clue found was a hot dog running away from a stand in Coney Island. You may also remember that during the trial we were unable to place the guilt where it belonged. Garbo had to go home, Mae West had a date, and the other prisoners were not interested. So it still remains a horrible unsolved mystery. Who killed Mr. X? I said, who killed Mr. X?
Oh, pardon me.
Yes. Watch those cues. Huh? Now, what could have been the motive for this crime? Let us analyze it. Mr. X was the landlord of 3 apartment houses, so you see he had no enemies. He lost every cent in the market, his wife was pressing him for back alimony, and he had incurable rheumatism, so there was no reason for suicide. Now, what was it?
How old was he, Jack?
95.
Then he did not die of old age.
Neither will you, Mary.
What did he have to suffer the night of the crime?
Liver.
Then it couldn't have been a heart attack.
No, Mary, it couldn't. A pipe was pulled out of his mouth, and he was examined carefully.
What kind of a pipe?
A gas pipe.
Oh, well, a little gas never hurt anyone.
I know. Well, anyway, folks, we've had 2 detectives working on this case. Detective Nelson. Detective Nelson, you've been out on this case a week.
Yes, sir.
What have you found?
I found a place where you can get a sandwich and a glass of beer for a nickel.
Mary, take down the address, but that doesn't help solve the mystery. Detective Claney, what did you find?
I find that every minute of the day someone buys a Chevrolet.
Well, now we're getting someplace. After all, that's what we're here for. Did you find anything else, Claney?
Yes, but the Chevrolet has sufficient no-drop ventilation.
That's great.
Now, all we have to find out is who killed Mr. X.
Jack, why not put it in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, who understands crime?
You're right, Mary. We'll get Sherlock Holmes, the man who sees all, knows all, and plays the fiddle.
Hey, Jack. Jack, wait a minute.
Yes, Jimmy?
I hate to interrupt your mystery, but do you mind if I sing my song now?
Oh, no, pardon me, Jimmy. Go right ahead. What are you going to sing, huh?
Franz Lehar's Serenade.
I know that, Jimmy. I just couldn't pronounce it. Play, Frank, please.
In the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright, and the world at last is fast asleep, every creature goes to rest in his cozy little nest, just his very own, alone to keep. There's a little...
That was The Fastidious Serenade, sung by James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our mystery and take you to the residence of Sherlock Holmes.
A 7:15. Only one more hour until 7:45.
And just an hour ago, it was 6:15.
What a strange world. Answer that, Mary. I'm not in.
Hello? Hello? You want to speak to Sherlock Holmes? Yes, this is Sherlock Holmes. But Sherlock isn't home. He's working on a case right now. Yes, he's on his last bottle.
What is it, Mary?
It's about that penthouse murder of Mr. X. They want you to start working on it at once.
Oh, yes. I was expecting that case. Tell him I'll take it.
Hello? Mr. Holmes just came in and said he'll take the case. Tell Mr. X not to worry. Goodbye.
Mary, call in Dr. Boston. We have work ahead of us.
Mr. Sherlock, I hate to ask you this, but can I draw 5 shillings to payday?
That's elementary, Mary.
I get it, Sherlock.
Sherlock to you. Call Dr. Boston.
Dr. Boston, the boss wants you.
Okay, I'm coming. Well, Sherlock, what's new?
Watson, we have much work ahead of us. By the way, you've been eating herring. Is that right?
Sure. But tell me, Sherlock, how did you know it?
That's elementary, Watson. Besides, I can smell it.
Sherlock, you're a genius.
Watson, you're a lit boss. You know, Watson, you're really supposed to be an Englishman.
Well, I say, Mr. Holmes, I'll try, you know.
I like the other dialect better.
All right. What do you want?
Watson, we have a strange mystery to solve. Mr. X was killed in his penthouse, and we start working on the case today.
All right, but before we start, why don't you eat something? You're always working. Now, I just made some nice homemade soup.
What kind of soup?
I made some chicken, vegetable, and noodle. Which do you want?
Quick, Watson, the noodle. We leave, Watson. We leave for the Empire State Building in 10 minutes. The Empire State Building. Pack your bag and hand me my violin. I've got a lot of thinking to do. I must think.
They laughed when he picked up his violin, but when he started to play, they screamed.
Quiet, Mary. Quiet. I must think. Come, Watson. A thought just struck me. We must get to the Empire State Building in a jiffy.
Why in a jiffy? My Chevrolet will get us there just as sweet.
And what's safer? At times, Watson, you show signs of intelligence. You have just heard what these two famous detectives have said about the Chevrolet. It is quick, safe, and dependable. That's elementary, Claney, and get out of my study. Come, Watson, we must hurry. And by midnight, we will find the murderer of Mr. X.
Sherlock, you're uncanny.
Watson, you're nuts. Come, let us away.
have just heard Playing with the Devil. And now we take you to the lobby of the Empire State Building, where we meet Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Tell me, Sherlock, why did you come here to the Empire State Building? What has this got to do with the murder of Mr. Hex?
Watson, I'm surprised at you. While playing the violin, I made the following deductions. Mr. X was killed by some gorilla here in New York. Do you follow me? A gorilla was seen climbing up the Empire State Building with a girl in the palm of his hand. And is at present on the tower.
How do you know?
I saw the picture. Now, if he could climb up a building the size of the Empire State, why couldn't he have climbed up that penthouse and killed Mr. X?
You mean the gorilla is King Kong?
Of course. Who else is covered with hair like that?
George Bernard Shaw.
Well, he didn't do it. Well, here's the elevator.
What floor, Captain?
We want to go to the tower.
That's the 102nd floor, boss.
Yes, I know that. When will we arrive?
Sunday night, sir. You know, Sherlock, that elevator boy looks very suspicious and very friendly, too.
I think so. What's your name, son?
My name's Jim Milton, sir.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. He's our tenor, Watson. Say, Jimmy, I hate to ask you this, but did you kill Mr. X?
No, sir, Captain. I didn't kill him. I was a lady killer.
Quick, Watson, the needle.
Ow!
And cut out those jokes. Well, we have 2 days in this elevator. 2 days. I must keep my mind occupied. Hand me my saxophone. That was Stormy Weather, brought to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet Motor Company.
102nd floor, all out.
Sunday got here quick. Now be careful, Watson, and very quiet. Very quiet. Please follow me around the edge of the roof. We must use our wits and trap him. This fellow King Kong is the biggest creature you have ever seen. He eats elephants like you eat salami.
With mustard?
That's elementary, Watson. Come, follow me. The drummer just dropped the cymbal. Frank, keep the boys quiet, will you? Just a moment. Watson, don't move.
It's so dark up here. Why didn't we come up here in the daytime?
Quiet. Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I'd sooner be behind you.
Watson, look. Look carefully. Carefully. You see that figure standing there in the doorway?
Yes.
Look. Somebody is handing him some money.
Oh, that's Al Smith. He runs this building and he's collecting the rent. Hello, Al.
You're wrong again, Watson.
What is that, Sherlock?
That's King Kong. He's here, all right. Keep down, Watson. He mustn't see us.
Be careful, Sherlock. I think he sees us.
Grab him, Watson, and don't let him get away.
Thank you. Look, he's got the girl right in the palm of his hand. It looks like Mary Livingstone.
Wait. It is Mary. Mary, what are you doing there with King Kong?
There's something in his eyes that makes me realize he got me in the palm of his hand. The thrill of his caress.
Mary, we must rescue Mary from that roof. I'm not afraid of him. Hey, King Kong. What's the idea of climbing buildings and carrying women with you?
Well, it's always a sport, and I just love the fresh air.
Is that King Kong? I'll get him.
Wait, Watson. It may be a trick. Now, look here, Kong. You've been climbing buildings, dragging people out of their beds and murdering them. Did you climb up to the penthouse on Park Avenue and kill Mr. X?
No.
You lie. You did murder Mr. X. Why, you're big enough to eat him alive.
Well, I did have eggs for breakfast this morning.
Then you admit that you killed him.
No.
Take him away, Watson.
Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry. I can't play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Paul and Harry. Come up again sometime.
Well, it didn't take us long to get him, did it, Watson?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's me, the voice of the shadow.
What do you want?
You think you've got the murderer, eh? Well, King Kong did not kill Mr. X.
Then who did?
Mr. X was killed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this mystery will be continued next Friday night.
But there's no mystery about the Chevrolet motor car. It's the best buy in America today and the nation's choice.
Play, Frank.
Whenever you see or hear the figures 445 FOB Factory, always think, my friends, of Chevrolet, of the new Chevrolet Standard 6, the car that made $445 famous, of the smart, fast-stepping Chevrolet that gave a new meaning to 445 by giving so many wonderful new features for that wonderful low price. A Fisher body, a big, comfortable interior, Fisher no-draft ventilation, safety plate windshield glass, an octane selector, a low-to-the-road chassis that rides smoothly and steadily, and a six-cylinder valve and head engine that's not only one of the snappiest on the road, but listen to this. Some Chevrolet Standard 6 owners report gasoline mileages as high as 26 miles to the gallon, and nearly all of them are getting between 18 and 24, depending on how they drive. So if you have a minimum of money to spend on a new car and want that money to do you the most good, to bring you the most fun and the greatest savings in return, save with a new Chevrolet Standard 6, the big General Motors value that made $445 famous.
Well, folks, this concludes our program for tonight. Be sure and listen in next Friday. Try and figure out for yourself who killed Mr. X.
Mary, hand me my violin. I must sing. Yeah. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WEOF, New York.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal Dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow, mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you The Shadow's latest adventure, The Plot Murder. In just a moment, The Shadow's exciting adventure will begin. Meanwhile, I have something important to tell all you homeowners. During this treacherous winter season, you can protect your family's health by burning blue coal. For blue coal's harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of clean, uniform, healthful heat all winter long. Blue coal saves you money, too, for it burns steadily, completely, down to a fine, powdery ash. So next time you're buying fuel, ask for blue coal by name. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. An important announcement. Just before going on the air with today's adventure of The Shadow, we received a telegram from the American Police Review, presenting The Shadow with a special award. Be sure to hear this official presentation at the close of this program. And now, Blue Coal presents The Shadow in The Plot Murder.
Captain Hines, read the findings of this court-martial.
We find the accused, Lieutenant John Wilson, guilty of treasonable sabotage against the government.
No!
In that he willfully destroyed a secret device known as the flying torpedo, invented by one Georges Archelis and acquired exclusively for use by the government.
Has the prisoner anything to say before sentence is pronounced?
Yes. Yes, but what can he say? He admits he broke the mechanism on the demonstration torpedo.
Quiet, please, Professor Archelis. As the inventor, we understand your concern in this matter. But please don't interrupt. Well, Lieutenant Wilson?
I don't know, sir. I can hear all that's going on, but I went into the...
It's obvious, General Levitt, that Lieutenant Wilson is not mentally accountable.
He was sufficiently accountable to enter the testing shed by virtue of his authority as an Army lieutenant and to tamper with the flying torpedo and render it useless the very day it was to be demonstrated to the government. Read the sentence of the court.
Lieutenant Wilson, this court decides, subject to the approval of the President, that you will be dishonorably discharged from the service of your country and sentenced to imprisonment for the term of...
No!
Look out, he's got a revolver!
Don't shoot!
That's the man, Professor Archelis! He's wounded, Professor Archelis!
Call the doctor. Take Lieutenant Wilson back to his cell.
Cranston, I tell you, John Wilson can't be guilty. He just can't.
Why not, Margot? After all, traitorous Army officers are not unknown to history.
Yes, but the peculiar way John Wilson talked on the stand makes me think there's something strange about the whole thing. He acted, well, almost like a man in a trance. Lamont, just what is this flying torpedo he's supposed to have tampered with?
That's what its name implies, a sort of aerial torpedo filled with high explosive flying under its own power. Once it's launched into the air, instead of flying a predetermined course, its direction can be guided by radio beams from an observation plane flying high above it. Imagine its tremendous effectiveness in warfare, deadly accuracy in hitting even a fast-moving target like a troop train or a supply ship.
Sounds tremendously important. Who invented it?
This man Archelis, who was to demonstrate it last week at the proving grounds before a large delegation from the capital. Besides being members of the War Department, a great many high officials and other branches of the government were to attend the test.
Well?
Since your friend Wilson gained access to the laboratory and put the flying torpedo out of commission, the test has been postponed until tomorrow.
And who is Archelis? Where did he come from?
He's a famous foreign inventor. He's quite a reputation abroad.
Lamont, you don't suppose it's possible Archelis has the boy under some strong mental influence?
Possible.
They've got Wilson temporarily in the city jail. Won't you call on him as the shadow?
Margot, do you honestly think that this case warrants my attention as a shadow?
Lamont, I don't ask many favors, but I have the feeling John Wilson is innocent.
All right, Margot. You're really serious. The shadow will pay a call on John Wilson in the city jail.
Lieutenant Wilson is in that last cell, Professor Arcalis.
Thank you, guard. These spots that General Levitt gave me. Do you take it or do I keep it?
And you better keep it, sir, in case you want to use it again.
Yes, that's right.
You'll have to talk to Wilson through the bars. No one's allowed in his cell.
Thank you. I have no desire to go in. I already have one arm in a sling due to the young man's temper. There's only one or two questions I want to ask him, then I'll leave.
Very well. Who is it?
You! Arcanis! Don't get excited, Lieutenant Wilson. I only came to tell you that you're a much better mechanic than a marksman. Your bullet only injured my arm.
I'm only sorry I didn't
kill me. The only way you can break the spell I have over you, isn't it? To kill me.
Will somebody talk?
Look in my eyes.
No.
Look.
No, I won't.
John Wilson. Look in my eyes.
No.
Look in my eyes, Wilson. That's right. Now repeat after me. I destroyed the torpedo. I destroyed the torpedo. Say it.
I destroyed the torpedo.
Sabotage against my country.
Sabotage against my country.
I am guilty.
I am guilty.
And that is all you remember.
Are you sure that's all he remembers? Professor Arcalis?
Who said that? Guard. You are there?
No, not the guard, Professor. He's waiting at the end of the passage.
You hide somewhere. In the next cell, perhaps?
No, I'm here. In the shadows, Professor Arcalis. Perhaps you've heard of me.
Who are you?
The Shadow.
The Shadow?
Help me. Help me.
I am your friend, John Wilson. Think now. Concentrate. What is it you're trying to remember?
It's that torpedo. Dangerous.
Wilson, keep quiet.
Steady now. Think. Think. You can break through this spell.
I tried to make them understand that.
Stop.
I destroyed the torpedo
I
because...
command you to stop.
John, your friends believe in you. They're trying to help you.
Wilson, what have you committed?
Sabotage against my country. I am guilty. I am guilty.
Oh, Mr. Shadow, whoever you are, you see...
You have a powerful spell over the boy, Professor. But there is a way to break it.
What way, Shadow?
If you don't know, I have no intention of telling you. Yet. Margot Lane. Margot Lane, stand by. Arcalis has put Wilson under some strong mental influence, a sort of hypnotic telepathy. The boy's subconscious is dominated by the thoughts Arcalis plants there. We must weaken Arcalis' hold on Wilson's mind so we can find out if he's guilty or not. Stand ready for another call. Tonight I'm going to pay a surprise visit to Professor Arcalis at his hotel. I have a feeling that if we're not successful in getting Wilson to talk, this country of ours may suffer a terrible disaster.
off. Lock the door. All right. Did anyone follow you here to the hotel?
No one, Professor Achilles.
Good. The test will take place tomorrow?
Yes, at 3 o'clock. The War Department is so convinced your invention will render any nation possessing it invincible that the high command of both the Army and Navy are to be there to witness the test.
The President, too?
Yes. The President and the Vice President expect to attend, together with the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy.
So they've fallen into my trap. They'll be blown off the face of the earth just as I planned. Barloff, be sure you make a final inspection before the torpedo is taken out of the ground. And see that the steering mechanism is set.
I understand. But since I am your chief assistant, they might ask me to go along with them.
No, they won't. I'll fix that. Their bungling army mechanics think they understand the flying torpedo perfectly. So to satisfy their pride, I've let them take complete charge of the demonstration.
Good.
Don't worry, Barloff.
And afterwards?
Afterwards, with the guiding brains of the nation wiped out at a single stroke, the country will be thrown into confusion, disorganized. So we'll have nothing to fear.
I see.
There are only two things that bother me slightly, though. Lieutenant Wilson, for one.
Wilson? Did he really discover the secret trick of the steering mechanism?
Yes, he knows what we intend to do and how we intend to do it.
You should have disposed of him at once.
I thought of that. I was afraid it would arouse suspicion. But I'm keeping Wilson under mental hypnotic control until it's too late for him to stop us.
Would it be better if he were dead?
Perhaps. I can still visit him at the prison.
And what is the other thing that bothers you, Professor?
Only a shadow, Barloff. But I'm not quite sure of the extent of its power.
A shadow?
Don't worry. I think I can take care of it, too.
Listen. What is it?
I thought I heard footsteps outside in the hall. Go and look.
There's no one here. All is empty.
Must be my nerves. I'll be glad when this is all over.
Our escape is taken care of.
Yes, the freighter will be waiting for us at South Pier. But go now, Carl. And success to you.
Good night, Professor.
Good night, Barloff. The shadow. If I can't put my willpower against the shadow, then I deserve to lose. And I've never yet...
Good evening, Professor Archelaus.
You? Shadow, you've come?
Yes, Professor. Why do you hold Lieutenant Wilson in a hypnotic cell, Professor?
I don't know what you're talking about.
We shall see. Now I have something else to tell you.
What?
Wilson knows something about you, Professor. I'm going to find out what it is.
All right, Shadow. You know a little, but you'll never learn more from Wilson. No one can break the spell, not you, nor all your childish magic.
You forget. Greater magic, Archelaus.
What?
Death.
Death?
Yes, it's on the way, Professor. I can promise you this. If any blood is shed, it will be yours, not the shadow's.
The second part of the Shadow's adventure will continue in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's some interesting information. Every day, more and more families throughout this area are saving money on their heating and cooking bills. These families are getting better and more economical heat than ever before with blue coal. Blue coal is anthracite. It is an American product mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company, who are deeply grateful for the purchases of blue coal by families throughout this area. Today, blue coal is the largest selling brand of home fuel in America because it is the only fuel that so satisfactorily combines all of the essentials necessary for perfect heating results. It is superior in quality, cleaner than most fuels, and economical because it burns long and steadily down to a fine powdery ash. Furthermore, there can be no substitution when ordering blue coal because it is the only solid fuel actually trademarked with a blue tint so that you can identify it at a glance. These are a few reasons why in Watertown, New York, blue coal sales this winter show a 29% increase over the same period a year ago. So take a tip from Watertown, New York families. Order blue coal by name. You will find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
But I tell you, General Levitt.
Excuse me, Cranston.
Go right ahead, General.
Hello? General Levitt speaking. Oh, yes. Good morning, Captain Hines. That's fine. You have the flying torpedo loaded and ready for the demonstration? Good. I'll expect a report. Sorry I can't be with you. Good night. Now, Cranston, to get back to this Lieutenant Wilson, I don't see what I can do.
But there may be some desperate plot at the bottom of this. Wilson acts as if he'd been put under some powerful hypnotic spell. He might know something about this flying torpedo that you ought to know.
For heaven's sake, Cranston, I haven't time to listen to any sort of drivel. I know you're a very agreeable young man, and you mean well, but you're letting your imagination run away with you. Now, if you don't mind, I must get ready to leave for the capital.
Very well. Just do me one favor, General Levitt. Might prove something to you.
Well, what is it?
Suggest to Professor Archalis that he be present with the other official visitors at the proving ground. The demonstration starts.
Of course, Professor Archalis will be there. Why shouldn't he be?
That's what I'd like to know. Unless I'm very much mistaken, General, Professor Archalis has made arrangements to be far, far away from the scene of his triumph.
George Cranston, I believe you know something.
Excuse me, sir.
Well?
There are two gentlemen here to see you, sir. Professor Archalis and another man.
Oh, all right. Show them in.
General Levitt will see you, General.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, General Levitt.
That's all right. This is Mr. Cranston, Professor Archalis, and Mr. Barlow.
How do you do? How do you do? If you don't mind, Mr. Cranston, I'd like to speak to General Levitt alone. Not at all. I'm sure you have weighty matters to discuss. Good day, gentlemen.
Thanks, Cranston. Goodbye. Oh, orderly.
Yes, General Levitt.
Is my luggage ready?
Yes, sir.
Fine. Then take the next train. Yeah, there's one leaving in 20 minutes. Can you make it?
Yes, sir, if I go now, sir.
Go ahead, then. I'll close the office. I'll meet you in the capital tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, what brings you here, Professor? Sit down, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, sir. Barlow here has just returned from the proving ground, General. He supervised the loading of the torpedo early this morning.
Everything was all right, I hope?
Perfect. Your Army mechanics seem very proud they're going to handle the torpedo by themselves. Of course, we'll be anxious to know how it comes out.
Oh, aren't you going to be at the demonstration, Professor Archalis?
I'm afraid not, sir. Another engagement, unfortunately, prevents my attendance.
Oh, yes, I see. But I can't understand how anything could be more important to you than seeing your own invention demonstrated before the highest officials of our government.
I admit I'm terribly disappointed, General. However, I've left instructions for a telephone message to be sent to me at my hotel the minute the demonstration is over.
Professor, I'm not sure that this test should be made without your being there.
What do you mean?
Suppose I order you to go.
But no, that's impossible.
Why impossible, Mr. Barlow?
You must excuse Barlow, General Levitt. He's a little excited.
Excited? What about? Look here, Professor Archalis. Why don't you want to go to the proving ground?
Must I repeat my previous statement?
This stalling and hedging is very suspicious. By George, you'll go whether you want to or not.
Don't touch that phone. Barlow, be careful.
You can't give me orders in my own office.
You hit him too hard, Barlow. His head was bleeding. He struck the desk when he fell. Yeah, drag him in his closet by the door. He knows something, Professor. Yes, he suspects something, but how? And we've got to act quickly. I wonder if Lieutenant Wilson has talked. But you said he's still under your hypnotic spell. Perhaps it would be better if Lieutenant Wilson died. Yes. We're going to murder him. No, I merely suggest that he kill himself. So, Barlow, if you'll tie up the general... Professor! Look at him. What? General Levitt is dead. Well, here's General Levitt's office, Margot.
No one seems to be here, Lamont.
Oh, that's odd. General was here less than an hour ago. General! General Levitt.
Look, here on the corner of the desk.
Blood. Word to Commissioner Weston at once. Tell him something's happened to General Levitt.
Yes, anything else?
Yes, tell him to send a squad of men to South Pier. I overheard Professor Archalis and Barlow talking about meeting on a freighter there.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the jail. I'm going to make one more desperate attempt to get John Wilson to talk. We've got to find out what this is all about before it's too late. You want me to wait here at the jail, Professor Archalis? No, go down to South Pier, Barlow. I want to be alone with Lieutenant Wilson. Yes. I'll follow after I've taken care of him. All right. But first, I'll collect the baggage. Remember only this, Lieutenant Wilson. See always my eyes in front of you. Yes, you will forever do what I tell you to.
Stop. Leave me alone.
No, never. Look, Wilson. See what I have? A knife. Here. Take it. Now listen to me. You are disgraced. Your family disgraced. You have nothing more to live for. Say it.
I have nothing more to live for. I have nothing more to live for.
Then draw the knife across your wrists. It's easy.
Stop, John. Don't do it.
Shut him.
He's trying to make me...
Keep away from me, Wilson.
I've got you
Let
by
go
the
of me,
arm.
Wilson.
Careless. Did you feel the knife yourself?
Yes, you cut me, you fool.
Your blood is being shed, Professor. Remember what I told you?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
He's gone, John.
Something's happened to me. I feel that I can talk now.
Then talk. Tell me what you know. Arcalis' spell is weakened.
I can't see you, and I don't know who you are, but you've got to help me. I first suspected Arcalis and his crowd when I saw that the steering mechanism of the flying torpedo had an extra attachment.
An extra attachment?
Yes, you see, the flying torpedo is supposed to be steered by radio beams from an accompanying plane. But this extra attachment I'm talking about would render the radio beams ineffective. In other words, the rudder is set so the torpedo will fly in a complete circle and come back and strike the point from which it was sent, like a boomerang.
If it does that in the demonstrations today, it will wipe out all the important government officials.
Yes, that's their plan. Just as I made the discovery, Arcalis came into the workshop. I accused him, and he put me under this spell. I tried to talk, but I couldn't.
Never mind that. I'll get in touch with Commissioner Weston, have him go to the proving grounds. He can stop the test flight of this flying torpedo if he gets there soon enough.
The idea of having us wait around here at the South Pier. There don't seem to be anything stirring.
Who are the guys we're supposed to pick up?
Two birds with the name of Professor Arcalis and Barloff.
Foreigners, huh?
Yeah.
What are they going to do, make a getaway?
I don't know. Commissioner Weston just said to make sure we got them, that's all.
If it had been that important, don't you think the commissioner would have come down here himself?
Well, he was coming, but he got a last-minute call to go over the place where they're trying out that new flying torpedo.
Oh, yeah, I read about that. All these inventions.
Now, wait a minute. Somebody coming down the dock. Hey, you. Hey, stop where you are, I'll shoot. What's this all about? Nothing. Where are you going? That is my business.
What's your name? Come on, what's your name?
Are you Barloff? What is it to you? Answer me, are you Barloff? Yes. Well, that's all we wanted to know.
Come on.
Where are you taking? I have done nothing. Look out, he's got a gun, Sergeant. What?
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I had to do it.
That's okay. This Arcalis will probably be along in a minute. Put this boy behind those bushes. We don't want Arcalis.
Hey, look out. Here comes another guy down the dock.
All right, quick. Behind this piling here. Come on.
Must be Arcalis.
Yeah, I guess. Professor Arcalis?
Who are you?
The police. We want to ask you what...
Well, you can't get me to talk. You'll never make
Look
me...
out, Sergeant. He's got a gun there. Drop that gun,
You
Arcalis.
can't take me. The police can touch me. You asked for it.
Oh, you nailed him, Sergeant. He get you?
Oh, I'm okay.
Here comes the parole. Must have heard the shot.
Well, they didn't have time. Oh, Commissioner Weston?
Yes, Sergeant. You got our man.
Yep.
Is he dead?
I don't think so, sir.
Well, Arcalis, maybe you'll talk.
Never talk.
Commissioner Weston.
Shadow, what are you doing here?
We can't waste time, Commissioner. Did you stop the test of the flying torpedo?
Yes, but...
Good. Commissioner, you've saved the lives of thousands of spectators. To say nothing of some of our highest government officials.
Then it was you.
Yes. Yes, I had a friend of mine call you. And now, Professor Arcalis, let's have the story. You haven't much time.
I know. I'm dying, Shadow.
It was a plot against our national defense, wasn't it?
It was.
Who employed you to do it?
That I won't tell you.
But Lieutenant Wilson is innocent.
Yes. Wilson is innocent.
Commissioner, you're a witness. Lieutenant Wilson is cleared.
Yes, Shadow.
What about General Levitt?
Barloff killed him.
Where is Barloff?
We got him behind these boxes.
How did you know about General Levitt, Shadow?
We found blood on his desk. But this time the blood is yours, Archelaus.
Yes. Mine.
Well, Shadow, Archelaus is dead.
Yes, Commissioner. You've been instrumental in averting a national calamity. Archelaus is dead. The innocence of Lieutenant Wilson has been proved. And the integrity of the men who protect our liberty is again vindicated.
And now, here is John Buckley, Blue Coal's heating expert, with helpful heating hints for you.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. I've received numerous letters from homeowners asking what they can do to prevent chimney loss, wasted heat that goes up the chimney instead of through the pipes of your heating system. It's really a simple matter to prevent this, and you will save money on your fuel bills, too. The next time you refuel the fire, move the handle of the turn damper, that plate-like damper inside the smoke pipe, 1/16 of an inch toward the closed upright position. Then, if the fire still burns too freely, close the turn damper another 1/16 of an inch. Repeat this operation until you've found the correct adjustment. Once you've found this ideal adjustment of the turn damper, mark the position on the smoke pipe with a piece of chalk or something that can be plainly seen. Then leave the damper set at that mark. Remember, the nearer the turn damper is set to a closed position, the smaller the chimney loss and the greater the volume of useful heat. If you follow suggestions that I give you every Sunday on this program, they should enable you to heat your home with the utmost efficiency and economy. However, if you're experiencing trouble with your heating plant, call your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your home to inspect your furnace. This service is free to all Blue Coal customers. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And here's the official telegram advising of the award the American Police Review has made to the Shadow program. Quote, the American Police Review salutes the producers and sponsors of the Shadow for their contribution to the cause of better law enforcement. 13,000 police executives throughout the United States read the review. So our purpose is to help them find the best tools and methods to combat crime. The editors of the review have turned a critical ear toward the Shadow program for some time and are gratified to note that your presentation of police roles truly reflects the intelligence and character of the high type of police officer now found throughout the land. We therefore take pleasure in presenting to you the American Police Review Certificate of Award for Distinguished Service to the Cause of Better Law Enforcement. Signed, J. Norval Birch, editor of the American Police Review, Chicago, Illinois. And so, on behalf of Blue Coal dealers and of all those who assist in the weekly programs of The Shadow, we tender our thanks and appreciation to editor J. Norval Birch and the American Police Review for their splendid testimonial. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in The Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of The Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn blue coal. the solid fuel for solid comfort. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
Mode, adapted by Betty Davis from the novel by Patricia Moyes. The offices of Style magazine, sometime in the early 1960s.
Oh, Teresa, what's this word?
Bullfightish. Bullfightish colours. Gorgeous in a maid's night out sort of way. Well, that's what the clothes look like. I leave you to translate my basic English into stylese.
Oh, I wish we could print that as it stands, but... Colour scheme of Mantia black and picket all red. Dazzling for the woman who dares.
How clever you are, darling.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I suppose you'll be here all night.
I shall certainly be here all night. I always am when we get out the Paris collection number. Assistant editor, Star Magazine, speaking. Yes, she's here. It's Michael for you.
Oh. Hello, darling. Well, Marjorie's got the art editor with her at the moment.
Miss Masters, can you spare me a 10 minutes?
Oh, with pleasure, Miss Field. I'm summoned to the presence. Right. Here we go. Into battle.
Okay, for Dumpling Debs, but basically old hat. Oh, if only we could say that. Let's see. Classic in the modern manner. That'll do. Oh, damn. I've caught a cold and it's nearly midnight already. Oh, I loathe collection night. The good old shift hacked round the hem with pruning shears. Hello, Ernie. This is Miss Pankhurst. Oh, please come and get my thermos and make me some fresh tea. At once. Oh, I don't care if you are reducing a print. You can spare a minute. Right. Pruning shears. Let's try the slim sheath with the ragamuffin look.
Blow it up. Blow it up enormous and kill the hat picture.
No, I won't have the hat picture killed.
All right. One great hideous hat right across both pages. But give the spread some guts. Crop the picture here.
May I say? I know I'm only a poor bloody photographer, but would you mind telling me what in hell you're proposing to do to that picture?
Only cropping it a bit, darling, to show up the hat.
The point of that photograph is in the line of the dress carried up to and through the hat. If you're going to cut it up into small pieces, I'd rather you took my name off it.
I agree with Michael. Cropping the picture would ruin it.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Why don't we use this picture, uncropped, facing a whole-page hat picture, and kill the Monnier chiffon?
Marjorie, my darling, you're a genius. Donald Mackay.
Yes, Mr. Walsh.
Take all these bloody layouts and burn them, you miserable Scotsman.
That should give us 10 minutes peace. Well, I think I'll go and freshen up in the restroom, Miss Field. I'll be there if anyone wants me. Yes, Miss French. Hope you've sent Ernest home, Michael. Surely all the darkroom stuff is done by now?
He left 10 minutes ago.
Good. Only twice a year, thank heavens. I think I'll lie down. See you in 10 minutes.
I hope to God she's okay. I've never known her show the strain before.
She gets tired like everyone else. She's not superhuman. And she is nearly 60.
I suppose so. No, you'd never believe it.
She depends an awful lot on Helen these days. More's the pity.
Yes, well, if you're using that hat picture big, I'll make another print of it. Give it to me.
1:30 and all's well. More or less. God, I look hideous. What's the taxi situation? No luck so far, I'm afraid. Miss Field's been trying for 20 minutes.
Our managing director's across the road having dinner at the Orangery.
How do you know?
Well, that's his car, isn't it? The dark grey Bentley.
Yes, that is Mr. Goring's car, but I hardly think we can descend on his dinner party to catch a lift. There are rather too many of us. And he has his own guests to look after, no doubt. Oh, Miss Field, any luck?
No, Miss French, I'm so sorry. I've tried 7 different ranks. I could go back to the beginning and try the first one again.
Oh, don't let's mess about. Let's get a hire car. They're all dead.
Shall I do that, Miss French? Oh, good evening, Mr. Goring.
How's it all going?
Oh, very well, Godfrey. We're finished, except for Helen, of course.
Splendid timing on my part.
I've been having dinner across the way, and I saw your lights were still burning. I think champagne will be in order, don't you?
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Godfrey, but
No arguments. You'll all come with me in my car to Brompton Square for a mild celebration, and then Barker will drive each and every one of you home. Now, how many hours are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, of course. You'll come, won't you, Miss Field? Our unsung heroine?
I don't think I should, Mr. Goring. Thank you very much. I ought to be getting home.
Oh.
I came straight here from the Paris plane, and I've still got my suitcase.
Oh, hell, so have Michael and I. I'd forgotten all about them.
I don't think we have room for luggage as well as people. Why don't you leave your cases here and pick them up tomorrow?
Well, Thank you, Godfrey. It's very kind, and I'd love to.
Well, I'm not the man to say no to a party.
Good. Come along then, everybody. You too, Miss Field.
But, Mr. Goring...
No, I insist. I'm sorry about you, Helen. I wish we could send you a bottle over.
That might not be a very good idea. I've got to stay sober.
Helen's tipple is tea on collection nights.
Coming, everyone. Good night, Helen. When's your deadline?
The messenger's calling for a copy at 7.
We're ordering your health, Helen.
You do that. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Helen.
Oh, God. Oh, dear God. I can't stand it. Oh, don't be a fool. There's a job to do. Paris has rags and tatters for spring. Gamines and guttersnipes swagger jauntily through the collection in a riot of gaudy colour.
Morning. Anything wrong?
No, look, I've got to collect some urgent copy and they're all asleep in there. I've got to get in.
Ah, it's okay. I've got a key.
You the doorman?
That's right. Just coming on duty.
Oh, be quick about it, will you?
Ah, don't you worry. Come in the warm. I will soon see what's up. Not like Miss Pratt goes to go to sleep on the job. Not like her at all. Just a minute. You wait out here and I'll have a word with her. You'll get your copy, don't worry. Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, what the hell's all this mess? Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, wake up. Wake. Oh, my God.
What is it? Hey, what's happening?
Quick, get the police. Get a doctor.
Here, where's my envelope?
Well, with your envelope, she's dead.
Cyanide poisoning, sir. No doubt about it.
In the thermos flask. I can smell it from here. Have the photographer and fingerprint chaps got all they want, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Good. There's a bit of a mess in here, isn't it?
Well, looks like a hurricane, is it? I can understand the papers, but all them stockings and panties and whatnot all over the place.
Somebody's been through that suitcase there in a hell of a hurry. Just picked things up, thrown them out higgledy-piggledy. Face powder everywhere. Bottle of perfume broken.
Stinks, don't it? Especially with a fire on.
It's just a bit overpowering, yes. Ink blue roses scattered sparsely over chalk white mousseline de soie give drama to... And it's all.
She stopped for a cup of tea.
Yes. That young man downstairs will have to wait a long time for his coffee. All right, Sergeant, you can have the poor girl taken away, but be very careful nothing else is touched.
Right, sir. Oh, by the way, Miss Marjorie French is here, the editor.
Oh, I'll talk to her straight away. Ask her to come up.
Yes, sir.
This is a terrible thing, Inspector Tibbet. Your sergeant didn't give me many details, but the mere fact that the police are here, I take it that Helen's death wasn't natural.
No. I'm afraid Miss Pankhurst was murdered.
Have you ruled out suicide?
Had she a reason?
I'm not a gossip. The private lives of my staff are not my business, but I have been very worried about Helen lately.
Mm-hmm.
You'll understand, Inspector, that in any organization that employs both men and women, there is the possibility of sentimental attachments.
I see. And Miss Pankhurst?
Helen had been having a somewhat tempestuous love affair with one of our photographers, Michael Healy.
Why should that drive her to suicide?
Well, things had been going wrong. To be direct, Michael is a philanderer and never intended anything serious. Helen is a passionate, intense girl, woman.
How old was she?
34. She'd been going to pieces a bit lately. I think Michael was trying to end it. Actually, between ourselves, I intended to send him to America for a few months. Not that that would have cured the atmosphere in the office.
What do you mean by that?
He's married to my fashion editor, Teresa Masters.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss French. All this is very interesting, but I still think it was murder.
How did she die?
Someone put cyanide in her tea.
But couldn't she have put it in herself?
She could. I don't think she did. There was no note, and it was an extraordinary time and place to choose, right in the middle of a working session. And then her office seems to have been rifled, not only her papers, but her personal possessions.
Personal possessions? Well, what on earth do you mean?
Well, perhaps you'd better have a look next door.
Yes, Inspector, I agree with you. Helen was murdered.
What made you change your mind?
All this, and the fact that she hadn't finished her work. If I'd found a tidy office, all the captions and layouts neatly in their envelopes, and a list of instructions to the printers, I think she'd killed herself.
Yeah. Anything else?
Well, the office wasn't rifled. The state of the papers is quite normal. Helen worked surrounded by chaos and tidied up meticulously afterwards.
What about her suitcase?
It isn't Helen's. It belongs to my secretary, Rachel Field. She flew back from Paris yesterday and came straight from the airport to the office. She must have left her case here because of some idea about the sanctity of my office.
Well, why didn't she take it home with her?
Because of Mr. Goring, our managing director. He looked in and invited us all back to his flat for champagne, but he had no room in his car for luggage, so he suggested it should be left here overnight.
The invitation did not include Miss Pankhurst.
Of course not. She stayed here to work.
So you all went back to Mr. Goring's flat?
Yes. Two other friends of his were there. Nicholas Knight, the dress designer, and Horace Barry, the manufacturer. We had a glass or two of champagne. Then Mr. Goring's chauffeur drove us home.
All of you?
Except for Nicholas Knight and Mr. Barry. Mr. Knight used his own car. Oh, and he gave a lift to Miss Field as he was going in her direction. They left a little before the rest of us. Then the chauffeur dropped Teresa and Michael in Chelsea and took me onto Sloane Street. After that, he took Mr. Patrick Walsh, our art editor, to Islington.
What time?
Just before 3.
Thank you. Did Miss Pankhurst have any relatives? I'd like to know something about her background.
She had no family that I know of. Her parents were dead. I think there's a married sister in Australia. She shared a flat with Alwyn Piper, our features editor. Her background. She's been on our staff 10 years, worked her way up to assistant editor from a secretary's post.
Where would the murderer get cyanide?
Well, there's a supply in the darkroom. It's used for reducing prints.
Doesn't that point to someone who worked in the darkroom?
No. We're all in and out of there all the time, and we all knew about the cyanide.
Isn't it kept locked up?
Normally, yes, but I'm afraid on collection night rules go by the board. Michael was making his own prints, and the store cupboard was open. Incidentally, the cupboard's in the room where the tea's made, and we were all popping in and out of there all evening. Except Miss Field, that is, and Helen herself.
Well, thank you, Miss French. You've been most helpful.
I'll put an office at your disposal, Inspector. I presume you want to interview everyone who was here last night.
Yes. Would you mind checking my list?
Yes, of course.
Yourself, Teresa Masters, Michael Healy, and Patrick Walsh. Oh, and your secretary, Miss Field. Anyone else?
Donald Mackay, Patrick's assistant. He left before the rest of us. And the darkroom boy, Ernest Jenkins. He was here till midnight. Oh, there was Alwyn, too.
Miss Piper? Miss Pankhurst's flatmate?
Yes. She was writing her copy after the theatre.
Do you know what time she left?
I've no idea. I told her to go at 12:30, but heaven knows how long she stayed. That's everybody.
Except Mr. Goring.
Godfrey, but surely
There
you
was
can't...
nothing to stop him going into the dark room before he came to your office.
No, but you can't
Sir,
really...
I forbid you to go in.
Get out of my way, you miserable little man. By God, nobody's going to keep me out of my own office. The chief
Patrick's
inspector's given orders
arrived.
and he's not to be disturbed.
So I hear.
The chief inspector...
I'd better go and investigate.
Who the hell are you?
Chief Inspector Tibbet. I presume you're Patrick Walsh.
You damn well presume right. Now, will you get this fool of yours out of my way and let me into my own office?
No, I won't. There's been a murder.
A murder? Well, why did nobody tell me? Who is it?
Helen Pankhurst. She was poisoned.
Helen? Helen, my darling, my beautiful. It's not true. It's not true.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to make a statement, Mr. Walsh.
Yes, of course.
Now, when did you last see Miss Pankhurst?
I didn't clap eyes on her all evening. Last time I saw her was lunchtime. I took her out for a meal. She needed it. Poor kid.
Why do you say it like that?
I say what I damn well please. And nobody's going to go around slinging mud at the poor girl after she's dead.
Who was slinging mud?
No one, not a living soul.
You liked Helen?
I loved her.
Do you know of anyone who disliked her?
No.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Everybody loved her.
Including Michael Healy and Teresa Masters?
What filthy lying bastards have been saying things? It's not true, do you hear me? Not a bloody word of it.
I have no idea what you're talking
You
about.
know damn well what I'm talking about. I'm not saying another word. You can't make me.
Oh, very well, we'll leave it. About the cyanide, I suppose you know where it's kept.
I know where the dark room store cupboard is.
Oh, will you show me?
All right. This way. This is the store cupboard. Everything's kept here.
Unlocked. Poison? Is it?
Yes?
I'll have to take it for fingerprinting.
Well, since it's empty, I can't see any objection.
Whose luggage is that over there?
Fraser and Michael. I came back from Paris last night, straight after the last collection was shown.
Did you know Miss Pankhurst's thermos flask by sight?
Oh, everybody did. Terrible battered old thing. It's never parted from her on collection nights.
Did you notice it standing around unattended at any time?
Well, it was here by the store cupboard all night. I suppose Ernie made Helen some fresh tea and then forgotten to take it to her. We're all suspect. Any one of us could have slipped cyanide into it. And don't ask me how I know. The poison was in our tea. You as good as told me.
Agreed. Now, tell me about the party at Mr. Goring's last night.
Oh, damn silly business. Sipping genteel champagne with us simpering fools and vulgar bloody upstarts.
Such as?
Oh, Nicholas Knight and Horace Barry. Oh, Godfrey may have to be civil to them in the name of the great god advertising, but I don't see why we...
Just tell me what happened.
Well, we had a glass of champagne and made hideous small talk, avoiding tricky subjects. Then I got fed up and so did Michael. And we began being fairly damn rude to Knight and Barry. Oh, in a subtle way.
Subtle? I see.
Anyway, they soon had enough and went off. They gave Rachel a lift, and the rest of us went to...
Well, what did you mean by tricky subjects?
Nothing that would interest you.
Oh, most things interest me.
Well, I'm damned if I'll tell you, you bloody nosy Parker.
Perhaps we'd better have another talk later on, when you're in a more reasonable frame of mind.
Reasonable? In all this madhouse, I'm the one reasonable
Please
character
go
that...
away.
What?
Please go away. Now.
Right. I damn well will.
We're all strangely disagree.
Darling, I'm sorry, but I'm not really
Like a purple champagne.
Uncle Henry.
What the hell are you doing here, Veronica?
A job, of course. Hey, if you're here, it must be true.
Well, come in here. Miss French has given me an office.
I wouldn't go on with it. Oh, well, you know, so you...
You're the last person I expected to come across.
Why, I do a lot of modelling for style. Is it really true, Uncle Henry? Is she dead?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, look, Veronica, you might be able to help me.
Hmm?
Do you know the people here personally?
Oh, not all of them. I never met Miss Pankhurst. Everyone says she was an awful dragon. I really only know Miss Masters and Michael, of course.
Hmm. Michael Healy, the photographer.
Yes, that's right. We were all in Paris together till yesterday. Oh, and I know Auntie, vaguely, of course.
Who on earth is she?
He. It's Patrick Walsh, the art editor. Everyone calls him Auntie, but not to his face. He roars at people.
I've gathered that. Do you know his assistant, Donald Mackay?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what about... Yes?
Ernest Jenkins is here, the darkroom boy.
Oh, good. Send him straight up. You'd better be off. I'll see you again later on.
Can I go out?
Aren't you working?
Well, only for a bit, I meant. I've got a sitting at 12 for young style, so I have to be back at 11:30 to make up.
You've got quite enough makeup on already.
Oh, all the girls in Paris had dead white faces and sooty eyes and brown lipstick outlined in black.
Repellent.
Marvelous. You wait and see. I think that's Auntie.
I know.
I want to look. Let go of that brute.
Listen to me, you imbecile
I'm
child.
going in, now let go.
What's all this? Come in, Miss...
Piper. Almond Piper.
and Mr. Walsh. What is it now?
I'm trying to save this lunatic girl from making a fool of herself.
The sergeant said for me to come up. Ernest Jenkins.
I know he did. I'm sorry, I'll have to see you later. Wait outside, I call you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Walsh, will you please go away?
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Do you want me to go, too?
Yes, please.
Goodbye.
I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right. Now, you shared a flat with Helen Pankhurst, didn't you?
Yes.
Got on well, the two of you?
Yes. Mostly.
Not all the time?
Not since Michael.
What did you want to tell me? I know about Helen's affair with Michael Healy, you know.
You do? How?
Never mind. What I don't know is whether it has anything to do with the case.
Oh, of course it has. He killed her.
What?
He was ghastly to her, and she was desperate. That's why she killed herself.
She didn't. She was murdered.
But that can't be true. Oh, who on earth would murder Helen?
That's what I want to know. Now, will you please tell me all you know about Helen and Michael Healy?
It started about 6 months ago. She never used to go out in the evenings without telling me where she was going. We'd always been such friends.
When did you first meet him?
Well, that's a funny thing. She'd known Michael and Teresa for ages, long before she knew me. And she used to go out and say she was dining with the Healys, and I believed her, though I felt annoyed they kept asking her out so much and never included me.
Mm-hmm.
And then one night, when she was supposed to be there, I saw Teresa at the theater. Not Michael, just Teresa. So I knew Helen was with Michael alone.
Did you tell her?
No. I just asked after Teresa when she got back, and she said, oh, she's fine. She cooked us a wonderful dinner. So naturally, she said it. I'd never have known she was lying.
Did Mrs. Healy know?
Teresa? Well, sometimes I thought she must know, but they still seemed so friendly. I think that may be why Helen didn't leave a note, so as not to hurt Teresa.
I have a feeling that you started these rumors, Miss Piper.
Well, why shouldn't I? For Helen's own sake. She'd been desperately unhappy. He was getting tired of her, and I still haven't told you the worst.
The worst?
The doctor will find out, of course.
You mean she was pregnant?
Yes.
Does anyone else know?
Yes. Somebody.
Who?
I don't know. She told someone, but she never told me.
And how do you know?
It was yesterday. She was at home in the afternoon because she had to work all night. I went back to change for the theater, and I heard her on the phone.
What was she saying?
I can remember every word. She said, the doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. I wish I were dead.
I see. Any more?
Oh, she must have heard me. She said, I can't talk anymore, and put the phone down.
And then?
I went into the room and asked how she was, and she said fine, apart from a cold, and then she went into the office.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Oh, I came into the office to type something after the theater. I saw her working when I was going on my way to the lift. Or just a glimpse through the office door. I said good night. I didn't like to disturb her.
What time?
After 3, I think. Everyone else had gone.
Well, thank you for telling me all this. You were right to. Later on, I'd like to take a look at your flat, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. If you see the darkroom boy around, will you send him in, please? I've got to talk to him as soon as I can.
Yeah, I made some more tea for Miss Pankhurst. Rang me up and asked she did while I was reducing a print for Mr. Ely.
What time?
About 11:30.
And you took it in?
No, Mr. Ely was mad at me for leaving me work to make it at all.
Reducing a print, eh? What is that?
Making a print lighter.
How do you do that?
You rub the dark part with cyanide.
Yeah. How much was in the bottle when you used it?
Oh, more than half full.
And who has the key for the cyanide cupboard?
Well, last night was collection, see, so Mr. Ely had it. Well, that's to say the cupboards was all open and I took what I wanted.
And Mr. Healy didn't lock them up when he left?
I don't know, he sent me home at midnight.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Ernie. Where'll you be if I want to see you again later?
In the dark room. Worse luck. Cheery, bye.
How well did you know the dead girl, Miss Masters?
Oh, very well. We were very friendly.
Both you and your husband?
Both of us. Especially Michael, of course.
Why, of course.
Inspector, I know that all sorts of silly rumors were going round about Helen and my husband. Some of them may have reached you. Have they? Well, anyway, they're not true. They used to dine together occasionally. Or maybe there was a mild flirtation. But if so, it couldn't have mattered less to any of us. My marriage is perfectly happy. Helen was my friend.
Well, since you knew her so well, can you tell me anything about her other friends?
Well, no. I don't think she had any outside the office. Patrick's adored her for years, of course. And Alwyn had a sort of schoolgirl crush on her.
They were a strangely assorted pair, the sheriff flat.
Oh, that was only because Helen was so good-natured. When Alwyn came to Style a year ago, she had nowhere to live, and Helen put her up. It was only meant to be temporary. But Alwyn begged to stay on, and Helen got rather stuck with the arrangement.
Did you ever think that Helen might have killed herself?
What?
Suicide. Had you thought of suicide?
Frankly, no. But I suppose it is possible.
Why?
Well, people commit suicide for the oddest reasons. If you say she did...
I said nothing of the sort. I asked for your opinion.
But how could I know?
Well, you were such great friends.
She never said anything.
I've been told she seemed unhappy lately.
Well, she seemed tired, perhaps.
You don't think her friendship with your husband went deeper than you realized?
Yes, perhaps it did. But the more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Of course, it wasn't Michael's fault. He probably didn't even guess how she felt about him. But I'm sure that must have been the trouble. Yes, Inspector, I'm sure that's how it happened.
You are?
Yes. Well, now I think of it that way, it all seems to fit.
No, that blasted cheater's no good down there. No point in having a wild animal in the shop unless we can see it. Honey, make the bloody thing get up and prowl towards the camera.
Oh, I don't like to, Mr. Ely.
Go on, Poppet. Walkies.
Yep, that's marvellous. Hold that. Little smile, Veronica. Head to the left. That's it. Wonderful. Yeah. Now kick the beast again.
Oh, I didn't kick him, just sort of prodded gently. Push, push. No, it's no good now. He's gone to sleep.
Oh, never mind. Leave it alone for the moment. At least it's quiet and I've got to reload. Ernie, reload.
Okay.
Ah, there you are, last. For God's sake, do something with this animal of yours.
Of mine?
For the next reel, I want it standing up. Can it rear on its hind legs?
I'm afraid I...
Oh, here she is. Here, I've been looking everywhere. Do you know there's a policeman downstairs? Well, how's my beauty, then? Here, I hope she's been a good girl. She's been a bit fractious lately, constipated. Off her food, you know.
Oh, she's been as good as gold, haven't you, Poppet?
Oh, I wouldn't tickle her ears, miss.
Right, let's get on. Veronica, darling, more to the left a bit. Fine. Now, I want the cheetah up on its hind legs like a heraldic beast, looking out left.
Here, I say, that's asking a bit much.
I always ask a bit much, and I usually get it.
Yeah, well, perhaps if I stood on that ladder holding a bone up...
I don't give a damn what you do, so long as you're not in the picture.
Yeah, well, I've got a bone. Here, no, Beauty, not yet. Here, is this ladder all right?
As safe as houses.
Yeah. This high enough? Quiet, Beauty.
Yeah, that's fine. Take the train of the dress sweeping out of the frame on the right. Yeah, fine, thank you. Splendid. Hold it, everybody.
Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, that's splendid. Lovely. Lovely. Here, we got some winners here. Fine. Right, everyone. 5 minutes break.
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Healing?
If it's about the cheetah, go and talk to Miss Field. She booked it.
No, it isn't. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Oh, good God. About Helen?
Yes.
Look, I can't see you now. I'm in the middle of a sitting.
You've got 5 minutes, and this is urgent. I want to know the truth about your relationship with Miss Pankhurst.
Is this an official interview?
It's official, yes. I'm not taking down what you say, if that's what you mean.
I see. Well, what do you want to know?
I've told you.
I can only say that anything you may have heard was exaggerated. We were good friends, nothing more.
You knew, of course, that she was pregnant.
What did you say?
She was pregnant.
She can't have been.
She was.
God, I suppose it was possible, but I never thought. God, how awful.
I gather she hadn't told you.
No, she hadn't. Poor darling Helen.
You still deny that you were lovers?
Huh? Oh, doesn't seem much point in denying it now, does there?
Good. Now, is it true that recently you had been trying to break off the relationship?
There was nothing to... Well, I mean, she must have taken it more seriously than I did.
It wasn't important in your life?
Well, no.
I gather you went home last night, leaving the poison cupboard unlocked.
Yes, I suppose I did. I still got the key in my pocket, as a matter of fact.
Pretty careless, wasn't it?
No, you don't know what this place is like on collection nights.
Mm-hmm. When did you last see this bottle of cyanide?
I didn't see it, not consciously. I didn't use it myself.
Transferred phone call for Inspector Tibbet. Dr. Broughton.
Oh, thank you. Can I...
Yeah, take it by all means. The phone's in the office on the right. I've got to get back to work anyway.
I really know, Doc.
Oh, why did it bloody well have to rain today? That dress needs open air and a duck pond.
Wait,
Ernie, can you find a young calf and a 5-bar gate?
Hello. That you, Doctor?
Yes, I've got a bit more news for you.
I know you have.
Definitely cyanide and definitely administered in the tea. Time of death between 4 and 5:30 a.m. Body aged about 33.
Don't prolong the agony. I already know.
Know what?
That she was pregnant.
Pregnant? Don't be a damn fool. The woman was a virgin.
It was very kind of you to ask me to lunch, Mr. Goring.
My dear Inspector, pleasure. Not a bad burgundy, is it?
Excellent. You're being very abstemious.
Yes, I usually am, but I trust that won't deter you. Now, you must tell me how I can help you over this shocking business.
Tell me about Helen.
Well, she came to us as a secretary nearly 10 years ago. Marjorie French noticed her and suggested she be promoted to the executive staff. I interviewed Helen and was very impressed. She was an exceptional girl. She became editorial assistant, then sub-editor, and then assistant editor. Had she lived...
Yes, Mr. Goring?
Well, this is very much in confidence, Inspector. But had she lived, she might have become editor when Marjorie retired. As it is, Teresa Masters will get the job.
Is Miss French retiring soon?
Well, again, in confidence, she is a sick woman. Her doctors have ordered her to stop work within the next 2 months. Of course, the question of her successor has been under discussion for some time. You see, I believe in promotion from within. So the choice of her successor lay between Helen and Teresa. Marjorie favored Teresa. I thought she was wrong. From that point of view, Helen's death was a great personal tragedy for me.
I'd been told she was emotionally involved with another member of the staff.
If so, that wasn't my business.
Godfrey, my dear, whatever is all this? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hello, Nicholas.
I've just seen the paper. I'm shattered. Utterly shattered.
Inspector, may I introduce Mr. Knight? Nicholas, this is Chief Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard.
Oh. I'm delighted to meet you.
Mr. Knight is one of our most brilliant young dress designers.
I've heard all about you, Mr. Knight.
About me? Nice things, I hope.
You were at Mr. Goring's house last night, weren't you?
Was I? Yes, of course I was. It's a lovely, lovely party, Godfrey.
Yes.
It's just too terrible to think that I must go. Nose to the grindstone, you know.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Mr. Knight,
Yes?
I'd like to have a chat with you sometime. Perhaps you could come to the style office this afternoon.
No. Come to my salon. I'm terribly busy, you do understand.
Of course. Where?
It's this building, first floor. Anyone will tell you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Godfrey.
Goodbye,
Mr. Knight.
A most talented young man, Inspector. Don't be put off by his somewhat flamboyant manner. People in his business tend to adopt extravagant attitudes. He's a very shrewd businessman, really.
Forgive me, but has he been involved in some sort of scandal lately?
Certainly not.
Oh, well. I must have been confusing him with somebody else. I know very little about the fashion world.
It's a very strange world. Very unusual people, I'm afraid.
Yes?
Hello, darling.
Lorna, what on earth are you doing here?
Well, I had to come. I heard...
This is Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard. Inspector, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Goring?
Better sit down. Have you eaten?
Of course not. Pierre, I'll have some smoked salmon and chicken supreme with some chablis. You know, the one I like. Now, darling, tell me all about it. Who was she? One of the walking sticks?
Lorna.
I always say the style girls look exactly like walking sticks. Straight suits, ramrod backbones, and lacquered hair. I can't tell one from the other.
Helen Pankhurst is dead.
Oh. Is that the dark one with the big nose?
Yes.
But what happened? The papers
Look,
said...
Inspector Tibbet and I have to get back to work now. Are you staying in town tonight?
Well, seems a sensible thing to do.
Very well. I'll see you at home this evening.
Well, I'll come and pick you up at the office.
No, there's a police investigation going on. Don't be an idiot, darling. I'll tell you all about it later. Inspector, you coming?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goring.
Goodbye, Inspector. See you later, darling.
If my wife should come to the office this afternoon, visitors are not allowed, are they?
If your wife wishes to come in, Mr. Goring, I'm sure...
No. I'd rather she was not allowed in.
There you are. I'll tell the sergeant.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you very much, Miss Field. A very clear and concise account, if I may say so.
Thank you, Inspector. Is there anything else?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about your suitcase.
My suitcase? What about it?
You left it in Miss Pankhurst's office, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, what was in it?
Haven't you searched it? Just things from Paris, clothes and so on.
Can you think of any reason why someone should want to ransack your suitcase?
What? What do you mean?
Well, I think you'd better see for yourself.
Is Helen...
No, it's all right. There's nothing there except, well, we'll see. Come in, Miss Field.
Why, my things. How dare he?
He?
Well, must have been a man, mustn't it?
Not necessarily. Now, I want you to check up and see if there's anything missing. Anything at all.
What about fingerprints?
Oh, don't worry, that's already been attended to. You can go ahead.
Everything seems to be here, Inspector. Can I take the case away?
Certainly. Not very secure, is it?
The lock's weak, and I've packed it too full, I'm afraid. It's liable to burst open. I think it'll stay put now.
Miss Field, would anyone else have had an opportunity of putting something into your case in Paris without you knowing?
Oh, yes. On these trips, we use our hotel rooms as offices. Everyone keeps wandering in with queries, especially to my room. And there's one person who was there practically all the time I was packing.
Oh, who?
That model girl, Veronica Spence.
Terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Inspector. I'm desperately busy, as you can see.
I don't suppose you can tell me very much, Mr. Knight, but as an interested outsider, your opinion might be valuable.
Anything I can do.
Yes. Did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, hardly at all. I know the fashion staff of Style intimately, of course, Teresa and the others, but Helen's was an office job.
I'm trying to get at a true picture of the relationships between the people involved.
What do you mean?
Miss Pankhurst's relationships with her colleagues.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you all I can. Of course, you realize the fashion world is a curious one.
So everyone keeps on telling me.
Well, it isn't that people aren't what they seem exactly. It's more that they exaggerate what they are to the point of absurdity.
I had noticed.
Well, I mean, take Patrick, for instance. He's an utter fraud. He's just an ordinary pig-headed Irishman. But he's been forced to turn himself into a character. And take Teresa and Michael. What sort of marriage is that?
Well, What sort is it?
A farce. Teresa has the money, of course, but she's solid boned from the neck up. Michael's always had all sorts of other interests.
What do you mean?
Oh, this and that. One hears rumours.
What rumours?
Well, it was all pretty vague. He has nothing in common with Teresa, never had.
I see. Tell me about the party.
Party? What party?
I understand Mr. Goring asked a number of people back for a drink last night.
Oh, that. Yes, he did. I've been working late up here, and about midnight I went down to the pub underneath for a nightcap.
By the pub underneath, you mean the Orangery?
Yes. It's useful if one lives here.
Pretty pricey pub. Anyway, at the Orangery, you met Mr. Goring.
Well, he just finished dinner with Horace Barry. Both in crashingly good form, I regret to say.
What does that mean?
Oh, Godfrey was doing his hearty one of the boys act. Must be hell on tonic water. I imagine they just clinched a business deal. I was utterly exhausted. I couldn't stand it.
Then why did you accept Mr. Goring's invitation?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't do for me to be bad friends with Style. You do see that, don't you?
Yes, I see it. So you and Mr. Barry drove onto Brompton Square while Mr. Goring picked the others up. Was Mrs. Goring there?
Lorna? No. She was at their place in the country. There's another clever fellow who married money.
Indeed?
Yes. She was Lorna Vincent. You know, the actress.
Ah, I thought I knew her face. She's a very beautiful woman.
Her clothes are hell, though, aren't they?
Tell me, did any of the Style people strike you as being upset or nervous?
Well, Patrick was as rude as ever, thoroughly offensive. Teresa was a bit quiet, and poor Marjorie looked positively ill, I thought.
What about Miss Field?
Who's she?
Miss French's secretary. You gave her a lift home.
Oh, the Siren of Surbiton. What about her?
Well, did she seem to be just as usual?
She could hardly have been more usual, poor dear. I don't really know. I never met her before.
So, you dropped Miss Field and Mr. Barry and then came back here. Did you notice any comings or goings when you got back? Huh? Anything out of the way happening opposite?
Well, there was a girl coming out of the Style offices in a terrible orange dress and a white stole. Odd-looking creature in spectacles.
Oh, that'd be Miss Piper, huh? The features editor. Anyone else?
Well, I caught a glimpse of Helen through the window, typing away.
I see. Well, thank you very much. Can you tell me where I could contact Mr. Barry? You know him well, I believe.
I work for him.
Oh, and I thought... you design on a pretty high level.
And he makes mass-produced clothes to sell in Wigan. Oh, you don't understand, Inspector. That's where the money is these days, in the mass market. 5,000 dresses at 10 guineas are worth more than one dress at 100 guineas. The point of my salon is simply to get my name known.
I see.
No, I was lucky. A friend produced enough money for me to start up here. I really knew I'd arrive when Barry asked me to design his wholesale collection. You see, I have, a flair, if you like, for translating Paris designs for my customers. Barry himself's vulgar and boring, but he knows the business.
Where do I find him?
286 Pope Street.
Were you in Paris last week, by the way?
Certainly not. I never go to Paris. Everyone knows I was here the entire week.
There's no need to get so excited. You said you translated some of the designs, so...
I have an eye. I look at the photographs and I can see the cut. I can see the seaming. I don't need a toile.
Toile? What's a toile?
It's the model made and cut exactly as the original, but in cheap cotton.
Oh.
Manufacturers buy them in Paris, and very dear they are, too.
So you make Paris copies without buying toiles?
Well, there's no law against it. I worked from photographs.
That must save you a lot of money. Well, thank you, Mr. Knight. This has been most interesting.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Thank you, Miss Piper. I hope this isn't too inconvenient.
I have to leave at 2, I'm afraid. I've got to change for the theatre, but you said only half an hour.
Yes, that's right. Which was Miss Pankhurst's room?
In here.
I see. Very austere.
Oh, Helen hated fuss.
Oh, what's this letter?
What? Oh, she must have left it in the middle. It's funny, I don't remember noticing it before.
I think I've got hold of the right stuff at last. It's not quite the same as one finds in Paris, but I've asked Teresa to bring me back a sample so that we can compare them. I've practically made up my mind about the blue jersey dress. Well, nothing very personal here.
Helen lived for her work. Till Michael.
So it seems. Well, I'll keep this. I haven't got a sample of Miss Pankhurst's handwriting. Did she receive many letters?
I don't know.
But surely...
Well, Helen always got up first in the morning. Well, it was a routine that she collected the post and read her letters in the kitchen while coffee was brewing, and anything that didn't need answering she put in the incinerator straight away. What's that?
A ticket. The return half of a rail ticket, tucked in the blotter. The 17th of last month. Now, that was Saturday. I wonder, did Helen have a doctor in Hindhurst?
No, she had the same doctor as me. Dr. Markham in Onslow Street. The 17th. Well, I can't remember the 17th, but I may have gone home for the weekend. I often do. Look, Inspector, is it all right for me to pack up Helen's clothes and so forth after you've been through them? They're like ghosts.
Yes, I understand. I see no objection.
Good. Well, forgive me if I leave you to look around on your own now. I must change.
Please, Chief Inspector, please sit down. You come about the murder at Style, no?
Yes, Mr. Barry. I'm sorry to have to trouble you.
Oh, no trouble, Inspector. No trouble in the smallest.
Oh, obviously you've heard what happened.
Well, I've read the papers.
Miss Pankhurst was poisoned. Well, I've come to see you because you dined with Mr. Goring on Tuesday evening and went to his house afterwards. I thought you might be able to give me your impression of the people who were there. You know the staff at Style fairly well, I presume?
Oh, some of them. Miss French, great lady, great power. She does me honor to come twice a year to my big collections. Miss Masters, too. She knows fashion, but not always do we agree. Your taste is for the readers of Style, I tell her. Very good. But me, I have to sell also to those whose taste is otherwise. But wait till she sees my new Nicholas Knight range. Oh.
This party on Tuesday night, you all went back with Mr. Goring. What happened then?
Well, now, let me see. There was a lady there I'd not met before, a Miss Field. I felt sorry for her because she's, how you say, out of her ambience. So I speak to her about cats, of which we are both very fond.
I see. You enjoyed the party?
No, I did not. Such rudeness. Patrick Walsh and Michael Healy. That young man should keep to his camera. With it, he's a genius, but does that give him the right to insult me?
Did anyone mention Miss Pankhurst?
I don't remember. We didn't stay very long.
Why?
Because Walsh and Healy, they call me vulgar. I put good money in their pockets. What for they complain? So, I go and speak of cats to poor little Miss Field.
You left early, I gather.
I did. I was happy when Nicholas suggested and Miss Field. When she go and collect her things, this man Walsh come up and insult Nicholas.
How did he insult him?
He say, you think you get the support of Style, you little... He used a very bad word, Inspector.
Yes. Then what?
He say, I can tell you, some of us don't like what you do. Me and Helen, we know about you, and we're after you, you and your friend.
What was Knight's reaction?
Well, poor boy, he was without words. Such untruth. Then Miss Field come back, and we go.
I see. How well do you know Mr. Goring?
For business. We respect each other.
Do you know his wife?
The beautiful Lorna. Yeah, I meet her when I spend the weekend at their country house.
At Hindhurst?
Hindhurst? I don't know. It's at Virginia Water.
Oh, stupid of me. Yes, I was mixing him up with someone else. Mrs. Goring is a very striking woman, isn't she?
She's a spitfire. Oh, she leads him a dance, but he's crazy for her and he's happy. Perhaps it's good for a man who's a god in his business to be only a puppy dog in his home.
Inspector Tibbet.
Please come in. Is this an official visit or a friendly call?
Oh, both, I hope, Mrs. Goring.
Mind your head on that beam. Tired, Poopsie, you lazy bitch. Sit down and have a drink. What would you like? Oh, just shut the dogs off. They're used to it.
Tea, if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all. I'll get it.
Could you leave it a little while? I'd like to talk to you for a moment or two first.
Of course. I'm tremendously pleased to see you, Inspector, but I don't see how I can possibly help you. I haven't been to London for months. Well, except yesterday, of course, when I met you.
I envy you. It must be pleasant for your husband, too, to get away from town.
Oh, Godfrey hates the country. He lives in the London flat and only comes down at weekends. His work keeps him in town, of course.
A lot of people commute every day from here, don't they?
Oh, Godfrey doesn't.
Mrs. Goring, how well did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, I don't know any of them except to look at. Godfrey doesn't approve of wives who butt into their husbands' business lives, and neither do I.
Isn't it lonely for you here?
Oh, I've got my Mrs. Adams. She cleans every morning, and the dogs.
And neighbors?
Oh, awful people, rich and respectable. However, they have their uses. I was at a ghastly bridge party on Tuesday, so I've got an alibi.
Where?
At the Petersons. They're about 3 miles away. Here's the address.
Thank you. Do you know Hindhurst at all, Mrs. Goring?
No, it's the other end of the county. Why do you ask that?
I thought you might be able to help me. It seems Miss Pankhurst may have consulted a doctor there. And as it's in Surrey, I thought perhaps it was someone you and your husband recommended to her.
No, I'm afraid not. Our doctor's in Harley Street. Was Helen ill?
Apparently not, which makes it interesting. Oh, well, it's only a vague hope. I'd love that cup of tea.
You haven't asked me much.
I've asked all I want to, and you've been very helpful.
Goodness, I've told you nothing.
Exactly. You hardly knew Helen, and you haven't been to London in months, so there's nothing more to be said.
I suppose not. By the way, if you do locate that doctor...
Yeah?
I've a friend who just moved to Hindhurst. Funnily enough, she rang me only last week to ask if I knew a good family doctor in that part of the world. So perhaps, if you find him... I mean, if Helen went to him, he must be reliable.
Certainly. I'll tell your husband.
Oh, no. He'll never remember. Ring me. I'm in the book.
Very well. I'll do that.
Thank you. Now, I'll get that tea.
Oh, come in then, me boy. Come on in.
It was good of you to see me at this hour of the night, Mr. Walsh.
You didn't give me much choice. Well, come on, in here. This is my studio. It's everything, in fact. Not much more to the flat. Well, sit down if you can find a chair.
Well, this is a beautiful room.
It's a workroom. Have a drink.
Thank you. I will.
Can't offer you a choice. You can have Irish whiskey and like it. Oh. Here you are.
Thank you.
Well.
Helen telephoned you the night before she died, didn't she?
What if she did? Any law against it?
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, you didn't ask.
What did she say?
Nothing much, just a friendly call.
Just listen to this. The doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. You know that. I honestly wish I were dead.
Damn fool, Alwyn.
Miss Piper told me what she'd overheard. Very properly.
I don't suppose that one's ever done anything that wasn't very proper. That's her trouble.
I think she told me the truth. Did she?
I don't believe Helen was murdered. I think the darling girl took her own life because she had troubles. Now, if that's so, there's no point in telling you what those troubles were. Now, if she was murdered, they had nothing to do with it. You should look in other directions.
Such as?
Oh, that's your job.
Mr. Walsh, can't you understand that I'm trying to get at the truth? So long as you go on making such a mystery of Helen's private life, I have to investigate it, in case it has a bearing on her death. If it hasn't, anything you tell me will go no further.
If only I could believe you.
You must believe me.
All right. I'll tell you all I know. It's precious little.
Well, it may be what we need.
Helen was in love.
With whom?
Oh, she never told me, and I didn't ask. She simply told me the situation, and a hell of a situation it was. The man had a wife he was tied to, not only by loyalty, but for social and business reasons. He told Helen that when he was in a position to, he'd get a divorce. God knows when that would be. Meanwhile, they kept it quiet.
I see. Not very pleasant for Helen.
Well, that's not all. A few months ago, she got very worried about the man's health. She was a doctor's daughter and knew a bit about such things. So she persuaded him to come with her to a doctor for a checkup.
Did his wife know?
Oh, no. Helen told the doctor the man, well, let's call him X, was our husband. He agreed privately he'd let her know the results of the tests and keep any really bad news from X.
Mm-hmm. And the results came through the day she died?
Yes, incurable cancer. He has a year to live. I presume he still doesn't know.
I see. And when she rang you...
Well, she was in despair. There was only a year left, and she wanted to spend it with him. But he would never leave his wife unless he knew the truth. And Helen was determined to spare him that.
Hmm. Do you really not know who he is?
I don't.
Why didn't you want me to find out about Helen and Michael Healy?
You're trying to trap me.
No, I'm asking a question. Everybody else rushed to tell me about Helen and Michael. Everyone except you.
That blasted Alwyn.
Not only Alwyn, Miss French, Mr. Goring, and even Miss Masters. And Michael Healy didn't deny it.
Oh, well. Now she's dead.
Is the man Michael Healy?
Well, she never told me. Oh, I know there was talk. It may have been right or it may have been wrong.
One other little point. You have a key to the Style building, haven't you?
Yeah, what of it?
Nothing, I just wanted to check. Do you often work late?
Not me. I'm too smart and too old. I have me work, you see. Do you imagine I enjoy doing layouts for a fashion magazine when I ought to be painting?
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Yes, you're right, of course. I love it or I wouldn't do it. But it's not me real work. Oh, no. I'm a prostitute. That's what it comes to. A poor, bloody tart plying me trade in Earl Street. The only consolation is that the prices are high.
I'm sure they are. Are you married yourself, Mr. Walsh?
Certainly not.
Have you ever been? I can look it up, you know, at Somerset House.
Now, you wouldn't want to make trouble for an innocent man that might have been foolish in his youth.
Well, that depends on whether it has any bearing on the case.
None in the world.
Well, come on, tell me.
I was 21, she was 19. I was an art student, and she was reading for a degree in literature. We ran away and got married. We hadn't 2 pennies to rub together. Oh, the first year was fine. Then there was trouble. She was as ambitious as the devil. Wanted a great career for herself and me. I wanted to live in a garret and paint. Her rows got worse, and after 3 years, she up and left me. It was very long ago.
Did you get a divorce?
Of course not. We're both Catholics.
And when did you meet her again?
What the hell are you getting?
If you'd really lost touch, you'd have made no bones about telling me about the marriage. I think your wife is Marjorie French, the distinguished editor of Style.
For God's sake, keep it quiet.
Why?
You wouldn't understand.
Mr. Walsh, how long has your wife been at Style?
35 years.
And you?
3 years.
She got you the job.
Look, if you think Marjorie would employ anyone unless you consider them right person for the job, you're making
and
a...
what did you do in those other 32 years?
Paint it.
Successfully?
No.
You must have been very glad of the job.
Get out. Get out and stay out. And keep your bloody mouth shut or I'll break your neck.
I'm afraid it's my job to be inquisitive. I don't enjoy it, and I am discreet. Thanks for the whiskey. I'll let myself out.
You wanted to see me, Inspector?
Yes, Miss French. I want your help again.
Anything I can do?
I've been told, until I'm tired of hearing it, that Helen was having an affair with Michael Healy. You were the first person to draw my attention to it.
Yes.
Why?
Because I thought it would help you in your inquiries. That's the right phrase, isn't it?
I don't think you told me the truth.
But why on earth should I lie?
I didn't mean that you lied. You kept something back. You didn't tell me that Michael Healy is dying.
What? I have no idea where you got hold of that story, Inspector. It's absolute nonsense.
Helen told Mr. Walsh about this the night before she died.
She told Patrick. What did she tell Patrick?
That the man she loved was dying of cancer. And he didn't know, and neither did his wife.
No.
Miss French, you all right? I'll get you some water.
Yes, please. Some water. Thank you. I'm afraid I get these silly fainting fits occasionally. It's nothing to worry about. To go back to what we were saying.
Yes?
This story is nonsense. Please don't spread it. Patrick is a wild Irishman, and he loves to spin a tale. I know him very well.
You should. 32 years is a long time.
Oh, you know about that. I do hope you'll be discreet, Inspector.
I'm always as discreet as I can be. Why do you want it kept secret?
Mr. Goring is against employing husbands and wives. It's company policy.
What about...
Teresa and Michael, that's a very special case. Godfrey isn't really happy about it. I had to fight hard to get Michael. So, when I met Patrick again, I knew that although he was just the person for art editor, I could never go to Mr. Goring and propose my husband for the job. So we agreed to let the past remain dead for the time being.
For the time being? What do you mean?
I'm very fond of Patrick. This is a great secret, Inspector, but when I retire, Patrick and I are going to live together again. As far as the outside world's concerned, we'll get married. They need never know we've been married all along.
I see. I take it Mr. Walsh is enthusiastic about the idea, too.
Of course.
But, Nicholas, I am always frank with you. So why are you not frank with me?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. You've been listening to gossip. Well, even Godfrey's been hinting.
Gossip? Hinting? No. I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Who talked to you? Who told you those wicked lies?
Nobody tell me. Read this.
Well, that's an American magazine. Nothing to do with London.
Now, you just listen to this, my friend. Are Paris designs being pirated? That is the big question raised by persistent rumors that some wholesalers produce accurate copies of Paris models without having bought the toile and before the official release date for photographs.
Here, let me see. Yes, but they say it's impossible, so why worry?
Because I know it is not impossible.
What do you mean? Do you mean I've been pirating...
Not so loud, not so loud. That detective over there must not hear you.
No. No, he mustn't. Not that I've got anything to hide.
Hello, Uncle Henry. Oh, sorry I'm late. I've been sleuthing for you. Oh, I've had such a hell of a morning with that awful little creature, Nicholas.
Veronica.
There's something fishy going on, and I'm going to find out what.
Veronica, for God's sake, keep your voice down. Nicholas Knight is sitting over there.
Is he? Where? Oh, yes, I see.
Order your lunch. Eat it. Shut up.
Well, it's all right. They're going. Now, what I wanted to say was...
Look, Veronica, I want you to stay out of this. I found out things that make it, well, obvious that it's dangerous.
Ooh.
I'm asking you to stop this ridiculous amateur detection, and I'd prefer it if you had nothing to do with Nicholas Knight's show.
Oh, but all the clothes have been fitted on me now. I couldn't let him down. It wouldn't be professional.
Well, all right. It'll have as little to do with all these people as possible. Do you know that Rachel Field thinks that you got at her suitcase in Paris?
Me? Oh, how ridiculous.
Did someone ask you to slip anything into her case? Anything, however innocent?
No, I never went near the wretched case.
Could anyone else have got at it?
Oh, I don't think so. I was in her room all the time she was packing. Honestly, I wouldn't have dared touch anything. She's so fussy. Everything all neatly done up in tissue paper. I just fling things in.
And whoever searched the case must have drawn a blank. Well, what is all this nonsense about finding out something important?
Oh, nothing. Very vague. Anyhow, you said not to talk about it here.
Yeah. Well, come and see your aunt and me tomorrow. Come and have lunch and we'll talk it over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Henry, I can't. I'm going to stay with the Blakes for the weekend. You know, Nancy's parents, the girl I share the flat with.
Oh. Well, come around for a drink tonight.
Oh, I can't. I'm going to the pictures with Donald Mackay. Oh, I do hope they've got steak and kidney pie here. I adore steak and kidney pie, and I'm ravenous.
Great tragedy. Great tragedy, Inspector. Such a charming woman, and so young.
Yes, indeed. She seems to have been a brilliant girl, too.
But which of us can blame her? If she saw fit to take her own life...
What makes you say that, Dr. Markham?
Well, Inspector, I presume the post-mortem revealed her state of health.
You were her doctor. That's why I'm here. What was her state of health?
I imagine she was suffering from cancer.
You imagine?
Well, I'd better explain. Miss Pankhurst very seldom came to me for treatment, but I saw her 2 months ago. She wouldn't let me examine her. She was very distressed. She asked me for the name of the best cancer specialist in London.
For herself?
Well, she maintained it was for a friend. That's a very usual deception. All I could do was give her the name and let her go.
What specialist did you send her to?
Well, I'm not sure whether I should tell you, but in the circumstances, I suppose... Yes, Sir James Braithwaite of Wimpole Street.
My dear Inspector, what can I do for you? I trust your visit has no sinister significance?
Sir James, have you read in the press about the death of Miss Helen Pankhurst?
I'm afraid I limit my reading to the international situation in the book reviews. Miss Pankhurst? Who was she?
The assistant editor of Style. Was she ever a patient of yours?
I think not, but we can check with the card index. No. No, I've never had a patient of that name.
She may have used an assumed name. This is a photograph. You recognize her?
Yes.
Who was she?
Mrs. Charles Dodgson. She was not my patient. Her husband was, and still is.
Oh. What was your diagnosis of his condition?
Well, really, Inspector, I hardly think that...
I'd better tell you that this is a murder investigation.
Murder? Oh, I thought you meant... No, that would have been out of character. She was a very brave woman.
Please, tell me your diagnosis.
Inoperable cancer. He had a year to live.
Did you tell him?
No. His wife particularly asked me to keep it from him. Let's see. Oh, of course, how stupid of me. His card isn't here. Mrs. Dodgson, when she telephoned, emphasized that her husband was only free to see me at weekends. She told me they could easily arrange to spend the weekend near my country house.
Where is it?
Just outside Hindhurst.
I see. And what did you tell Mr. Dodgson?
Well, I was pretty sure of my diagnosis from the beginning, but he came for an X-ray a fortnight later. I told him he probably had a stomach ulcer, and he went away quite happy.
And Tuesday of this week, the X-ray results came through?
Monday evening, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, you telephoned Mrs. Dodgson?
No, she rang me. She asked me not to telephone.
What reason did she give?
Well, in cases like this, there's always the danger of the wrong person answering the telephone. I asked her to come and see me. She did so on the Tuesday, and I told her the facts. She behaved splendidly. Inspector, am I to understand that she was not, in fact, Mrs. Dodgson?
You are.
Well, then forgive me, but I'm concerned for my patient. Who will look after him?
He has a wife. Whether she will be as brave and sensible as Miss Pankhurst, I can't say. In due course, I'll send her to see you.
Good morning, Inspector. You're starting early for a Monday morning.
Miss Masters, I have a favor to ask. Could you get me a ticket for Nicholas Knight's show tomorrow?
Yes, of course I can, but...
Good. Can you also tell me the release date for this season's Paris photographs?
27th of February. Hello? No, Nicholas, I've told you before, I haven't the slightest idea where she is. She should have been here at 10, and she simply didn't turn up. I've telephoned her at home, and Nancy didn't know either. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Right. Bye. One of our models has let us down.
Oh? Which one?
That wretched new girl, Veronica Spence.
Did you say her flatmate didn't know where she was?
No. Nancy hadn't a clue. She said Veronica had been staying with friends for the weekend. Inspector, what's the matter?
You don't know, of course. Veronica's my niece.
Oh, good heavens. Ghastly. Well, I do apologize.
Nancy doesn't know. She told me she was spending the weekend with Nancy.
But then where is she?
I'd very much like to know. I think I'd better have a word with Donald Mackay. Where is she? Where's Veronica?
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Where is she?
Oh, isn't she home?
She's missing. When did you last see her?
Last Wednesday evening.
You're lying. She told me herself she was going out with you on Friday evening.
Well, we did have a date, but I had to cancel it. My mother was taken ill, and I had to leave early and go down to the country. She's better now. My mother, I mean.
Did Veronica tell you what she was doing at the weekend?
No, I didn't see her. I just telephoned to cancel the date.
Hello? Oh, yes, Nancy. What? Why did you say you didn't know? I see. Where is she now? Thank you, Nancy. Huh? What time is it handed in? Right. Hop in a taxi and bring that telegram straight round. Nancy Blake had second thoughts and decided to tell me the truth. Or what she imagined to be the truth.
Yes?
She said Veronica was at the White Hart in Porchester with you.
What? But, well, you can see for yourself she isn't.
Nancy said you'd arranged to go away together, and you called it off on Friday because your mother was ill.
Well, yes. I didn't think I need tell you that, because...
No. I shall have plenty to say to you later on, young man.
But it wasn't...
Now, for the moment, I want to ask you one thing. Did you send Veronica a wire saying that your mother was better and asking her to meet you at Waterloo 11 o'clock Saturday?
No, of course I didn't.
I was afraid not. Somebody did. And she went to Waterloo.
Oh, God, no.
Who else knew your mother was ill?
Well, everyone in the office.
And how many people knew about the weekend jaunt?
Most people, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Well, you know Veronica. She chatted about it a bit.
Oh, so everyone in the place except me knew that you and Veronica were off for what in my day used to be called a dirty weekend.
If you don't mind my saying so, sir, you're terribly old-fashioned.
That aspect of it can wait. The point is that you didn't go away together. So, Veronica was deliberately lured to Waterloo by a fake telegram from someone who knew all about your plans. Well, you can go now, but don't leave the building. I'll need you again. When all this panic started, I was having a talk to Miss Masters, and I want to finish it.
Well, Inspector, I fixed up the ticket for Nicholas's show. What else can I do for you?
Miss Masters, what happened to the small parcel Helen asked you to bring back from Paris?
Oh, good heavens, I've forgotten all about it. That shows how vague I am. You know what it was?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot. But it isn't important, is it? Silly little thing like that.
I think it cost Helen her life.
What?
Where is it now?
In my case, no.
No?
Now you mention it, it wasn't there when I unpacked. How weird.
Somebody took it.
Oh, surely not.
Was your case locked?
No.
And it was in the darkroom all night?
Yes. But you mean someone
Not stole, exactly. Someone was Helen.
Then where is it now?
My guess is it doesn't exist any longer.
I don't think I left it behind. I know who might remember.
Who?
Veronica. I was so rushed on the last day that she went out and bought the stuff for me. Perhaps she has it still.
Perhaps. But I hope to God you're wrong.
I read all about it in the paper, Inspector, so I thought I must come and see you.
You're sure it was this girl you saw?
Yes, I noticed her because she was so pretty, even with that funny-coloured lipstick.
In the ladies' cloakroom at Waterloo, just after 11 on Saturday morning.
Yes, I know the time because I had to catch the 11:12.
Yeah. And what was the last you saw of her?
Well, we went into adjoining conveniences. When I came out, she was still in there.
Anything else?
Well, she looked very happy. I said to myself, that girl's going to meet some young man. I do hope you find her, Inspector. Such a lovely girl.
Is it the pretty one in the red coat you'll be meaning?
Yes, Mrs. O'Reilly. Yes, that's her. The ticket collector is sure that she never got on the Porchester train. When did she come in?
Oh, don't ask me. Middle of the morning, that's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
I took her penny and showed her in. She had a suitcase with her. She was as pretty as a picture. That'll be some model or film star, I thought.
Did you see her leave?
No, it's funny, but I didn't. Of course, it's a busy time Saturday with all the ladies tired from shopping. She must have slipped out while I was attending to some other lady.
Yes. Yes, I suppose she must have.
Inspector Tibbet, there's an urgent message for you. Could you get back to the yard right away?
What's it in aid of, Sergeant?
Well, it seems that it's about this case. A young girl who's disappeared. There's some news.
What sort of news?
I don't know, sir. They wouldn't say on the phone.
Gee. Well, thank you, Mrs. O'Reilly.
Oh, you're welcome.
If you remember anything else, please get in touch with me.
I will.
All rather macabre, isn't it? Not a very happy send-off for Nicholas's show.
What isn't?
Oh, I didn't see you. I just meant all this tragedy of Helen.
Oh, Helen. Is there any news of that missing model girl?
Not as far as we know.
Oh, a terrible nuisance. I've had to reorganize my show entirely, but entirely.
Well, if there is any news, we'll soon hear it. The inspector's coming over.
What? What's he doing here?
Didn't I tell you? He asked for a ticket.
Maybe he's developing an interest in haute couture. Good afternoon, Inspector.
Good afternoon. Look, this seems an odd time and place to choose, but I feel it's only fair to tell you all before the official announcement, as you are all involved in a way.
Is it bad news?
Yes.
Veronica?
Yes. She was found under a haystack near Hoxton in Essex. She'd been strangled.
Oh, my God.
Essex. Whatever was she doing there?
The spot she was found was only a few miles from the home of Donald Mackay's parents.
Donald?
Yes.
Didn't turn up at the office this morning. My God, a murdered little bastard.
Have you got him?
Not yet. He's disappeared.
And are we to assume he also killed Helen?
That would seem the inevitable conclusion, Mr. Healy.
But why?
I can't go into all that now. It'll come out at the trial.
Inspector, I think we should ask Mr. Knight to cancel his show.
Oh, no, Miss French. No, that would be grossly unfair, and Veronica certainly wouldn't have wanted it. Please, Mr. Knight, carry on as if this hadn't happened.
Number 74. Forget-me-not.
Well, what do you think of the show, Inspector?
Well, I know nothing about it, of course, but I was impressed on the whole. He's a clever young man.
Very. We're nearly at the end. Just one more model.
Another evening dress?
It'll be a wedding dress, I think.
Number 75. Sweet Mystery.
Oh, you are right. Now, this one is beautiful. Will we see the bride's face, or will she stay veiled?
I expect there'll be a dramatic gesture when she gets to the end of the catwalk. Veronica!
Oh, but she's dead! Don't come near me, she's dead!
I came to give you this, Miss Masters. It's what Helen asked you to bring from Paris.
Veronica!
Of course, Miss Field can tell you all about it. She told me when I helped her to pack.
Rachel! You lying, cheating bitch! Inspector, there's your murderess. She killed Helen.
Nicky, you fool. It's a trick to catch us.
Rachel Field and Nicholas Field, otherwise Nicholas Knight. I arrest you both for the willful murder of Helen Pankhurst. And I must warn you that...
Leave Nicky alone. It was me. It was me.
Well, I hope you two are thoroughly ashamed of yourselves.
Well, sir...
Ashamed. I like that. You'd never have caught them without us, and you know it. We were baffled, admits Chief Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard.
We were not baffled. I admit your ridiculous scheme came in useful, Veronica, but only when I took charge of it.
Well, you see, I didn't know who it was. I guessed how
I'd be grateful if you'd begin at the beginning, Inspector. I'm a little lost.
Well, I think I'd better, Miss French, but it's difficult to know where to begin. I suppose the right place is Helen's love affair with Mr. Goring.
Mr. Goring? But I thought it was Michael.
So did most people.
There was no affair in the ordinary sense of the word, Inspector. They loved each other and hoped to marry when the magazine was stable enough financially. That was all.
I know. Difficulties started, didn't they, when Alwyn started to share Helen's flat?
Yes, Godfrey was away in the States at the time, and the flat sharing was meant to be a very temporary arrangement, but Alwyn stayed on. So Michael and Teresa agreed that Helen should use them as an excuse when she was meeting Godfrey.
And then Alwyn saw Teresa at the theatre and jumped to the wrong conclusions.
Yes, they all talked it over and decided to let her go on, believing it was Michael.
Oh, poor Mr. Goring. What will happen to him now?
His wife loves him. I don't think she's been as much in the dark as everyone imagined. She tried to get out of me the name of Helen's doctor. I have a feeling that she'll nurse him devotedly as long as she can.
But then Helen's murder...
It was nothing to do with her love affair. I first guessed when Veronica told me that Rachel Field was a meticulous packer who wrapped everything up in tissue paper.
Tissue paper? But what's that?
Exactly. When Helen was killed and Rachel's suitcase rifled, there were things scattered all over the office, but not a shred of tissue paper.
Huh?
Whoever went through the case had removed it. And Rachel herself never commented on its absence, so she was involved somehow. Then some writing appeared on a piece of paper that had been blank before.
Where?
In Helen's flat. An unfinished letter on her blotting pad. Invisible ink.
Yes, that's what Helen asked Teresa to bring back from Paris. She'd guessed how the designs were being pirated, and she and Godfrey wanted to check that it was possible.
Do you mean that the tissue paper
Yes.
was used...
On the tissue paper in Rachel's case were traced paper patterns of the pieces of a toile, with sewing instructions in invisible ink. Rachel had come home, unpack, and send the sheets to Nicholas Knight. We had only to hold them in front of a fire, and there were his Paris models.
I still don't understand, Inspector. Who stole the tissue paper from Rachel's case?
Its rightful owner.
What?
At Goring's party, Patrick had too much to drink. He said to Knight, whom he loathes, "Helen and I know what you're up to," or words to that effect. Knight was rattled. He and Rachel had a talk, and they decided that she'd better go back and collect the case. Nothing sinister about that. She could simply walk off with it.
Of course.
She let herself in with her own key. She got as far as Helen's office, looked in, and stopped dead in the shadows. Well, Helen probably hadn't even noticed, but Rachel's case had burst open and the tissue paper was sticking out, with the markings on it showing clearly in the heat of the fire that Helen had switched on.
Oh.
And on Helen's desk, a bottle of invisible ink from Paris, which Helen had taken from Teresa's case.
So Rachel went to the darkroom and got the cyanide?
Yes. She put it in Helen's thermos, wiped it clean of fingerprints, and slipped away. Then she saw Nicholas and told him what he must do. He must watch Helen from his flat window.
Watch her? Do you mean he could
Yes,
see?
he saw her die. He told me himself he could see Helen working. Once she was dead, on Rachel's instructions, he was to go to the office and remove the tissue paper and the invisible ink. He did exactly what he was told, but he was in such a panic, he never thought to leave everything looking normal. If he'd only repacked the case and shut it, he'd never have known.
Have they confessed?
They've filled in the details.
But why then? They're such an unlikely pair to work together.
Rachel was Nicholas's sister.
What? But they're not a bit alike.
Well, there is a resemblance, actually, once you know. Rachel financed him when he set up in business. They kept the brother-sister bit quiet because of Goring's attitude to relationships in business. I checked with Sunset House yesterday. In fact, I had got most of this when my idiot niece decided to take a hand.
Well, it was a very bright idea, I thought. I suspected Nicholas, but I knew he must have an accomplice because he never went to Paris. So I went round saying loudly I knew he was up to something, and then dramatically disappeared. And Donald was to watch Nicholas' place like a hawk until the accomplice turned up.
A sillier idea I've seldom heard.
Seems to have succeeded in deceiving a lot of people. But how did you do it?
Well, we were going to Portchester to disappear, but then Donald's mother got ill, so we thought up a much better plan. He went home on Friday, and I sent myself a telegram so I could show it to Nancy. Oh, I acted so suspiciously. I hope the man at the post office remembered me. I couldn't have done more if I'd stood on my head. Well, anyway, the telegram came, and I showed it to Nancy and went to Waterloo. And when I was safely locked in the loo there, I changed into my old blue suit and took off all my makeup and put on some Woolworth spectacles. Oh, and I let my hair down.
Yes, I had guessed.
Why?
You left hairpins all over the place, and a face tissue covered with mascara, and that terrible brown lipstick. That plus the fact that everyone knows you're going in and no one knows you're coming out.
Yes, I know. I thought I'd been pretty clever. I simply took a tube to Liverpool Street and a train to Hoxton and had a lovely long weekend with Donald's parents, who are sweeties. I stayed down there on Monday. Well, then, you see, Miss French, it was all up because they saw the papers with pictures of me all over them. I had to tell them everything, and then they went and rang Uncle Henry at Scotland Yard, and he wasn't there.
I was collecting your hairpins from the ladies' lavatory at Waterloo Station.
Oh, good. Anyway, Uncle Henry came back and rang the Mackays and was absolutely furious. I thought the telephone was going to explode. Then the nice policeman from Chelmsford came and smuggled me out. We drove to London like a whirlwind, with me hidden on the floor under a rug and the siren going. It was fabulous. And then I got smuggled into the back of Nicholas Knight's place. Oh, that was rather awful because some people had to know, but not Nicholas. and the girls were dead scared.
I had a lot of helpers. Miss French was one.
Miss French, did you know?
No, I knew nothing. Your uncle asked me to bring Miss Field to the show. I had no idea why.
Oh.
Well, I must go, Inspector. I have a lot of work to do and no secretary. Oh, I'm glad it's finished now.
Tell me something. Was it necessary?
Necessary? What do you mean?
Well, how talented was Nicholas Knight?
Why, he's brilliant. Nicholas is a very gifted young man.
I think your first choice of tense was the right one. So he'd have got there in the end without any of this?
Probably. He just wanted a shortcut.
A shortcut. How many murders have been just that? Helen is dead. Knight's career finished. And none of it was necessary at all. Greed and folly. They'll always be with us, I suppose. I'd probably be out of a job if they weren't.
In Murder à la Mode, the novel by Patricia Moyes, adapted for radio by Betty Davis, Chief Inspector Tibbet was played by Rupert Davis. The rest of the cast was as follows. Helen Pankhurst, Margaret Wolfett. Teresa Masters, Monica Gray. Rachel Field, Barbara Bolton. Patrick Walsh, Barry Keegan. Marjorie French, Joan Matheson. Michael Healy, Michael Spice. Donald Mackay, Nigel Lambert. Alwyn Piper, Joe Manning Wilson. Godfrey Goring, John Bentley. Veronica Spence, Elizabeth Proud. Ernest, Brian Hewlett. Nicholas Knight, John Rye. Lorna Goring, Margot Johns. Horace Barry, John Gabriel. Dr. Markham, Godfrey Kenton. Sir James, Malcolm Hayes. Mrs. O'Reilly, Kathleen Helm. Fashion commentator, Jill Carey. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Good evening.
What? Who are you?
I beg your pardon?
I said, who are you? What are you doing here?
My name is Gabriel. I am butler to the Holloway.
Gabriel? But you can't be. Well, you're dead.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The House That Time Forgot.
And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Sigmund Miller is The House That Time Forgot.
Early evening on a desolate part of the Virginia coast. Along a road near the beach comes a car with two people in it.
I guess we've done enough looking for today, Eva.
Oh, it's really beautiful country around here, dear. Wild and lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Darling, if we can't find a house, perhaps we should buy some land and build.
Well, we'd better start back to town. It's getting dark, and I think we're in for a storm.
Oh, look, Fred. Look at that house we're coming to.
Huh.
Oh, now, isn't it a beauty?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Nobody that owns that one would want to sell it.
Drive slowly, dear. I'd like to take a good look at it.
All right.
There's a for sale sign.
Yeah?
This house for sale. See Mr. Cecil Smith, Westfield, Virginia.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, let's drive in there, into the grounds.
We can come back tomorrow, Eva. It's really starting to blow up.
But it'll only take a minute. I've just got to have a close look.
All right, but we're going to get caught in the rain. I'll back in to save time. Well, watch the fenders on that side.
All right, dear, I would. Come ahead.
Am I clear?
Okay, you're all right. Fine. Ah, there's a light in one of the gable windows.
I guess somebody's home.
Beautiful beautiful, Fred. Simply magnificent.
Yeah, the grounds look a little neglected, though.
Grounds, who cares about that? Go ahead and knock.
Okay. I wish they'd hurry. We're going to get caught in a storm.
Oh, don't worry about it. They don't seem to answer, do they? Try knocking again.
That's odd. Must be somebody home. We saw a light in the window.
Maybe they can't hear us. Let's try calling them.
Oh. Hello there. Hello?
That's very strange.
Yeah,
What?
I hear something. Listen.
It's the clock striking.
Now, let's try the door. Oh, it's not locked. What do you think?
Let's go in. It's a big place, but lovely.
Wait a minute, dear. Anybody home?
Well, if there is, they can't hear us or don't want to.
Come on, dear. We'll come back tomorrow.
Place needs fixing up, but it's worth fixing. Shall we take it?
Well, I don't know, Eva. We'll talk to the agent in Westfield, and then, well, we'll see.
So you're interested in buying the Holloway house?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
It's just the kind of house we've been looking for.
It's a fine place, all right. Even got a private inlet to moor a large-sized boat. It's got everything except...
Except what, sir?
Well, it's only fair that I tell you all its defects.
What defects, Mr. Smith?
You see, Mrs. Jordan, it's kind of hard to put your finger on it. There's something very queer about the house.
Huh? Oh. You mean it's haunted?
Well, I don't know exactly, Mr. Jordan. No one has seen a ghost there yet.
Well, we don't mind ghosts, do we, Fred?
No, we don't believe in them.
Well, I didn't say it was haunted, but, well, people say that the house is alive, that it has a life and a will of its own.
A life? Well, I don't know what you mean.
Well, I've had 4 caretakers in the Holloway house since I took possession of it, and none of them stayed more than a few days.
Well, why did they quit?
I don't know. They didn't see any ghosts or apparitions, but they all felt the same way, that the house was alive. Every one of them.
Oh, well, there must have been something that scared them away.
Well, I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yes, we'd like to hear it.
Please do.
Now, the house originally belonged to Richard Holloway. 7 years ago, in 1939, Richard and his wife, Diana, went on a short cruise in their yacht, the Viking II.
That's an interesting name, isn't it?
They never came back.
Oh?
They had 2 friends visiting them who refused to go with them. The strangest part about it is that these friends warned them that they'd never return alive from the cruise. The Holloways laughed at them.
Oh, well, how did they know, these friends, that the Holloways wouldn't come back?
I don't know. Nobody knows.
Well, did you talk to these friends?
No, I never saw them. I only know about it through John Gabriel. He was the Holloway's butler.
Oh.
He's been dead for 2 years now. As a matter of fact, even Gabriel didn't know these friends. He'd never seen them before. It's a mystery that I've thought about for years. I'm afraid it's going to be a mystery forever.
Very interesting, but we'd still like to buy the house.
Mr. Smith, there was a light shining in one of the windows when we were there yesterday. We also heard a clock chiming.
That's funny. No one's been inside that house in over a year.
Oh? Eva, perhaps we ought to think this over.
Oh, nonsense, darling. You're not going to let some old wives' tale bother you, are you?
No. But how could a clock still be going if no one's been in that house for a year?
Well, there's a lifebuoy not far from the house. You might have mistaken it for the clock.
Now, you see, everything has a logical explanation.
Yeah, what about the light in the window?
Well, it was probably a reflection from the sun or something. We'd like to take the house, Mr. Smith.
Well, if you wanted, I'd be glad to sell it to you. I just thought it fair to tell you all about it, so if anything happens, you can't blame me.
Well, here we are, darling. Our house.
I hope we'll like it.
Oh, of course we will. Let's go in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the key, dear?
Yes, but we don't need it. The door was open, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Hey.
It's locked again.
Oh, Mr. Smith must have locked it. There we go. There you go, dear.
Well, look.
Hmm?
Darling, everything clean. Dusted. Why, it's spotless. Oh, now, Mr. Smith really is a dear.
Hey, it looks lived in, doesn't it?
I told you we'd like it.
I suppose. You also put flowers around.
It does smell of flowers, roses. But let's look around. Bright-looking kitchen, isn't it, Fred?
Yeah.
And this wonderful big refrigerator.
And it's full of food.
No.
Fresh food. Yeah.
Oh, that Mr. Smith, why, he thought of everything. Oh, the bedroom is even bigger than I thought.
Look at the bed.
What?
Someone has slept in them.
That man Mr. Smith sent to clean the house must have slept in it.
Yes, and he apparently slept in both beds.
This library. Darling, look at that paneling.
Yeah, it's a very lovely room. Everything is charming.
But what?
Look at the fireplace.
Well, what's wrong with the fireplace? There's just some half-burnt logs in it.
Yes, just some half-burnt logs, still smoldering.
Well, it was the cleaning man.
I don't think there was a cleaning man.
Now, don't be absurd, Fred.
The clock we heard the first time we were here. Eva, I just can't shake off the feeling that someone is still living here.
You're being ridiculous.
Well, maybe I am, but I feel like an intruder.
Oh, darling, it's that story Mr. Smith told us about the Holloways and their mysterious friends. It got you all keyed up.
Yeah, well, I'm going to call Mr. Smith and find out about that cleaning man you think he sent here. Operator. Oh, operator, give me Westfield 403.
You're really being a fuss-pot, Fred.
Yeah, we'll see. Hello, Mr. Smith?
Yes?
This is Fred Jordan.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jordan. How's everything up at Holloway?
Oh, everything seems fine. Thanks for having the house cleaned up.
Cleaned up? I don't understand you.
Didn't you send a cleaning man to straighten up the house?
No, Mr. Jordan. The house was sold as is. I never sent anyone over.
Might interest you to know we found the house in a spotless condition, cleaned and ready for occupancy.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll be in touch with you later.
Such a lovely night, darling. I'm glad we came out.
We'd better go back to the house.
Oh, now, please don't be upset. There must be some logical explanation. Maybe somebody took advantage of a boarded-up house and was living in it rent-free.
I'd like to correct you, dear. Someone is still living in it besides ourselves.
Sometimes, Fred, you get very ridiculous.
Maybe. Let's go back inside. Look.
What?
There's a fire burning in the fireplace.
Well, now, what's wrong with that?
I haven't touched this fireplace since we got here.
You didn't?
Look. The table is set for tea. Did you do this?
No, I didn't.
Ooh, the teapot is hot.
Somebody must be here, hiding.
If they are, I'll find them. Come on.
I don't understand it. I just...
Cellar to attic, and there's no one here.
But it's incredible.
Someone is living here, and we can't see them.
It doesn't make sense.
There's somebody here right now. Right in this room. It sounds crazy, but I know it.
Fred.
What?
The clock.
What about it?
It just struck midnight, and it's only 10 o'clock.
A house that is deserted, except for invisible tenants, and a clock that is running backwards. Has it just struck 12 for...
Murder at midnight. Murder at Midnight and The House That Time Forgot.
Fred.
Hmm.
Fred, wake up.
Huh?
Get up.
Huh? What? What is it, dear? What's the matter?
Look out there, out the window.
Why?
Get up and take a look.
Oh. That what? That boat out there in the inlet? It must have put in while we were sleepy.
Can't you read the name, dear?
Huh?
It's the Viking Second.
The Viking Second?
Yes.
Wasn't that the Holloway's yacht? The one that never came back?
That's what Mr. Smith said.
Either Mr. Smith is a fantastic liar or something very fantastic is happening to us.
Perhaps the Holloways have finally come back.
After 7 years?
It doesn't make sense, none of it.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
Darling, we ought to take a close look at the boat.
You don't sound very enthusiastic about it, but yes, I suppose we ought to. Whoever's on it might be able to tell us something.
Plank is down. Somebody must have come off the boat.
They couldn't have, dear. At least they didn't come up to the house.
Well, let's go up and see.
All right.
Oh, there's no one on deck.
Anyone here? No answer. Maybe they're down below.
They must be.
I'd rather not go down there.
Oh, we've got to find out. Let's both go down together.
All right, you keep right behind me.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I will.
Here's the stateroom.
Oh, there's nobody here either.
Anybody here?
No one. At least...
Yeah, but the beds are still warm. But I just left the stateroom a little while ago.
It seems so.
Let's get out of here, Eva. I've got a peculiar feeling down my spine.
It is chilly. We'd better go back to the house.
The lights are on in the living room. Did you put them on?
Just one of the lamps, a floor lamp.
Well, all the ceiling lights are lit.
I can see that, dear. Let's go in.
Here. The door's locked. We didn't even close it when we went out.
No. I remember we left it up.
Good evening.
Who are you?
I beg your pardon.
I said, who are you?
I'm John Gabriel, butler to the Holloways.
Gabriel?
That's right, ma'am. Whom do you wish to see?
We don't want to see anyone. We live here.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir. The Holloways live here, have been living here for years.
But this is our house. We bought it.
And the Holloways are dead.
Dead?
Yes.
I'm afraid someone has misinformed you.
Oh, this is like a nightmare. Look here, Gabriel, or whoever you really are. We bought this house from Cecil Smith, a real estate agent in Westfield. He's not the kind of a man who plays practical jokes.
No, he's not. He's a very sober man indeed.
He told us you were dead, too.
As you can see, madam, I'm very much alive.
Oh, this is crazy. We'd better talk to the people who call themselves the Holloways.
Perhaps you should. They'll be in any minute. Please come in, won't you? Will you excuse me if I close the windows? We're going to have a storm.
Perfectly all right.
Would you care for some tea?
Look here, Gabriel. We've been waiting an hour for Mr. Holloway and his wife. They haven't shown up, and I don't think they will. Now, just what is your game?
Would you care for some tea, Mrs. Jordan?
No, thank you.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, sir, I did. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Holloway arrive, I'm sure you'll be convinced of your error. They should be here any minute since they plan to leave tonight on a cruise.
This is mad. Fantastic.
They've come.
Just missed the storm, Gabriel. Oh, hello. I don't believe I know you.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Jordan, Mr. and Mrs. Holloway.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Jordan?
Well, thank you. Are you Richard Holloway?
Yes.
I can't believe it.
It's all terribly confusing, Mr. Holloway. These people claim that this is their house.
What?
That they bought it from Cecil Smith. They also claim that you, Mrs. Holloway, and myself are dead.
Somebody's playing some kind of a joke on them.
Well, I'd say it was a very unpleasant joke, Dick.
We've been living here for years and years, Mr. and Mrs. Jordan.
Oh, before I forget, Gabriel, get our suitcases aboard the yacht, will you? We'll be leaving in a few minutes.
Yes, sir, right away.
Fred, do you suppose that maybe we're dreaming this?
Well, if we are, we're dreaming it together.
I'm sorry. I don't know how this happened to you. Perhaps you'd better stay here for the night. There's plenty of room.
And we're delighted to have you.
Would you mind if I called, Mr. Smith?
Oh, please do. The phone's right there on the table.
I know, thanks. Operator, let me have Westfield 403. Never. Hello, Mr. Smith?
That's right.
This is Mr. Jordan.
Who?
Fred Jordan. Remember, you sold me the Holloway house?
The Holloway house?
Yes.
You must be mistaken. I never sold it. That property's not for sale.
What are you talking about?
Who is this?
Listen, Mr. Smith, you know very well who I am. You won't get away with it. I'll have you brought into court now.
I never heard of you in my life. You must be crazy. Goodbye.
Hello. Hello. He hung up.
What did he say?
He said he never sold the house and he'd never even heard of me.
You must have been taken in by someone who posed as Mr. Smith.
That's really a shame. You have to be very careful these days.
We'd be glad to have you stay here till you find other quarters.
Well,
As a matter of fact, you can stay for a few days until we get back. We're taking a trip on our boat.
Perhaps you'll be able to get it all straightened out in the morning.
I just don't understand it. The Mr. Smith we had dealings with wasn't a crook. I know he wasn't.
Well, that was my feeling, too, but I...
You're not going out to sea in this kind of weather.
Oh, we don't mind a little rain.
My husband's a very good sailor, Mrs. Jordan. He can handle the Viking second in any kind of weather.
Well, it sounds like a gale coming up.
No, we like them. Exciting.
Well, it's dangerous to set out in this weather. It's very dangerous.
Oh, now, don't worry about us. We don't drown easily.
Oh, darling, we'd better get started.
Oh, yes. I'm all set.
Are the suitcases aboard?
Yes, Gabriel took them.
Something's wrong with your grandfather clock. It only struck 8 times.
Yes, it's correct. My watch says 8 o'clock, too.
Well, how can that be? It's after midnight.
You really are mixed up, Mr. Jordan. It's only 8 o'clock.
Well, my watch says 1:30.
Well, so does mine.
I'm afraid ours is right, Mrs. Jordan. It's very old, but very accurate.
Of course, there's a legend about it. The story is that it will sometimes go backwards in time.
Has that ever happened?
No, it's only a story. It's never gone anything but forward, like any other clock. But it's a nice story, isn't it?
Yes, delightful.
Might even be true.
Mrs. Holloway.
Yes?
What is today's date?
What? I believe it's September 10th.
What year?
1939, of course.
1939?
Yes, of course, Fred. Mrs. Holloway, I'd like to ask you and Mr. Holloway something.
Yes?
Please, don't go out on this trip you're planning.
Why not?
Because if you do, I don't think you'll ever come back.
What a terrible thing to say.
Please, Mrs. Holloway, please.
I don't know what's wrong with you two. You came in here with a strange story about owning my house, and now you tell us we're never going to come back.
She's right. You won't come back.
You'll pardon me for saying so, Mr. Jordan, but I think you're both crazy.
I don't care what you think, but please don't go.
Why, Mrs. Jordan?
I have a hunch about it.
We don't believe in hunches.
Well, it's more than a hunch, Mr. Holloway. I know you're not coming back.
If you'll excuse us, I think we'd better get started. Come along, darling.
I'm ready.
I've put everything on board. Is there anything else, sir?
Yes, just take care of our guests, so that they're comfortable. Goodbye, Gabriel.
Goodbye. A pleasant voyage.
Make yourself at home, and we'll be back, despite your hunches.
Oh, you mustn't go, please.
It's gone.
If you wish, you can occupy the master bedroom. I'll go up and make it ready for you. Was there anything else you wished, Mr. Jordan? Ma'am?
No, Gabriel. Just go to bed. We'll sit here for a while.
It's rather late, sir. Nearly midnight.
By your clock, Gabriel, but it seems to have stopped.
So it has. It needs rewinding.
It's going now.
Yes. Seems to be ticking rather fast.
Something's wrong. It never did that before.
Fred.
Something's happening. As soon as I find the switch.
What happened?
I don't know. Maybe the storm, lightning.
Where's Gabriel?
Oh. Gabriel. Gabriel.
Never mind, dear. Can't you find the switch?
Here it is. Oh. All that dust. Like the first time we saw the house.
It's as if no one had been here for years. Where's Gabriel?
There is no Gabriel. We're back in 1946. And that means he's dead.
You mean the clock did go backwards?
Something else. You understand, too, now, don't you? We were the friends that Mr. Smith told us about. The mysterious friends that urged the Holloways not to go on that trip.
Yes. Fred.
What?
The clock is stopped.
Well, it needs rewinding.
No, don't touch it. We won't wind that clock again. Ever.
A house without tenants, except for the dead, and a clock that runs backward in time. If it was your clock, would you wind it? Or are you afraid it would keep you up nights while you waited for it to strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death comes out of the past, out of time gone by, and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The Jordans, husband and wife, were played by Vinton Hayworth and Elsie Hitz. With music by Bert Berman, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan in The Street with No Name. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's an invisible battle raging constantly throughout this land. Tonight's play is the story of one incident in this battle between a ruthless underworld and the relentless courage of the men of the FBI. The play is The Street with No Name, and while directing the picture for 20th Century Fox, I had the privilege of working closely with the director of the FBI, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, and seeing firsthand the machine-like precision of the Bureau. Tonight, we have the same three stars who were in the picture: Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan. Three accomplished players who bring the ring of cold truth to this fight between the champions of the law and the forces of evil. Of course, the housewives in our audience are waging a daily battle of their own these days, and many of them have chosen Lux Flakes as an ally. Their fight is to make nice things stay new-looking longer, a perfect assignment for Lux Flakes. And our stars have their assignments So the curtain rises on The Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs. Some months ago, late at night, a group of men entered the Meadowbrook Club, a typical roadhouse on the outskirts of Center City. They drew guns, and their leader...
This is a stick-up. Hands on the table and don't move. Come on, snap it up. All right, get up against the wall.
Methodically, the men proceeded to line the guests up against the wall.
Come on, you...
Unfortunately, a woman became hysterical. She screamed. Victim, Helen Jannings, housewife. Survivors, husband and 2 children. The bullet that killed Mrs. Jannings was sent by the Center City Police to FBI headquarters in Washington, examined and carefully cataloged. 5 days later, also in Center City, a guard was murdered while trying to prevent the holdup of a bank. 2 murders within 5 days in the same city. This bank robbery, a violation of a federal statute, gave the FBI jurisdiction to come in actively on the case. It was assigned to Inspector George A. Briggs. Briggs went at once to Center City. He was met by Richard Atkins, special agent in charge of the FBI field office.
Well, your hunch was right, Atkins. The bullet that killed the bank guard came from the same gun that killed the Jennings woman, the Luger automatic. Tell me, you getting any help from the police?
Full cooperation. Homitz, he's the chief, and Lieutenant Stoller of the homicide squad.
Yes, you mentioned a man named Demery.
Oh, yes, a member of the city council, chairman of the police advisory board. There's an election coming up.
Oh. Funny how certain politicians discover there's a police department just before an election.
Yes. If it's all right with you, Inspector, suppose we go straight to police headquarters. Chief Homitz, Lieutenant Stoller, and Councilman Demery, Inspector Briggs.
How do you do, gentlemen?
As a councilman, I'm certainly glad to see you, Inspector. We can use a little help right now. I guess Atkins has told you where we stand.
I told him he can expect full cooperation, Chief.
Of course, there's no point trying to kid you, Inspector. Things here are in a pretty bad way. Yes, crime has really moved into this town. Oh, now, don't misunderstand me, Chief. Nobody's blaming you. You need more help than we've given you. The mayor and the council recognize that. But neither recriminations nor promises will give us results. And that's what we've got to get. So I don't mind saying I feel a lot better with Chief Briggs here. Well, as far as the police department's concerned, we're... Excuse me. Yes? Good. That's more like it. Bring him in. Well, maybe we've got our first break. And what does that mean? A couple of the boys just picked up a suspect. Looks good. They're bringing him in now.
Yes, the suspect looked very good. Robert Danker, age 24. Tough guy. Police record. But Danker refused to confess.
Now, you better stop this double talk, Danker, and start giving us some facts. What time did you leave the Meadowbrook the night of the holdup?
I told you I was never in that clip joint.
You're certain of that?
Sure, I'm certain.
Well, then what about this driver's license? State of California made out to Robert Danker. Is it yours?
Yeah. Yeah, it's mine.
This license was found on the floor of the Meadowbrook right after Helen Jennings was murdered. And you tell us you weren't there.
That's the guy who swiped it how it got there. It's a frame.
Who's framing
I'll take care of him myself.
Look, if you're being framed, we want to help you. Use your head, Danker. Your best chance to clear yourself is to prove you were framed.
I'll prove it my own way when I get out of here.
That may not be so easy.
Okay, I'll take my chances.
You claim that you were in Chicago the night of the holdup.
Yeah, I was.
Well, have you got any proof of that? Who saw you there?
Look, it's a city. Nobody sees you in the city.
Well, what about a room clerk, landlady?
I didn't have no room.
Well, where'd you sleep that night?
Under a new building going up near the freight yard.
Danker, this jacket you're wearing, what's this spot, this red spot here near the shoulder?
It's paint, red paint. It come off a girder in the cellar of the building where I hold up.
All right, Danker, take it off.
It's paint, I tell you. What are you booking me on?
For the time being, suspicion of robbery.
Danker's jacket was sent immediately to the FBI laboratories for microscopic examination and chemical analysis. They teletyped their findings to our office in Center City. Lieutenant Stoller was with the chief when I arrived at police headquarters.
Well, what's the story, Inspector?
Well, Stoller, the red paint was paint. The red spot was paint. Danker is innocent.
Innocent?
That's right, Chief. That girder was painted at 5:30 on the afternoon of the murder. It was quick-drying paint, 6 to 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
The paint penetrated Danker's jacket just enough to show that it was almost dry at the time that Danker rubbed against it.
Oh, and the kid was framed, though, with that driver's license.
Now, if we can get him to open up about that license, when he lost it, or if he lent it to somebody.
Well, let's go talk to him now.
I've got to run along. Let me know how you make out, Stoller.
So we went to the jail, Lieutenant Stoller and I. Only Danker wasn't there. Early that morning, he'd been released on bail. Bail furnished by the Personal Bonding Company. Their office was right across the street.
That's right, gentlemen. $5,000 bail for one Robert Danker.
You mind telling us who put up the money?
Oh, no, not at all. It's right here on the card. John Smith.
You know this Mr. Smith?
Never met him before in all my life. Wouldn't know him if I saw him again.
Any address?
Yes, but I think you'll find it just as phony as the name. They all do it. Here, Hotel Conlon.
All right, let's go, Stoller.
Glad to help you boys any time at all.
That night, at 20 minutes past 11, a body with numerous knife wounds was found on the main highway leading from Center City. It was identified as Robert Danker. I spent the next day with Atkins, our field agent, getting together certain essential information about Center City. I then returned to Washington. This case wasn't for me, and it wasn't for Atkins. It would have to be handled by someone who had never been seen in Center City before. By someone uniquely qualified for a very tough assignment. 10 days later, I had picked him out. His name, Gene Cordell. I was going over the case with Cordell when Cy Gordon came into my office.
Hello, Inspector. You tell me you got a job for me.
Yeah, pull up a chair, Cy. Oh, I don't suppose you know Gene Cordell?
Doesn't know me. Huh. Who brought me into the bureau? Kept me from being a wealthy lawyer. How are you, Cy?
Glad to see you again, Gene.
Oh, I was just telling Gene about this Center City affair. Now, it's pretty obvious that the same gang that pulled the bank robbery also pulled the Meadowbrook job and framed Robert Danker. Gene, take a look at these maps. Now, we know that Danker's hangout was right here in this section. Skid Row, huh? That's right, Skid Row. Here's Dock Street. Here's where Danker had a room, Royal Hotel. These are the various pool rooms and dives he was known to hang out in. And here's the Dock Street Gym.
Gym?
That's right. It's up one floor from the street for prize fighters. It's a place to train, a few sparring rings. It's also a hangout for hoodlums and gamblers. Since the war, at least half a dozen gangs have sprung up in this one area alone. And I'm convinced that one of them is responsible for the murders of the Jennings girl, the bank guard, and now Danker. Now, Gene, you're going to follow in Danker's footsteps. Drift into Center City sometime next week. Get a room at the Royal Hotel. And start trying to work yourself in. Cy here's going with you.
I couldn't ask for anyone better.
This is a one-man job, Gene. Cy will only be your contact. He'll get a room across the street from the Royal Hotel and put in a radio. And as soon as you learn anything, pass it on to him. Now, this Danker was a tough kid who knew his way around. You're to be his carbon copy. Now, I'll tell you exactly what I've got in mind. Well, that's how Gene Cordell went to Center City with Cy Gordon as his liaison. You're going to hear now what happened to him there. And I guess the best way to reconstruct it is to give you the facts just as they occurred. For 2 weeks, Gene Cordell, now using the name of George Manley, bummed around Skid Row. Pool rooms, beer parlors, any place where he could be seen and accepted as a mug who knew his way around. Smart talking, tough. And then Gene started showing up in the Dock Street Gym, watching the sparring match.
And ring number 2, David McGinn
Cordell knew a little something about boxing himself. He started to needle one of the fighters.
Hey, Gerino, step in with that left jab. What's the matter with you? Keep it up high. Okay, now, shoot the right. Shoot it! Get some brains. You're telegraphing it.
Hey, Snoop, dry up, will you? Counterpunch, kid. I told you counterpunch.
Keep your right up, Gerino. Block when he hooks. Block!
Now, look, Buster, take off.
You his trainer?
Yeah, I'm his trainer. What about it?
What are you training for, a quick dive? Come on, keep your left up, sucker. He'll tear your ears off.
All right, wise guy.
I'm trying to help your boy. Could use a little sharpening up.
Open your teeth once more and so help me out while you...
He bought a ticket to come in and watch, didn't he?
Well, that don't give him no...
lay off. Maybe you could show the kid a couple of things, huh?
Could be.
I'll give you $5 if you can go one round.
Make it 10.
You got a deal. Hey, Matty, get the champ some gear. He's going in there with the kid.
Gene went 3 rounds. He took something of a shellacking, but I guess he figured it was worth it. A few minutes later, in the dressing room...
Not bad, not bad.
Hey, you owe me $30.
Here, take it, sucker.
Okay, thanks. Hey, you're Alex Stiles, huh?
Yeah, I'm Alex Stiles, huh?
Some of the boys, they pointed me out to you. You own this place, huh?
You ever think of getting your teeth knocked in for more than just laughs?
Not anymore, I don't. Easier ways than that to pick up a quick buck.
Yeah? For instance?
Maybe I'll let you know when I've run through your 30.
Around the corner from the Dock Street gym, there's a penny arcade. Cordell and Gordon had picked it as one of their meeting places. Cordell was playing a pinball machine when Gordon wandered in and started playing the one next to him.
I think I've got a lead.
Go ahead.
Dock Street gym. Somebody went through my wallet. Lifted my Social Security card.
Good, fine. Now what you better do is
take it easy, cops.
Just a minute, Duke.
For me? What's the matter?
What's your name?
What's it to you?
Come on, let's have it.
Manley.
George Manley?
Yeah.
You're under arrest.
Now, wait a minute. What for?
Next time you break into a jewelry store, don't leave your Social Security card. Let's go, Manley.
This is Gordon calling WFBI. Gordon calling WFBI.
Come in, Gordon.
Get this to Briggs, Washington. Cordell arrested early tonight. Suspicion of robbery. Tell Briggs Danker's shoes fit Cordell perfectly. That's all. 2 days later, a routine request, one of approximately 26,000 received daily by the FBI in Washington, came into the Identification Division from the Police Department of Center City. It asked for the complete file of a suspect under arrest for robbery. Name, George Manley. To prevent exposing George Manley's real identity, we sent a fake criminal record back to the Center City Police. And the following day, by teletype.
Briggs from Atkins, Center City. George Manley released today on bail. Bail posted by John Smith.
Bail posted by John Smith. Yes. What had happened to Robert Danker was happening to Agent Gene Cordell. Step by step. Cy Gordon was right. The shoes fit perfectly.
Hello, Georgie. Well, I haven't seen you around lately.
How'd you know my name?
Oh, I know lots of things, Georgie. Been away, eh?
Yeah. Weekend in the country.
Courtesy of the city, eh?
Yeah, something like that.
Hey, wait a minute. What's your hurry, Georgie?
What goes, Stiles?
Nothing at all. I was just thinking that maybe we ought to get to know each other better. You busy tonight?
Not yet, I ain't.
Then you're invited.
Where?
You'll find out later. A friend of mine will pick you up around 9 o'clock. The Royal, isn't it? Crummy joint. See you, George.
Want a drink, honey?
Put it down.
How about giving me a little kiss?
Do you mind? You're breathing down my neck.
My affectionate husband. What am I supposed to do around here? You playing the piano and all your high-class friends playing poker.
The door. Answer it.
Well, what did you think I was going to do? Hi, Chevy. Come on in. Oh, a stranger.
Hello, Georgie. Hi. Anything else, boss? No. Get yourself a hand in the poker game. Okay.
Hey, your friend, don't talk much, does he?
Chitty? No, Georgie. None of my friends talk very much. Come on, I want to see you alone. Sit down. What's your racket?
What's yours?
Sweet job you pulled in Pittsburgh. Smart. No conviction.
Pittsburgh? I ain't never been in Pittsburgh.
No? How about San Diego, April 47? Suspicion of armed robbery, no conviction.
You got me crossed.
How about Philly, last December? Grand larceny, no conviction. Miami, Richmond, Trenton, no conviction.
Look, what are you selling?
Here. Take a look at this report. A report direct from the FBI. Or, should I say, indirect. Through my pipeline here in Center City. In the police department, Georgie.
I don't get it. What goes?
I'm sorry about that weekend I gave you, but, you see, I'm building an organization along scientific lines. I need men who know their way around, who can get by. That's why I screened you.
Screened?
Sure, just like in the Army. I spot a guy who looks good, so what do? I get him framed. The cops check his record through the FBI. The report comes through. I get the report. It's my own idea. It takes connections, but I've got them.
Hey, this report of me here.
Ought to be back in the police files, huh, Georgie? He'll get back.
Not bad.
Coming in, Georgie?
But if that's an offer, I'm sure grabbing it.
It's an offer.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What about my hearing? I'm supposed to show up in court Friday.
That'll be fixed. Forget it. Oh, there's just one little thing you'd better get straight, Georgie. I do the thinking. I give the orders.
That's okay by me,
boss. Huh. You know, I want to like you, Georgie. You catch on fast. Here, buy yourself a closet full of clothes. I like my boys to look sharp.
WFBI calling Gordon. WFBI calling Gordon.
Come in, WFBI.
Inspector Briggs just arrived from Washington.
Good. Put him on.
Hello, Si. Nothing new from Gene, huh?
Oh, Ken, Inspector. It's going to be a lot harder to contact from now on. He's with the Styles gang now most of the time.
I want to see him as soon as possible. Have you any idea how?
Well, today's Thursday. The usual meeting place for Thursdays is at night at a lunch wagon near the bay. Last ferry leaves at 10:30. Suppose you're on that ferry, Inspector. I'll try to have him join you.
Good. I'll be on the ferry.
Incidentally, I'm getting awful tired looking like a bum. Living like a bum, acting like a bum.
You keep your shirt on and arrange that meeting for me.
What'll it be, mister?
Coffee, Ann.
Out of donuts.
Okay, give me some pie.
Out of pie. Toast.
You won't get an argument out of me, honey. Toast.
Evening.
Coffee.
Yeah, a hamburger.
With?
Everything.
Okay.
Hey, miss, when's the next ferry?
Every hour and a half hour. And by God, the way, one out of a toast.
Hey, never mind that toast, lady. I just remembered something.
What's the matter with him?
Hold the toast, Eddie. We lost one.
By the time the ferry returned to Center City that night, Gene had convinced me that Styles' gang was the one we were after. The important thing now was to secure concrete evidence and ferret out who in the police department was making our records available to Alex Styles. I saw Gene leave the ferry and disappear up the street, heading in the direction of the Royal Hotel.
Out kind of late, ain't you, Manley?
Chivy.
Yeah.
What's the idea?
Where you been, Georgie?
Took a ferry, across the river.
Yeah, I was tailing you most of the night. What'd you take a ferry for? Alec gets kind of curious about a new boy, likes to know what they do with their spare time. What'd you take a ferry for?
You trying to scare me with that knife?
put away. I said, what'd you take a ferry for?
What's it to you?
What you trying to pull?
Look, you got a long nose, Chevy. Why don't you keep to yourself?
Look, wise guy, from now on, you got no business. It ain't Alec's business.
You mean I got to share my special phone numbers with you guys?
The dame? So that was it. You know, I kind of figured that. Well, the boss just wanted to play it safe. What's the matter with the dames this side of the river?
Well, for one thing, too much competition.
Be at Alec's apartment tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. I think maybe something's up. That's all, George.
Gordon calling WFBI. Gordon calling WFBI.
Come in, Gordon.
Get this to Inspector Briggs right away. The Stiles gang is planning a holdup tonight.
This is Briggs' side. Where and when?
There's no further information. Cordell unable to make usual contact this afternoon. I passed him on the street, but he couldn't stop. He had time to tell me that much and no more.
Is he contacting you again?
If he can. I'm watching his room now across the street. He isn't there.
If he comes back before tonight, I may be able to give you something.
Okay, Cy, thanks. We'll be waiting. Atkins, better alert all the men. We may be needing them tonight.
And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. May I say, Libby, how charming you looked at the premiere of Command Decision?
Why, thank you, Mr. Keeley. But the men took the spotlight. You know, I think that's one of the most moving stories to come out of World War II.
Having been in the Air Force myself, I found it especially interesting. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer has done a masterly job of adapting it from the New York stage hit. I'm delighted they released it in time to qualify for the 1948 Academy Award.
Isn't Clark Gable magnificent as the forceful General Dennis? The role is made to order for him.
A brilliant job of casting all round. Walter Pidgeon is tremendously effective as another Air Force general. And Van Johnson provides the picture with its lighter moments, with his portrayal of the amiably disillusioned sergeant. And Brian Donlevy is perfect as General Cliff Garnett.
With such a terrific all-male cast, I didn't even miss the girls. But I wish I had been on the set of Command Decision to pick up a few souvenirs.
Like the Flyers' nylon scarves?
Oh, I can see, John. You remember how the girls loved to get them during the war. They make wonderful blouses. And nylon luxes beautifully.
Especially with tiny diamonds of lux. They're so fast, they burst into suds the instant water touches them. Make richer suds, too, that last and last.
Another nice thing about nylon blouses and sweaters, they don't need ironing.
It's easy to keep all nice washables lovely longer with the new tiny diamonds of Lux. Tests show that colors stay lovely up to 3 times as long with Lux Flakes Care.
That's why it's foolish to risk fading or damage from wrong washing methods. Do you know, makers of nice washables recommend Lux Flakes 33-1. They're so gentle and safe.
Now, our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs.
Yes, Gene had succeeded in getting word to us that the Alex Stiles gang was preparing to pull another job. But what job? We had to have the details. All afternoon, Cy Gordon, from his room across the street, kept his eyes glued on Gene's window. But the shade remained up, which meant Gene was out. He was with the Stiles gang in Alex Stiles' apartment.
All right. That's how we're going to pull this job. And just to make sure you guys are as smart as you think you are, play it back for me.
Okay. At 25 after 10, I drive up with you to the gate of the Willard Mansion. You're in the back seat, all dressed up in a monkey suit.
Get on with it, Matty.
Well, the guy at the gate takes us for one of the invited characters, so he lets us through. And once through the gate, I get out of the car and boing, rockin' to sleep.
Okay. Come on.
I pull him with car number 2 and keep the motor running.
Same here in the third car.
Just the third car pulls in, I'm cutting the wires to switch box. Then I start whistling.
And when Whitey whistles, me and Mutt get out of the car and go in the back door to the kitchen.
I stand by and keep the motor running.
At 10:30, 5 minutes later, Monk, Georgie, me, and you, we're going in through the front.
All right, what's next?
Oh, me. I cover him, boss.
Look, are you with us or some dame?
Shut up. I'm right with you, boss.
You keep that head of yours where it belongs, or some cop will blow it off, pretty boy.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Nobody asked you. All right. We head for the banquet room. I line them up, face the right and left walls.
I keep them covered.
I take them on the left wall, work them over for whatever they got. I do the same thing on the right wall.
Okay, now for the getaway.
Shipping me, we carry the junk out.
I cover you?
Right.
I head north on Highway 7.
We meet back here. Any questions?
No.
Okay, Whitey, Nick, Mutt, swipe 3 cars. Bring them around back of the gym. Now everybody blow. Go on, get something to eat. We take off at 10 o'clock sharp.
Nice going, General.
Well, what's the use of having a war, Georgie, if you don't learn from it?
Hey, I'll need a gun.
You got a gun, Georgie. Later.
Okay. See you. 10 o'clock.
Hiya, fellas. Not leaving already.
Yes, they're leaving already. Go on, boys, shove off.
Why don't you let them stick around here and clean up this mess? Beer bottles, cigarette butts, looks like they've been raising a top.
You don't like it?
Well, if the maid was here, she'd really blow a top. Gonna be busy tonight?
Yeah, for a while.
You know, I read where they got gold faucets in every bathroom. Gee, they must be free with money. I heard Mrs. Willard has a couple
Where
of...
did you hear that name? Who said anything about Willard?
What? I heard Matty. He said the Willard man.
I told you never to poke your nose into my business.
Oh! Cut it out! Who do you think you're shoving around? I don't take it.
You open your trap
I
and
will.
I'll fix you.
You ever touch me again, I swear I will.
Shut up.
I hope they get you tonight. Yeah, I hope they do. For me.
Royal Hotel. Some dump. Well, why don't you move out of this sleep bag, Georgie?
Well, maybe after tonight I'll be able to afford something better. Got time, Matty?
10 minutes to 10. What do you want to go to your room for?
Did you hear what Alex said? Better if we break it up and show up behind the gym one by one.
Yeah, drop me off around the block, Matty.
Okay. See you in 10 minutes, George.
Okay.
Gordon calling WFBI. Gordon calling WFBI.
Come in, Gordon. This is Briggs.
Gene's in his room, Inspector. He just signaled me to follow him.
Follow him. It's a little risky, isn't it?
Can you stay there till you hear from me?
I think I'd better stay here.
I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Gordon radioed back a few minutes later. He had followed Gene down Dock Street. At the corner, Gene stopped to light a cigarette. He threw the book of matches into the gutter and disappeared around the corner. On the matchbook was a message. Stiles gang hitting Willard Mansion about 10:30 tonight. A few minutes later, I was at the Center City Police Headquarters.
Well, my men are on their way there, Inspector. The Willard Mansion. How'd you get this tip?
I'll tell you all about it later, Chief.
We'll surround the house. Any luck, we'll get every last one of them.
Well, if we're all set, let's get out of here.
I got away as soon as I could, Chief. I appreciate your letting me in on this. Good evening, Inspector.
Well, you wanted me to keep you posted, Mr. Demery. Well, we're ready to leave.
I've got my own car. Is it all right if Lieutenant Stoller comes with me?
By all means. Take the bridge route, Stoller.
Yes, sir.
We'll go by way of Agnes Avenue, Demery. Oh, in your car. Less conspicuous. Better leave now, Inspector. We'll follow in a minute.
Now you see why we met at the gym, huh, Georgie?
How do you like this, Matty? Regular arsenal.
Yeah, the boss got everything here from tear gas and machine guns. All nice and handy in the basement under the gym.
Come on, you guys. Get what you need and clear out.
Yeah.
Come on.
Say, ain't it kind of risky, Matty? All these guns so close to home?
Risky. Good thing to look down here. Go on, Georgie. Pick yourself a boom-boom.
I'm taking this one. Boy, this is a honey beluga.
Lay off, Georgie. That's the boss's gun.
Yeah. You like Lugas? Take this one.
Okay. Swell.
Answer the phone, will you? Yeah, sure, boss.
Yeah? He's busy. Okay, hang on. For you, boss. Says it's important.
Okay. Get those guys out of that room. Lock it up. Hello. What? Yeah, okay.
Guess we're about set. You want to check over everything?
It's off. The job's off.
What do you mean it's off?
Chevy, tell the boys to dump those cars they grabbed, turn in their guns, and beat it. Go on, beat it.
Hey, what happened?
What do you mean, beat it?
What's up, Chevy? Trouble?
Don't ask questions. Go on. Start spreading.
Well, we've got the entire state surrounded, Inspector. Guess all we can do now is sit in the car and wait.
Chief Ormond's get here, Lieutenant?
Yeah. He and Mr. Demery behind those trees near the servants' quarters.
KRZ-A to Inspector Briggs. KRZ-A to Inspector Briggs.
That's headquarters.
This is Briggs. Go ahead.
Inspector Briggs called your office 10:15 p.m. KRZ-A, over.
This is Briggs calling WFBI. Come in, WFBI.
This is WFBI. Inspector Briggs, stand by for direct message from Gordon. Go ahead.
This is Gordon. Received urgent message from Gene. Family will not appear. Plans canceled. Family warned you were waiting for him. Over.
Thanks. Stand by. Well, Stoller, they're not going to show. Come on, let's break the bad news to the chief.
You're sure of this, Inspector? But what do you suppose happened?
Stiles just decided not to show up?
Well, it's not 10:30 yet. Suppose we wait a while, just in case.
Be a waste of time, Mr. Demery. They won't be here.
I'd still like to know why.
I wish I knew.
Alex? What's the matter? Home kind of early, aren't you? What happened?
I'll tell you what happened.
Oh!
Tipped the cops, didn't you?
Oh, no. No, I didn't. Honest, I didn't.
Did you hope they'd get me, didn't you? So you tipped.
Oh!
You tipped.
Oh, no, Alex. No, I swear.
You tipped them. You tipped them. You tipped them.
Si, open up. Open up. It's Gene.
Gee, what the devil are you doing here?
It's okay. After the holdup fell through, Stiles told us to disappear. I'm meeting some of them later on at the nightclub.
What'd you come here for?
Look, there's a storeroom in the basement of the Dock Street gym. Stiles' arsenal. I spotted his gun there early tonight. A Luger. When the job washed out, Stiles put his gun back. Well, that's where I've just been. I broke into the room.
You got his gun?
No, but I got a sample from it. I brought along a Luger ammunition clip, loaded Stiles' gun, and fired a shot into a bale of newspapers. Now, here's the slug. Get it to Inspector Briggs. The slug can tell us if it was Stiles' gun that killed the Jennings woman and the bank guard.
Oh, Gene, that's fine. That's great. But you know our setup. What if somebody saw you come here?
I had to take a chance. Anyway, I think I've already been spotted.
You what?
Just after I fired the shot, somebody came in the basement. It was dark. I got away. But he may have seen me. Now you know I had to come here.
Get out of town. I'll tell Briggs.
Look, if I disappear, they'll know it was me. I'll have to take my chances. I figure they're pretty good. Don't worry about me. Just get this slug to Inspector Briggs as soon as you can.
The bullet fired from Stiles' gun was on its way to Washington on the midnight plane. At 2 a.m., I heard again from Cy Gordon. The light was on in Gene's room at the Hotel Royal. Whoever had seen him in the basement of the Dock Street gym undoubtedly had failed to recognize him. But that wasn't all that happened that night. In a fashionable section of Center City, Mr. Demery had a late visitor.
All right, Stiles. What's so important that it couldn't wait till morning? And coming into my home.
The tip-off, Mr. Demery, the tip-off to the cops about the Willard Mansion job. Where'd it come from?
The FBI. Lucky for you, I was around. Take my advice, Stiles, and lay off for a while.
They've got nothing on me. But maybe I've got something on them.
What do you mean?
This gun here. Somebody just busted into my arsenal, shot it off tonight.
But why? What for?
What do you think? Bright boys. Trying to match the bullet with a couple of souvenirs I left behind in the Meadowbrook and that bank. Bright boys thinking only they can play at being cops. Okay, you're taking this gun, Demery. You're getting the fingerprints off it. The way I figure it, maybe the same rat who tipped them tonight shot it off.
You got any ideas?
Yeah, I got 8 ideas. It's got to be somebody in my outfit. I saw him running out of the basement. Nobody else knew where that arsenal was hidden.
You better get it out of there fast.
I'm way ahead of you, Mr. Demery. When do I get the dope on whose prints are on this Louis?
Tomorrow, maybe. I'll call you.
Okay. And don't let that gun out of your sight.
I've got Gordon on the radio, Inspector.
Oh, thanks, Bert. Go ahead. What's the latest on Gene, Si?
Well, everything's quiet. I stood behind him in the line at the cafeteria for breakfast. At 10 o'clock, he went to the usual place, Dock Street Gym. I imagine he's still there.
I've got some news for you.
Yeah?
Dick Atkins followed Alex Stiles' car late last night. Stiles drove to a house on Oak Street. We just checked it. The house is the residence of City Councilman Demery.
Holy smoke.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do yet. Not till we hear from Washington about that bullet. But pass the news on to Gene when he gets back. I'd really like to know what's going on in that Dock Street gym.
Well, it's been open.
Oh, hello, boss.
Hi,
You want me to clear out of your office, boss?
Just killing time. I like little poker games.
Stay where you are. Anybody phone?
Boss. Not yet.
Okay.
Too bad about last night, Alec.
Yeah, Georgie. Too bad.
My first job at the outfit. Fizzled. You want to tell us what happened?
Just a little change of plans.
I sure could have used that basket of lettuce. That blonde of mine.
I'm sick of you and your dames.
It's for you, boss. Telephone.
Okay.
Alex sure burning. What's eating him? He's always burning, Georgie. Good job last night. Come on, let's get back to the game.
This is Stiles.
You know someone by the name of George Manley?
Yeah.
You shouldn't.
I'll see that he gets your message. What about the package?
I can get it back to you this afternoon.
Okay. Meet me at 4, usual place. Chivy.
Yeah?
Here's $500. Go over to the apartment. Give it to my wife.
Yeah? What is it, her birthday?
Just tell her I'm sorry for last night. I made a mistake.
Okay.
And then come back. I found out what went wrong with the Willard job. Georgie Manley.
Take it easy. He's looking this way.
Keep him on tap. We'll take care of Georgie tonight.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our stars will return with Act 3 of The Street with No Name in a moment. Tonight we have a pixie for our guest. Pretty, young Betty Lynn, for whom 20th Century Fox predicts a future as bright as her hair. I understand, Betty, that you took a special interest in the filming of A Letter to Three Wives.
That's right, Mr. Kears. I'm trying to decide whether to be sophisticated like Linda Darnell in the
The
picture.
designing female, eh?
Mm-hmm. Or maybe like Jean Crane, who's awfully sweet, or Anne Southern, who plays a career wife.
Did you guess which one of the three husbands had strayed?
Oh, no, the ending was a terrific surprise. But I did notice that all the clothes were wonderfully in character, even the stockings. All the girls wore beautiful sheer nylons, of course, but Linda's were high fashion shades like emerald and burgundy.
But just as easy to care for, with tiny diamonds of Lux.
That's what the wardrobe mistress told me, Mr. Kennedy.
It pays, because nylons washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. These tiny diamonds of Lux are a real triumph of the world-famous Lever Laboratories. They're so sheer they burst into suds the instant water touches them. And the suds are so rich, they last and last.
I discovered that myself.
It's foolish to risk strong soaps or rubbing with cake soap, because those things make stockings run quickly. Strain tests prove it. In fact, over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. With Lux Care, it's just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. Thank you for coming tonight, Betty Lynn.
Thank you.
We return you now to William Keighley.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs.
Here's where we stood the day after the holdup of the Willard mansion had failed to materialize. Gene Cordell, by winning a daring gamble, had secured a bullet fired from Alex Stiles' gun, which, when we got our report, might send Stiles to the electric chair. We had also succeeded in establishing an association between Stiles and Councilman Demery. Toward the middle of the afternoon, I got a phone call from our local agent, Dick Atchison.
I've been tailing Demery all day, Inspector. We're across the bay now in Salem. Half an hour ago, Demery registered in a hotel. And just now, Alex Stiles went up to his room.
Well, keep watching him. There's nothing new here. But with Demery out of the way for a while, I'll go and see Chief Harmer.
Okay, I'll keep you posted.
Yes. By now, we knew considerable. But what we did not know was that Alex Stiles, in that hotel room, was already planning his fourth murder.
So the fingerprints on my gun belong to Georgie, eh, Mr. Demery?
That's right. Here's your gun back.
Well, you know, you're going to get a bonus for this, Mr. Demery. Yes, sir, I'm going to vote you a great big bonus.
Where's it coming from? With a stoolie in your outfit, they've got you stopped cold.
All we've got to do is chop the stoolie and we're in business again.
You don't know when to quit, do you, Stiles? Well, go ahead. Kill Manley. Give the FBI an engraved invitation to put you in the chair.
Who said I was going to kill him? No. No, that's where you come in, Mr. Demery.
Well, you're out of your mind.
You're going to be a great big hero tomorrow. Yes, sir, your name will be all over the front pages. Demery gets armed robber. Mayor's little man wins big police medal.
If you think you can mix me up nothing like this...
The cops will do the killing.
Now, listen,
No,
Stiles.
you listen. I kicked in plenty when I didn't need you. Always around for the payoff, weren't you? Well, you're sticking around for this payoff, too, so sit down. Go on, sit down. We got a job to do tonight. Here's where you come in. About 3 miles out of Center City, there's a factory, the Anderson Manufacturing Company. I've had it cased for weeks. And tonight, Georgie's going to be on hand when a couple of us open up the safe.
Drop over and have a little talk with you, Chief. Tell me, where did Mr. Demery go after we left the Willard place last night?
I don't know. I suppose he went home.
Do you know where he lives?
Oak Street, I believe. I don't know the exact number offhand, but
1680 Oak Street. Where Alex Stiles went calling at about 1 o'clock last night. That's right, Chief. One of our agents saw him walk in.
What?
Before we left here last night to make that raid, were you with Demery all the time?
Why, yes, I'm sure I was. Oh, no, wait. I remember now. He went down the hall for a moment, the Police Advisory Board office.
5 minutes before 10, Stiles received a phone call. Subsequently, the Willard job was called off.
Demery, I can't believe it.
We've been checking his bank deposits, roughly 20 times in excess of his salary. And that's not all. Here, take a look at this.
What is it?
The report from our Identifications Division in Washington requests from your police department for the records of these men. Every one of them is a member of Stiles' gang. Now, these records supplied by us were then made available to Stiles. He used them up to check up on prospective gang members.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Get hold of Sergeant Bryan. Have him come in.
Yes, sir.
Try and run a police department with stuff like this going on. No wonder we bang our heads against a stone wall every time we... Oh, come in, Sam. This is Inspector Briggs of the FBI, Sergeant Bryan.
How do you do, sir?
Sergeant.
Sam, take a look at this report.
Yeah?
Have you ever had a request from anyone here for the records of these men?
Well, I get so many requests, sir. Let me see. There's one I checked this morning, George Manley.
This morning?
I lifted one of his fingerprints from a gun.
Was that gun a Luger?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to check it?
Mr. Demery.
Demery? Were Manley's the only prints you lifted from that gun?
No, there are a couple of other fragmentary prints. I identified them as Alex Stiles.
Thanks, Sergeant. That's all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir?
Get me the radio room. I'll hold on.
Yes, sir. Radio room.
Get me WFBI right away. I'll explain this in just a minute, Chief.
KRZA calling WFBI. KRZA calling WFBI. Come in. This is WFBI. Go ahead. Stand by. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. This is Briggs. Get me Gordon.
Yes, sir. WFBI calling Gordon. WFBI calling Gordon. Come in. This is Gordon. Go ahead, Inspector.
Si, tell Cordell to get out immediately. He's in great danger.
Gene's in his room now, but he's got a couple of visitors. I can see him through the window. There's no rough stuff. They're just talking.
You've got to get a hold of him, Si. If he isn't alone, you'd better telephone.
What if they want to know who's calling?
Well, he'd have to talk his way out of it. We've got to warn him. Call the hotel. Tell the fellow at the desk to get Gene on the phone. Let me know what happens. I'll be back at the office in 15 minutes.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief, but that couldn't wait. Cordell's one of our agents. He's been doing undercover work in the Stiles gang under the name of George Manley.
That certainly ties in Demery. Well, what can I do to help?
Well, for the moment, nothing. See, we're expecting word from Washington any minute. They may give us a green light to move in on the Stiles gang. Why don't you come with me?
I'd like to.
So you've just been changing your clothes, huh, Georgie?
Well, you know how it is. Boss said he always likes his boys to look sharp. Hey, what's pitch, Sheriff?
Alec told me and Matty to pay a little call. Just to tell you there's a little job on for tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, wanted on the phone.
Well? He says you're wanted on the phone.
Tell him I'm tied up.
Tied up? Okay.
Dane.
You sure?
Who else would know where to get me?
I don't know.
Yeah. Now, what's the deal?
The boss will tell us when we get there. We got a car downstairs. Let's go, Georgie.
Hey, taxi. Taxi.
Yes, sir.
FBI. Follow that gray car, quick.
Yes, sir.
It's been 20 minutes since you spoke to Gordon, Inspector. How long would it take him to phone?
Well, not 20 minutes, Dick. That's a cinch.
Something's up, Inspector. Something we don't know about.
There's nothing to do unless we...
Teletype, sir. Washington.
Let me get there. Ray test bullet from Luger 7.65 millimeter. Barrel marking identical with murder bullets removed from victims Meadowbrook and bank murders. Arrest Stiles gang and Demery immediately. Signed, Hoover. This is it, Dick. Get the men ready.
Telephone for Chief Harmatch. You can take it there, sir.
For me? Thanks. Hello? What's that? How long ago? Okay. That was Lieutenant Stoller. When he came on duty, they told him Demery left headquarters about 10 minutes ago with the night detail. He had some hot tip about a robbery.
Where?
Nobody seems to know where. Let me try your short wave.
Right there, that room in there.
I'll call the SWAT car.
Hello? Yes. Yes. This is the FBI. Who? Well, just a moment. For you, Inspector, some cab drivers.
Hello. Yes, this is Briggs. What message? Anderson Manufacturing Company. Thank you very much. The message from Gordon. He took a cab, tailed Gene Cordell and two of the gang to the Anderson Manufacturing Company.
They've got a plant out on Fraser Road.
All right, then. Let's go.
Right in here, Georgie. The cashier's office. And there's the safe. Sweet job, huh?
That looks like a lead pipe cinch.
Yeah, I pulled this one right out of the air. How you doing with the safe, Matty?
It's open, boy.
You mean they furnished you with a combination?
I told you I had connections, Georgie. All kinds of connections. Where's
Chibby been?
He spotted some guy following him. He's just been downstairs to take care of it.
Watchman?
Ask him. Chivy?
It's okay, boss.
Who was it?
I don't know. Watchman, I guess. Don't matter now.
Okay. Put the knife away. Get over to that window. Got the cash yet, Matty?
I think this is all. Some bonds, too.
Just the cash. Here you are, Georgie. It's for you. All yours.
I don't get it, Alec.
Go ahead, take it. No cuts for anybody. All yours. And this is one job that'll never get tipped off, will it, George?
What are you talking about?
Oh, you mean you haven't heard? Well, somebody did a little singing to the FBI. Told them things. Like where I kept my gun. Like when we were going to pull the Willard job. Yeah, Georgie, we picked up a pigeon. Anything coming down the road, Chivy?
Nothing yet, boss.
Keep looking. Now, there's only one smart way to get rid of this story, Georgie. And that's to let the cops bump him off. Scientific, huh? You see, Georgie, any minute now, a squad of cops will be coming up those stairs, and guess who they're going to find here at the safe? And guess who they're going to pump full of slugs, thinking they're knocking off a safe cracker?
They're turning in off the highway.
And who do you suppose is bringing the cops, Georgie? My number one connection in the police department. We worked it out together. They come from down there. We go out the fire escape.
You'll never get away with this.
Okay, Matty, take care of the stoolie. No, not in the face. Don't mark him up.
They're here, boss.
Get going, Matty. The fire escape. Prop him up, Chivy. Yeah. Against the safe. There, that's it.
He fell to the floor again.
All right, put him back.
But the cops!
Get back there and put him up against that safe.
FBI. What's up, officer?
Robbery. Cashier's office on the second floor.
Who are those men over there?
Mr. Demery and some detectives. They're covering the fire escape. You'll find the others upstairs.
Let's get up there, Atkins.
Sergeant here saw him bending over in front of the safe. He's dead all right, Inspector.
Who is he?
One of Stiles' boys. They call him Chivy.
Was he the only one who was in here, Sergeant?
There was someone else, I'm sure. The room was dark, just the light from the corridor. The other one seemed to be on the floor, crawled behind the desk and got away. Probably still in the factory somewhere.
Inspector?
In here, Atkins. Any sign of Gene?
No, but I just found Cy Gordon. He's been knifed. He's just coming to.
All right, you stay with him, Atkins. Get somebody to help you. I'm going to look for Gene.
Inspector, there's a couple of men over there near the dynamo. Inspector Briggs. This way. Inspector Briggs.
Gene!
It's Stiles. He's getting away. The fire is...
Watch yourselves, men. Those shots up there. Look, Mr. Demery, I still think a couple of us ought to cover that freight entrance.
You'll stay right here.
Step back. The door up there, the fire escape. It's opening up. Stiles. That's Alex Stiles. Let him come down. He doesn't see us, Mr. Demery. We'll get him without having to fire a shot. He's got a gun. We're playing it safe. Let him have it. I said let him have it.
Gene, you all right?
Okay. They got Stiles.
Well, Inspector, I didn't expect to find the FBI here. We got a tip on the robbery.
We got a tip, too, Mr. Demery.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, from one of our agents here. Mr. Demery, I'd like to have you meet George Manley.
Well, I'm very glad to meet you.
Just keep your hand out there, Mr. Demery. I'd like to try these on for size.
Well, what do you know? They fit. I just left the inspector, Si. He says we're going back to Washington. Both of us.
You got them all.
Yeah. The chief just radioed. They picked up the others at the gym. Si, you're sure you're all right, huh?
Me? Old rhinoceros hide. What do you think?
The street on which crime flourishes is the street extending across America. It is the street with no name. Organized gangsterism is once again returning. If permitted to go unchecked, 3 out of every 4 Americans will eventually become one of its victims. Wherever law and order break down, there you will find public indifference. An alert and vigilant America will make for a secure America. Signed, J. Edgar Hoover.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, what is the finest vacation you could imagine?
Well, that's easy. A cruise around the world.
Well, some lucky listener can win one. in Lever's $50,000 travel contest.
It's the chance of a lifetime.
First prize is a round-the-world tour for two. All travel expenses paid, plus $1,000 pocket money and $700 for new clothes. Or $10,000 in cash.
Think of visiting the famous sidewalk cafes in Paris, historic London, the fabulous Orient, the beach at Waikiki.
There are 15 thrilling second prizes, too. Each an all-travel expense trip to Europe. Or $2,500 in cash.
You travel in state.
Best accommodations everywhere. All trips arranged by Thomas Cook & Son. And there are 400 additional cash prizes, each a crisp new $10 bill.
It's easy to enter. Just finish this statement in 25 words or less. I like the large size box of Lux Flakes because.
Send each entry with a box top from large size Lux Flakes to Lever Tour the World Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Only residents of continental United States, Alaska, and Hawaii are eligible.
You'll find complete rules on entry blanks at your store, where the large size sale is being featured. Send in your entry this week.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
There's only one thing to say to a cast after tonight's performance, and that's well done. Here are the stars of our cast returning to the microphone. Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan.
Bill, believe me, it's a pleasure to work with you once again.
Yes, and not quite as strenuous as the picture, Mark.
Well, I was kind of black and blue for 2 months after that one, Dick.
Oh, you get used to it after a while, Mark. This is my third FBI picture, so I feel almost like a G-man now.
You know, I'm very pleased that we could do The Street with No Name at this time as our way of congratulating J. Edgar Hoover, who is soon to mark his 25th anniversary as director of the FBI.
And we all join you in those congratulations, Bill.
Dick, I understand you're off in New England in the next few days.
Yes, Bill, I'm going to New Bedford for the opening of Down to the Sea in Ships. That's the picture that put 20th Century Fox in the whaling business.
And if you ran true to form, Dick, you probably scared the whales to death.
Nope. In this picture, I'm a nice guy for a change. What have you got planned for next week, Bill?
Next week, a drama that's packed with action and adventure. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, Captain from Castile. And our stars, Cornell Wilde and Jean Peters. This is a love story told against the thrilling background of Mexico in the days of the Spanish conquest. All the makings of a hit.
Bill, it sounds like a full house. Now, if you'll give me a box of Lux Flakes to take to Mr. Stevens, I'll be a popular man. It's a favorite at our house. Good night and thanks.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks to all of you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cornell Wilde and Jean Peters in Captain from Castile. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Mark Stevens appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently co-starring with Olivia de Havilland in The Snake Pit. Heard in tonight's cast were John McIntyre as Cy and Ed Begley as Chief. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Cornell Wilde and Jean Peters in Captain from Castile. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Whitehall, 1212. Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most important cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, Chief Crime Reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Good afternoon. Let me show you this thing. Have a good look. Unless you're a member of a rather uncommon profession, I doubt you'll know what it is. Like many of the exhibits in the Black Museum here, this is a murder weapon. And like many of our murder weapons, it is a tool of a trade. And even after I tell you what it is, I wonder if you'll know what it's for. It's an ankush, a goad used by an elephant man, a mahout. You've seen these things before, I wager you. But I'll agree that this is an odd place to find one. And here is Inspector Samuel Tupper, the first of us from Scotland Yard who saw it. Inspector?
I was at the head of the rota of inspectors this particular night in the autumn of 1928, so it was my job to go to Regent's Park when the call came in that murder had been done. The Taper House of the zoo there is near the outer circle of the park.
Excuse me. Would it be a good idea, Inspector, if you told what a taper house is?
Oh, it's where they keep the taper, sir.
I'm sure you don't mean wax candles.
No, sir. The tapir is a hooped swine-like mammal allied to the rhinoceros. It has 4 toes in its front feet and 3 on the back, and its snout is prolonged into a short, mobile proboscis. Found in India and Sumatra, and there are species in certain parts of South America, notably Brazil, where it's found in the vicinity of abundant water. Its body is generally blackish, except for the Sumatran variety, which has white patches. It's partly nocturnal, quite gentle in disposition, and it grunts.
Thank you.
Quite welcome, sir. These were the ordinary ones, mostly, blackish ones.
In the taper house?
Yeah. I found Police Constable John Charles Daly awaiting me at the door of the taper house while his companion, Police Constable Henry Eastman, was on duty upstairs. Alongside the entrance, a man was lying on the grass. He was dressed in oriental clothing and was very quiet. Who did it, I asked P.C. Daly.
It's not him, sir. He just broke his leg.
Who's dead, then? They said somebody was dead.
The dead is upstairs, sir, where P.C. Eastman is, sir.
Who's this, then?
I don't know his name, sir. He's some sort of Indian or something. He jumped out of the window or fell out, is the way I understand it.
Don't you know, man?
No, sir, not very much, I'm afraid, sir.
Look here, Constable.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't understand him.
Oh?
And now the vet's given him morphia or something, and he's passed out, and the other one's dead.
Oh. Has there been a doctor here?
Only the vet, sir. He'd been treating a sick elephant, sir, and he came hurrying over when he heard all the commotion, sir.
What was the commotion?
All the shouting and yelling, sir.
Who was shouting?
I don't know, sir. That's what the vet said attracted him, and he came hurrying over. This chap was howling and moaning, and the vet looked at him, and he said Stern saw his leg was all fractured, and he went back and got his morphia and a syringe.
How did you find out about it?
Well, sir, P.C. Eastman and me, sir, we were at the moon, and we were on patrol outside the park, sir, and I climbed over the railing alongside the privet hedge, sir, to see, and here they were.
Who?
This fellow, sir, and the vet who was just sticking him with this great syringe. So I inquires what's going on here, and the vet says the man's hurt, and he's not to the window there.
Window? Oh, that one with the glass broken. Huh?
Yes, sir, he jumped out according to the vet. He could understand it a little. He talked about it, so see his face and his arms cut by the glass.
Ah, Let's see.
Well, then P.C. Eastman hurried up the stairway, and in a moment he shouted down, "There's a murdered man up there." And this man stopped moaning and went to sleep, and the vet went upstairs, and P.C. Eastman came down and went to find a telephone to call the yard, sir.
I see. You haven't been up there yet?
No, sir. First I was here while P.C. Eastman was up there, and then I was here whilst he went to make the telephone call, and then I was here until you arrived, sir.
You don't know anything about the murder, then?
No, sir. I've been here, but I could go up with you now, sir, if you like. I don't think this chap's very likely to get up and walk off for a long while.
Well, morphia wet off, you know.
Yes, sir, but he has a broken leg. And besides, the vet has been working on an elephant. I doubt he remembered to change the dose in the syringe, sir.
The upstairs room in the Taper House to which I repaired after my interview with Police Constable Daly was, in the accurate sense of the word, a shambles. In the middle of the disordered floor, flat on his back, lay the murdered man amongst the ruin of his possessions. Police Constable Eastman identified the various objects in the room.
This here was apparently his bed, sir, but the way it's tore up, it looks as if them wild animals downstairs had been at it.
Odd sort of bed.
I am led to understand, sir, that many of these Oriental people use no mattress or anything. And here, sir, is what he must have used as a cupboard.
What's in it?
Well, you see the money scattered about the floor, sir.
Never saw so many pennies in my life.
There are 2 or 3 copper pennies still in this here leather bag, sir. I fancy they were all in here once.
Oh, and you, sir?
Yes?
Are you the veterinary that the other constable told me about?
I am the veterinary, yes, sir. I am Lawrence Ainley, sir.
You gave that fellow down there a shot of morphia?
Yes, sir.
Constable said you gave him enough for an elephant.
No, hardly. Have to admit I just remembered in time, there.
What else, Constable?
Well, sir, them there is his clothes. Look as if they've been ripped to pieces by whoever killed him, sir, I expect. And these here...
What are they?
Looks like bank deposit books, eh?
That is what they are, sir.
They his, the dead man?
His name was Ahmed Ali.
Oh, Hindu.
Indian. Mohammedan, not a Hindu.
How do you know?
He's very well known around the zoo here.
That is the name on the bank book, sir. It was his.
That's it.
Quite a respectable balance, sir. £212.
Never mind that. What about him?
He is dead, sir.
I don't see how you could tell, Constable.
Well, sir, he's been beaten about the head. Something horrid, sir. Oh. Didn't know you was joking, sir.
Very thoroughly beaten. Wonder what with?
Hammer or axe, I'd say, from the looks.
Did you find anything like that, Constable?
No, sir, but it wasn't necessary anyway.
Huh? What do you think?
The thing under him, Inspector. The thing is lying on.
What's he lying on?
Blimey, sir. It's fair pushed right through his heart. See?
What is that thing? Looks like a boat hook right through him.
It's an ankush.
A what?
What?
An ankush. An elephant hook. That was Ahmed's job. He was an elephant man.
You have any idea who did this, Mr. Ainley? What's that?
Yes, what is that?
Animal?
It's the other man.
What other?
The one with the broken leg. Downstairs.
Come along. I want to see what he's got to say.
Yes, sir.
Stay here, Constable. Come on, Doc. Coming. Who is this one? Do you know, Doctor?
Another elephant man. He lives here with Ahmed Ali.
Anyone else in the building?
Nobody but Taper. Very good thing I gave him that shot.
Was he badly hurt?
Well, he has that broken leg, and he's been battered about the head. Suppose whoever killed Ahmed tried to do the same to him, I'd say.
They've come too, sir.
How does he feel?
He sounds terrible.
Let's have a look at him. Oh, Tom.
Do you know the fellow?
Yes, of course. Sure, Proho, Tom. I straightened out his leg a bit, but
We'd better find a real people doctor, you know.
Constable, go find a telephone, please.
Yes.
What are you going to do with him, Inspector? Shook for a horse, Tom.
You know what to do, Constable.
Telephone for an ambulance, sir. I'll have him taken to King's Cross, sir. That's the nearest hospital.
Right. Go with him and stay till you're relieved. I'll want to know whatever he says.
I can't understand that, sir.
It's Hindi he's speaking, but he's a Burman.
Go call the ambulance, Constable.
Yes, sir.
How is it you know all about this flight? I thought you were a veterinary.
सब चीज खुद का हाथ में है अभी चुप रहा.
You understand what he says? You speak it?
Oh, a little, yes. क्या हो गया?
Ask him what happened, will you?
That's what I am asking him. क्या हो गया?
What did he say?
तुम उसको मालूम है?
What's he say?
Aste, boy. He says some yellow men came.
Yellow men? Chinese?
Here, वो China लोग हैं, boy? Japanese, I think.
Ask him if he recognized them.
He said no.
What?
4 of them. Clubs. Hammers they had. Robbers, he thinks.
Well, they didn't act much like robbers.
Ankush.
Didn't he say Ankush? That elephant hook he was stabbed with?
That's exactly what he was saying, Inspector.
Ankush. Yes. They hit for me. I jumped, calling out, man run, I'm mentally dead.
You better give him another stab with that elephant needle, Doctor.
He'll be all right.
Get the ambulance.
On the way, sir.
Well, then carry on, Constable. Come on, Mr. Amley. I'd like you to tell me some more about all this, if you please.
Of course.
We could find a place to sit down.
I've got a bungalow over here across the steakhouse. Could have a drop or something with me, Inspector?
I'd like a cup of tea.
Officer. The officer here will feel you're all right. Hospital, old boy. You'll be all right.
No, police. No.
Now then, look here, old boy. Police won't hurt you. Take it easy.
No.
We ought to get well.
No, police. No, police. No.
Why do you suppose that chap's so suspicious of the police?
General principles, I expect.
Oh?
Why not? I'm very often suspicious of police myself.
Are you? Why, may I ask?
General principles, Inspector.
The boy's making a lot of noise back there.
I think I'll go back and give him another shot of morphine.
I shouldn't if I were you, Miss Brennan.
Why not? He's in pain.
Obviously. And if he were under the influence of a shot of morphia, he wouldn't be able to talk, would he?
Of course not.
So let's not give him another shot of morphia.
What are you driving at? I say, what are you driving at?
I think you know more about this than you pretend to, Emily.
And what do you base your suspicions on?
General principles.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
General police principles.
What in the world would I?
I don't know, Doctor. But I have heard and seen enough to convince me that the man obviously knows who murdered the fellow up there.
Well, of course, he said he saw the 4 men. Didn't they try to kill him, too? You heard him say it yourself.
I don't understand his language, Doctor. I don't know what he said.
I told you.
You said you told me.
Why should I lie to you?
I don't know, I'm sure. Now let me ask you, why should you be so quick to give a man a dose of morphia which effectively stopped his talking when you first saw him?
That wasn't why I did it.
Why did you do it?
All right. Arrest me.
I shall.
On what charge, then?
Mr. Ainley, I must detain you on suspicion of concealing evidence in the case of the death of the man Ahmed Ali.
Go ahead.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing, may be used in evidence. Will you come with me, please? Did you ever hear a taper? Try sitting by yourself with only a recently dead man for company in the house where the tapers live. It's an experience you're not likely to forget. And I rather suspect the tapers won't forget it either. Constable Eastman had taken Mr. Emmy in charge and had escorted him to the doctor's bungalow near the Snake House, where he had telephoned Scotland Yard for assistance in carting the doctor off to jail. I heard the ambulance arrive and depart with Constable Daly and Tombo and his broken leg. That left me, the dead man, and the tapers to ourselves. I waited. The dead man waited. The tapers. There, very coldly. I waited. Panther, I believe. Crocodile, no doubt. I perspired gently. Ahmed Ali lay there quietly under the glare from the little incandescent bulb. We stared at each other. And then, exactly like an old Leslie Howard Scarlet Pimpernel picture, the door opened slowly. And a man who looked like Leslie Howard stood there smiling at me.
I say, you're not the dead man, are you?
Who are you?
Oh, I say, old fellow, did I frighten you? I'm so sorry. These rubber stoves I'm always wearing, they tell me I sit about like a blooming ghost or something. But I assure you I'm not.
Who the devil are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm George Scott. I'm afraid I'm a police surgeon. Didn't Constable Eastman telephone you I was on my way? I must have frightened you out of your...
You didn't frighten me at all, old man. I was a little startled, I admit, but...
Where was that?
Only a taper.
Oh, yes, this is the taper house. Constable Eastman said.
Where is Eastman?
Putting the car somewhere. I came on...
In your rubber sole shoes?
Oh, I say, I am sorry about frightening you out of your...
You didn't frighten me, I said.
Well, sorry anyway. I didn't mean to, you know. Pity Eastman didn't telephone you.
There isn't any telephone here.
Should have thought of that. Tapers don't use telephones, do they? Just a dead chap.
Yes.
Must look at him. What I came for, you know. Well, Eliza Doolittle said, it's my belief they done him in. Allowing for the difference in genders, of course. Who did it?
You know, yeah.
Well, what's that? That's not a taper.
Eastman.
Oh, good. I say, this fellow's been smacked half the hour.
Hello, Eastman.
Hello, Inspector. Is Mr. Scott there?
Yes, he's here.
Yes, I'm here, Constable. This chap's been stabbed too, Inspector. You are an inspector, aren't you?
Yes. Come in, Eastman.
Stabbed.
With an ancush, sir.
What's an ancush?
That thing sticking through him.
Yes? But that didn't kill him.
I didn't think it did either.
Well, he's dead. Excuse me, sir.
Quite all right, Constable. No. This was done after he was dead.
He was beaten to death.
How do you know that, sir?
Well, the chap who presumably saw him beaten to death said that the men who did it came up here with clubs and hammers.
They hammered the door down, sir, by the looks of it.
Somebody did.
Look what they did to the lock.
Look what they did to him. What were they after? His money?
I expect so.
Why didn't they take it?
I wonder about that, too.
You should. Somebody's kidding you, Inspector.
I suspect that myself.
That animal doctor, sir?
Good Lord, are they making doctors out of...
Doctors for animals, Mr. Scott.
Oh? Really?
He's in jail. Excuse me, sir.
Constables should be seen and not heard, friend Eastman.
Yes, sir.
Who is this animal doctor, Inspector?
He's in jail. He talked too much to suit me.
Oh? Think he did it?
Think he knows who did.
Who?
4 people. Japanese, he said.
Who said?
The other chap mixed up in this. Said they smashed the door down and then came in and beat this one to death and tried to attack him.
Where is he?
In the hospital. Broke his leg jumping out that window.
Thought there was a draft in here. Tore a big piece out of himself on the way out, too.
Where?
Left it hanging on the point of this shard of glass. This came out of his arm, I'd say.
Well, he had a big wound on his left arm, but I was under the impression that was caused by the beating.
Glass cut. I'd better take along these shreds of gentlemen. I'd like to compare it with them. See if it fits him. If he says it was caused by a blow, I shall give him the lie in his teeth.
If you can understand him.
Understand him?
He's a Burmese.
There's this other gentleman with the boat hook in his torso.
Ankush.
Eh?
It's an Ankush. An elephant god.
He is not a Burmese, sir. He's a Hindian. A Mohammedan, and his name's Ahmed Ali, sir.
You see that these fellows who came in here and exterminated him used clubs.
Hammers and clubs, I suppose.
They didn't use any clubs on this fellow.
What's that?
None of these marks looked like the marks of a club. You can almost see the shape of the hammer head here. 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 Here, too. They gave him a rare beating, didn't they?
Struck me think if they didn't. Excuse me, sir.
What are you looking at, Mr. Scott?
These marks on the door frame. They look very much like those on the chap's head. I'd wager they're the same.
They probably are. They broke down the door and then came in and beat him to death.
Sure. Probably did.
We'd better get the 2 marks measured. Then, if we can find the hammer...
Sir?
Yes, Constable?
Sir, there's a hammer down there.
What?
Where?
Down there on the grass, quite close to where this one has jumped with lying moaning.
Could that be the one?
Well, how would he get down there?
Well, it's down there, sir.
Can you find it, you think?
Well, sir, if you was to be so kind as to shine your torch out of the window...
Go along, see if you can find it.
Yes, sir.
What I want to know is how he could have got down there.
Probably wrenched it away from one of the assassins and left through the window with it.
Why?
Lest if I know.
Find the torch, sir.
Eh? Where are you?
To the right, sir. Left on it.
There it is. I can see it from here.
That's it, Constable. Fetch it on up.
Oh, it's all bloody, sir.
What did you expect? Ostrich feathers?
Eastman brought the hammer up to us, and we tested it against the wounds in Ahmed Ali's skull.
It fits.
Then we tested it by laying it in the indentations where the hammer had smashed against the wooden door.
It fits, sir.
But how could he take it with him when he jumped out of the bleeding window? How could he possibly...
That's what I'd like to know.
Well, he's a lot braver man than I'd ever be.
All right.
All me, sir. Snatching it right out of the end.
He's a brave man. Eastman.
Sir?
There's a telephone in Ainley's bungalow.
Oh, yes, sir, I know.
I want you to get down there and get through at once to Constable Daly at King's Cross Hospital and see if this, what's his name?
Jose?
The man he took to the hospital. See if he's in shape to talk. I want to see him at once and discover if we're right.
But we can't understand him, you said, sir.
Oh, well, in that case, where did you take the animal doctor?
Bow Street, sir.
Well, telephone them and have them sent over to the hospital to interpret for us, will you? Now, hop it, Constable.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
Wasn't this supposed to be the door that was hammered down by the murderers?
Yes.
Before the murder?
Yes, of course.
And we know it was done with the same hammer that murdered the fellow.
We know that.
Look at the marks the hammer made on the door frame.
Yes.
Yes, what?
There's blood in the marks.
Mm-hmm.
And Let's see the hammer again. They match.
Then we're both thinking the same thing.
How could blood get into the marks on the door before there was any blood on the hammerhead?
The door was hammered down after the man was killed.
Inspector!
Who is that? Who's
your constable?
Inspector! Hi, Inspector!
Yes, Eastman, is that you?
It is I, sir.
Get the car at once.
No, sir, I can't.
What? What's wrong?
Well, sir, he's run away.
Who's run away?
Run away?
The Parisian hero. The man what jumped out of the window.
What?
He's run away, sir. He's gone. Nobody knows where he is.
We found him after a 2-week search. He was hiding in the cellar of Mr. Ainley's bungalow at the zoo. Ainley found him. I also had Ainley tell you.
I was quite sure from the very beginning that Tom Bow did it. I knew why. Tom Bow was a substitute elephant man. The boss was Ahmed Ali, who always collected the pennies the children who visited the zoo gave to Chang, the big greyish-white elephant, the kid's friend. Tom Bow got none. One day, Ahmed Ali, who, unlike most Mohammedans, liked the taste of alcohol, had beaten Chang. I know. I dressed the poor beast's wounds. And little Tom Bow loved Chang, too. That's why he murdered Ahmed. I was sure of it. And I liked little Tom, too. I was sure we'd find him hiding with his poor broken leg in the cellar of the bungalow, by the window. The window that looks out on the elephant enclosure, where Chang lived.
So they brought the little elephant man to trial, and they sentenced him to hang. But there was a great and good man who stood beside little Tom Bow before the Criminal Court of Appeals. And the day came when the judges listened. And when the great man finished speaking, the little dark man was sent away, a free man, to Burma, where the elephants come from.
Heard today in Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Tupper. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, Morris Dallimore, Francois Grimard, and Gerard Burt. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Thousands of Americans have made blood donations to our armed forces. Ask any of them, and they'll tell you that donating blood is simple, easy, almost effortless. Practically every new blood donor says, why, there's nothing to it. No, there's nothing to it. Yet that simple act may mean the difference between life and death to a boy fighting now in Korea. There are millions and millions of Americans who can give blood so easily, and yet we need hundreds of thousands of pints of blood to prevent needless suffering and loss of life. Every one of us who can should make a blood donation to the armed forces now through your local Red Cross chapter. Call the Red Cross or blood bank in your community for an appointment. Do it today. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the
first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson, to brief you on case number 504 MR701.
Good afternoon. All the exhibits I have charge of here at the Black Museum are not in themselves horrible or gruesome. I admit that several of the exhibits in this case, number 504701, are so dreadful that we reserve them for the use and study of our own people exclusively. Policemen are notoriously a strong stomach lot. But this one that I brought with me is not such a one. Look at it. It's a woman's earring. The pair couldn't have cost a great deal. Handmade, I think, by some village jeweler in France many years ago. Can you make out the design? Crudely carved representation of a left hand holding a heart and what seems to be a flower. The other one of the pair was similar, I'm told, by those who've seen it, except that it was a right hand. This is the only one left of the pair. Retired Chief Superintendent Cedric Pickard is a little older today than he was then. Hey, Cedric?
I was a brand new inspector then, John.
You still remember all the details of this case, though.
For 35 years, I've been trying to forget them, John. On the 31st of October, 1917, the Zeppelins raided London for the next to last time. About 8 o'clock on the morning of November the 2nd, some 32 hours after the air raid, I received a call from E Division of the Metropolitan Police in Bow Street. I hastened there at once. They had 4 things to show me. 1, a badly blood-stained sheet. 2, a large jute bag labeled Argentine La Plata Cold Storage. 3, a stout cord which had been tied round the bag. 4, torn bit of pasteboard on which was scrawled in pencil the words Bloody Belgium, most curiously misspelled. There was a civilian there, too, a squatty man with a cast in his left eye, wearing a remarkably dirty cap. He stood up and I looked at him.
Sir, Sammy Elwood, sir. I found it. Them things, I mean.
Oh, did you then?
Roadman, I am, sir. I work at Regent Square in Bloomsbury.
Where'd you find this?
In the central garden in the square, sir, behind the railing. I seen it when I first come to work this morning, sir, but I wanted to have some breakfast first, sir. Good thing I did, too, and then I untied the bag when I come back. I run for a policeman right away, sir.
Why'd you run for police?
The bag, sir. There was a lady in it.
The lady, rather the remains of the lady, for she was lacking a head and hands, had been taken to the mortuary. Sam, the roadman, obviously knew nothing about it except what he discovered when he untied the bag marked cold storage. He went back to work, a faint green tinge still underlying the grime on his face and hands. I examined the evidence. The pasteboard on which was written Bloody Belgium, I hazarded, might indicate that someone who disliked Bloody Belgians had caused the death of this one. The bag, I decided, should go to the laboratory for examination. I looked for laundry marks on the blood-stained sheet. There was one down in one corner. I telephoned it in to the Criminal Records Office and started for my office at New Scotland Yard.
The telephone was ringing as I came in. Yes? Inspector Picard here.
Sergeant Toland here, sir. We found out about that laundry mark, sir, the one you phoned in.
Good.
It belongs to a Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher.
Belgium?
Don't know, sir. Address 50 Munster Square. That's over east of Regent's Park, sir.
That's very good, Sergeant. I'll run over there at once. Care to come along with me?
Why, if I can get permission to leave here, sir.
Get your hat. I'll take care of that. Accompanied by Sergeant Monty Toland, he was a much better man on a case than on a CRO telephone, and they knew it. I proceeded to Munster Square, and we were admitted to Mademoiselle de Rocher's two-room flat by the landlady, an old Frenchwoman with a moustache.
Bed's all torn up.
Oh. Sheet seems to be missing.
No sheet here.
Look under the bed.
1, 3 pairs of shoes.
No sheets under here. What are you looking at, sir?
Is that blood? There on the pillow?
Looks like it. And here, sir, on the blanket.
A lot of it. I wonder.
Sir, there's somebody at the door.
Landlady.
I can speak a sort of French, sir. Alors, madame, entrez.
Alors?
Come on in, the keyhole's drafty.
Pardon?
Come in.
Ask her if she knows where Mademoiselle de Rocher is.
Mademoiselle de Rocher...
She is gone.
She speaks English.
Oh, oui.
Where's she gone to?
Je comprends pas.
Où est-elle?
Oh, she is gone since samedi.
Saturday.
Oui, she goes for to see her sister in Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Oui, oui, Nottingham.
What's her sister's name?
Ça, je comprends pas.
Comment elle s'appelle la sœur?
Je sais pas.
She doesn't know, sir.
She go away to hide in the abri when the Boches come in the air raid. Underground, in the tubes, vous savez? Elle ne revient pas. Nottingham. Tu compris?
What time does she leave?
À quelle heure est-elle partie?
Presque minuit.
Near midnight.
Samedi.
Saturday, yes.
She didn't come back, huh?
No. Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Oui.
Ask her who might know her sister's name in Nottingham.
Madame...
Il le sait. Cet homme-là, là-bas.
What man, madame?
The man in the picture there?
Oui. Ça, c'est Langlois, son bon ami. Langlois, il sait.
It's Langlois, her sweetheart. He might know, she says.
Where is he?
Je sais pas. C'est lui.
Where is his home?
Hein? Oh, Charlotte Street, numéro 101. 101. Langlois, Étienne Pierre, Petite Boucherie. Rue Charlotte, numéro 101.
What'd she say?
She says his name's Langlois and he lives at 101 Charlotte Street.
I know that. What else did she say?
She says he has a small butcher shop there.
The butcher Langlois was not there in his combination living quarters and shop in the basement of 101 Charlotte Street when Toland and I arrived. The heavy door was strongly barred and locked. Toland spoke to an attractive Frenchwoman who seemed to be the charwoman. At least she was armed with broom and pail, obviously recently used.
Pardon, mademoiselle, monsieur Langlois est-il ici?
Non, monsieur, il est en train de livrer ses viandes. Je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
Oh.
Non, vous ne pouvez pas entrer. J'ai tout enfermé quand j'ai fini de nettoyer. Quelle saleté. C'est que Langlois a égorgé un veau samedi soir. Oh, le sang était tout partout. À présent, il fait ses ventes. Je regrette, mais je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
What'd she say?
She says he's gone.
Oui, monsieur.
Who's she?
Je suis Françoise Grimard.
Mademoiselle Françoise Grimard.
C'est moi la fiancée d'Étienne Langlois.
What'd she say?
She's the sweetheart of Langlois, she says.
How many sweethearts has this fellow got?
Oh, I don't think we'd better ask her that, sir.
Mais qu'est-ce que vous dites, voyons?
What'd she say?
She wants to know what we're talking about.
Madam.
Mademoiselle.
You tell us, Owen.
Dommage que je l'ai raté. Je vous remercie, mademoiselle. Come on, sir. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
À la bonne heure, messieurs.
Goodbye, madam.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, right. Wonder how much she knows about this affair. Said she was Langlois' sweetheart, didn't she?
That isn't all she said, sir.
I gathered that.
Said Langlois had butchered a calf in there Saturday night.
She did?
That's why she had to clean up the place.
I hope she didn't clean it up too well.
Why, sir?
I'd like a sample of that blood.
I don't understand you, sir.
I want to see if it's really animal blood, my boy. I posted 2 detectives at the Charlotte Street location to keep a close but inconspicuous watch on the home butcher shop of Etienne Pierre Langlois to report the butcher's return. Toland and I went back to the Munster Square address where Albertine de Rocha had lived. The mustached landlady assured us she knew nothing more of the affairs of Mademoiselle de Rocha. She did, however, add that Monsieur Langlois had put in an appearance there after the de Rocha woman had left. Ask her when, Toland, I said.
Quel jour, madame?
Dimanche.
Sunday.
What did he want, madame?
He had food for the cat. Mademoiselle de Rocher asked him to do so.
Was he alone?
Huh?
Était you seul?
Oui.
How long was he here?
15 minutes, peut-être.
15 minutes.
I know. He fed the cat?
Comment?
The cat. Cat. Did he feed the cat? Eat.
No.
Why? That's what he was here for, wasn't it?
Le chat est perdu.
The cat's what?
Perdu. He has run away.
Well, what did he do with the cat food?
Oh, he take it away with him.
Why didn't he leave it here?
Je ne sais pas.
Was he here alone in this room all that time?
Oui.
Did he take anything from here when he left?
The food for the cat.
That all?
Je ne sais pas. I don't know.
You sure?
Monsieur, if he takes something from this flat, it is hers, not mine. Comprenez? I don't know. Aussi, he is her sweetheart, you say, n'est-ce pas? It is all right if he takes something. I don't know. Not my business.
A sheet seems to be missing from the bed.
I don't know. Je ne sais pas absolument.
I see. Well, that's that.
Seems to be, sir.
Well, thank you, madam, and goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur.
Oh, I knew there was something else I wanted to ask you.
Oui, monsieur.
Do you know a woman named, what's her name, Tom?
Who, sir?
The woman who told us about Langlois.
Oh. Françoise Grimard.
Ah. Know her?
No, I have never heard of her.
Nowhere in all London is the art of thrusting one's nose into other people's business at lower ebb than in Soho, with its enormous foreign population. Our uncooperative landlady was a conspicuous practitioner of the ancient injunction, live and let live. As Toland and I approached 101 Charlotte Street, half a mile away, Detective Sergeant John Mullins, one of the men I'd posted to watch the Langlois establishment, called to me.
Hey, Inspector.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Mullins.
Yes, sir. Been looking for you, sir. You went to your office at the yard and I...
What's up?
He's come back, sir.
Langlois?
Must be him, sir. He looks like a bloody butcher. He came up and unlocked the door of the place and went inside.
He's still there?
Must be. We haven't seen him come out.
Good.
The woman came up and knocked at the door, sir, about 10 minutes ago and was admitted by him.
Young?
Well, not so young, Sergeant, but very handsome, I'd say.
What'd she say?
We couldn't hear, sir, but she's there now. At least she hasn't come out either.
She's telling him all about the 2 policemen who were asking questions about him this morning. I'll take my oath.
there. So was Mademoiselle Francoise Grimard. They had been sharing a bottle of villainous-looking vin rouge, the kind the French soldiers call pinard. Pinard, right? It is said to dissolve the teeth that's taken in quantity by an amateur. Neither Langlois nor Mademoiselle Grimard were amateurs, apparently. They looked at us a trifle owlishly, however. We gratefully declined the drink. Langlois swilled peanuts.
What do you want, policeman?
Prends garde, Etienne.
What'd she say?
Be careful what you say, sir.
What?
That's what she said, sir.
Oh.
What do you want?
We'd like to ask you a few questions, Monsieur Langlois.
Ask them. I do not guarantee to answer.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Etienne?
Je dis que je ne promets rien.
Mademoiselle Grimard told us that she cleaned your place out.
He did not clean it well enough, I'm afraid.
Oh, fiche-moi le camp.
It is so dirty, François.
Si au moins tu faisais plus attention quand tu égorges tes bêtes.
What did she say?
She says I should be more careful when I butcher. C'est vrai, François.
You do your butchering in here?
Sometimes, monsieur.
Mais écoute.
Tais-toi, François.
This blood on the walls here, on the floor. It's animal blood, then?
From the calf I slaughtered.
Would you mind if I take a small sample of it?
Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?
Il veut du sang.
Pourquoi pas?
Yeah, why not, monsieur? You will find it is calf's blood. N'est-ce pas, François?
Bien sûr.
Oh, monsieur, take what you like.
If you please, Dolan.
Yes, sir.
Just scrape some of those stains in. You take this envelope.
Yes, sir.
Label it. Thank you. Now, if you'll open the door and hand it to Mullins, ask him to hurry it back. You don't mind, Monsieur Langlois?
I don't mind.
Yes, sir.
He's to take it to Sidney Belloc in the laboratory and have him tested at once to see if it is animal blood.
It is, monsieur.
And rush me a report here at once. I'll wait.
Yes,
Thank you, Monsieur Langlois.
but is that all you wish, monsieur?
I should like to ask another question or two, if I may.
Oh, monsieur?
Prends garde, Etienne.
Let me alone. Monsieur.
Now, you are not required to answer this question, Monsieur Langlois.
I know that. Ask it.
You, knew Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher, did you
Albertine du
not?
Rocher, la vachette salope.
Françoise.
Oh, Albertine du Rocher, alors oui, la connaissez, moi aussi.
Petit détail.
Elle qui voulait m'enlever Étienne, cette cochonne de la rue.
Je suis, Françoise.
Oh, elle ne reviendra plus ici, celle-là.
Enfin, tais-toi.
Oh, essaye. Elle reviendra plus jamais
Enfin,
ici.
tais-toi. Ferme ta gueule.
Eh oui, il la connaissait. Moi aussi.
Tais-toi, François.
Elle nous tracassera plus jamais, celle-là.
I take it the lady did know her.
She certainly did, sir.
What did she say?
Well,
Albertine du Rocher.
Now, excuse me, monsieur. I think it is better you go from here.
Monsieur Langlois, I have several more questions I would
I'm
like.
sorry, monsieur. I will not answer them.
Well, you don't have to, of course.
I am sure that you will see that the matter of Mademoiselle Albertine du Rocher is a very painful one for Mademoiselle Guillemard and myself. François.
Oh, alors.
Alors, tais-toi, François.
Oh, Albertine du Rocher.
No, monsieur. I have answered enough. I know the British law, too, monsieur. You may not enter my dwelling without a warrant if I wish you not to. Nor must I answer questions unless I so choose. You have no warrant. I choose not to answer any more of your questions. I ask you to go away from my house. The door, monsieur.
Oh, attends, espèce de crétin.
A thwarted policeman is a sorry sight. We shambled down Charlotte Street in the general direction of Scotland Yard, and the small measure of self-respect we detained in our retreat to its sheltering walls was quickly stripped from us by Sergeant Mullins, who met us on the stairway to my office.
I was just starting out to find you, sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
That tumble of blood you sent me back with, sir.
Yes?
The laboratory says it's animal blood, sir, not human at all.
Toland and I went home. But a night of even troubled sleep helped. I found obtaining a search warrant not too difficult, and armed with it, Tolan, Mullins, and I returned to Charlotte Street. Langlois greeted us with a tolerant smile, I think you'd call it, if you were a novelist.
It was the blood of an animal, was it not, Inspector?
Yes, it was, Monsieur Langlois.
Yes. I did not lie to you, n'est-ce pas?
I have brought a search warrant. Is there any other room or building on these premises which you use for slaughtering? May as well tell me. We shall find it anyway.
There is a small shed.
Out this door, monsieur.
But I have not used it for many months.
Out this door, monsieur.
Wait. Go ahead, Mullins. You know what you're looking for.
Right, sir.
Is there a basement here?
It is used for storage.
We'll have a look at it later. Tolan.
Yes, sir.
Have a good look round the other rooms first, Tolan.
Yes, sir. Monsieur, I assure you...
Oh, on the second floor, Tolan. Just run round to Munster Square, will you?
Is that not where the Mademoiselle de Rocher lives,
Just
monsieur?
run round there, will you, and see what Tom Bennett's found out.
Yes, sir.
If his report isn't ready, wait for it. And come back here at once.
Right, sir. May I ask?
There's a pathologist over there with some portable laboratory equipment, monsieur.
Mais je ne comprends pas.
He's over there looking at some blood stains. Now, if you don't mind, I'll start in this room. Is this an abattoir too, monsieur?
It is my kitchen.
It was a most dingy kitchen. A most filthy kitchen. I inspected it carefully. Greasy saucepans, well-scrubbed butcher's knives, moldy pails of rubbish, stinking half-empty tins of decayed food, and under the ancient sinks a pile of stained linen. The third item I picked up was a blood-stained towel. Animal blood, too, I asked Langlois. He didn't reply. And then something fell out of the folds of the towel onto the floor. I picked it up. What's this, I asked.
It is an earring. It belongs to Françoise, to Mademoiselle Grimard.
An earring, I said. And dropped it into my pocket. Just ask her about that.
I will give it to her, monsieur.
Thank you. I'll just ask her to identify it when she comes in. Where is she, by the way?
Oh, I don't know.
You'll find her. Did you say this is animal blood on this towel, monsieur?
From the calf which I slaughtered.
Dear me, how did an earring ever get in here?
She lost it.
Saturday night? While you were slaughtering the animal?
Monsieur.
Who's that?
Me, sir. Sergeant Mullins.
Oh, come in, Mullins. You find anything?
These bags, sir.
Jute bags. What's it say on them? You read it, Langlois.
Argentine, La Plata, cold storage. I have dozens of them.
Curious. The same kind of sack the body was in. Well, let's keep them, Mullins. Now, who's that?
Oh, here you are, sir.
Then it says the stains are animal blood, sir. He's certain.
I wonder how animal blood got in Mademoiselle de Roche's room. I wonder.
Monsieur, I must speak to you.
Eh? Very well. Tolan, you and Mullins go down to the cellar and see what you can find. Got a torch?
Yes, sir.
So long. Now, monsieur.
Wait, monsieur. There's nothing down there.
Get along.
Monsieur, I confess.
Go on.
I did not kill her.
Oh?
I went to feed the cat. I found her dead in her room. She had been attacked. Oh, blood.
I'm reliably informed that is animal blood, monsieur.
I was frightened. The concierge, the landlady, she knew I was there. I might be accused of murder.
It is possible.
I brought the body back here. That blood out there in the kitchen, that is human blood. Her blood. I put her in the sack, but I did not kill her. I did not, I tell you. And in the night, I got my horse and trap, and I drove to Regent Square with the body, and...
What did you do with the hand and the head?
We found the head, sir.
Hold on.
It's in a cask downstairs, sir, with a hand. Can't identify it, sir, but there's an earring in one ear. The other's been torn out. If we can find it.
Who's that now? Come in. Good morning, Mademoiselle Grimard.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Et vous? On vous a mis à la porte hier. Et tiens, réponds si veux-tu.
Mademoiselle, do you recognize this earring?
Oh, c'est à elle. C'est celui qui s'est accroché au torchon.
What'd she say?
She says it's the one that got caught on the towel, sir. Why, it's the same as the one down in the cellar, sir.
On l'a trouvé. Ils ont découvert sa tête.
She says they found it. They found the head.
Albertine. Oh, c'est lui qui l'a tué. Arrêtez-le.
Sister, she is the one. No, she will never know. My love, mon amour, mon amour.
Stop. Dolan. So you'll understand it.
Huh?
Etienne Langlois, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder.
François Grimard.
I arrest you for the willful murder of Albertine de Rosa. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. So long, both of you. At the trial at Old Bailey, it was proved that Albertine de Rosa, instead of going to the air raid shelter when the alarm was given, had instead gone to the home of her lover, Langlois, who was entertaining Francoise Grimard. A quarrel ensued, and the de Rosa woman was struck on the head and killed. We found the murder weapon, a cleaver owned by Langlois. The only fingerprints on it were those of Francoise Grimard. Langlois had gone to the dead woman's flat in Munster Square the next night with a container of animal blood in an attempt to make good his hastily conceived story. Then, realizing to do better than that, he resorted to the practice of his profession. His handwriting matched the bloody Belgium written on the pasteboard with the body. It was a joke, he said, to foil people. It didn't. Etienne Langlois and Francoise Grimard were hanged at Wandsworth Prison in May 1918.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Whitehall 1212 will not be heard next Sunday, giving way to a special broadcast of the Masters Open Golf Tournament from Augusta, Georgia. But we shall return to you at this time 2 weeks from today. Among those heard in this reenactment of a celebrated case were Horace Brame, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Evan Thomas, John Dirk, Patricia Courtley, and Elizabeth Eustace. The stories for radio on Whitehall 1212 are written and directed by Willis Cooper. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. This evening, The Big Show stars Judy Canova, Fred Allen, Jan Murray, Vivian Blaine, Portland Hoffa, Johnny Johnston, and your glamorous hostess, Tallulah Bankhead, with Meredith Wilson directing The Big Show Orchestra and Chorus. Then, later this evening, Theater Guild on the Air co-stars Lily Palmer and Rex Harrison. Then, tomorrow afternoon and every weekday afternoon, be sure to hear the new dramatic series, The Doctor's Wife. Yes, morning, noon, and night for the best in radio entertainment. Stay tuned to NBC. Remember, tonight, Theater Guild stars Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on NBC.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is finished by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The voice you will now hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. Police officials from every part of the civilized world come to see us here at New Scotland Yard. Many of them are old friends of ours, of course. There are few enough police forces with whom Scotland Yard has not been in contact. The Surety of France, the American FBI, Canada's famous RCMP. We're all enlisted in the war against crime. And as the Bible says, 8th chapter of Ecclesiastes, 3rd verse, there is no discharge in that war. We have an interesting visitor with us today. He came to glance at the exhibits here in case number 202131. Here, a doctor's instrument case, and a pair of child's rompers. These, with certain other objects which were later given Christian burial, were important objects in that case. And our visitor is the man who had so much to do with solving the case, Captain Lionel Watt, the former Chief Constable of Lancaster.
I must tell you at once that this was a matter for the Lancaster Constabulary and the police of Dumfriesshire in Scotland. Purely, let us say, a local matter.
No, Scotland Yard was not engaged in this case at all. Captain Watt and his people solved this most baffling case themselves.
Yes, so far as I'm able to discover, we have only one procedure that's precisely like Scotland Yard's, John.
And that is?
We patronize the same hangman. 2 miles north of the town of Moffat, which is in Dumfriesshire in Scotland, the main road from Carlisle to Edinburgh crosses the ravine where a small stream, Gardenholme Lynn, runs to the River Annan through a remarkably peaceful countryside. On the morning of the 29th of September, some years ago, several crudely wrapped bundles were observed lying on the banks of the ravine below the road. From one of the bundles protruded a naked human arm. The Dumfriesshire Constabulary naturally investigated. What they found added up to confusion as well as to horror. I was in the Moffat police station when Sergeant Barnes made his first report.
4 bundles. One wrapped in the Daily Herald, the London Labourite newspaper, for 5th August this year. The second wrapped in a pillow slip. The third in a portion of cotton sheeting. And the fourth in another piece of sheeting, tied up with what appears to be the hem torn from the sheet. All the bundles contained pieces of people to which straw was adhering, and a large quantity of cotton wool also. Quite neat. As nearly as we can tell, there are parts of at least 2 bodies. It's impossible at present to identify them. It's impossible even to determine the sex of the bodies or their approximate ages. By the appearance of the bodies, the medical officer thinks that they have been dead about 2 weeks, but he doesn't know for certain. He's sorting them out now.
During the week, other parcels were discovered along the course of Gardenholme Lynn and along the banks of the River Annan, all on the Scottish side of the border, outside my bailiwick. These parcels, which also contained portions of human bodies, were wrapped in pages of the Sunday Graphic for the 15th of September, and in pages of other newspapers, unidentifiable because of bloodstains. I had a telephone call.
Sergeant Barnes speaking at Moffat, sir.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. What's up?
We don't think our friends are Scottish, sir.
What's that?
Don't think they're Scottish.
What, friends? What?
The dead people, sir.
Well, that's quite a statement, Sergeant, when you can't even tell whether they're male or female.
Well, sir, we've been making inquiries ever since the first parcel was found. And according to our records, there hasn't been anybody missing in Dumfriesshire in 11 years who's not accounted for.
Well, that doesn't prove that...
There was a carnival at Morecambe about 2 weeks before we found the...
well, now what's that got to do with it?
Well, I telephoned the Herald office in London, sir, and they printed a special edition of slip sheets with pictures of the Morecambe Carnival.
Oh, yes, that's right.
They printed 5,370 copies, and it was all sold with the Sunday Herald of 15th September, either in Morecambe, which is right alongside you, or in Lancaster, which is where you are, sir.
Do you mind telling me what all this has got to do with your latest discovery, Sergeant?
Oh, not at all, sir. I thought you'd understand. The latest discoveries was wrapped up in those special pages, sir.
I at once put our people onto their missing persons list to discover what missing persons had been reported about the 15th of September who had not yet been found.
From Morecambe, sir. They've had nobody missing since September 11th, before season closed at Seaside. 2 persons, trippers from York, missing on that day, but bodies were recovered on following day. Both were drowned. That's all, sir.
How about Lancaster?
None unaccounted for within the specified period, sir. Unless you want to count this one, though she's not really missing.
Who?
Name Mattie Rowlandson, maid-servant. She's not been officially reported missing. But her stepfather's been around mumbling about a complaint.
What about?
Well, sir, it's one of them there things. The girl went away with her mistress and they haven't come back, that's all.
Where'd they go?
Edinburgh, husband says, sir.
Oh, she's married.
Mistress, husband.
Well, tell him to make the wife send the girl back.
I did, sir. And he wrote, but he hasn't had any reply yet. I gather the wife got fed up with him and walked out, taking the maid along for company.
Huh.
I'll be back.
That all?
That's all, sir.
Well, keep on checking up on missing persons. Though what can be done, I'm sure I don't know.
No, sir.
I think that sergeant over there at Moffat's is daft. Anyone could have got hold of a copy of that special edition of the Herald.
Yes, sir.
It's his affair. Let him work it out his way. We've plenty to do.
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks very much anyway. Keep your eyes open.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I say, I suppose it is our job to check up on things.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Whether it makes much sense or not. What's this chap's name whose wife's gone? Well, I'll have a chat with him and see what can be done about getting this girl back to her parents. That chance, I expect.
Name's Dr. John Hakim, sir. 2 Dalton Square.
Funny name.
Hindu or Parsi or something, I think, sir.
Well, I'll go see the blighter on my way home. It's quite all right. Go ahead. What here? What here?
Sir, this is Sergeant Barnes at Moffat, over in Dumfriesshire.
Hello, Barnes.
We're almost certain now, sir, about their bodies.
Certain? Well, what did you find out?
Well, sir, there's 2 professors of forensic medicine staying here at the hotel in Moffat, from Glasgow University, sir.
Yeah?
And they were invited to look at the remains. They and the medical officer here think they can be put them back together.
Good. Then you'll be able to identify them.
Well, they're not so sure about that, sir, seeing the condition of them. But what I called you about was to tell you you can narrow down whatever search you're making there.
I was going to tell you I haven't found any persons missing here, so your theory...
Not missing persons, sir.
What did you say?
It's missing women.
Women?
Aye. The doctors are certain, sir, they were both women.
I felt rather a fool about doing it. But my conscience, if that's who it was, kept mumbling in my ear about leaving no stone unturned, so I stopped my car as near to the door of 2 Dalton Place as I could and went to call on Dr. John Hakim. The bell was apparently out of order. It was a good 5 minutes before my pounding on the door was answered.
The doctor ain't home, sir.
Oh, isn't he?
He's committing an operation on an impacted wisdom tooth, sir.
Oh?
Then he's a dentist.
Licentiated Dentistry, University of Bombay, sir.
I thought he was a doctor.
Bachelor of Medicine, University of Lucknow, sir.
He's an Indian.
A Parsi, sir. Whatever that is. But he won't be back till quite late, so I'm not to take any appointments for him for the day.
Are you the,
I'm the charwoman.
Well, I'm very anxious to see the doctor. I'm Captain Watt.
Mrs. Music. Mrs. Pamela Music.
Huh? Who?
That's my name, sir.
Oh. Well, I was quite anxious to see the doctor.
Well, I'm in the doctor's confidence, sir. If there was anything...
I am Chief Constable of Lancaster, Mrs. Music.
Phew. What's he done, sir?
Nothing, so far as I know.
Well, then, what do you want to see him about?
Well, I'm afraid that's my business and his, my dear madam.
Madam, be I? You want to ask him about his wife, don't you, sir?
I wonder if you could tell me anything about him.
I'm afraid that's his business and mine, my dear sir.
Will you tell the doctor, please, that I'd be glad if he'd get in touch with me at the town hall, my office?
Has Mrs. Iron Mighty Dr. Hakim been making trouble?
Why should she make trouble?
Well, she's made plenty before. So it's not my affair, I'm sure. What does she want now, sir?
I'm afraid I shall have to discuss that with the doctor. If you'll be good enough to tell him that I called, please.
Yes, sir.
Would you know where Mrs. Hakim is at present?
I do not.
Does the doctor know?
Well, of course he knows.
And do you know if Maggie Rowlandson is with her, the maid?
Well, I know she should be right here, doing her share of this work, the lazy... Well...
How long has she been gone?
Oh, since that Sunday the carnival at Morecambe closed.
The 15th of September.
I think it was. They'd been to Morecambe that Saturday night for the last day of it.
Mrs. Hakim and
the
maid.
doctor told me when I come to work on Monday that Mrs. had walked out on Sunday morning, taking Maggie with her. This is the longest time she's been away.
Oh, this has happened before, eh? Where does she usually go?
She's got a sister in Edinburgh. She visits.
What's her name?
Mrs. Alexander MacArthur. Darling Edie. She's a twin of Mrs. Hakim, and I don't like her. Poor dear doctor. I hope she don't never come back this time. She'll be better off.
Why?
Nag and nag, nag. And that used to be a barmaid right here in town before he met her. Had him eating his heart out for her. Oh, well, you'll excuse me, sir, but I've got to get back to work. I'll tell the doctor you called, but don't you tell him what I've said now, mind you, sir. Here now, give us a hand with this carpet before you go, huh?
Express message dispatched to the Edinburgh Police by Chief Constable Lionel Watt of Lancaster.
Most urgently request you make contact with Mrs. Alexander MacArthur, Edinburgh. Requesting having her sister, Mrs. Jan Hakim, at this city, get in touch with me at once. Also discover whether Mrs. Hakim's maidservant, Maggie Rowlandson, is there with her. Information most urgently desired. Watt, Chief Constable Lancaster.
Sergeant Barnes of Moffat telephoned me.
Sergeant Barnes here, sir.
Oh, good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir. Did you have any luck?
We found two women who seem to be missing. Yes, Sergeant, but further inquiry has discovered them for us. They're visiting in Edinburgh, that's all. You had any luck?
Those two professors I told you about, sir. They seem quite delighted with what they've accomplished.
Putting the bodies back together.
Bodies? You should have seen them, sir.
I did, thanks. Any clues?
They said one of the bodies was a young woman. The others older, about 35, Dr. Fairley said. One of them had red hair, the young one, he said.
Red hair?
Yes, sir. And there's a part of the upper left forearm of the younger one that can't be found.
What's that mean, Barnes?
Well, Dr. Fairley thinks there was some kind of identifying mark.
Oh.
A scar or something. And the murderer, whoever he was smart enough to remove it. Real neat. Professional job, too, sir. Just as neat as if a doctor or a surgeon had done it. Dr. Fairley says.
Come in.
Dr. Hawkins, sir.
What?
Dr. Hawkins here.
Oh. Have him come in, please.
What do you say, sir?
I've got a visitor, Barnes.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll talk to you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, sir,
You are Chief Constable Watt, isn't it?
I am, sir.
I want to know what you mean, sir, by persecuting me. Answer me.
Why, my dear sir, nobody's persecuting
You have appeared at my office in my absence making inquiries which I am resenting very much indeed, and I demand that they be stopped.
My dear man.
I am a reputable doctor, sir, a surgeon. I will not have policemen coming to my office.
I came to your home, sir.
It is also my office and surgery. You are thinking that I have some guilty knowledge of my wife's whereabouts, and that little Rundy, her maid, isn't it?
There's no call to be quite so belligerent, Dr.
I
Hakim.
shall be as belligerent as I please, sir, when my rights are invaded.
Now, look here, Dr. Hakim. I am not going to be put on the defensive by you at all. You may as well understand that. Now, I'm sure that you're aware that I'm following up a legitimate inquiry concerning the whereabouts of your maid, Magic.
You have no right to question my service.
My dear sir, I have a right to question anyone who might be able to contribute information.
You know that Mrs. Musical talk.
I am not acquainted with Mrs. Music's proclivities, sir. Now that you are here in my office, I ask you what information you can give me about the Rollinson woman.
I can give you none. She accompanied my wife to Glasgow. Probably she is still there with her.
I thought you said that your wife went to Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, I mean. I can't keep these stupid Scottish, the English, these Scottish, I can't remember them.
I see. Has your wife left you, Doctor?
I will not tell you.
You have a reason for refusing to answer, I take it.
I have. You will be telling it all over the city, and my practice will be ruined. I know how you police operate. I don't trust you.
That's a very extraordinary attitude to take,
It is
Doctor.
the attitude which I choose to take. You will stop meddling with my affairs, sir.
Look here, Dr. Hakim. Dr. Hakim, I have no interest for the moment in the reasons for your wife having left you, but
I'll tell you why she left me. She left me for another man.
I said I have no interest in her reasons, sir, at the moment.
I'm being disgraced. I am being ruined by this scandal. My practice, I should be ruined. Now you please come around so that all the neighbors may see. It is inexcusable.
Control yourself, sir. I'm interested in finding Maggie Rollinson for her parents.
She is with my wife in Glasgow, Edinburgh.
Is she?
Of course I told you so. Now, will you do something to end this persecution?
I told you there is no persecution, Doctor.
Will you put a notice in the papers that I had nothing to do with my wife's leaving me? Will you swear?
You're being silly, Doctor.
No, you are ruining my practice.
I don't believe so,
I
Doctor.
demand that you give out a statement to the public that I know nothing at all about this.
Except that you know where your wife and Miss Rollinson are.
Will you give me a statement, sir?
Dr. Hakim, when I am thoroughly convinced that you have no connection with either your wife's going away nor of Miss Rollinson's unexplained departure...
I had nothing to do with either of them. My wife left me and took Mattie with her.
When I'm thoroughly convinced of that, Doctor, I'll be glad to say so to any of your patients, present or prospective, that you care to send me.
How dare
Until then, if I need you, I shall send for you. Good day, sir.
You are persecuting me because I am an Indian, isn't it?
You are being offensive, sir.
You think you are a great big superior Englishman and so on. Therefore you can... What do you want?
Sergeant, show Dr. Hakim the exit, please.
Yes, sir. Will you come this way?
I will not come this way. I want justice. I will stay here until... All right. I'm coming. You're bigger than I am. You're English. You're
Exit
fully...
this way, sir.
Ratty little brute. Oh, hello. Put me through to Sergeant Barnes over in Moffat in Dumfriesshire, if you please. Quite. Dumfriesshire is in Scotland. Right.
He's gone, sir. Oh, excuse me, sir. I had this express message for you when you rang for me. From Edinburgh.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'll wait. Edinburgh.
Barnes here.
Oh, Sergeant Barnes, Watt here. I was just calling to tell you that... First off, have you heard anything more in the way of clues? You were starting to tell me.
Just that we found that one of the pieces of the body, sir, was wrapped up in a pair of child's rompers, sir.
Rompers?
Yes, sir. The other parts were wrapped up in old papers, old rags, a bit of sheeting. But this, it appears to be a part of a left leg, was wrapped up in these kids' rompers. That's all. So if that'll help...
Well, I had this chap in here, and remarkably unpleasant little man. He confirms that both of our so-called missing women are safe in Edinburgh. So I'm afraid that your Lancaster theory rather collapses.
Oh, that's too bad, sir. I had great hopes of your taking this off her hands.
No, I think not. As a matter of fact, I've just had an express message from the Edinburgh Police. I'll read it to you. Half a sec. Chief Constable, etc., that's me.
What did they say, sir?
Well, I'm afraid I gave it back rather too quickly, Sergeant.
You what, sir?
And here's the message from Edinburgh. Subject person has been contacted. Says has not seen subject of inquiry, Mrs. Hakim, since last New Year's Day in Lancaster. Has never seen subject Maggie Rowlinson. Hodgson, Edinburgh
fine.
Police. What'd you say, Sergeant?
I said, I wish you luck, sir.
It was raining quite hard when I arrived, full of beans, at the door of number 2 Dalton Square to demand explanations from the little doctor. I thumped the door vigorously, and out of time, it opened.
The doctor, I did. Oh, it's you, Constable.
Where is he, Mrs. Music?
Out, sir. Calling on patients. He certainly did give me what for.
May I come in out of the rain, please?
Oh, if you must,
Thank
sir. Wipe your boots on the mat. It's mucky enough in here anyways, though Lord knows I try to keep it tidy. What do you want now? She ain't here. Neither one of them's here.
Neither Mrs. Hakim nor Maggie, what's her name, Rowlinson?
Nor the doctor. Now, what did you want, sir? He ain't here.
Very important that I see him. Where do you expect I might find him? Or when will he be back?
That's the way I got into trouble the other day, answering questions.
Now, look here, Mrs. Music.
He says it ain't good for business. He said if I'd done it again, I'd lose my situation, and I'm not going to lose my situation.
If you'll just tell me when the doctor will be back, Mrs. Music.
He'll be back tonight. He's going to have tea with the children.
What children?
Oh, no, lummy how it's raining. Well, that'll be good for the carpet.
Carpet?
Oh, now, you do ask questions, don't you?
What children?
The doctors. They're staying with Dr. Mattoo and his wife since the missus went away. That's why the carpets are soaking in the rain.
Mrs. Music, will you please...
To wash the blood out of them.
What blood?
It's been on them ever since the day she went away, and I don't know any way to get it out, so I'm soaking them in the rain. And...
Whose blood? Whose blood is it, I mean?
There was blood all over the surgery and on the stair carpet. You helped me with the stair carpet just then, for which I thank you, sir.
Whose blood?
Oh, blood ain't no treat around here, sir. The doctor's always cutting people up, committing operations and all.
Whose blood, I say?
Oh, you needn't yell at me. I can hear all right. Why, his, of course.
His? The doctor's?
Of course.
How did his blood get on?
When I come to work that Monday morning, he told me the missus had run away from him, so he took the kids to stay with Mrs. Mattoo, like I said before. And when he come back, he tried to open a tin of peaches for his breakfast, and he cut his hand dreadful on the tin opener. Didn't you see he was still bandaged up?
Yes.
There was blood every place in the house. On the rug, on his waistcoat.
He bled a lot.
Well, you wouldn't think one person could bleed so much and still walk about.
Who dressed his hand?
He dressed it himself. Wouldn't even let me put Zambuck on it. He's very accomplished, sir. Oh, dear me.
What's the matter?
Oh, I knowed he'd forget to take them. You see?
What are those things?
Oh, I told him he'd forget them. Now what are those poor kiddies going to do with them?
What are they?
Rompers. Don't you recognize rompers? Haven't you got any kiddies? I told him to take them.
Whose are they?
All except that one pair that belonged to young Allen. I don't know how anybody could lose a pair of rompers.
Is there a telephone here, Mrs. Music?
In the surgery there, but I'm not sure the doctor
There's half a crown. Say nothing about it.
You are Bar Music, that red bow tie you've been wanting.
In here, Mrs. Music?
It's his birthday Wednesday. What'd you say? Oh, yes, it's in there, sir. Thank you.
One more question, Mrs. Music. What color hair did Maggie Rowlinson have?
Had, sir? Well, she's got ginger hair. Real bright red.
Thank you, Mrs. Music. This is Chief Constable Watt. Put me through to Sergeant Barnes at the Moffat Police Station. Quickly, do you hear? It's 8 o'clock in the evening when Sergeant Barnes arrived at 2 Dalton Place. I'd urged Mrs. Music to wait. Come in, Barnes, I said. Did you bring them?
Yes, sir. They're right here.
What on earth?
Know what these are, Mrs. Music?
Well, of course I do. Where'd you get them all bloody like this? Ugh. Is there blood on everything?
What are they?
Why, they're little Allen's rottens that was lost.
How do you know?
Well, right there. The patch I sewed on myself out of Music Sanderson Gingham's shirt. Of course I know. Where'd you get them?
Why, Miss Maggie Rowlandson had them.
Oh, well, there's the doctor. At last. You gentlemen, you can...
Mrs. Music, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
I'm here also, Dr. Hakim.
Now, what are you wanting in my house?
I want to see you, sir.
And may I know who you are, please?
I'm Sergeant Barnes of the Dumfriesshire Constabulary, sir. I want to see you, too.
Now, look here. What is this?
I found little Allen's romper that was lost, Doctor. Aren't you glad?
No, I don't think he's very glad, Mrs. Music. Doctor, may I look at that bandaged hand where you cut it on the chin opener and where you bled so profusely?
Stand away from me. Stand away from me, I tell you.
Hold his hand, Barnes.
Yes, sir.
No, don't touch my hand. Let go.
I'll be quite
Let go my
gentle,
hand.
Doctor, but I've got to get that bandage off. There's no blood here. Now, there. Look, Barnes.
Yes, sir.
What? Let me see. Why the rightly cut on that hand? Well, where did all the blood come from, then?
Yes, Doctor. Where did all the blood come from? Johanga Sorabi Hakim, alias Dr. John Hakim, I arrest you for the murder of your common law wife and of Maggie Rowlandson. And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. He admitted it finally. He had murdered his wife in a fit of insane rage when he discovered that she had met, quite innocently, incidentally, the man of whom he was insanely jealous, though without any cause whatever. The maid, Maggie Rowlandson, was killed in an attempt to defend her mistress. In one day, the murders had been committed on Saturday night. He had dissected the bodies, removed all means of identification, and at night had scattered the neatly wrapped parcels containing the bodies from the bridge on the Edinburgh Road. The two professors from the university were able to reassemble the mangled bits to such an extent that there was no question of their identity at last. Dr. Hakim, which was not his name, was tried for murder at Manchester Assizes and found guilty. He was hanged at Strangeways Prison 3 weeks later. Same hangman who works for Scotland Yard officiated.
Heard in the order of their appearance on Whitehall 1212 today were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Pat O'Malley, Lester Fletcher, Patricia Courtley, and Morris Delamore. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. As individuals, we can't solve all of the problems of international strife and tension. But as individuals, we can declare ourselves on the side of friendship and goodwill. The best way to express your goodwill is through CARE, C-A-R-E, the non-profit international organization that delivers food and clothing packages to the needy in other lands. For complete information, get it at CARE offices throughout the nation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Star Hollywood cast tonight is Mr. Warren William, and with him is Mr. Eric Blore. No fewer than 9 times have these two gentlemen appeared together in screen thrillers based on the adventures of one of the most celebrated characters of modern crime fiction. This familiar character will speak to you now for the first time on the air, as with the story called Murder Goes for a Swim, and the performances of Warren William as Michael Lanyard and Eric Blore as Jameson. We again hope to keep you in suspense.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. Nowadays, meeting me on the street, you'd most likely recognize me as Michael Lanyard, an author of sorts. But if you'll not be too free with the information, because I've been at some pains to allow bygones to be bygones, I was once known rather well by quite a different name. And there are still times when I find myself obliged, or should I say forced, to return to that character, to resort to the somewhat questionable talents of the lone wolf. As a matter of fact, my presence here this evening is prompted by an uncontrollable desire to reminisce a little. Eh, Jameson?
Oh, quite right, Mr. Lanyard. And if you'll pardon a gentleman's gentleman for saying so, sir, playing nip and tuck with the police, meeting lovely ladies, you pilfering an occasional gem, I living, so to speak, from hand to pocket. Ha ha! Those were the days, sir.
Yes, those were the days.
Absconding at times. Perhaps a touch of embezzlement here and there.
Now, hold on, Jameson. If we're going to reminisce in public, I suggest we confine our recollections to our later period, when the lone wolf had become a gentleman of leisure and used his talents in the interests of law and order.
In that case, sir, I suggest you relate the episode of our little experience at that horrible party we attended at that Long Island estate. Remember, sir?
Of course, Jameson, the Rutherford Barnes estate. If I remember correctly, the occasion was some sort of charity bazaar. We were invited for the weekend. The phone rang just as we were about to leave the apartment.
Mr. Lanyard, this is Betty Lawson. You've never heard of me before, but I know you've been invited to spend the weekend with Mr. Rutherford Barnes. Please, you must accept the invitation. Come down immediately, right now. It's just a little after 2 o'clock. And if you're not too late, the lone wolf may be able to prevent a murder.
Jameson and I arrived at the Barnes estate a bare 2 hours after we'd received the mysterious telephone message. I was introduced to all kinds of people. First, the famous gossip columnist, Ralph Clinton.
Well, Mr. Lanyard, this is indeed a surprise, and I might say a pleasant addition to our little gathering. Something always happens when you're lone wolfing around. Oh, I know, you've reformed. But a fellow can hope for a little excitement, can't he? See you later, old man.
Then I met a very, very beautiful young lady.
Oh, Mr. Lanyard, we haven't met yet. I'm Cynthia Waring. I've read all your stories and admired the ingenious way you solve those baffling mysteries. I think you're wonderful, really.
And, of course, there was our host himself, Mr. Rutherford Barnes, who had recently announced his engagement to Miss Waring.
I believe you've met just about everyone, Lanyard. That is, everyone except Bill Hodges. He's the firebrand of our little congregation. He's probably wandering around walking off the effects of the last 10 cocktails. Just make yourself comfortable.
Strangely enough, I failed to meet a Miss Betty Larson, the frightened young lady who had phoned. Anyway, the afternoon wore on through the beauty contest at which I was elected to preside as judge, and at which Miss Cynthia Waring, looking very pretty in a big picture hat and hoop skirt, was the winner. After it was over, Jameson and I managed to break away from the rest of the guests, and to escape the heat of the afternoon, we prepared ourselves for a cooling dip in the pool.
I say, Mr. Lanyard, we've been to some pretty big and fancy places in our day, but this one is really something. This Rutherford Barnes person must be really an important person.
You're quite right, Jameson. Rutherford Barnes is listed in Who's Who as the gentleman who made a fortune out of sardines. Just think, an entire estate built of sardines.
Uncanny, isn't it, sir?
Oh, Jameson.
Forgive me, sir. No more puns, I promise.
Well, I should hope so.
I say, this pool is constructed just like a miniature lake. Lilies and all that sort of thing floating on top.
Quite naturally, if you're going down for the third time, you just take a lily with you.
Oh, what a jolly thought. Well, here goes. Watch this beautiful swan dive. I say, this is most unusual. There's a sort of a mermaid lying on the bottom of the pool. And she's very pretty, sir.
Last night it was a barmaid. Today it's a mermaid.
No, but really, sir.
Well, I'm the judge in the beauty contest. I'd better go down and have a look.
Don't be away too long, sir. Remember, there are lots of warmer women in the world.
Jameson, quick. Here, give me a hand.
Good heavens. It's a girl.
Quick, here, lift her out of here. Hurry.
I'm doing my best.
I'll get up there and... here, now, let's put her down here.
You hold her there, sir. Yes,
Jameson, I'm afraid she's dead.
Well, what do you make of it, sir? What, was it an accident?
Well, I don't know. There's a pretty nasty bump on the side of her head.
Well, perhaps she slipped and hit her head as she fell.
Perhaps. But her bathing suit, not quite the style you'd put on to take a swim.
Possibly she was in the beauty contest.
Of course, that's it. The program listed 10 contestants, yet only 9 girls competed.
Meaning what, Mr. Lanyard?
Meaning, Jameson, that this poor kid was the 10th contestant. And if my hunch is correct, her name is Betty Larson.
The girl with the telephone message?
Precisely. And if her call was on the level, we did arrive too late, and she was murdered.
Mr. Lanyard!
Mr. Lanyard!
It's Mr. Barnes and Miss Waring. Take off your robe and cover up the body, Jameson.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lanyard, we've been looking all over for you, haven't we, Cynthia, dear?
Yes, of course. And I'm glad we found you, Mr. Lanyard. I've been wanting to thank you for awarding me the prize in the beauty contest this afternoon. I really didn't think that... Mr. Lanyard! There, at the edge of the pool.
Yes, it's a girl, and I'm afraid she's drowned.
Drowned? But... Oh, how horrible.
Oh, but how did it happen? Who is she?
I think she's Betty Larson. What do you think, Mr. Barnes? Here, look.
Oh, good heavens.
Look.
Oh. Yes. Yes, that is Betty Larson. Why, I had no idea.
Then you do know the girl, Mr. Barnes.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, only recently I recommended her for a job. She's the local telephone operator.
And the village beauty. Mr. Barnes and Miss Larson were childhood sweethearts.
Mr. Barnes, tell me, do any of the other guests know this girl? Ralph Clinton, for instance. Could our famous columnist have possibly known Miss Larson?
Well, if not in person, most certainly by telephone. You see, for the last few weeks, Miss Larson handled my personal calls.
I see. Did she ever mention the fact that there might be a murder?
Murder?
Well, you see, I received a rather strange message.
Now, look here, Lanyard. If you're insinuating that Miss Larson was murdered, you're all wrong. It's perfectly obvious. She slipped and fell into the deep end of the pool. She can't swim. We couldn't hear her cry for help over the noise of the party, so the poor girl drowned.
As simple as that, huh?
Why, of course. And I'd appreciate it if you'd be kind enough not to mention this accident to any of the other guests. There's no need to disrupt the entire weekend. I'll notify the sheriff and call the coroner, and they'll take care of everything. I think it might be a good idea, Mr. Lanyard, since you seem so certain that a murder's been committed, that you and your man remain on the premises. Our famous lone wolf may have a little explaining of his own to do. Come along, Cynthia.
Oh, I'm completely at sea, Mr. Lanyard. The sheriff seems to think the whole thing was an accident, that this Miss Betty Larson person dived into the pool and that's how she hit her head.
I doubt that, Jameson. According to Barnes, the girl couldn't swim.
Hey, buddy. Oh, I think we have company.
Buddy.
Yeah?
If you see Mr. Barnes around, I want to see him.
I think he's over at the other side of the house, getting things ready for the bazaar.
Bazaar? They don't care how they celebrate a murder, do they?
If I'm not mistaken, you're Mr. Bill Hodges, eh?
Yeah. Betty Larson and I were going to get married. Everything was great until she starts going around with this society bunch. I got a few things to settle with that society crowd. Especially that keyhole peeper, Ralph Clinton.
You seem quite positive, Hodges, that your girl was murdered.
Well, what do you think it was, an accident? That girl could swim like a fish. Nothing could happen to her in the water.
Yeah, but Barnes says she couldn't swim a stroke.
I said she could swim like a fish.
But Barnes says...
Did you hear me, you little runt?
Amazing how that girl could swim.
Look here, Hodges, what makes you think Ralph Clinton had anything to do with this? Do you know you're practically accusing him of murder?
Listen, Betty stood me up twice last week. I followed her in my car, and she met Clinton both times. He was going to put her in this contest, and she was a cinch to win. He promised her. Then look what happens to her. She's dead. Murdered, I tell you.
Well, here comes Clinton now. Maybe you'd better tell him about it.
Oh, there you are, Hodges. I understand you've been looking for me.
Yeah, I have. And now I'm going to fix that pretty face of yours.
Yeah, wait a second. Here, you can't do that. Here, Jemison, help me break this up.
I will as soon as they stop punching me.
Hey, don't be a fool, Hodges. Stop it. Stop it, I say.
All right. All right, let go of me. Let go.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Lanyard. This man's a maniac.
Okay. But I'm warning you, Clinton. I'll see you again. When you ain't got your friends around.
Personally, I don't know whether the girl was killed or not, but if she was, our friend there, Hodges, will have a lot of explaining to do.
You mean you've got something on him, Mr. Clinton?
Well, when I was discussing the contest with Betty Larson a few days ago, she told me that Hodges had warned her not to enter it. It seems he was afraid that if she won, it might go to her head and she'd walk out on him. As a matter of fact, he told her to stay away from here.
Well, there's going to be a coroner's inquest in the morning, and I suggest that you tell this to the sheriff as soon as he returns.
Oh, why, tell that to the sheriff? Oh, no, I'd rather hate to do that. You see, Lanyard, someone in my position, I can't afford to get involved. After all, it's my business to report scandal and not get mixed up in it.
But look here, you...
Oh, tell you what, give me a chance to think it over, and I'll see you at the treasure hunt tonight.
Oh, dear. 2 in the morning, Mr. Lanyard. What a ghastly hour to go tramping over the ground. Must we participate in this treasure hunt?
Of course, it's all a part of the weekend. Come in.
Well, it's the witching hour, Mr. Lanyard. Here's your envelope with the clues for the treasure hunt. You'd better hurry. Everybody's ahead of you.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. We'll catch up.
Fine. This ought to be very interesting. Seeing the lone wolf stalking down his prey.
You know very well, Clinton.
Oh, sure. I forgot. You're not the lone wolf anymore. You're just nice, innocent Mr. Lanyard. Well, good hunting. See you later.
Well, here you are, Jameson. This is our clue. Go ahead, read it.
Under the oak and under the cover, where have met many a lover, light a match and look deep down, find your clue and win your crown. I say, isn't that lovely?
Can you decipher it?
Oh, of course, sir. It means,
Exactly, Jameson, the old well. That's where we'll find the next clue. Come on, let's get going. The well is down this path. It's right near the stables.
You mean when we get to the well, we find another clue?
That's right, and at the end is when we reach the treasure.
Oh, the treasure. I say, what is this treasure?
Jameson, it's unimportant what the treasure is. It might be a bag of jelly beans.
It all sounds very silly to me, sir. There's the well over there. And look here. It's got a wooden cover on it, exactly like it said on the poem. Well, what do we do now?
Now, wait a minute. Oh, yes, under the cover. Light a match and look deep down. Here, I'll take this lid off and put it here. Now, you light a match, Jameson.
Right, sir.
Our second clue must be somewhere inside the well.
Right, here, just a moment.
Ah, there's the clue we're looking for. A piece of paper pinned on the wall inside the well with a big pin.
Oh, dash it all. Match went out. I'll light another one.
Oh, Jameson, hold it. Hold it. The inside of this well smells like gasoline.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does smell like it's full of...
Get away, Jameson. Blow that match out.
Oh, are you all right, Mr. Lanyard?
Yes, and no thanks to you.
Oh, I couldn't help it, sir. If you ask me, we walked right into a trap.
And quite obviously. Here, let me help you up.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, if I'd had any idea... Ouch!
Well, now what's the matter?
Oh, I've been stabbed.
Well, let me see. Oh, steady, Jameson. I'll pull it out.
Oh, be careful, sir. Oh. Oh. Oh!
There we are. And very interesting.
What is it, sir?
Oh, it's that big pin. You could have been hurt quite badly.
Well, if you ask me...
Come along, Jameson. We've got work to do.
And another thing, Mr. Barnes. We don't mind playing this little treasure hunt game of yours, but it's no fun when the prize is 2 bodies, especially if they happen to be our 2 bodies.
Oh, surely it was only an accident.
I wish I could believe that, Miss Waring.
But there's no rhyme nor reason for what's been happening. If the accident at the well was another attempt at murder, then all our lives could be in danger.
Steady, Cynthia, darling. I presume you have some idea of who the murderer might be, Mr. Lanyard.
You flatter me, Mr. Barnes.
I would think you had surely lined up 1 or 2 likely suspects, Mr. Lone Wolf.
Why don't you tell them about our friend Mr. Clinton, sir?
Clinton? Oh, well, there are some mighty interesting aspects to that road company Winchell. He was meeting Betty Larson secretly. At least that's what Hodges says.
I can believe that. Clinton would stoop to anything. I didn't want to have him around, but Cynthia felt that we should cater to him for the sake of publicity for the bazaar.
Hodges also insists that Clinton arranged for Miss Larson to enter the beauty contest, and that Clinton promised her that she would win. And there's the little incident at the well.
If you ask me, Clinton is in this thing right up to his clues.
Help! Mr. Barnes! Somebody come out here, hurry!
That sounds like Hodges.
He's right out there at the side of the house.
Well, come on. We can go through these French windows.
In here, in the bushes, you'd better hurry.
What is it, Hodges? What's wrong?
I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know anything about it.
Great heavens, look at Clinton.
Oh, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. What awful things are going on. No,
I don't know how it happened. I was just coming down the path. There in the bushes, he was lying right
He's
there.
done for, all right, Mr. Lanyard. Shot. Murdered.
Murdered? You did this, Hodges. You said you'd get even with Clinton. Now you've done
I tell you, I don't know anything about it. I was just walking down along the path. I don't know anything about
It's
it.
all right, Hodges. You'll have an opportunity to prove your innocence.
Don't you have some theory about all this, Mr. Lyon? And
There, Miss Waring. I think I can promise you at least that there won't be any more murders. Hold the flashlight a little higher, Jameson, on the clock on the mantelpiece.
Yes, sir. Just as you say, sir. But aren't we taking a bit of a risk, Mr. Lanyard? Leaving the estate without checking with the sheriff?
Shh, quiet, Jameson. If I don't find what I'm looking for here in Clinton's apartment, I'm afraid we'll have a lot of explaining to do.
I'd just as soon we didn't go back. There's been 2 murders already, and they say things come in 3s.
How interesting. Jameson, why do you think I've got you flashing the light on that clock on the mantelpiece?
Well, sir, I'm a bit rusty. I think it might be safe to say, well, it would be safe.
Exactly, Jameson. You never fail. The safe behind the clock on the mantelpiece.
I say, I was right. Ingenious, eh, Mr. Lanyard?
You have your moments. Well, it's a long time since I've operated in this fashion, but we'll see, Jameson.
If you don't mind, sir, this is like old times.
I do mind, Jameson, but unfortunately, certain situations are born of necessity.
Then allow me to compliment you, sir. You haven't lost the old touch.
No, I'm not so sure. Ah, there we are.
Not much of a haul, if you ask me. Nothing but a stack of letters and a notebook.
Let's have a look.
All that trouble just for a bundle of papers. Just a waste of good time and talent. There could have been a pound of butter or a gas coupon or a back axle or...
Aha!
I say, what's so interesting?
Just the...
Did you find a clue to the murders?
Just the motive, Jameson. Just the motive.
Look here, you can't keep me here, Sheriff. All I did was find Clinton. You can't hang a guy for that.
Keep your shirt on, Hodges. Nobody moves out of this room till Lanyard shows up. If he doesn't come in 5 minutes, I'm going to put out a call and have him pulled in.
Seems to me that Mr. Lanyard has admitted his guilt by disappearing.
Well, whatever the case may be, I think you should allow me to go. After all, this is my house, and I do have guests. They might think it rather strange if their host isn't around.
Look, Mr. Barnes, party or no party, there's been a couple of murders committed around this joint, and everybody in this room is under suspicion.
Really, Sheriff? If you're going to keep us here and allow Mr. Lanyard to stay...
Good evening, Sheriff. Jameson, say good evening to the Sheriff. He's been very patient, I hope.
Good evening, sir. Constable. Sheriff.
All right, you two. You'd better make it good. Running away from the scene of the crime won't sit so well in court.
Please accept my apologies, Sheriff.
Well, now that you're here, Mr. Lanyard, perhaps we can clear up this nasty mess.
Yes. I presume you've been spending your time checking up on the murders, Mr. Lanyard.
That's right. And I've uncovered a few details which I'm sure will prove most interesting, Miss Waring.
You're wasting time, Lanyard. Somebody in this room has been running around committing murders, and I'm going to find out who it is or die
trying.
Who said that?
Oh, if it's all the same to you, Sheriff, I think I'll join the other guests.
Now, isn't that thoughtful of you? Get away from that door before you tempt me to bring the murder score up to 3.
Do as he says, Jameson. After all, you don't want to miss all the fun. In just a minute, you're going to have the pleasure of meeting the murderer.
Yes, that's just what I'm afraid of, sir.
All right, Lanyard. Let's have it.
Very well, Sheriff. First, allow me to review events from the beginning. Just as Jameson and I were leaving for Mr. Barnes's residence, we received a rather unusual telephone message. It was Betty Larson. That was about 2 p.m., wouldn't you say, Jameson?
5 minutes after 2, to be exact, sir.
Thank you. We arrived at Mr. Barnes's estate by 3:30. At 5, Jameson and I went for a swim in the pool. It was then we found Miss Larson. At what time did the coroner examine her, Sheriff?
Around 7 in the evening. But what difference does it make? The poor girl had been dead for 10 hours.
All the difference in the world, my dear fellow. Simple arithmetic will show you that it was impossible for Miss Larson to call me at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, she'd already been dead for 5 hours.
Hodges, you did it. You paid someone to make that call.
You're crazy. I had nothing to do with it.
Pipe down, Hodges. Go on, Lanyard.
Sheriff, what do you think was used to murder Miss Larson?
Well,
Could this have been the weapon?
The pin. The pin, the one I fell on when the well exploded.
Yes, Jameson. Let me paint a rather gruesome picture for you, Sheriff. Miss Larson is called down to the edge of the swimming pool. Someone who poses as a friend suggests that she try on a hat. In trying it on, our murderer, pretending to assist, neatly jabs Miss Larson and thrusts the pin through the base of her brain.
Oh, how horrible. Could I examine the pin, please?
Why, of course, Mr. Barnes.
Why, it's a hat pin. Well, Cynthia, it's the one you had in the large hat you wore in that beauty contest. Cynthia, it was you.
All right, stand back, all of you.
Look here, sister, you can't get away with this.
Shut up! And listen, all of you. I assure you I know how to handle this gun, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Cynthia,
Stand back, Hodges.
I don't get you, Cynthia. What earthly reason would you have for killing Betty? She wanted to be your friend.
That's a laugh. Listen, little boy blue. A telephone operator sometimes hears too much for her own good. How do you think she got all those fine furs? From some boyfriend? No, she was too daffy about you, so she decided to try her hand at blackmail.
Blackmail?
That's right. Only she pushed me just a bit too far.
Why,
Get back, all of you. You, prune face.
Who? Who, me?
I don't mean your brother. Open the door. Go on, open it.
Yes, ma'am.
Now stand back, all of you. Ha. Very amusing picture. That's right, Mr. Lanyard. Step forward just a little.
I'd like to thank you for spoiling a most delightful weekend. Here's a little something to remember me by.
Jameson, are you all right?
Yes, I think so, sir.
Oh, thank heaven.
Yeah, you did a good job, Jameson. You not only saved Mr. Leonard from getting shot, but when you fell against this door, you also managed to knock Miss Waring colder than a doornail.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
And as for you, sister, maybe these bracelets will keep you out of trouble. Because when you come to, you're going to find yourself booked for murder.
Double murder, Sheriff. Dig the bullet out of the wall over there, and you'll find it will match the one found in Clinton's body.
Well, what do you know? Come on, Hodges, give me a hand.
Okay, Sheriff.
I can't believe it. Why, Cynthia and I had so many plans together. It's hard to believe that she could be responsible for those horrible murders.
I'm afraid she was. Mr. Barnes, this is Mr. Clinton's notebook. Several canceled checks and a few letters. Look them over, and you'll discover that your dream girl, Miss Cynthia Waring, has quite a number of aliases, and in certain circles has a reputation for landing the biggest fish in the pool. Then, after she's collected enough money, she tosses them back. You were her next victim, Mr. Barnes. And as for the unfortunate Mr. Clinton, being a newspaper man and gossip columnist, he ferreted out her little scheme and, in turn, was blackmailing Miss Waring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess that just about puts the cap on that story of our little adventure at the estate of Rutherford Barnes. Miss Cynthia Waring was a very shrewd and fast-thinking young lady. She got one victim with a gun. She almost got Jameson and me at the old well when the gasoline exploded, all of which began with the first and most ingenious of the murders, the particularly cold-blooded murder of Betty Larson with that hat pin. And, Jameson, of course, we have you to thank for having discovered that most important bit of evidence, the pin itself.
Yes, Mr. Lanyard. And I must say, I got quite a lift out of that myself when I discovered it.
Now, Jameson, remember your promise. Suffice it to say, you discovered the pin. The hard way, I admit.
Oh, yes, sir. There's no doubt about that. The criminal would never have been stuck in the final analysis if I hadn't sat down and got myself stuck.
That will be all, Jameson. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
And so closes Murder Goes for a Swim, starring Warren William with Eric Blore. The first appearance of the lone wolf on the air, and tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, when Laird Cregar will star in the suspense play, The Last Letter of Dr. Bronson, with a cast of 4 distinguished Hollywood players, Helen Vinson, Harold Huber, Ian Wolfe, and Theodore von Eltz. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Robert Louis Cheon, the guest director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucienne Marowik, conductor and composer, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our distinguished stars tonight are two of the world's acknowledged masters of the art of suspense. They are Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss Elsa Lanchester. Mr. Lawton, who will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The Man from Down Under, is here to play a remarkable character created by England's noted thriller author, Agatha Christie. A mild-mannered character whose initials were ABC, and about whom revolved a series of savage murders, all neatly and alphabetically arranged. ABC was stamped upon all his belongings, those being his rightful initials. And ABC was stamped, too, upon the large railway timetable he always carried. But there was nothing so odd about that detail, since no traveler in the British Isles would dream of planning a journey without consulting this famous railway schedule, the ABC. And so, with the ABC Murders by Agatha Christie, written for radio by Robert Tallman and William Spear, and with the performance of Charles Lawton, we again hope to keep you in suspense. When the time for closing bell rang in the public library, Alexander Bonaparte Cust started, picked up his battered briefcase with the almost faded initials ABC, closed the book he had been reading, and shuffled over to the librarian's desk.
It's a most interesting book, librarian. I should like to come back sometime and read another chapter of it, if I may.
Quite. Yes, Mr. Clark. Can I help you, sir?
No hurry. Well, I'll be going along now. Thank you.
Rum little chap, that. What do you think he was reading? Studies in epileptic somnambulism.
Medical stuff, eh? Oh, I say, the little fellow left his briefcase. I'll catch him at the door. I say, sir, just a moment. You left something.
Oh, dear, it's my briefcase. I'm terribly sorry. I seem to be getting more and more forgetful lately. Why, only the other day I left it on the counter in a tobacco shop.
Lucky you have those initials. Not many people with the initials ABC sticks in your mind.
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, after all, they're the first three letters of the alphabet. Practically the first thing we learn, you know, isn't it? Our ABC.
Don't mention those letters to me. They brought bad luck to me in more ways than one.
Really? How's that?
Well, I used to be a travelling salesman, and I used to carry one of those railway timetables in my pocket, the threepenny kind, in which they list the towns and all the railroads alphabetically.
Oh, of course. Printed right on the cover, isn't it?
Hey.
ABC.
Yes, that's right. So, well, stockings was my line, sir. I did door-to-door selling. Whenever I finished one town, out would come that timetable, and I'd look up the next stop on my route. I got sick of the sight of that ABC railway guide, I can tell you, sir. It was like a symbol of failure to me. One dingy little town after another, and all listed in that railway guide with ABC printed on the cover. My own initials staring out at me from every newsstand and every dirty little railroad station in the Midlands.
Oh, come on. It couldn't have been as bad as all that.
Matter of fact, I never noticed it till I began to get the headaches.
Oh, you suffer from headaches?
Yes.
Have you seen a doctor about it?
Oh, no. I wouldn't want to see a doctor about it. I already know what brings them on.
Well, if you'd rather not talk about it...
Oh, no, it isn't that at all, sir. It was just such a long time ago. During the last war, in fact, Chateau Theory.
Chateau Thierry? I say, what a coincidence. I was in the thick of that myself.
Well,
yes, we must get together for a drink one day, talk over old times. Franklin Clark is my name.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Clark. My name's Cust. Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
Well, they must have expected great things of you, giving you a name like that.
I'm afraid they did, Mr. Clark, yes. I'm very much afraid they did.
Mr. Cast. Oh, Mr. Cast.
Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Cast. I've brought you up a spot of tea.
Oh, it's you, Miss Marbury. That was very thoughtful of you.
Oh, nonsense. You know Mother dotes on you.
Oh.
You're her favourite lodger. In fact... Why, Mr. Cast, you're packing your things. You're not leaving us, are you?
Oh, no, I'm just taking a little trip over the bank holiday, you know.
Now, don't try to deceive me, Mr. Cast. You're embarrassed. About owing us, aren't you?
No.
You needn't be, Mr. Cast. Really, you needn't.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Marbury. You really are a nice girl. As a matter of fact, I'm not going just for the bank holiday. I've something rather important, some very important matters to take care of. You know, it's very possible that my mother didn't have me christened Alexander Bonaparte cussed for nothing.
Oh, have you got a position, Mr. Cust?
Well...
What is it?
Well...
Oh, come, Mr. Cust. You can tell me, can't you?
Well, Miss Lily, I can tell you this much. I shall be travelling quite a lot. In fact, where did I leave that ABC Railroad guide? Oh, yes, here it is. First stop, Andover.
Andover? That's not very far.
No, but I must be getting on if I don't want to miss that train. Now, let me see. Have I got everything? There's my spectacles and my overcoat, my typewriter, my walking stick. Did I ever tell you the history of this walking stick, Miss Marbury? It's a Scottish piece, very old. It's always it's antique. You know, they used to kill people with these back in the days of the old clan wars in Scotland. I wonder how many heads this one has bashed in.
Oh, Mr. Cust. Oh, please, what a terrible way to talk.
Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Marbury. I am a little bit surprised at myself talking like that. It must be my new job. It's gone to my head a bit. That's it. It's gone to me head. Have you got an aspirin by any chance? I've got an all.
Yes, gentlemen. What'll it be?
Packet of goldflakes for me.
Yes, sir. And the other gentleman?
3 Havanas, the shilling cigars.
Havanas? You gentlemen must be up from London.
That's right. Is that your name on the window of this shop?
That's right, sir. Olivia Asher. Been in business right here in Andover and right here in St. Andrew's Place for 20 years.
All A's. Andover, St. Andrew's Place, and Asher.
Funny, ain't it? Never so much as crossed my mind before.
Well, Mrs. Asher, we're from Scotland Yard. We have reason to believe there may be a homicidal maniac at large in Andover.
God, blimey.
We don't want to frighten you, Mrs. Asher. For all we know, this may be just a practical joke. You see, we received an anonymous letter, typewritten, and signed ABC.
ABC?
This murderer, if there's anything in his story, is planning a series of murders. His mania seems to be centered on the alphabet. If he follows his plan through, his first murder will be committed in Andover, and the victim will be a person whose name begins with an A.
The Lord help me, sir. You don't think...
We don't think anything. Scotland Yard has taken its precautions.
Oh, a woman takes a terrible chance.
There's probably nothing to be alarmed about, but it won't hurt to keep a sharp lookout. Who's next on your list, Mackenzie? Next is Arthur Atwood. All right. Let's be on our way, then. Good day, madam. Don't worry.
Thank you, sir. And good day to you, sir. A murdering lunatic in Andover, of all places. Yes, sir. What'll it be for you, sir? These? That'll be 1 and 6, sir. I said that'll be... Oh, no!
6:30 newspaper, sensation, homicidal maniac in Andover, alphabet murderer to strike next at Bexhill, latest on ABC.
Oh, boy, let me have one of those.
Oh, yes, a news standard, sir.
Both. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. 6:30 newspaper, sensation.
Nasty business, eh, mister?
Oh, yes, very, very.
You never know with lunatics. They don't always look bomber, you know. Sometimes they look the same as you on me.
Eh? Yes, I suppose they do.
Oh, it's a fact. Sometimes it's the war unhinged them. Never been right since.
Yes, I expect you're right.
You know, I don't hold with wars. I hope this will be the last.
You don't hold with wars, eh? Well, young man, I don't hold with plague and sleeping sickness and famine and cancer, but they happen all the same. And murder happens all the same. They can't prevent them.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I expect you had a rocky time of it in the last one, eh?
Yes. My poor head's never been the same since. I get terrible headaches.
Oh? Well, I'm sorry about that, sir.
Sometimes I hardly know what I'm doing.
You don't say.
I forget things. You know, for instance, I could have sworn I had an ABC railway guide in my pocket an hour ago.
Do you know they found one of them ABC railway guides on the poor tobacconist lady that he murdered?
Who?
Him. ABC, whoever he is. Maybe he don't know himself. Ever stop to think of that? Maybe he's so bum he don't remember.
I wonder. Bexhill, did he say Bexhill? That's my train. Well, goodbye, young man.
Goodbye.
6:30 newspaper, sensation, homicide, lunatic to strike again. Police tracing typewriter on which murder notes were written. To strike at Bexhill, latest on ABC, alphabet murderer.
Your order, sir?
Well, I don't think I'll have the ham. I had ham for breakfast. Yes, I think I'll have the mutton pie.
1 mutton pie.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter with you? You're trembling, young woman. Is something wrong?
Oh, sir, if you only knew. I have to walk home tonight, after they close up here. And there ain't hardly a light in Benson Terrace where I live.
Benson Terrace in Bexhill?
Yes, sir.
You're afraid of the ABC murderer, aren't you?
He follows the alphabet, don't he? That was the way he done in Andover.
Hey, and does your name begin with a B?
Barnard's my name. Mary Barnard.
Oh, dear me, Miss Barnard. Well, I don't like to appear forward. Well, anyway, I'm old enough to be your father. Would it make you feel easier if I saw you home tonight?
Oh, you don't know, sir. You just don't know what it would mean.
Oh, well, what time do they close up here?
9 o'clock.
All right, I'll wait outside for you. At 9 o'clock?
All right.
Ladies, waitress brutally murdered in Bexhill. ABC strikes again. Here you are, sir. Scotland Yard receives third murder note. Alphabet murderer to strike again in Chesterton.
Yes, sir?
Third class, single, to Chesterton. Give me a pint of half and half, please.
Yes, sir. There you are, sir. You up from London, sir?
Yes, I come directly from London.
Ah, salesman?
Stockings is my line.
Rough going these days, what with rationing, eh?
Well. It isn't my old friend Alexander Bonaparte Cuss.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't remember.
We met in the library, remember?
Oh.
In London. Yes, had quite a talk.
Yeah.
Franklin Clark, remember?
Yes, of course. You'll forgive me, Mr. Clark. My memory, it seems to be getting worse and worse.
But you must have come under better times, Mr. Cuss. New briefcase, I see. Nice, bright, new initials?
Well, I got a job shortly after I saw you, Mr. Clark, from Ballinger Limited. Stockings. It's my old line, you know. But to tell you the truth, I haven't been doing very well.
Oh, those headaches again?
Yes, the headaches. And the murders. The murders have upset me something terrible.
Oh, well, you're shaking like a leaf, man.
No.
Hey, Jonathan, a brandy for Mr. Cust.
Oh,
he
thank
needs
you,
it.
sir.
The trouble with you, Cust, is you're inclined to be morbid. I remember that book you were reading the day we met, stuff about epilepsy.
Well, it might be epilepsy, mightn't it?
What?
Well, they discharged me from the army before the war ended. You see, I had a kind of a fit, you know. And
Never had anything like it again, have you?
No, I didn't have a fit again, just the headaches. I forget what happens, hours at a time. Do you know, once I was sitting in a station waiting room and a newsboy came by and I bought a paper from him, and it was all about that first murder in Andover.
Yeah.
It said the police had got another note, another typewritten note, Mr. Clark, and the murderer was going to strike next in Bexhill. And suddenly I realized I was in Bexhill. And I'd been in Andover the day before when the first murder happened.
Well, how did you happen to go from Andover to Bexhill?
Well, that's the way I'm supposed to go on my route, selling the stockings. I'm supposed to take the towns alphabetically.
Oh, well, then it's not so surprising you should have been in Bexhill after all, is it? Just a coincidence.
Well, the waitress in Bexhill there, I walked home with her that night, Mr. Clark, the night she was murdered.
Oh, good heavens, Cusk, you don't think you killed Mary Barnard, do you?
I don't know, Mr. Clark. It said in that book that people who have had epileptic fits often do things and don't remember them. They even commit crimes. I said good night to her, and after that, I don't know what happened.
The notes, those typewritten notes. Wouldn't you have remembered if you'd written them?
I don't know.
Well, now, I know a little something about psychology myself, Cust. And I'd stake everything I own on the fact that the man who wrote those notes was conscious of what he was doing.
Do you really think so, Mr. Clark?
Positive of it. Now, pull yourself together, man. Incidentally, my sister-in-law lives here in Chesterton. My brother is Lord Cameron Clark, and I happen to know she needs some new stockings.
Oh.
Pop over there in the morning, will you, and show the old girl your line?
Huh.
Here's the address. Might cheer you up to make a good sale.
Oh, I'm sure it would, Mr. Clark. I'm sure it would. Well, good night, Mr. Clark, and thank you again for all your kindness.
Good
I'm
night.
sure, sir.
Good night. Oh, wait a minute. You've forgotten something again.
Oh, dear me, that's my typewriter. I shall certainly need that.
Oh?
Well, it's to type up my report to the Home Office in case I should make that sale tomorrow.
Oh, of course. Oh, yes. By the way, Cust, better watch out. Somebody in Chesterton is going to be murdered tomorrow.
Aye.
Old ABC is up to the letter C, you know, and your name is Cuss.
Huh?
Oh, I say, good heavens. Mine is Clark.
Well, thank you again for your generous order, Lady Clark. I hope you'll be pleased. This line of woolen lined stockings is one of Ballinger's best buys right now, Lady Clark.
My brother-in-law told me that you'd had some unfortunate times lately, Mr. Cust.
Yes.
But I really did need the stockings, and I should
Hello
be so...
again, Cuz.
Hello,
I've
sir.
been stuffing myself with bacon and eggs. Make a sale, old boy?
Oh, yes, Mr. Clark. Thank you very much.
Good, good. Louise is filthy with money, and her ladyship's legs are in constant need of recovering.
Oh, I wouldn't say that,
Yes,
sir.
really. She wanted the stockings.
Well, thank you very much, my lady. I hope I shall have the privilege of serving you again next year.
Goodbye, Mr. Cust, and good luck.
Cheerio, Cuz.
Such a nice little man, Franklin.
He's a bit off his nut, I'm afraid. Last night he tried to convince me that he was the ABC murderer. His initials, you know. He has minor lapses of memory.
That little man a murderer? Oh, really, Franklin?
Good Lord, what was that?
One of the maids. Where's that girl? What's going on?
In the master's bedroom, milady. You better go with her, Mr. Franklin.
Brothers, whatever are you doing here?
Oh, my lady, the master, Lord Clark, is being murdered. Stabbed with a knife. He's all over blood.
Murder?
Oh.
Good heavens. Why, look there on the floor. A railway guide, an ABC.
Take me out of here, Franklin.
Oh, Louise, I'm sorry you had to see this.
Oh, Cameron. My poor Cameron. Who never made an enemy in his life.
The man who did this was a maniac. And I'm afraid I know who he is. He always carried a walking stick with a heavy carved handle. That's how the other murders were committed, with a heavy stick. But he wasn't carrying his stick today. Must have grabbed a knife up there somewhere to kill Cameron with. But when? Were you with him every minute?
Well, I went upstairs to get my checkbook. It took me a little while to find it.
That gave Cust his opening.
Oh, to think that all that time. Oh, no. No, I'll never forgive myself, Franklin.
No, none of that now, Louise. The important thing now is to stop him before he can commit another murder.
But what are you going to do, Franklin?
I'm going to the police and see if they'll let me help. Let's have a look at this ABC railway guide he left beside poor Cameron. Look here. All checked. See there? Andover, Bexhill, Chesterton. Each with a check mark after it. Oh, where's the next one? See? See, London. He's through with ABC, he's gone home, and I'm going after him.
Yes? Well, Mr. Cust, come in. Whatever kept you away so long?
Miss Lily, I've got to talk to you alone.
Oh, well, I'll go up with you. I want to show you the new curtains I put up in your room anyway.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Lily, really are
Yeah,
a nice
let me
girl.
carry one of these, Mr. Cust, the typewriter.
No, I'll carry my own things, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Cust, you're trembling. Oh, dear, you do look a fright. Look, I'm going to straight and get you a hot foot bath.
No, not now, please. Not now, Miss Lily. There's no time for it.
What is it, Mr. Cust?
Close the door and lock it.
Are you in some trouble, Mr. Cust?
I'm in terrible trouble, Miss Lily. I want you to hear the story first from me. You're the only one who has ever been my friend. Oh, I've had a lonely life, Miss Lily.
Oh, poor Mr. Cust.
Poor Mr. Cust. That's what they always say about me. Poor Mr. Cust. I thought you were
Now,
different.
don't take on so, Mr. Cust. It was only a manner
Oh,
of
you
speaking.
don't need to worry. I'm all right now. I never get 2 spells in one
Spells?
day.
Mr. Cust, I don't understand. What
Well,
do
you heard of the ABC murders?
Shocking affairs. But, Mr. Cust, why
Miss
are you
Lily,
saying...
the police will be here at any minute. Please let me finish. I don't want you to think harshly of me, Miss Lily. I didn't plan it ahead. My instructions told me where to go. Some people can't help what they do. There are diseases. Epilepsy, for instance. You do things you don't remember. You commit crimes. And I'm like that.
Oh, Mr. Cust, I can't believe it.
When I was a child, Miss Lily, they used to badger me about my name. My mother worshipped strength. She named me after the strongest people she knew about in history. Alexander and Bonaparte. But nobody ever called me by those names. They called me ABC. ABC. I used to dream I was boiling in a kettle of alphabet soup. I was a terrible disappointment to my mother.
Mr. Cust, you're unsettled and tired.
You've got to hear me out, Miss Lily.
Oh,
You've got...
my
Now,
arm!
listen to me,
You're
Miss Lily.
hurting me,
I could have been a hero once in the army in the last war. I was happy. I could have made something of myself. Then I started getting the headache.
No, Mr.
You must hear me out, Miss Lily. I started forgetting things after they discharged me from the army. Shock, they called it. I used to have dreams. I was a great ruler. The destiny of men was in my hands. I had the power over them of life and death.
Let me go. Oh, please let me go.
First, there was Andover, that tobacconist. I can't even remember what she looked like. Then there was Bexhill. I walked home with a waitress from the station restaurant. She was murdered, too. In Chesterton, I sold a dozen pair of stockings to a lady, and while she was upstairs getting her checkbook, her husband was murdered on the floor where I was waiting. And now I've come back here. Maybe the alphabet charm is over. Or is it? This is London. L. Your name is Lily.
Are you trying to frighten me, Mr. Cust?
I am trying to convince you.
You, murderer? I'd as soon believe it as my own mother.
What about this? Look at it.
Oh, no, no.
Look closely at it. I found it in my briefcase when I came on the train, Miss Lily. This knife murdered a man in Chesterton just 3 hours ago.
Oh, now, there, Miss Marbury. Don't take on so. He's all handcuffed pretty as you please in the next room.
But he was such a nice man. I still can't hardly believe it.
Is this the knife he threatened you with, Miss Marbury?
Yes.
We just got here in the nick of time, eh, Crum? Hey, that's a wicked-looking knife.
It's the Chesterton murder knife, right enough, Mr. Clark. No doubt of it. Well, let's take inventory. Typewriter.
Checks with the murder notes.
Walking stick.
Same markings as on the heads of the first victims.
And the psychiatrist's report says the murders were premeditated and the notes could not possibly have been written except by a person who was conscious and in his right mind.
Well, that breaks down any idea Cust may have had of entering an insanity plea.
Right. I think he'll sign the confession without any difficulty. Bring him in.
Bring the prisoner in.
Well, Cust, are you ready to sign your confession?
I don't know, Inspector. A moment ago I was certain I must have done it. But why? That's what worries me. Why? Mr. Clark, why do you think I did it?
You're wasting valuable time, Cust. I don't care why you did it. You killed my brother, and I want to see you hang for it. I don't care how balmy you are.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, talking to our Mr. Cust in that bloodthirsty manner. I don't know what's getting into the gentry, I'm sure.
He tried to murder you, didn't he?
Well, he couldn't help himself, poor thing. He's been terribly upset of late.
You are a nice girl, Miss Lily. You are a nice girl. Really.
The murders were willful and premeditated.
They couldn't have been premeditated, Mr. Clark.
Why do you say that, Cust?
Well, because I didn't go to any of those places of my own choice. I had my instructions from Bellinger's Limited. And those instructions were sent to me after the police got the warnings of the murders that were printed in the papers.
There never were any such instructions. We ransacked all your things, Cust. There wasn't any letter of instructions, was there, Inspector?
No.
Oh, yes, there was.
All right, we'll ring up Ballinger's. May I use your telephone, Miss Marbury?
Why, certainly, Inspector.
The number is Regent 3313, Inspector.
Ballinger's, are you there? Put me on to personnel. Oh, Mac, start packing those exhibits, will you?
Oh, right, sir.
Crome speaking, Scotland Yard. At what date did you employ a commercial traveler named Alexander Bonaparte Cust? No, Cust. A.B. Cust. Initials A.B.C. Yes, yes. Never employed by you. You're absolutely certain? Did you send a man to Andover or Bexhill last week? Not on your route. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Too bad, Cust. I guess this knocks out your last ghost of a chance, doesn't it?
No, Mr. Clark. Because, you see, the instructions were in a letter, and that letter is right in this room.
Well, let's have a look. Come on, Mackenzie. Give me a hand. Let's go through these things again.
It won't do you any good to look there, Mr. Clark. I have the letter. Would you like to see it, Mr. Crome? It's here.
Well, I'll be... Where did you get that?
It wasn't on him, Inspector. I'll swear to that. Where did you have this hidden?
Well, Inspector, it isn't generally known, but I do wear a small hairpiece. Not out of vanity, mind you. I find it necessary for the business.
Let's see that letter.
Oh, gladly.
Dear Mr. Cust, enclosed find advance. Typewriter is being posted today. You will...
What a lot of nonsense, Inspector. Look at the typeface of that letter. It's obviously written on Cust's typewriter.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Clark. And the man who wrote that letter was the murderer. Cool as you like, he sent the typewriter to me and instructions on one of Ballinger's letterheads and the money and everything else.
What kind of stunt are you trying to pull here, Cust?
No stunt. It's just that when you made that telephone call, Inspector, and Ballinger said I'd never worked for them, I knew that the typewriter must have been sent to me by the murderer. And the more I thought about it, the more it seemed to me that the murderer must be Mr. Clark.
What? Why, this is too utterly fantastic, Inspector. Really,
Well, the murderer would have to had to know something about me. Something I'd never confided to anyone but to Mr. Clark about my headaches. I'd been reading a book in the public library, Inspector, a book on epilepsy, and it seemed to me that what I suffered during the last war might have been epilepsy. And it was on my mind, see? It said that epileptics might commit crimes and not remember them under certain conditions. Without that to go on, the murderer couldn't possibly have pinned the crime on me.
That works two ways, Cust. You might have told me that story deliberately just so you could cook up this story now.
Well, I couldn't cook up your fingerprints, Mr. Clark. And I'll wager anything. Your fingerprints are on that letter.
Oh, come now, really.
Well, that's easily settled. We can do it right here. Won't take a moment. Take a set of Mr. Clark's fingerprints, Mackenzie. You examine the prints in the letter meantime.
Right, Inspector. Just press your fingers down firmly on this ink pad, Mr. Clark. What is it, Mr. Clark? It's quite simple, really.
Yes, it's so simple it isn't even necessary.
I'm afraid this is necessary, Mr. Clark. Only a matter of routine, you know.
But I tell you it isn't necessary because Cust is right. I am the murderer.
You? But wait, then you killed your brother Cameron Clark so that you would inherit the estate?
Yes, exactly.
But the others, the A and B murders in Andover and Bexhill and...
I committed them, all of them.
Yes, but...
Come now, gentlemen, surely you'll give me credit for thinking this thing through. If only my brother Lord Clark had been murdered, I, being the only heir, would have had a lot of explaining to do. So I invented my own little crime wave to make it appear as though he were just one of the victims of a homicidal maniac. And I must say, it almost came off, thanks to the unknowing cooperation of Mr. Cust here. Thank you just the same, Mr. Cust.
You're very welcome.
Oh, Mr. Cuss, I knew you couldn't be a murderer, not really.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Lily. Really, you are
About
a
those
nice
headaches,
girl.
Mr. Cuss, why don't you go to an oculist? Those headaches, maybe you just need a new pair of glasses.
I think I'll do that, Miss Lily. Good. Do you really think... Of course, I'll wager that's what's been the trouble with me all along.
You know, you need someone to take care of you.
Oh, I do, Miss Lily. I do, really. If only you... Oh, but no, you couldn't ever think
What, Mr. Cuss?
Well, I mean, Miss Lily, I was just thinking it'd be really too much to ask anyone. Mrs. Alexander Bonaparte Cust.
But when we're married, please don't wear that toupee. It's very conspicuous.
Oh, you are a nice girl, Miss Lily. Really, you are. I do hope people won't call you Mrs. ABC.
And so closes the ABC Murders, starring Charles Lawton with Elsa Lanchester and Bramwell Fletcher. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Agnes Moorehead will return to our stage as star of the suspense play called She Overheard Murder Speaking. Producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin and Lucian Mahowick, conductor and composer, and Robert Tolman, the radio author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
No, Betty, no. Don't make me...
I say yes. It's got to be. And now and here, she's got to die.
Betty.
I say yes. Here, I'll hold her arm.
All right, Betty, but...
No, don't. I don't want to die.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Nightmare. And now, Murder at Midnight.
Tales of Mystery and Terror by radio's Masters of the Macabre. Our story by Joseph Ruskall is one of the most terrifying and fantastic nightmares we've ever heard. Its title, Nightmare.
What's the matter? Helen, wake up, for Pete's sake. Hey, stop it, Helen, stop it. It's me, it's Ernie.
What? Oh, where am I?
In bed. Where do you suppose? It's almost 12 o'clock. I wish you'd let me get some sleep.
Oh, thank heaven. Oh, must have been just a dream. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, Ernie, it was so real. I dreamed somebody was leaning over me just now with a pillow. Oh, it was horrible. They were trying to smother me to death. And Ernie.
Yeah?
It was you.
What? Oh, that's a beaut. Where's the light? Oh, my aching back. Why, you poor, foolish little... Come here, Butch. I'll kiss you back.
No, don't touch me. Keep away.
Huh? What is this?
That pillow in your hand.
Oh, for crying out, Bells. Can't I even straighten it out?
Sorry, dear. Gee, don't mind me, but that horrible nightmare, it seemed so real. Oh, darling, wasn't that crazy? You, the sweetest, gentlest husband in the world.
Well, then why...
Oh, Ernie, now please don't look so hurt.
Now I can't even look hurt. I just murdered my wife in her sleep, didn't I?
No, you were just about to. I mean...
Oh, now what the... Everything's happening tonight. Hello. What? Who? Wrong number. And what's more, this is a heck of a time to be ringing. Why, what a nerve. On a night. Thought maybe that was the police you phoned in your dream. Now will you go to sleep?
Ernie Kraft, I'm sure I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I was just telling you my dream. You asked, didn't you?
Oh, you're a character. I guess I'll have to put you in that book I never wrote, too. Well, now what?
That was in it, too.
Huh?
That book you never wrote. You've nagged about it so much, no wonder. Oh, and that look when you bent over me like a madman.
Oh.
Ernie, what on earth do you suppose made me have a nightmare?
That's easy. You would insist on eating hamburgers after the show tonight.
Yes, I did, didn't I, when we got out of the movies? Hamburgers, of course. Ernie, they were part of my dream, too. Hamburgers. Oh. Ernie, stop punching on that pillow, please.
All right. Go ahead, then. Better tell me your dream, all of it. Neither of us will sleep until you do. I'll just light this butt. Now, let's have it. Gruesome details.
Well, I don't know if I can remember now. It was all so hazy and terrifying.
Well, what happened before I smothered you with a pillow?
A crazy quilt. Something about your job, and I was a millstone around your neck, and hamburgers, and you hated me, and July 15th.
July 15th?
Yes, I can't imagine what that meant.
Look. Start at the start. Why did I decide to murder you?
Because of that other woman, your secret love.
Huh?
You promised her you'd kill me tonight when I was asleep.
My secret love?
Yes, she had you in her spell.
Oh, that's kind of bad casting, isn't it, Butch? I'm the dishes and dustpan type, remember? In the 5 years we've been married, have I ever looked at another?
I know. I told you it was a crazy dream.
Maybe you want me to eliminate my one night a week out, too. My Saturday gin rummy with the boys.
Oh, no.
Who was my secret love? Did she have a face?
Well, this is the silliest part of it, Ernie. It's absolutely ridiculous. It was that girl, Betty Daniels.
Betty Daniels? Who's she?
You remember that tall, dark-haired artist I introduced you to at Cape Cod last summer? At the exhibition.
No, I don't. Oh, wait a minute. Trousers, long cigarette holder,
Yes.
very intense.
Yes, very intense.
But what the devil? What was she doing in your dream? We said hello to her, we walked off, and that was that. casual.
Yes, I know. I hardly remember her myself. I can't imagine why I dreamt of her. Why?
No,
don't touch me. Don't. No. Oh, that dream. That awful dream. So crazy. And yet it seemed to be telling me something, warning me. Strange and weird. You know how dreams are. First thing I remember is Provincetown and us looking at the art exhibition just the way we did last summer. Only now the picture was about 10 feet tall and hanging crooked. And then she came along, Betty Daniels, just the way she did then. Hello, Helen. And I introduced you the same as I did then, only not exactly the same. Like in a dream. You know, silly. Betty Daniels, this is my husband, Ernest. He is very faithful to me.
How do you do?
How do you do? We've never met.
That's a marvelous Goya painting, Helen, don't you think? Or do you prefer hamburgers?
Well,
My wife prefers hamburgers, Miss Daniels.
Oh, I didn't know.
Only after a movie, though. Anyway, I'm sure I can't tell one painting from another. My husband's the art lover in the family, I guess, and I just tag along for the fish. Only I don't like fish. I like hamburgers.
I know. You don't wear trousers like I do. You're fluffy.
Betty and I met on the beach, Ernie. She's a painter. Our rowboats got tangled. That's how we met.
Yes, it was all very casual. I hardly remember.
Well.
Ernie and I are going back to New York today. Isn't that a shame? I wish you two wouldn't stare at each other so.
Well, we better run along, Helen. Lots of packing to do.
Ernie has got to get back to his silly old job. He's a reporter.
A reporter? Shouldn't he write a book he never wrote?
Well, imagine. That's what he always says. Well, goodbye. I'm wondering why I'm thinking of you now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The scenes sort of dissolve into each other like a kind of dream movie. And I'm trembling with fright because I have a feeling I know how the plot's going to end. The next thing I remember, Ernie, I'm in a penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. Everything zigzag, even the butler. And I'm the maid, Helen, there. And what I'm doing is turning pages for Betty Daniels while she plays the piano. For you, Ernie. Isn't that crazy? Neither of you hardly notice me at all, and I keep trying to open my mouth. Like that. But it's stuck, and I'm absolutely frozen at what I overhear.
Darling.
Yes, Butch.
Love our loveness.
Out of this world. This is heaven.
Ernie, do you ever call your wife Butch?
Never. What gave you that idea? I hate the very sight of her.
She's really a little ignoramus.
You're telling me she prefers hamburgers.
Ernie, do you think she suspects yet?
Of course not. She thinks I'm at a gin rummy game.
Darling, you're blind, but she's not. She knows.
She knows? How'd she find out?
You may go, Helen. Helen, do you hear me? Why don't you go? Answer me. Have you lost your tongue? Oh, well, there's murder in the air.
How'd she find out, Betty? Tell me.
Darling, do you suppose she doesn't know what happened last summer in Provincetown? After we all said goodbye, you came to look for your cigarette lighter. She knew you hadn't lost your lighter, that you'd come back to ask me for my New York telephone number.
She knew?
Of course, intuition. She knows we've been having a secret affair ever since. I can't go on like this. I'm tired of being just a gin rummy excuse. Ernie, if you love me, you'll do what I promised.
But I pity her so.
Don't be a fool. Isn't it her fault you never wrote that book you never wrote?
It's true. She wouldn't let me give up my job. She's a millstone around my neck.
Then get rid of her, Ernie. Get rid of her, and I'll bring your genius to the world. I've plenty of money, and you can give up reporting and write that book. Fulfill your destiny.
Fulfill my destiny. Oh, Betty, you'll help me.
Yes, but only if you forget July 15th. You'll forget about July 15th. It won't mean a thing to you from now on.
Not a thing, I promise.
And you'll do away with her. The way I told you.
Yes, like you told me.
The pillow.
The pillow. Shh, don't let her hear.
Just look at her standing there at the piano. You've been spying on us, Helen, haven't you? Haven't you? Answer, have you lost your tongue? Now, don't try to fool us. We know you're the real Helen and not the maid. She's heard everything we've said, Ernie. So we'll have to kill her now.
Unless she gives me a divorce.
Will you give him a divorce? Answer or we'll finish you right now. Very well. Here's the pillow, Ernie. Right now. I'll hold her on.
Answer, Helen. Don't make me do it. Answer, Helen. I pity you, but I hate you.
You let her cry. Look at her. Stricken dumb. Her mouth's moving, but she's not saying anything.
What are you trying to say? Helen, please don't make me do it. Will you give me a divorce? Tell me.
Ernie, stop. Oh, so we are. Do you want her body found here? Well, hang for it.
She's got to die. She's got
to. No, not here. Not like this. There must be some other way. Later tonight, Ernie. After the movies. Hamburgers. She'll get hungry for hamburgers. She's bound to. The waiter will ask her how she wants them. That'll give you the clue. And then, when she's asleep... and they'll find her in her bed. The perfect crime. Don't you see, Ernie? Hamburgers.
A frightened girl reliving a dream that was more terrible than any reality. A dream that could even become more terrible as the clock on the mantel ticks on and the hands draw closer to 12 o'clock and...
Murder at midnight.
And now back to Murder at Midnight and Nightmare.
Well, let's hear the rest of this dream of yours, Helen. What happened after that?
Well, it was after that it really got bad. It was so crazy, but so real. I don't know what stopped you, Ernie. Kept you from killing me then, but you didn't. And still, I knew you were going to. You dragged me out into the street and then into a movie and then out again. And I looked at you and you were crying because you'd made up your mind to finish me off when we got home.
You should have let me write that book, Helen. You should have.
And I kept crying, I love you, Ernie. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me tonight.
But I've got to. I've got to. I pity you, but I've got to.
And you pulled me along through the streets again. I was terrified. And then I saw a policeman and I cried to him, Officer!
Yes? What is it, lady?
Please save me. My husband here wants to kill me.
Oh, wants to kill you, eh? Why, that's a crime. A felony.
Oh, why are you joking? Don't joke about it. Do something, please. I'm frightened to death.
Don't pay any attention to her, officer. She's dreaming.
I'm not. Don't believe him. He wants to wait till I go to sleep tonight. And then as soon as I fall asleep...
Oh, come now, lady. He wouldn't do it to you in your sleep. Why, you're cute. Not in her sleep now. Would you, mister?
Of course not, officer. Not in her sleep. As a matter of fact, we're stopping off first for a hamburger. She's hungry.
No, I'm not. I mean, I am, but I don't dare. I'm starving, but I don't dare. He's just waiting for me to order one, officer, to see what I'll say. And then he'll take me home and kill me.
Oh, lady, stop. Sure, and you're breaking me heart.
Come along, dear.
No, officer, please protect me. Don't let him take me, please.
Come along, I say. Darling.
And then we were in the little lunchroom in our neighborhood, around the corner from our house, sitting on stools. The counterman came over to us. He winked at you, Ernie, and you winked back at him, and he said...
Evening, folks. What do you have?
You looked at me, but I shook my head. I shook my head, and the tears were streaming down my face.
I tell you what, Joe. Make it 2 hamburgers. Right. Rare, medium, or well? Medium, Joe. Make mine medium. Right. And the little lady? How do you have yours, Helen? How do you like yours? Make hers medium, too, Joe. 2 hamburgers, medium.
2 medium. Coming out.
And what do you have on them, folks? Relish or onion? Relish. Make mine with relish, Joe. Right. And the little lady? The man's talking to you, Helen. How'll you have yours? Answer him, I say. Answer him. This is it. How'll you have yours?
No, I won't tell him. If I do, you'll know how to do it, so I won't tell him. I won't. The next thing I dreamt, we were home again, sitting in the parlor, everything exactly the same, Ernie, just like tonight before we went to bed. But in my dream, I was sitting paralyzed in a cold sweat, waiting for the word from you that meant my death.
Well, Butch, I guess we better hit the hay. What do you say? What do you say, darling?
No, wait, Ernie, did I tell that counterman how I wanted my hamburgers served?
Of course, dear.
What did I say? I can't seem to remember.
Oh, I forget to come along to bed.
No, I don't want to go to bed yet. Please don't make me go to bed. I'm scared.
Ellen. Come to bed, darling. Like a good little girl. Hmm?
We went to bed. And then you said...
And now, lights out, eh?
I tried to think of everything I knew to keep awake. I wondered whether I ought to count to 100 or whether counting would put me to sleep. I tried not to count, but I felt myself getting sleepier and sleepier.
Asleep, honey?
I heard, but I pretended not to. I fought to keep my eyes open. I knew I would die if I closed them.
Asleep, Butch?
I didn't answer. I couldn't if I wanted to. I was so scared. And then pretty soon I heard you stirring ever so quietly. And in a moment you were leaning over me. Oh, Ernie, I know it was just a dream, but it was so real. And there was hatred in your eyes, and there was a pillow in your hand, and I knew you were going to do it right then, and
Oh, that's a beaut, that's a honey. Oh, my aching back. Darling, when you have a nightmare, you sure do it up golden brown and creamy.
Wasn't it crazy? Oh, darling, wasn't it mad?
Oh, wait till I tell it around the office tomorrow. Oh, this is too good, dear.
But, Ernie, how does a person have a horrible dream like that? What does it mean?
Oh, it's a cinch. I'll interpret it for you, and without a dream book,
You
too.
will? Well, go on then, Ernie. Tell me.
Okay, then here it is. First of all, a dream always means the opposite, right? You ever hear that?
Yes, I have. That's right, it does.
Which means I must love you simply awful. Granted?
Granted, silly. But goodness, what about the rest of it?
Easiest thing in the world. Darling, where'd we go tonight?
To a movie?
What kind of a movie?
It was a murder story. Gee, that's right. Do you think that was...
Now, don't interrupt, Butch. Who was starring in the movie?
Betty Davis?
Repeat the first name.
Betty.
And the villainess in the dream, my secret love, the girl we met last summer, was also Betty. Betty Daniels.
Oh!
Well, that gave you Betty on the brain when you went to sleep tonight, and movies and murder, and those hamburgers you did stop to eat after the show wrapped up the whole sequence. And no wonder. They're still lying on my stomach, too.
Well, what was the pillow doing in it?
Sweetness and light, what were you talking about early this evening? That chore you intend to get after someday?
Oh, yes, I've got to stuff the pillows. They're caved in the way the feathers have come out.
Right, that's your pillow you had on the brain, which brings me back to the hamburgers.
Yes, I was going to ask you. I mean, that nonsense of how did I want my hamburgers. What did all that mean, for heaven's sake?
Precious, how did you order your hamburgers done tonight? Remember?
No, I can't recall.
Of course you can. Think now. How do you almost always order your hamburgers?
Well, smothered in onions. Oh, Ernie, of course. Smothered in onions. Smother, pillow, smother with a pillow.
Yes, check.
Oh, my heaven sakes alive. Oh, my gosh. So that was it. Oh, if that doesn't beat... Ernie, that was wonderful. Really. The way you did that, figured that all out. I think you'd make a terrific detective.
So I'm a police reporter. Close enough.
Darling, it's made me think, though, about maybe I have been a little bit selfish.
What do you mean?
Well, that book you always want to write. Maybe I ought to let you give up your job and try.
Oh, and have us both starve? Nuts. Anyway, in my sane moments, Helen, I've always known the truth. I'm no writer. If I had it in me, it would have come out of me, job or no job.
I could go back to work again, you know. I could take up nursing again. It was pretty hard,
No, nonsense. I won't have it. I won't say any more about it, and that's fine. You're a swell guy, though, Butch, to offer to.
Oh, there was one thing more, Ernie.
Yeah?
What do you suppose that was That was all that about July 15th, about your forgetting July 15th. What did that mean, do you know?
Yeah. Don't you?
Well, no, I can't. It does seem familiar, but I can't seem to... Where are you going?
Get something out of my wallet. Wait a minute. What's the date of our anniversary, Helen?
July 15th, of course. Tomorrow. What was that?
Right. You've had that on the brain, too.
Oh.
Here. Little present for you, darling.
Oh, what on earth? Tickets. 2 railroad tickets to Montreal.
Right again. We're taking an anniversary trip. I wanted to surprise you when you woke up, but... Well, anyway, happy anniversary, baby.
Oh, Ernie. Oh, you great big precious darling. How can I ever... You didn't forget. You always did before, but this time you didn't. Oh, Ernie, I just can't stand it. First that dream, and then finding out that it did me just the opposite.
No, Helen, don't.
It's so sweet of you. I'm so thrilled. Montreal, where we had our honeymoon, and you haven't forgotten. Oh, Ernie, I do hope I've been a good wife to you. And if there's anything I ever... I mean, if you want me to, I can always change.
Oh, darling, I wouldn't want you any different for the world. I want you to stay just the same sweet little girl I married. And now, let's get some shut-eye, huh? Lights out?
All right. And I'm going to put the tickets right here under the pillow. And have a happy dream for a change.
Ah. Good night, Butch.
You haven't kissed me? Mm. Good night, dear.
Sleep, darling. Darling, are you asleep? Hello?
Ernie?
You shouldn't have phoned before, Betty. She was still awake.
I had to know. Is it done?
Not yet.
You got the tickets?
Yes,
It has to be tonight. You promised.
I know.
Is she asleep now?
Yes. Just gone off.
Then what are you waiting for?
Nothing. I'll do it now. Right now. As soon as I hang up.
Putting down the phone, Ernie turns and picks the pillow off his bed as the clock finishes striking 12.
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death appears out of the darkness, wearing the face of one you know, and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Helen was played by Elspeth Eric. Walter Vaughn was Ernie. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. And now you are to hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. This device is not in the strictest sense a murder weapon. You don't recognize it? Listen, you undoubtedly will. A little out of tune, I'm afraid. It's been here a long time. Eh? A clarinet. You see? It's used in dance bands, I'm told. The man who owned this played in a dance band many years ago. And a certain young woman who listened to him died. No, I hasten to say, not as a result of listening. No, a knife was used. This knife. And a man was hanged. Would you like to hear more about it? I'll ask Inspector Frank Bennett.
I was preparing to unlock my desk and begin the day's work on the morning of Monday, the 1st of May, 1936. When the door to my office opened suddenly, and I was confronted by a tall, initiated young man in a blue serge suit and a shock of remarkably rumpled blonde hair. I looked up in pardonable surprise as he spoke.
They said there was somebody in here.
They must be right. I'm here.
Are you an inspector or something?
Merely an inspector.
My name is Woods.
Good morning, Mr. Woods.
Slinger Woods.
Good morning, Slinger.
That's what they called me in the Navy.
Everyone named Woods is called Slinger in the Navy.
Were you in the Navy?
I read it in a book.
Huh?
His Majesty's Navy, published 2 years ago, paper covers, 6pence.
Oh.
And what can I do for you, matelot?
Who?
Matelot, term for a British sailor. From the French, matelot. Page 29, same book.
Oh.
In other words, what do you want, sir?
Oh, I came to tell you I found my clarinet.
Well, should we care? Shouldn't you Scotland Yard care?
You better care. I should say you jolly well better care, copper.
It's a little early in the day to make funny jokes with the police, mister.
This isn't a joke, sir.
I don't think it is either.
If you're listening...
I'm listening.
Well, I left my clarinet at my lady friend's flat last night.
You been serenading her?
No, I hadn't been serenading her. I had it with me when I took her home from work, and I left it there.
Yes.
And when I got home, I didn't have it.
Yes.
I didn't even think about it last night when I came in. But this morning, I remembered I'd had it at her flat, and I hurried right round.
And you'd been sitting up all night playing it.
No.
What?
She's dead.
I returned my keys to my pocket, put my hat on, and followed Mr. Slinger Woods, the bereft clarinet player, out into Whitehall. Our noses pointed towards Stanhope Gate, which is roughly 15 minutes' walk away at the edge of the West Side theatrical and nightclub belt. As we walked along, Woods added a few details.
We both work at the Slipper.
A shoe shop?
Nightclub. I play clarinet and double on the alto sax, and Joe did Donato's band.
Oh?
She sings. She was a singer.
Nice girl?
The best. Sister plays piano.
Same band?
Joe's, yes.
Girls live together?
Her sister's married. Rowena lived alone.
Rowena?
This girl that's dead.
You in love with her?
Just good friends.
Why'd you kill her?
I didn't kill her.
She was killed, though. She didn't just die, heart failure or something like that.
There's a knife in her heart.
Whose?
I don't know.
Better tell me about it, hadn't you?
There isn't much to tell. I went around there first thing, as I said, looking for my clarinet. Early, nobody else up yet. Front door of the flat was open. Walked in, and her door was open. Looked in.
What did you see?
My clarinet on the table where I left it.
Go on.
And I saw her lying on the floor.
Dressed?
Oh, of course. She had on the same dress she was wearing when I brought her home. Lying on the floor, and when I put my head in the door, I saw the knife and the blood. Otherwise, I thought she was asleep.
She was dead. You touch her?
I should say not.
How do you know she was dead?
Well, I shouted at her and she didn't move, and the knife and the blood.
Anybody know you'd been there?
Her sister knew. I took her home last night. This morning, no, everybody was asleep, I expect. It was early, I said.
Where's your clarinet?
I left it there. I didn't touch it. Might be fingerprints on it.
Oh, I see.
Look here, you don't believe me, do you?
Not very much.
Well, I didn't do it.
So you said?
Well, I didn't.
We'll see.
That's the house there where the front door's open.
The houses in Stanhope Gate, which was once merely a gate through the ancient city wall of London, are all old. And everything in Stanhope Gate is old except the people, and many of them are members of some very ancient professions. Their places of employment are not far away. Places where one may dance or listen to music and singing, places where one may drink or on occasion eat or pursue any of a number of other occupations. Slinger Woods, the clarinetist, led me through the open door of a faintly creaking, faintly musty staircase to another open door. On the floor inside the door, in a remarkably neat little sitting room, I don't know what I'd expected, lay the body of a tiny red-haired girl in a very chic little black dress. There was blood staining the carpet, and a plain, almost silver table knife protruding from her breast. She lay on her back, and her mouth was open. A cigarette which had fallen from her mouth had scorched her chin. A Craven A packet was on a toll tray on the little home-painted green table alongside the clarinet. That was all.
That's the way I found her.
Dead.
That's what I told you.
You don't seem very upset, Woods.
Well, what shall I do? Burst into tears?
You might.
I hardly knew this kid, Inspector.
And you said you had no reasons for killing her.
I hadn't.
We'll see.
Why don't you find out who did kill her?
When I do, he'll hang.
I hope so.
Do you?
I do, most sincerely.
Is there a telephone?
Right there.
Thank you. Put me through to Whitehall 1212.
Who's that?
Scotland Yard? I'd like to speak to the duty officer, CID, please. Thank you.
Scotland Yard.
Hello, who's speaking, please? Oh, hello, Nobby. Frank Bennett here. I'm at Stanhope Gate. What's his number, Woods?
17.
17 Stanhope Gate, Nobby. I've run into a rather sticky one here, old boy. Murder. I'll need a police surgeon, a photographer. Is Tom McDermott there? Good, send him, Wood. And fingerprint people. The whole works, if you please. Right. See you at once. I'll be outside waiting for you. Yes, number 17 Stanhope Gate. Bye. I sincerely hope you'll be satisfied, Mr. Woods. Sling. I think I told you the dead girl's name was Rowena Hargett. Her sister, the pianist, was named Mildred Stansted. I spoke with her at the Platinum Slipper, which was in a basement not far away in Stanhope Gate. Slinger Woods had accompanied me.
No, sir, I don't think I have any idea who could have done it. Of course, I'm not as close to my sister as I was before Stan and I were married.
Mr. Stansted, your husband?
Stan, yes. He's a drummer. I haven't seen him in 2 months. He's at the Royal Casino in Brighton.
You've been alone since then?
Yes.
Why didn't your sister come to live with you?
Well, we never knew when Stan would be back in London. And then Rowena would have to look for other quarters, and she was quite comfortable over... Well, all in all, it was better for her.
Why?
Well, she could meet her own friends.
Did you know any of those friends?
There's a few. Harriet Abrams.
Lily Yates?
Lily Yates, the singer at Barney's. Margot Evans. The girl that was married to Kenneth Ogilvy, Slinger.
Polly Green.
Polly Green. Claire Sutton. That's about all.
Men friends, I mean.
She hadn't any men friends.
Me?
Oh, yes, you. And Herman Forster. Herman always says he's in love with Rowena. You know, Slinger.
I wonder if he knows about...
How would he know? Rowena hasn't seen him for... He's a big fat man with pimples on his face.
Plays trombone.
She never sees him.
She did see you, though.
Me?
Yes, occasionally.
Well, I was working with her. I used to take her home nights.
You're working with me too, Slinger. You never took me home.
Afraid of Stan.
Stan's 6'1".
Too big for me. You're safe, Mildred.
Nobody else?
Nobody else what?
Friends of your sister.
She didn't have many friends.
No.
You were her closest friend, Slinger.
We were close friends.
Poor Rowena. You were the last one to see her alive, Slinger.
No, I wasn't.
Why, who was then?
Well, the bloke that murdered her, obviously.
Let's start over again, I said. It was obviously someone she knew quite well who had killed Rowena Hoggett.
How do you know?
I dislike to use the word, friend Woods, but elementary.
Why?
I think you're right.
Why?
Was your sister... I beg your pardon, Mrs. Stanstead, but please tell me the truth. Now, sit still, Mr. Woods. Was your sister in the habit of admitting strange men to her room alone at night?
So she was not.
Not.
Excuse me. I know you have the highest respect for your sister.
And so have I.
Oh, forgive me. There was obviously another man in her room when she was killed.
Why not another woman, Inspector?
Let's say another person. Where were you last night, Mrs. Stanstead?
At home, in my flat.
I don't suppose you could prove that.
I didn't murder my own sister.
Nor did I accuse you, madam. I merely asked if you could prove that you were at home.
I was at home. My daughter was there with me.
Did anyone else see you?
Well, I don't know.
How old is your daughter, Mrs. Stanstead?
She's 3.
Her evidence is inadmissible. Mr. Woods, you admit you were there?
She was alive when I left.
So you say. Can anyone else testify to that, sir?
Why, nobody saw me leave, except Rowena herself. She could...
Rowena is dead. Have you been on good terms with your sister, Mrs. Stanstead?
Yes, of course.
That you can prove.
Well, of course I can.
Yes. Now, Mr. Woods.
Yes, sir?
You were on good terms with the deceased?
Certainly.
I testify to that.
You may have to testify on your own behalf, Mrs. Stanstead.
Well, I tell you,
Excuse me again, please. These other persons you mentioned as acquaintances of your sister...
I'm as sure of those other women as...
As you are of yourself, Mrs. Stanstead?
Why do you persist in accusing me? I wouldn't kill my sister.
Let's say for the moment we have eliminated you two. And the other women acquaintances of your sister. Now the others.
Well, what about the people that live in that building? The other tenants of the building?
We'll get to them if there's any cause to suspect them, Mr. Woods. The ones we have talked about. Wasn't there a fat man with pimples who plays the trombone?
Herman Foster.
Why, he was in love with Rowena.
Oh, she wouldn't look at the blighter. Nobody would look at Herman Foster.
So silly.
He's played the trombone too long.
Those pimples.
He stutters.
And he drinks. Gin he drinks.
Your husband drinks gin.
My husband's in Brighton.
Didn't your husband like your sister, Mrs. Stanstead?
He liked her a great deal, I thought.
Don't stutter, darling.
I don't stutter.
When he's excited, he does. Just like Herman Foster.
Well, anyway, Rowena liked me.
I suggest we're getting right off the subject.
What?
Well,
Aren't we?
Well...
All we want to know is who killed Rowena.
Well, by an amazing coincidence, that is what I want to know. And when I find him...
You propose to see him hanged.
I do, and I shall.
Is there somebody in the bar yet, Slinger?
Eh?
Is the bar open? I want a drink to that.
Well, I think, Gregory... Hey, what are you going to be drinking, Mildred? I thought you were a teetotaler.
Both Rowena and I. As you jolly well know, Slinger.
Well, I'm not, by any manner of means.
As I jolly well know.
Well, I hope you forgive me, but I'm a teetotaler, too. The stuff makes me violently ill. I wonder if they've got sarsaparilla.
Quick.
Well, I'll have a little sarsaparilla.
2 sarsaparillas, Gregory. What'll you have, Slinger?
Gin and Angostura, Gregory, please.
Gin. That's what Stan always drinks.
Stan?
My husband. When he does drink.
Herman Foster drinks gin neat. Pig. Well, he does drink good gin, I will say that. Booths.
Same as Stan drinks.
I don't know one from another.
Neither do I, Inspector. Oh, there you are, Gregory.
Yes, Mum. Sarsaparilla for you, Mum. Pink gin for you, sir. And sarsaparilla for the other gentleman.
Thank you.
Yes, Mom. Yes, sir.
Well, confusion to murderers.
Death to Rowena's murderer.
Drink up, slinger. I sloshed a little as I walked down the street to the building where Rowena had lived. The body had been taken to the mortuary in Horseferry Road, and the man who remained, Sergeant Fraser, told me a strange tale.
I suppose I'd better begin at the beginning, sir, eh?
I know of no better place, Sergeant.
Right, sir. There were fingerprints on that clarinet.
If there'd been footprints, I would have resigned.
No, sir. Fingerprints.
Whose? Oh, you wouldn't know, of course.
No, sir. Not till we checked with the files or something. But there was only one set of prints.
Sure of that?
Yes, sir. One set, one person.
Then?
The knife, sir, that she was stabbed with.
Yes.
Here it is. I mean, this is the photograph that Tommy McDermott made. A print, I mean. He developed it, and somebody took it back to the laboratory and made a print.
I'm familiar with certain photographic processes.
Yes, sir. This is the print they brought back here for you.
Yes.
It's a plain table knife, sir, as you see.
Yes.
Of a type used by many restaurants, sir.
I've seen the knife itself.
Yes, sir. But perhaps you might have failed to notice this.
What?
This inscription stamped on it.
I can read. Oh, I can't read Greek.
If you'll allow me, sir. Alpha, Rho, Tau, Epsilon, Mu, Iota, Sigma. Artemis.
I say, you read Greek, Sergeant.
I am a Greek, sir. This is obviously the name of the restaurant. Artemis was a well-known Greek goddess.
Goddess of the chase.
As the
Diana.
Romans knew her, sir. There are 34 Artemis restaurants in London, sir.
Oh.
One of them very close to this place, sir, in Stanhope Gate, next door but one to the Platinum Slipper.
Where Rowena Hargard worked. Come on, let's go.
I've been there, sir. The proprietor is a man I know very well, Mr. Christos Beres. The knife came from there.
What does he know about it?
Nothing at all, sir.
Oh.
And there are no fingerprints on it.
Well, the fingerprints on the clarinet are probably Slinger Wood's.
Yes, sir, we all think so. They can be compared at your convenience, of course, sir.
What else?
We've questioned all the people in the house, sir.
No results, I suppose.
No, sir.
Well, we'll try it again.
Yes, sir, of course.
That's all?
Well, no, sir, not quite.
What else?
This, sir. We found this in that corner over there on the carpet under the table. It's no wonder you didn't see it, sir.
Yes. What is it?
It appears to be a ball of tinfoil, sir. In fact, that's just what it is.
How do you know?
I unrolled it, sir.
Anything on it? Fingerprints?
No fingerprints, sir. It'd be very hard to lift them, the tinfoil's being crumpled so.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. Printing, sir. Shall I unroll it for you?
I'll do it.
Oh, don't tear it.
I'm not going to tear it.
Sorry, sir. There, sir. You can read it now.
Yes. Booth's House of Lords dried gin. Gin? Rowena Hargard didn't drink gin. She didn't drink anything. What's this doing here?
I found it, sir. There, under the...
Who found it?
I did, sir.
On the carpet?
Yes, sir.
And somebody's been drinking gin here.
Yeah.
What?
I said yes, sir.
Booth.
Lots of people drink booze, sir.
She didn't.
No, sir.
How do you know?
Well, you said she didn't, sir. And the police surgeon who took her to the mortuary telephoned at 5:10 to say that there was no trace of alcohol in any form in her stomach. So she didn't drink any of this bottle, wherever it is.
Yes.
Sir?
Oh, she didn't. Her sister says she doesn't drink.
How about the owner of that clarinet, sir?
Yes, he does. Booth gin, too, by George. Why, look here. Those other chaps do, too.
What other chaps, sir?
People who knew Rowena Hoggett.
Were they here, sir?
Well, Woods, who drinks this brand of gin, was here. We know that. He admits it. The other two. Do you know what, Sergeant?
What, sir?
You said there aren't any other fingerprints. There couldn't have been, could there? I went out and sat down in the flat's tiny kitchen. There was no gin there. No any indication that gin had ever been there. There was nothing. The place had been meticulously cleaned up, and only a white checkered apron hanging on the wall was left to remind of Rowena Hoggett, who lay in a mortuary over in Horseferry Road. Vaguely I heard the telephone jingle, and vaguely I heard Sergeant Fraser's voice somewhere arguing with someone in an unfamiliar language. A little while later, Fraser came into the kitchen. Sir, he said...
Sir?
Yes, Sergeant?
Sir, I've just been onto the telephone.
With whom?
My friend, Mr. Christos Barrett.
Who's he?
Why, you remember, sir, the proprietor of the Artemis restaurant.
Oh, yes.
Where the knife came from.
A knife.
The one the young lady was stabbed with.
And what did he have to say? What did he say?
He said he was standing in the bar of the Artemis restaurant late last night when the man bought the bottle of Booth's gin.
Huh. Was that the only bottle of Booth's gin he sold last night?
It was the only bottle of Booth's gin he sold to a man who had one of the Artemis restaurant's knives in his pocket, sir.
What? What do you say? What do you say? What is this about a knife? Now, stop gibbering, man. What are you saying?
Excuse me, sir, my tie.
I'm sorry. Now, what?
Well, he said a man who had one of his restaurant's knives stuck in his breast pocket bought a bottle of Booth's gin from him late last night.
Who was he? Did you recognize the man? Could you identify him?
He said he could identify the man easily if he hears him talk.
What's that? What's that? What? If he hears him talk?
Christos said he couldn't be mistaken. The man stuttered. And if he hears...
The man stuttered? Did the man... Was he carrying a clarinet?
No, sir. He didn't say so.
No? Well, of course he wouldn't have the clarinet with him. Be here. He forgot it. He kept on forgetting it. Fraser, quick, you know where Slinger Woods lives?
Yes, sir.
Go get him. Go get him at once. Now, quick.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And fetch him to this Artemis restaurant. I'll meet you there. We'll get him identified. We'll solve this thing tonight. I should have known nobody could be that clever. Now, get going, man. Get going. Fraser raced out after Woods. I rushed to the Artemis restaurant and found Christos Beres. Of course he could identify the man. Of course I can, he said in his curious English, and in came Fraser, dragging a somewhat gin-fuddled Slinger Woods. Is that the man? I yelled at Christos Beres.
Hello, my friend Slinger. When you are going to pay me those £2 you owe me? You know, I don't see you for 2 months.
Is that the man? I yelled at him again.
It's my good friend Slinger Wood. Of course it's not the man. And now I get my £2 a hole.
Well, I'm a little short just at the moment, Christus. Well, what's the matter? Oh, hello, Inspector. Hey, where are you going? I owe Chris £2.
The other two men who drank Booth's gin and who stuttered. One of them was in Brighton. The other, the disgruntled suitor of Rowena Hoggett, the fat man with the pimples, the frustrated trombone player whom she never saw anymore. Fraser, do you know where, what's his name, Herman Foster, the trombone player, lives?
I'll find out, sir.
He found out. He knew somebody who knew everything. And we went to Herman Foster's address. A huge, old house with a rickety stairway leading from the ground floor right from alongside the door to the first floor above.
That's his room, sir. Right alongside the top of the stairway. Shall I... Herman? Herman Foster? Herman?
And at the third call, an enormous man with a red, blotched face stopped out the door at the head of the stairs, stared over the rail down at us.
Hammond!
Look out!
Hammond! Is he dead? He's dead.
Dead drunk. Gin. Pick him up, Sergeant. Reeking with gin. Sloppy with it. His eyes tightly shut as we held up, his pimply face beaded with sweat and gin.
And look in his shirt pocket, sir.
An almost silver table fork. And a spoon. And another bent table knife from the Artemis Cafe still in his pocket. Take him away, Sergeant. He's not dead. But I rather imagine he will be soon enough. And when he had sobered up enough, Herman Foster, the frustrated trombonist, told us how he had brooded once too often over his rebuffs from Rowena Hargett, and had taken his bottle of gin and his stolen weapons to her flat, and then sat down after she had admitted him and drank 3/4 of the gin at one long draught. He swayed a little as I spoke to him the last time, but he remembered, just as he remembered the murder. Herman Foster, I arrest you for the willful murder of Rowena Hargett, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. I didn't stutter at all. Now the hangman.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Lester Fletcher as Inspector Bennett. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Carl Harbord, Isabel Elson, Francois Grimard, and Glenn Farmer. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Our Defense Department announces that blood banks are almost totally exhausted. This month, for example, the Defense Department is short 300,000 pints of blood. The problem is critical. In 1 month, blood donation dropped to less than 40,000, 260,000 pints less than are needed. Remember, there is no substitute for blood in the treatment of many battle casualties. Your local Red Cross chapter can direct you to the nearest receiving spot. Volunteer now and save a life.
Murder at midnight.
You're lying, Donner. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter. And tighter. Till you stop struggling and... Yes. And now, I've got a nice grave all ready and waiting for you. Right next to your friend.
Murder 3 graves yawning on a lonely, fog-bound island, waiting. For whom? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in tonight's story, The Island of the Dead. And now our story, The Island of the Dead, an original radio play by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. A story of a dead man who came back. It's a small island, flat and barren, lying in the middle of the river. And it's truly an island of the dead. For it's the city's Potter's Field. It's here that the nameless dead are buried. Those who have no relatives to claim them, and those who are too poor to pay for burial elsewhere. At one end of the island is the pier, where the city launch docks. At the other end of the island, in the midst of the shallow graves, is a squat stone building where the watchman lives. It's 11:30 at night now. He's sitting in the office, reading a paper and listening to the river sounds when...
Who's there? Who's that? I said, who's there? Who the devil are you? What do you want?
I think that this is where I'm supposed to come.
What do you mean? Hey, wait a minute. Are you the new relief man?
My name is Simon.
I'm Halliday. From now on, lay off that stuff, will you? This place is bad enough without you spooking around, not answering when someone talks to you.
Bad?
The crying bells, you know what the job is, don't you? Receiving the stiffs that they send out, keeping the records and digging the graves. You'd be all alone, except for Joe, the guy that runs the launch up at the other end of the island. He only comes out when he has to.
Yes, I know.
Well, I'll go change me shirt and blow. I didn't think they were going to be able to get a relief man until next week. I'm sure glad you got out here tonight. This place was really starting to get me down. And I'll be out in a couple of minutes. Simon, where are you?
Over here.
I didn't know where the blaze had gone. What in thunder are you doing?
Digging. Digging some graves.
I see that. 3 of them. What for?
Because they'll be needed before the night is over.
Huh? You mean they called up and told you to get them ready? It's funny. I didn't hear the phone.
No. No one phoned.
Well, then why are you doing it?
I told you. I think they'll be needed.
You think? Look, I'm going right now. I'll be back tomorrow night. Unless I decide not to come back at all.
Wait a minute, Harry. I don't get it. Who are you talking about? And when did I see him?
The new relief man. Just came out about a half hour ago. You must have seen him. This is the only way you can get out to the island.
That's why I don't get it. If anybody did come out to the island, I'd be bound to see him. But no one did. Not tonight.
What? What do you mean?
I mean, I only made one trip out tonight. I didn't have no passengers. At least not live ones. All I brought out was a stiff.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes, speaking.
Is this Mr. Alec Marsh, the attorney?
Attorney? Well, I used to be one. I haven't practiced law in over 10 years. Who's this?
This is the watchman at the city cemetery out on Channel Island. I'd appreciate it very much if you'd come out here immediately.
Come out there? In the middle of the night? What for?
To identify a body.
To what? I can identify it.
I have reason to believe that you are one of the few people who can identify it. It's quite urgent. If you take the launch at River Street, I'll meet you at this end. Will you do it?
Well, I don't know. It's a funny business, but... Well, all right. I'll leave right away.
Is it much further to the island?
Nope. You can't see it because of the fog, but it's right ahead there.
Is this something new? Getting people to go out to the island to identify bodies? Don't they usually do it down at the morgue?
Yeah, mostly, but once in a while I get some dope after the body's been shipped out to the island.
Well, I don't like it, any part of it. Getting a man out in the middle of the night. This trip, especially with a river like this, not being able to see anything. Just the whistles and the foghorns. And then landing there on the island where... Oh, for 2 cents, I'd go right back with you, not go ashore at all.
Well, here we are. Just let me make a fast. Okay. Well, you getting off?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. The man that phoned said he'd meet me. I'll go up to the end of the dock. If he's not there, I'll come back.
Okay.
Mr. Mark?
Yes? Was it you who phoned me?
Yes. Will you follow me, please? This way.
How the dickens can you see where you're going when it's so dark?
You get used to it. Just as you get used to anything. As a matter of fact, it's probably just as well it is so dark.
Why? It couldn't be worse even in daylight, when you can see the grades. But how did you happen to call me on this business anyway?
I told you. Because you're one of the very few people who can be of any help. Weren't you the attorney for the defense in the Sloan case?
Sloan? Sloan? I can't remember. Simon Sloan.
Yes.
I'm not sure. If I was, it was a long time ago.
More than 15 years. But you should remember.
Yes, I think I was. He was convicted on a charge of murder in the second degree and got 20 years. With time off for good behavior, he's probably out now and... Wait a minute. Is that who you want me to identify? Is he dead?
Here we are. Watch the step going in.
Well, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to put on the light?
No, not yet.
What was that? The door. You locked the door. What's the idea? What are you trying to do?
That's just so we won't be disturbed.
Disturbed? Well, who's going to disturb us? I insist you put on the light. Open that door immediately.
We were talking about the Sloan case. You admitted that you were the attorney for the defense. Do you feel that you did a good job of defending him?
How do I know? How do you expect me to remember? The fact that he was convicted doesn't mean that it was my fault. Besides, what's that got to do with you?
Did you think that he was guilty?
How do I know what I thought? What difference does it make? He pleaded guilty.
He wasn't guilty. He didn't want to plead guilty. Who made him change his plea?
I did, so what?
Very well.
There. Where it? You. It's you. You're Simon Sloan.
A dead man on the island of the dead. 3 waiting graves. As the clock moves steadily towards the witching hour, prepare yourself for murder at midnight.
But now, to go on with the story of the Island of the Dead. Just a moment later, there is silence in the small, bare room as Marsh stares at the strange figure that stands opposite him. Then slowly, his face pale and drawn, he sinks into a chair.
You shouldn't have done this to me. I told you I'm not well. I've got a bad heart.
Why did you do what you did to me? Why did you make me change my plea to guilty?
I had to.
Why?
Because Donna, the district attorney, made me. He wanted the conviction to build up his record, and he had something on me, an attempted bribery in another case. What are you going to do to me? I've got to get away from here. I'm a sick man, I tell you.
I'm not going to do anything to you. You can go now, if you can. There. The door's open.
Why are you looking at me like that? You think I can't make it, don't you? And that's why you're letting me go. Well, I'll show you. I just have to take it easy and...
No, I didn't think you would make it. That is why I'm not angry at you. Now I have a place for you. Right outside here. For you and for some others, too. Mr. Donner?
Yes, who's this?
This is the watchman at the city cemetery out on Channel Island. We have a body out here that we'd very much like you to look at.
A body? What for?
We think that possibly you may be able to identify it.
And what makes you think that?
Well, after all, you were district attorney for several years.
What? Why, I haven't been DA for... What's that got to do with it?
It may have a great deal to do with it. Will you come? The launch leaves from the foot of River Street.
Yes, I know. Something very strange about this, but... All right, I'll come. Will there be someone to meet me at the other end?
Yes, Mr. Donner. I'll meet you. I'll be waiting for you.
Is it usual to have someone try and identify a body when it's already in a grave?
Oh, no, it's very unusual. But this was a rather special case. I'm sorry I haven't any flashlight, but I do have a candle. There.
Good Lord.
Then you do know him?
Yes, I know him. His name is Marsh, Alec Marsh. He was disbarred about 10 years ago. When did he die?
About an hour ago.
But that's impossible. He couldn't have gotten here so quickly.
Not if he was dead. But when he came here, he was still alive.
I don't understand. Why should he have come out here in the first place?
Oh, because I phoned him. I asked him to come out. Just as I asked you to come out. You see, I wanted to talk to him about this Simon Sloan case.
The Sloan case? But what? How? Wait a minute. Lift that candle up. You're Sloan.
Yes, Donner. I'm Sloan. What's left of him after 15 years in jail. And you're the man who sent me there when you knew I wasn't guilty.
You can't blame me for that. After all, it was my job to prosecute. And when I did find out the truth...
You did find it out, eh?
When I did, it was too late. You'd already been convicted and stand up, and I've got to get away from here. Let me go.
No, Donner. Not yet. There are a few more things you're going to tell me first. How did you find out I wasn't guilty?
The detective in the case told me. A chap named Richards. Bill Richards.
Richards? Yes, it would be Richards. But afterwards, when you found out the truth, you could have ordered a new trial and gotten me out. But you didn't. You let me stay there and rot.
No, I couldn't. It was just Richards' word. He said he wouldn't testify.
You're lying, Donner. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter. And tighter. Until you stop struggling and... Yes. Now I've got a nice grave. All ready and waiting for you. Over here, right next to Marsh. And one more. For our friend, Richard.
Shall we get out?
Yes. Now, you wait right here for us, Joe.
As soon as it's you, Hardy, I will. Be sure I've had my belly full. What a night.
Well, look who's talking. Me, I've got to go traipsing all over this bloody island just because your friend here comes into the station house with a story nobody will believe except the captain.
For crying bells, Richards. You think I made it up? What about those two other guys Joe said he brought out here? What about those 3 graves this guy Simon was digging?
Well, where are they? Did you dream them up, too?
I didn't dream anything up, Richards. They're right over here.
They do look like graves. I got a match here someplace. Let's take a look at them. Good.
Good Lord. There's a body in this one. And in this one here, too.
I see them. This one here looks like... What is Marsh? Alec Marsh. And that's John Donner.
Now am I crazy? Now was I making things up?
Shut up. This guy that came out here. You said his name was Simon?
Yes.
Was he, let's see. He must be about 50, 55 now. Probably looks older. Tall, thin face, gray hair.
That's right, that's him. Do you know him?
Yeah, I know him. Look, I was ribbing you before, but that man's dangerous. A killer. I'm going to stay here and try and find him. But I'll probably need help. You and Joe take the launch back to shore, get hold of the captain, and have him send out 3 or 4 more men. Fast.
Okay, Richards, right away.
Sloan! Sloan! Where are you? I know it's you. And you know you can't get away. That building. Went in there, huh? Wonder if he's got a gun. Yeah, soon see. Stick him up, Sloan. I'll let you have it. Reach, did you hear me?
Yes, Richard. I hear you.
Put on the light.
There isn't any light in here. But I've got a candle. Just a second.
So, it really is you. I heard you were out astir, and I was sure it was as soon as I saw Marsh and Donner out there. You killed them, didn't you?
Yes, I killed them.
This is really funny. I'd like to hear someone now say there isn't such a thing as fate.
Yes, it is funny. I tried to get you on the phone just the way I did Marsh and Donner. But of course I couldn't. Then you come out here on your own.
You thought you'd get me too, huh? Well, that's okay. I tried to get you, and I would have if that jury hadn't gone so panty-waist and given you just 20 years. You know that it was me that framed you, don't you?
Yes, I know it. I just don't know why.
Why? Because I've always hated you, that's why. I was just a flatfoot and you were a gambler, pulling in big dough. I never could touch you on the level. That's why I hated you. That's why I framed you. Well, I didn't get you then 15 years ago. But I've got you now.
Have you, Richards? I guess maybe you ought to look around. See where we are.
What do you mean?
We're in the room where they keep the stiffs until they're buried. Kind of an icebox. And if you'll notice, there's no handle on this side of the door. That means there's no way of getting out.
What? Why, you...
So what? Someone will be along sooner or later.
Well, when anyone does, it'll be too late. Because that door is airtight. That means that as soon as we use up the air that's in here now, we're finished. Both of us. And it's starting to get bad already. Feel it?
I mean, you trapped me. You got me in here deliberately. Well, you won't get away with it.
No good, Richards. That won't hurt me. Not any more than I'm hurt already. You see, I'm all gone inside. That's why they released me. I must have passed out in the street last night, and my heart was so bad that they thought I was dead. They sent me out here for burial. But I wasn't dead. I couldn't die until I'd even things up. In the boat, they waited till they put me ashore. Now I've done it. Gotten all three of you.
No. There must be some way out. The smoke. I can't breathe.
No, Richards. It's getting worse every minute. There's no way out. That candle. That's our life, see? When that goes out, we're finished. And it's starting to flicker. Turn blue already.
Help. Help. Somebody, please.
There's no help, Richards. This is it. There. The candle's gone out. You might just as well lie down and take it quietly like me. Well, there's just one thing. One little thing. You see, I only dug 3 graves. Was 3 of you. Now, someone else will have to dig mine.
And so, as 2 gasping bodies drop to the floor, the mission of Simon Sloan is completed. First, Marsh, then Donner, and finally Richards succumb to
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death stalks the wicked, as the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at midnight.
at Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories. Plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have been, for obvious reasons, changed. The stories are produced with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now you will hear from Chief Superintendent John Davidson, custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. Here is Chief Superintendent Davidson.
Good afternoon. We have here in the Black Museum just about every kind of exhibit you or nearly anyone else could imagine. Weapons that have been used in murders are frequent. Garments worn by murdered persons or the persons who murdered them. Bloodstains, even many things more gruesome. But this exhibit is, I believe, genuinely unique. Do you recognize it? You should. It's an inspector's badge. An inspector of the CID, a genuine badge. It, too, was deeply involved in a murder case. This badge was once worn by Inspector George A. Frame. And here is former Inspector Frame himself, who I think will tell you all about how it came to be here. Go ahead, George.
Yes. My old badge. Let me hold it half a second, please, John. Yes, I was very proud of that badge once. I think I still am, even though it's an exhibit here in the Black Museum now. Yes. I think I'd been moderately successful as a police officer when Sir Lewis called me, had I, John? Of course. Well, Sir Lewis asked me to come to his office on an important matter, so of course I went. A very impressive man, Sir Lewis. I can hear him yet.
Something of a mess down there. There's been so much in the newspapers about it and all that we've got to get on it at once. Sit still. The Home Office asked me to assign a good man.
Thank you, Sir
Don't
Lewis.
know anything about you. Here, you're a good worker. Work, that's what this will take. Work and common sense, eh?
I'll do my best, Sir Lewis.
Hope it'll be good enough.
I'll try, sir. Yes, sir.
Dignity. Dignity is what we need. Competence and dignity. And hard work. What's your name?
Frame, sir.
This
George
case you're assigned to now, down in South Loamshire. Know where it is? Don't suppose you
yes.
do. Well, you'll see. Village named Ward. Odd name, Ward.
I think I know...
Little village. Man's young son was killed.
I remember, sir.
Boy about him, a year old. Thought he'd been kidnapped. He wasn't. Found him in the gun. Next morning, murdered. Slashed to death.
Yes, sir, I think I
Had this
remember...
local constabulary trap on the case for a week now. Inefficient scoundrel. Regular Dogberry type, I'm going to understand. Village, cop, full.
Well, sir...
Done nothing. Newspapers printing all sorts of stories. Well, Scotland Yard, this Scotland Yard asleep, all that.
Yes, sir, I've seen
Will
it all.
you stop babbling? The Home Office has been on my neck. Settle this at once, Sir Lewis. Must this go on, Sir Lewis? Get cracking, Sir Lewis. That's your job. Frame, is that it? Go on, settle it.
Yes, sir.
Don't ask foolish questions. Get down there at once and get it settled. Now, mind you, no nonsense, no friction with the local constabulary, and no excuses. Well,
I was just... Well, sir, all right. Ward and Loamshire. I'll be off at once.
And don't come back with... Why are you standing there with that silly grin on your... Hello. Yes, of course, it's Sir Lewis speaking. Get through to the Home Office at once and tell them that Loamshire matter will be settled at once. Got my best man on it. Now, go on, whatever your name is.
In the village of Ward, I was conducted to Superintendent Ogle of the South Loamshire Constabulary, who was in charge of the case. And not delighted at all at being summarily replaced by an inspector of the CID from Scotland Yard. He was quite eloquent about it.
I don't know what you think you're going to do here, Frame.
I expect to do my duty, sir.
We can dispense with your fine Scotland Yard talk, young man. We have our duty, too, you know.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ogle.
You may address me as Superintendent Ogle while you're about it, too.
I'm sorry, sir.
Coming your fine London ways on me because I'm a man from the Shires. I'll expect proper respect, sir. I'll expect proper respect.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Whilst you're in my bailiwick, you're to consider yourself no better than one of my constables, too. You're to be entirely under my orders. Do you understand that?
I was under the impression, sir, that I am under the orders of the Home Office.
I'll stand for no insubordination.
I'm not being insubordinate, sir. I'm merely telling you my orders.
Wish you to make a fool of me. Isn't that the truth?
No, sir.
Oh, is that a fact? Well, then, what are you doing here, then? What are you doing here?
The Home Office has instructed me to try to obtain a conviction in this case, sir.
Oh, you're to obtain a conviction, then?
I'm to try, sir.
I suppose a London man knows more about it than we who live here, then.
No, sir, I don't know anything about it yet.
All you know is that Scotland Yard says I failed.
Scotland Yard doesn't say that, sir.
Well, there's been a lot of talk, and I resent it.
I'm sorry, sir. Would you mind telling me something about the case?
Don't you know anything about it?
Well, very little, sir.
How much?
Only that a child has been found dead, sir. Murdered, apparently. Have you any suspects, sir?
That's none of your business.
I'm afraid it is, sir.
Well, I don't think so.
I hope that doesn't mean that I'm not to get any help from you, sir. Am I correct, sir?
I'll give you what help we can. What help I have to give you.
Well, go ahead, sir.
What do you expect me to do? Solve this case for you and then let Scotland Yard take all the credit? I've had about enough.
Scotland Yard needs no credit, sir.
Well...
But the case must be solved, sir.
Are you accusing me of inefficiency?
Not accusing, sir. But I'm sorry I've been sent down here by the Home Office.
Do you think you're welcome here?
You haven't told me what's been accomplished so far, sir.
Look here now.
Yes, sir.
I've made an arrest today.
Oh, have you, sir?
I most certainly have.
May I ask whom, sir?
I arrested Elizabeth Wright.
Who is Elizabeth Wright?
The nursemaid at Madden's house.
Madden? Oh, that was the boy's name, yes.
Didn't you even know that much?
No, sir, I didn't. I expect to know a great deal more by the time I get back to London. And what about this woman, sir, Elizabeth Wright? What did...
They released her.
Who did?
The magistrate.
Oh?
And do you know what they said to me?
The magistrate, sir?
They said I didn't have one scrap of evidence against her.
But you did, of course, sir.
Well?
Well, sir?
I didn't have much.
Oh?
She was visiting her sister when it happened.
Where, sir?
In Edinburgh.
But you suspected her, sir.
Well?
What?
Well, a man's bound to arrest somebody.
Oh.
And now they send me a Scotland Yard man. I never have any luck.
I dislike to comment unfavorably on a member of my profession, but I shall not. It does seem to me, though... Sorry. I never in all my life saw such a... In 2 days, going about the village of Ward, I discovered several facts. One, there had been 2 children in the Madden family. The dead boy and a sister. Her name was Bridie Madden, and she was the daughter of Madden's first wife, who was dead. The boy was by his second wife. 2, there were several servants, including the nursemaid who had been arrested, a sweet, gentle, shy girl by all reports. 3, I learned that the father, Jerry Madden, was suspected by some of the villagers of having murdered his little son, although no one advanced any reasons why they thought so. 4th, according to some of the schoolmates of Bridie Madden, she was in considerable fear of her stepmother's uncontrollable temper. 5thly, that somebody unspecified would have to hang for the murder of the little boy, a conclusion with which I was fully in agreement. And 6thly, that I was the most unpopular person in the village of Ward. I was from London, and the villagers were fervent adherents of the happily disappearing maxim, here's a foreigner, let's heave a brick at him. I was not encouraged, especially since Superintendent Ogle made no secret of his antipathy toward me. A little discouraging. I thought of returning to London, but I remembered Sir Lewis was there and stayed on. I visited the Madden household. Mrs. Madden was confined in a nursing home at the edge of the village. She had not recovered from the tragic death of her little son. The daughter Bridie was at school. Elizabeth Wright, the maid whom our village policeman had arrested, had gone back to her sister's home in Edinburgh. I was received by Ellen Perry, another servant who was not the happiest of mortals, but who talked freely.
Horrible, sir. Just plain horrible. It's all I can say. Poor little fellow.
I suppose you have no ideas on the matter, have you, Ellen?
Oh, Lord love a duck, no, sir, not I.
You never did suspect Elizabeth Wright, I suppose.
Oh, that fool.
Speak that way of the poor girl, Ellen.
I'm speaking of Gumshoe Ogle.
Excuse me. I mean...
Policeman indeed, the great oaf. He couldn't detect a change in the weather, that one couldn't. No, sir, I don't suspect anybody. Though Lord knows I wish I did.
What about Miss Bridie?
Oh, not Miss Bridie, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you don't think I suspect Miss Bridie, Ellen. I meant, what does she think?
Oh, well, I'm sure she doesn't suspect anybody, sir. Not Miss Bridie, the poor child.
Ellen, how do you and Mrs. Madden get along?
The finest woman that e'er drew breath, sir. The finest, dearest woman. Poor dear, she's only got one tiny fault.
Her temper.
Her what, sir?
Her temper?
Why, Lord love a duck, sir, Mrs. Madden ain't got no temper. That's what I was saying. She lets everybody walk over her. She's got no more temper than a mangle-wurzel.
Well, I was told she has a very violent temper.
Oh, not her, sir. Someone's been pulling your leg. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Well, but why should...
No, sir, I've lived in this house ever since she married Mr. Madden, and I've never seen her raise her voice, even when she fell down the well and near drowned. The well there, sir.
I must be mistaken, then.
Oh, you are that, sir. A sweeter woman ne'er drew breath, sir. Poor woman.
Well, I'm sorry to have thought so. I mean...
No, sir. Temper me eye. Not Mrs. Madden, sir.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm going to tell her, sir. She'll die laughing.
Oh, no, please. Please don't say anything to her about it, Ellen. Please don't.
I'll keep your secret, sir.
Well, thank you, Ellen. That's a good girl.
Who told you that, sir?
Why, you know, I really don't remember, Ellen.
Curious, sir.
Oh, now, who would...
Yes, sir. Temper. Oh, blimey. Excuse me, sir.
I went to call on Superintendent Ogle. Though it was near enough to high noon, I found the gentleman still in bed and in no very good humor at being awakened.
What do you want now?
I wanted to ask you a question, Superintendent.
Well, ask it.
I'm sorry to wake you, sir.
I'm awake now. What do you want to know? Just hand me my trousers there, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're getting them on backwards, sir, I think. Other way around, sir, I think.
Right. What do you want?
I was wondering whether you collected any tangible evidence at all, sir.
Tangible?
Anything I could see?
No.
There wasn't anything?
Nothing I consider important. I'd have told you.
Nothing at all, sir?
Give me my shirt. Thank you.
What did you find, sir?
Nothing of any importance. Socks and suspenders, please. Thank you.
What, sir?
Oh, some rags.
Rags?
Lend me my socks. Thank you. Look like a nightgown or something, according to pics.
Nightgown, sir?
That's what I said it looked like. There's some stains or something on it. Paint, I expect. Someone been using it to clean paintbrushes.
What color paint, sir?
Huh? Cost me my shoes. You needn't throw them, you know.
Sorry, sir. What color paint?
Sort of dark, wet. Oh, look, I bust my shoelace. Getting a man up in the middle of the night. Oh, running there. No.
What did you do with the nightgown? Sure, it was a nightgown, sir.
Looks something like one.
What? Where is it now, sir?
How would I know?
Eh?
I burned the nasty thing up.
Oh, no.
Well, it was partially burned when I found it. A bit of trash. I finished burning it up.
Then it's completely gone, sir.
Of course it is. What did you expect?
I didn't expect anything, sir.
Hand me my necktie, will you?
I'm afraid I don't understand a man with even the rudiments of a police education who could consciously make such a stupid error. Who knows that, good heavens, there were reddish-brown stains on the discarded garment, if it was a garment, in the very middle of a case of atrocious murder in which the victim had bled freely and he thought they were paint. And the thing had been wantonly destroyed. I found myself beginning to splutter as I walked down the lane toward the nursing home. I found Mrs. Madden, the bereft mother. In her condition, it was useless to attempt to talk with her. She just lay there and smiled, a vague kind of smile. A man who identified himself as the proprietor of the nursing home deigned to talk with me.
Yes, sir. She's been like that all the time, ever since they brought her here after the poor youngster was murdered. She was such a happy woman. Now
Has she been quiet all the time?
Never opened her mouth except to cry out for her baby, sir.
Nothing more?
Well, what would you expect her to do, sir?
Why, I understood she has a very violent temper.
What?
Violent temper?
You're mistaken, sir, if you think so. I've known this girl since she was in swaddling clothes, and she... Oh.
What?
You've got her mixed up with Jerry Madden's first wife.
Well, I don't know.
This girl wouldn't hurt her. Yes. You're thinking about the first wife, Bridie's mother.
What about her?
Bridie? The girl's named after her mother.
What about her?
Why, she had a very violent temper, sir.
Oh, she did.
Didn't you know, sir, that she died in the insane asylum?
No.
Raving and screaming like a lunatic? She was a lunatic, sir.
And an idea crossed my mind.
As a matter of fact, then, not to be telling lies, but after all, you're a policeman, you won't tell anybody. She was a lunatic. And so was her mother before her. I didn't know the grandmother.
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from actual case records of Scotland Yard. This one is true, as are all the others in this series. Only the names of the participants and the actual location are changed. Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from the chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express, Percy Hoskins. And the stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, let's go on with the story.
I passed Superintendent Ogle as I trudged down the road to the Madden home. He didn't answer my greeting. I walked on and, deep in thought, presently arrived. Ellen Perry was in the yard with a basket full of clothing for the family laundry. Afternoon, Ellen, I said.
Afternoon, sir. Did you find out anything, sir?
I went to the nursing home. You were right, apparently.
I told you so.
Did you know the first Mrs. Madden, Ellen?
Bridie? Bridie's mother?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I remember her. A crazy woman. That must be the one you were thinking of when you talked about Miss Madden's temper, sir.
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
She died, you know, when Bridie was just a little girl.
Yes, I know.
Well, now, will you excuse me, sir, while I get on with preparing the washing for tomorrow?
Go on, Ellen.
Thank you, sir.
And so I had time to think a moment alone. I'd done a good deal of thinking on the way from the nursing home, but seeing the preparations for the morrow's wash day... A nightgown, I remembered, a possibly blood-stained nightgown. I thought about the circumstances of the murder. The little boy had been put to bed. He was found slashed to death in the morning. Ergo, he had been murdered during the night. Right so far. Whoever had done it more than likely have splashed blood on his clothes, her clothes. There's only one person I suspected. A sneaking, unreasonable kind of suspicion. There wasn't anyone else to suspect. The first bride had been crazy, with a violent temper. She died in the insane asylum. Her daughter had told a deliberate untruth about her mother. An untruth that would have been immediately apparent to anyone but a stranger like myself. Bridie must hate the stepmother. It's an old story. But could she hate her enough to... An appalling thought. Thought of a girl getting up, wearing her night clothes, taking one of her father's razors, and going then to the little boy's room, her white nightgown. I didn't want to think about it. I tried not to think about it. But Ogle had said he'd found that nightgown with the stains on it that he thought were daubs of brownish-red paint. The nightgown had been partially burnt, as if someone had tried to destroy it. Horrible thought, but... Ellen was coming back. Ellen, I said.
Yes, sir? A penny for your thoughts, sir.
Ellen, how many nightgowns does Miss Bridie have?
Nightgowns, sir?
Yes.
Why, she used to have 3, sir, but now there's only 2.
Are you certain, Ellen?
Sir, I've been doing the laundry every week in this house since Bridie was a baby. I think I ought to know what clothes she's got.
Yes. How long has this nightgown been missing? A long time?
No, sir. Long?
What?
It was the morning the little fellow was... I remember. I gathered up the clothes to be washed, and all 3 nightgowns was there.
Yes.
And Bridie met me on the stairway, and she was crying, and she asked me to get her a drink of water.
Yes.
So I set down the basket and went and got her one. And then I picked up the basket and went downstairs, and when I took the things out of the basket, there was only 2 nightgowns in it.
Did you say anything to anyone?
I told Miss Bridie, and she said I must be mistaken, and the house was in such an uproar, sir, but there was only 2, sir, and there's only 2 now. What do you suppose become of it, sir? Oh, there's Miss Bridie now, sir, coming out from school.
Where?
There, coming down the lane, sir. Now, way back there. Bridie!
All the way down the lane, I was rehearsing in my mind what I would say to her. And when we met her and I looked in her staring little beast's eyes, I knew what to say.
Hello, Ellen. Why, what's the matter, sir?
Bridie Madden, I'll arrest you for the murder of your brother Damon Madden, and I warn you that anything you say... I took her to the magistrates to be heard. From the windows of the village schoolroom where we sat, I could see the townsfolk gathering angrily in the streets. I suppose I was not too surprised when the presiding magistrate told me that I hadn't enough evidence, that it was impossible at that moment to remand her for trial. They were far from convinced that the clown had a case. But, they assured me, we will not close the case now because you have a very interesting theory, but there's not enough evidence, they said. We wouldn't dare to act on such incomplete evidence at this time. We'll not write it off as closed, they told me. If you find any additional evidence, well, we'll keep the case open. And so I came away to London, with Superintendent Ogle of the Loamshire Constabulary marching beside me to the train to protect me from the consequences of my foolishness, he said pompously. I could hear the villagers' boos and catcalls from the train with the compartment window closed. I'd done my best, but I can still see Ogle standing there with upraised hand against the populace, and Bridie Madden standing alone, looking after me as if she'd like to murder me too. I went to Sir Louis' office when I arrived in London.
Come in. Oh, so you're back.
Yes, sir.
Come here.
Yes, sir?
Well.
I did my best, Sir Louis.
And the fine monumental mess you made of things.
Well, sir.
I told you to get a conviction.
I was sure I had one, sir.
Rubbish.
I'm sorry,
Don't
sir.
talk sorry to me, my man. You're as big a fool as that old stolen loansher.
Sir, that's...
There's a bigger row raging now than ever before. Scotland Yard and the Home Office have been made fools of.
I'm sorry, sir.
Questions have been asked in Parliament, sir. What do you say to that?
I'm sorry, sir. I still think we can get a conviction. I know I can turn up more evidence. That girl's as guilty...
You'll turn up no more evidence.
Why not, sir?
Because you've done enough to disgrace us all, and I'll have no more of your blundering. I demand your resignation, Inspector Friend.
So that's why I'm a greengrocer today. Come and see me if you're needing anything in my line. Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Inspector. George Frame didn't tell you the end of the story. This all happened several years ago. 1 year ago, I was told that a Miss Bridie Madden wished to see me. She came in. Miss Madden?
Yes, sir. Do you know me?
I've heard your name.
In Ward, in Loamshire, several years ago.
Yes.
Yes. I'm graduated from school now. And lately I've fallen in love with a young man. He's a clergyman, an Anglican priest, a man of God.
Yes.
We were to be married.
Yes?
But my conscience... Why don't you say yes? You say yes to everything.
I know nothing about your conscience, young woman.
I told my secret. I told my fiancé everything.
Yes?
I wanted to confess. I saw the man of God, the man I was going to marry.
What did the man of God say?
He told me to come to the police with my confession. I murdered my brother.
And so we took her back to the magistrates with her confession, which she freely made. She'd never been tried. The case was still in abeyance. So Bridie Madden was at last brought to trial. She was found guilty and sentenced to be hanged. The sentence was afterward changed to life imprisonment, and justice was done. But George Frame is still a greengrocer. He handles an excellent line of Brussels sprouts. This is the badge he used to wear.
Here today on Whitehall 1212, Lester Fletcher as Inspector Frame. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Carl Harbord, Guy Spall, Patricia Courtley, Evan Thomas, and Beulah Garrick. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Many of us are now enjoying a happy Labor Day weekend, but we should always keep in mind that these long weekend holidays are often tragic times for some of us who start out gaily to enjoy them. More than 1,300 American families will lose one or more of their loved ones in accidents on the highways because someone was reckless and careless while driving.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is furnished by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson acts as custodian of the Black Museum. He will tell you now about Scotland Yard case number 630612, which began on the 20th June 1946 and was concluded the 26th October the same year. Here is Chief Superintendent Davidson.
Good afternoon. Aside from our collection of weapons of murder, of which we have a great many, there are many more objects here which seem highly incongruous among the knives and the guns, the battered bullets, and the conventional blunt instruments. Now, I could show you a hat, a left boot, a folded 5-pound note, and a riding crop, a copy of the Book of Common Prayer, all of which had figured in their various times in one murder or another. What I have to show you from the file of case number 630612 is this very small thing. I assure you there are other things in that box, but this artificial pearl from a girl's necklace aided enormously in hanging a man. You know, if you're contemplating murder, a look at our exhibits here at the Black Museum would almost make you lose your enthusiasm for it. Now, this is Superintendent Thomas Meredith, who had a great deal to do with this case.
I find myself becoming more and more impatient with murderers, John.
I suppose I should ask why.
They're so stupid. None of them ever learns that he can't get away with it.
Well, if we could get murderers to come to a school, perhaps...
Well, they come to school, John, but they're always late. And I don't think that they like the schoolmaster very well.
Oh, the judge?
No, old boy. The hangman. I was unable to accompany Inspector Cecil Daly of the CID when he went down to the Pembridge Court Hotel, Notting Hill, that Friday morning in June 1946 to investigate the reported death of a guest. When I finally arrived there 2.5 hours later, I was glad I hadn't got there before. Inspector Daly told me all about it, though.
She was lying there on the other bed with one arm cramped under her body, on her face.
Shot or what?
Died of suffocation, the doctor says. Her face was buried in the pillow. Matter of fact, a good bit of the pillow had been stuffed into her mouth like a gag.
You'd think she'd have got herself up.
She was tied to the bed.
Oh?
Ankles tied together with a bath towel. Head fastened to the frame of the bed with the belt of her coat. Face down on the pillow.
Bloodstains here on the bed. You see them?
She'd been beaten.
What with?
Well, from the marks on her back, I imagine it was a riding crop of some sort.
Riding crop? Haven't seen one for years.
And they took her over to the Hammersmith mortuary. You can go and have a look at the marks if you like.
What about her clothes?
Well, she had all her clothes on, except her shoes. Back of her dress was ripped, stuck to her back. Blood.
Beating didn't kill her.
So the doctor said. I fancy he'll be doing a post-mortem, though, just to be sure.
Know who she was?
Identity card and ration book in her purse. Name of Marjorie Tate.
It's murder, of course.
I don't think it was measles, sir.
You haven't any idea who did it?
I think a bloke named Neville George Clevelly King.
Oh?
That's the name this room was booked under. He's had this room booked since yesterday morning. Had a front door key.
The way they run these places.
That's a spot careless, isn't it? All the staff goes to bed at midnight, leaving the place locked up.
So nobody saw them come in, then?
Not a bloody soul.
You don't even know he was here, then?
Somebody was.
Yeah. Well, looks as if we'll have to find him.
Well, the manageress gave me his home address. I expect it's phony, though.
Let's have a try. Where is it?
Seven Oaks in Kent.
And we'll get the Seven Oaks police on the telephone and...
Well, I think I'll run over there if you don't mind.
If you like, but a telephone call...
I'd rather go in person. I'd like to bring him in myself.
But why, when the telephone...
You didn't see that poor girl's body.
Inspector Daly was a little surprised to find that the address was correct. Nobody, however, was much surprised to find Neville George Clovelly King gone from there. Daly brought back a photograph of the man, which showed him as a remarkably good-looking young man of about 30, dressed in the uniform of a flight sergeant of the Royal Air Force. We contacted them.
If you do hear of him, Squadron Leader, will you please let us hear from you at once, then? Uh-huh. Inspector Daly. That's right. Scotland Yard. Thank you, sir.
What about him?
Snafu, as the Americans say, sir.
What?
Posted as a deserter 3 months ago.
I knew it looked too easy.
As a matter of fact, it didn't look quite so difficult as Inspector Meredith seemed to think. The pressmen had got hold of the story, and every newspaper in London, as well as a great many in the rest of the country, were carrying lurid stories about the sadistic murderer and his victim, for one thing.
Another thing? The Tate at Notting Hill Gate.
Kind of him.
Quite. I looked in at the hotel last Sunday, but not with Mrs. Tate, whom I met for the first time last week. She had asked me if she could use my hotel room on Sunday night, and I gave her my keys, asking her to leave the door open when she left. She said she would be leaving the room about 2 a.m. It must have been about 3 a.m. when I returned to the hotel and found her in the condition of which you are aware.
A delicate way to put it.
She had told me that she was to meet a man there whom I have seen. I will give you a description of him. Aged about 30, dark hair, black, with small moustache, height about 5 feet 9 inches, slim build. His name is Jack. And I gather he was a friend of Mrs. Tate's of long standing.
Does he say why you left the place?
I realized I was in an invidious position when I found the body, and rather than notify the police, I packed my belongings and left N.G.C. King. The man think we're idiots. Oh, here's a postscript. I'm in possession of the instrument with which Mrs. Tate was beaten, and am forwarding it to you today. You will probably find my fingerprints on it, but you should also find others as well. N.G.C.K. What are you daydreaming about, Daly?
I'm just wondering why he killed her, sir.
You think he did?
Sir, I'm not an idiot.
I sometimes wonder whether I am. I watched the post eagerly all day for the instrument King had spoken of. Of course, it didn't arrive. Not on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. On Thursday, Marjorie Tate was buried. The coroner's jury had not found out anything except what we had already known. Another victim of a person or persons unknown. That same day, I had a full report of what a squad of detectives and laboratory men had discovered in the hotel room at Notting Hill Gate. They've discovered nothing. No fingerprints, nothing. Oh, yes, blood. On Friday, I had a visitor at Scotland Yard. Who is it, I asked Inspector Daly?
A woman. A young woman. This one's alive.
Ask her to come in.
And here, please, miss.
How do you do?
Yvonne Higgins, Inspector Meredith.
Superintendent Meredith, Miss Higgins.
Oh, I'm sorry. Neville called you Inspector.
That's quite all right, miss. Who called me Inspector?
Why, my fiancé, Inspector. Oh, Superintendent. You know him. You've spoken to him. Well, I mean...
Who is this man?
Why, he says he knows you, sir. He came in here to see you. Isn't he here?
Who is he?
What have you done with him? Is he in jail? Why, what...
No, he isn't in jail yet, Miss Higgins. Now, tell the inspector... I'm sorry, the superintendent his name, please. Although I think he knows.
I'd like to hear this young lady tell me.
Why, it's Neville George Clovelly
King.
Oh, then you do know him. Don't you?
We have heard of him, Miss Higgins, is it?
Higgins, yes. But I expect to become Mrs. King one day soon. Neville was visiting me and my parents, you know, just Monday. He told us about the frightful murder that happened in his hotel room whilst he was away. He said you called on him and showed him the body. Very gruesome, he said it was. He had to leave to come to London because you wanted his advice.
His advice?
Why, isn't that right? Neville said... Isn't he here helping you?
My dear young woman, I mean...
What I think Superintendent Meredith is asking you, Miss Higgins, is, are you telling us the truth?
Of course I'm telling you the truth, officer. I demand to see my fiancé at once. He told me he didn't trust you and didn't want to come.
I'm sure of that.
Well, where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying to me. You've got him hidden away somewhere.
Oh, make us stop that, Bailey.
Oh, well, now, look here. Please. I can't do anything with it.
You're holding him prisoner. No. Well, that's the thanks that he gets for doing it.
Now, young woman. Stop her, Bailey. Listen. Sure, I can't stop her.
Neville, where have they got you?
You see?
I want Neville.
Now, wait a second. Now, wait a second. Wait, I say. That's better. Now, listen to me. No, look here, I'm old enough to be your father. Will you believe me?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, now, listen. We want your Neville just as badly as you do.
But you aren't going to marry him.
No, I think I can assure you that we're not. What we want is to ask him a few questions about the murder of Mrs. Tate.
He had nothing to do with it. You asked his advice.
Madam, I have never seen the man in my life.
He said you knew him well.
I do not.
Neither do I.
But he said you asked his advice.
He lied if he said that.
Oh, I don't understand.
How long have you known this man?
Well, a month.
Are you aware that he is a deserter from the RAF?
He's a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force.
There aren't any lieutenant colonels in the Air Force, miss.
Oh. I was going to marry him.
Do you still want to?
Did he? He didn't murder that woman, did he? Did he, mister?
We think he knows who did, miss.
That's why we want to find him.
What am I going to do?
How old are you?
I'm 25, sir.
Then you are certainly old enough to know the difference between right and wrong. I suggest you go back home and make up your own mind.
Now, look,
young woman, I would point out to you that you are dealing with the police now.
Yes.
And if you hear anything further from him, you are to advise us at once.
Yes, sir.
And after we are finished with him...
And the RAF.
Yes. After we're all finished with him...
I don't think I shall want to marry him.
You will probably find that course much safer. Goodbye, Miss Higgins.
This way, miss.
I hope you do find him. Why, there's a thief.
Got that, Miss Higgins.
Yes. Goodbye.
Well, I fancy I handled that quite well, Dilly.
But you didn't find him, Superintendent.
No, you'll turn him up for us.
If he doesn't beat another woman to death first.
Doreen Reed's body was found 3 days later near Bournemouth in a deep, narrow ravine called Branksome Chine, quite near the centre of the town. The Chief Constable of Southampton, who had the authority, called Scotland Yard at once, and it was quite natural that Daly and I were sent down to Bournemouth. Quite a group was assembled at the Bournemouth police station when we arrived. Detective Constable Ted Allardyce of Bournemouth.
We've got the body in the mortuary if you'd like to see it, Superintendent.
You go and look at it, Daly.
Yes, sir.
I'll take you over there presently, Inspector Daly, if you wish.
Thank you.
Who are these other people?
The fat gentleman there's the manager of the Norfolk Hotel, where this Miss Reed was staying, sir. The dead one. The other one's the hotel manager, too. The Tollard Royal Hotel, where Miss Reed was last seen alive. The other man's the hall porter of the Tollard Hotel. I don't know what he's doing here. Shall I throw him out?
Oh, that's where she was last seen. Let him stay in. I say, Daly, you go over to the mortuary with Constable
Allardyce.
Yes, I'll have a talk with these fellows.
Yes, sir.
Did one of them find her?
No, sir. It was an elderly lady found the body. She's at home. Shock was too much for her.
Well, you pop along to the mortuary, Inspector, and come back as soon as you can.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to the fat one, the one where she lived.
Right, sir. Come over here, please, Mr. Golden. Come along, Inspector, if you please. It isn't far, sir. We'll be back directly.
All right.
Here? This gentleman?
I'm Superintendent Meredith of Scotland Yard, sir.
Eli Golden, sir. Managing Director of the Norfolk Hotel here. How do you do?
How do you do? I understand Miss Reed lived at your hotel, sir.
That is correct. A most charming young woman. She's been ill. Influenza, I believe. Bournemouth is an excellent place to recuperate, as you know, Superintendent.
Yes, sir.
I was very fond of the young lady.
When did you last see her, Mr. Golden?
On Friday afternoon, the 5th. She was starting out for a walk. I remember I said to her, "Don't get lost, Miss Reed."
Did Miss Reed have any visitors during her stay at your hotel, sir?
No, sir. Not that I know of. Oh, yes. Her father did call her on last Sunday, the 30th of June, but he returned at once to his station. He's a major in the Guards' Armored Brigade, I believe.
Did he know about his daughter's death?
The body was found only last night, sir.
No ideas about it, I suppose?
I have my own ideas, sir.
Mind telling me about them?
I think she was murdered.
And who murdered her?
I would not care to impugn the rectitude of a guest at a competing hostelry, sir.
You what?
Be suspicious of the customer of another hotel.
What are you talking about?
The person with whom Miss Reed was last seen is a guest of my colleague, Mr. Atchison Levitt, of the Tollard Royal Hotel.
Levitt. Come here, Mr. Levitt, please.
Yes, sir. This is Inspector...
Superintendent.
Excuse me. Superintendent Meredith of Scotland Yard, Atchison. I was just telling him that the late Miss Reed was last seen alive with one of your guests.
Thank you, Eli. I'm afraid that is true, Superintendent, unfortunately.
Who is the guest?
Group Captain Rupert Brooke of the Royal...
Rupert Brooke?
I'm under the impression that he's a relation of the late lamented poet, sir.
Is he still staying at your place?
He's still a guest at the Tollard Royal, yes, sir.
I'd like to see him.
Surely you don't suspect Group Captain Brooke, sir. He is a guest.
I'd like to see him.
I shall ask him to come down here, sir.
Please. By the way, did you see Miss Reed the day she disappeared?
I saw her with Group Captain Brooke in the lounge that afternoon and evening, sir, yes.
You saw Brooke start to accompany Miss Reed to her home, the Norfolk Hotel, sir, where she never arrived.
I did not.
You said you did, Atchison.
I said I saw him start away with her, but he came back and she walked home alone. Or started to.
Did they quarrel?
I don't think so.
Tell the superintendent the best of your story, Atchison.
Will you please stop prompting me, Eli?
If you please, gentlemen.
Go on, Atchison, go on.
Eli. All right, Superintendent. Group Captain Brooke had a drink in the lounge. I think he drank a pink gin.
A gin and it, you said, Atchison.
What does it matter what he drank?
A gin and...
Gentlemen, please.
Whatever he drank, he presently went out through the front door alone, looked around a few seconds.
Atchison always watches his guests so closely.
I learned the art from watching you, my dear Eli.
Where was I? Your guest was looking around.
Oh, yes, he went for a stroll.
In the dark.
Be quiet. Did he follow Miss Reed?
No. Well, at least I don't remember.
Well, what happened?
He didn't come back, Superintendent.
Who didn't, you?
No, I came back, but, well, it was rather unusual. Group Captain Brooke came back to his room through a window.
Why?
He told Mr. Levitt here that he was playing a joke on the hall porter. Peter Lynn over there.
What sort of a joke?
He told me he knew Peter'd be on duty all night, and he'd think he hadn't come in.
Who?
Group Captain Brooke, sir. So he took a ladder the builders had been using and stuck it up against his window and popped in the hotel that way, and when he hadn't been seen coming in, he'd been there in the morning, and, Peter wouldn't know it.
Very funny, Superintendent.
Yes. I want to see this group captain at once, Mr. Levin.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Superintendent Meredith.
Huh? Oh, hello, Daly.
I've seen her.
Yeah?
I'd like to speak to the superintendent privately, if you please, gentlemen.
Get that fella down here, Levitt. Oh, here's Constable Allardyce. Allardyce, go to this gentleman's hotel with him and bring that group captain, Lord Tennyson, or whatever his name is.
Group captain,
bring him back here at once. I want to see him.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Levitt, sir.
What's up, Daly?
I saw it.
No, talk to her.
And in my present opinion, it's the same man.
Same fellow that killed the other one, didn't he?
No, she's been beaten, too. The marks look like the ones on the woman at Notting Hill Gate.
Like a riding crop, you said then.
I take my oath that this was a riding crop, too.
She was suffocated, too.
One of her stockings had been rammed down her throat. Oh, her face was quite blue.
Does look like the same bloke.
Yeah, there's only one thing was different.
What?
He cut this one's throat, too, after he'd beaten her.
Something else different, too.
Sir?
It was an Air Force sergeant that was mixed up in the other affair. Looks as if he got promoted. There's a group captain mixed up in this one.
The group captain's in the next room, sir.
Who, Allardyce?
Well, that fellow from the Tollard Royal, sir.
Have you been there and back?
Well, sir, that's Mr. Levitt. He didn't want me to go into the hotel. But everyone knows I'm a police officer. So he fetched him down himself while I waited here.
Did I or did I not give you a direct order, Constable Allardyce?
You did, sir?
Which you didn't obey.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'll deal with you later, my lad. Come along, Daly.
Yes, sir.
So, and you, Constable, you stay outside this door here and wait until I call you. Do you understand that? See that you do. In here?
Yes, sir.
I brought Group Captain Brooke down here, sir, as you
You may step outside, Mr. Levitt. You too, Mr. Golden. Outside, both of you. And, please wait.
Come on, now.
Well, Group Captain Brooke, you're not in uniform.
My dear man, I'm on leave. If you knew anything about...
I'll have a look at your papers, please. Oh, it's quite all right. I'm Superintendent Meredith, CID, Scotland Yard.
So,
And your papers, please.
Well, look, old chap, they're in my jacket back at the hotel. Because Mr. Levitt rushed me down here in such a hurry.
Levitt?
Yes, sir?
Get this man's jacket from his room down here at once.
Yes, sir. I say, aren't you just a trifle high-handed, old man?
I merely want to be sure you are who you say you are.
Well, I'm sure my papers will prove who I am.
I hope so. Now, you knew Miss Doreen Reed.
The young woman who was murdered Friday night.
How do you
What do you say, Daddy?
I said I wondered how you knew she was murdered Friday night, Group Captain.
Well, I thought everyone knew that, old boy.
It seems you were the last person to see her alive.
Afraid so. Awfully sorry. She was rather a nice girl. Shocking thing, isn't it?
Will you tell me why you entered your rooms that night by means of a ladder instead of in the normal manner, Group Captain?
Oh, that. I'll never tell you about that. I told him, you know. A big joke on Peter, the hall porter. We're always ragging each other. He was a leading aircraftsman in the early days of the war. Dropped a 100-pound bomb on his foot. Oh, it was a dummy one. Loaded with earth, you know.
Was that the only reason why you crawled into your rooms by the window, sir?
Huh? Oh, why, of course, old boy. What other reason would there be?
That's what I'm wondering, sir.
Well, I assure you it's just...
See who it is, Daly.
Group Captain Brooke's jacket, sir, from the hotel.
Thank you, Allardyce.
Excuse me, sir.
What?
Is that Group Captain Brooke?
Yes.
No, it ain't, sir.
What? Do you know him?
What's going on there?
That ain't Group Captain Brooke, sir.
Now, what sort of nonsense?
Now, look here, Allardyce. I've had about enough of this nonsense.
I said he ain't Group Captain nothing, sir.
Constable.
Who is he, Constable?
Here's who he is, sir. Right here in my pocket. Here's his picture. Right here on this bulletin you sent out yourself from Scotland Yard not a week ago. Look here. For murder. Wanted. For the murder of Marjorie Ruth Tate. Neville George Gavelli King. That's who he is, sir. Aren't you, Group Captain?
In the pocket of the jacket, we found no papers at all, only a cloakroom ticket from the Bournemouth West Railway Station for a suitcase. Allardyce went and fetched it, and we opened it up. Group Captain Brooke watched us with his pleasant smile. Inside the suitcase was the name of the owner, Flight Sergeant N.G.C. King, RAF. Inside it, too, were several other things.
1, an old-fashioned riding crop stained with blood.
2, a blue foulard scarf, also slightly stained with blood.
3, a single artificial pearl, broken apparently from a necklace. Miss Reed had been wearing an artificial pearl necklace when last seen. 47 pearls were found alongside the body. There are 48 in a necklace of this type.
The blood on the scarf was his. There was a small scratch on his neck. Blood of the same type and bits of skin corresponding to his was found under the dead girl's fingernails.
Blood type OA, Marjorie Tate's type, and blood type B, Doreen Reed's type, were found on the riding crop. A blood stain on the clothing of Doreen Reed corresponded exactly with the pattern of the plaiting of the riding crop shaft.
And Flight Sergeant Neville George Clovelly King, who had tried being a group captain, made a statement.
I do not hate women at all, in general. But I'm afraid that I have a very short temper where women are concerned. Marjorie Tate was a bad woman. She needed to be punished, and I punished her. It's quite easy. So when Doreen Reed refused my company, I decided to punish her. But when one gets the habit, it's so easy to go a little too far, isn't it? I must say that Yvonne Higgins, whom I intended to marry, was always quite nice to me.
It was as well for Miss Higgins. A jury found Neville King guilty of murder at Old Bailey, and he was added to the casualty list of the Royal Air Force at Wandsworth on the 26th of October, 1946. Death by process of law is the last entry in his record.
Heard in today's reenactment of Scotland Yard case number 630612 were Harvey Hayes, Guy Spall, Morris Dallimore, Gordon Stern, Evan Thomas, Lester Fletcher, Beulah Garrick, and Pat O'Malley. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. In these uncertain times, it's pretty hard to plan for the future. But more and more American girls are discovering a career that offers both opportunity and security. And that career is in modern nursing. There are new and greater opportunities in this job now than ever before. And the demand for nurses is continually increasing. To become a student nurse, you must be a high school graduate or a college student of good health and character. If you can qualify, get full information at the nearest hospital in your community. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Broadway flips the calendar, stares at the word December, holds chin between thumb and forefinger, and wonders, what happened? Winter is here, and the year is suddenly dying. Proof positive, the wind rising from the river that twists a headline around an ankle, lifts it up again, flattens it against the gutter, and there it is in boldface. So many shopping days left. So the evergreens are chopped, mounted, dyed blue and tinseled. Token of holiday season. Token that time's getting narrow for the layaway plan. So get with it. All you need's $1. It'll hold the dream till Christmas. You follow the decorations downtown and take a left. East 37th, where the season is manifest by holly in apartment windows and electric candles. And the latest thing, Merry Christmas in phosphorus paint to glow in the dark. 11 o'clock time, nighttime where I was, in Miss Gaffney's apartment. And Miss Gaffney.
Look at the joint, will you?
I'm looking. I've been looking for the last 5 minutes, Miss Gaffney. Now, will you settle down and tell me what...
2 years, I say, to get a full-length mirror. Now look at it. Bing! And now look what I've got. Confetti.
You ready to tell me what happened?
You know what happened. What's been happening around this neighborhood for the last couple of nights?
I mean to you.
I was trying on in front of the mirror, that's what. And that sniper took a pot shot at me.
Why didn't you pull the blind down?
At my age.
Well, you're lucky. You see this slug?
Huh?
Here, look at it. Embedded here in the mirror backing. 38, head high. Like I said, lucky.
Yeah. And I was standing right here. 2 more inches and Myrtle Gaffney...
That's right. Now, let's take it from the beginning. Did you notice anyone following you tonight when you got home?
I could have been killed.
Or anyone loitering around outside?
He could have killed me, and you stand here and
We don't even know what he looks like, Miss Gaffney. We want you to help.
He could have killed me. He could have killed me. Shot me dead. Killed me.
Now, their thin-lipped anger, the tightening hysteria fitted themselves into the pattern of the city's newest violence. And there was the other emotion, that the shattering of mirror had been this close to the shatter and burst of her life. That her life had been balanced on the bad aim of a man with a gun. That her life had been target for indiscriminate fury. And against terror was only this.
You protect me, you hear? That's what you people are paid for. To protect helpless, lonely women, you hear?
And give her the promise. And phone it in. And leave her now to darkness and bolted doors and windows blinded and locked against another coming of death. And walk this winter streets to where a room is, and hot plate, and minute coffee. And for a while after that, wander the narrow room. And for a while after that, sleep. And next day at headquarters is used in attendance at lineups where Miss Gaffney can identify no one. In marking areas on a map, trying to plot the boundaries of a sniper's violence. The cultured calm of the woman on the phone who was very definite she was next on the sniper's list, but was unafraid. And suddenly there's quick winter twilight, and the comment upon it by Detective Muckerman.
Look at him, Danny. Millions running home to a hot supper and take what eats you out on the kids. A way to live, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Me? My life is suddenly mixed up with panicky ladies who've had pot shots taken at them. That Lois Stewart over in West 30, for instance.
You've already told me about her.
She wrote me a little poem how her life was really contained in that flower vase the sniper shot to pieces in her flat. She wrote it down for me. Here, I'll read it.
You've already read it to me.
Will you take the reaction of this Lois Stewart and pose it against the reaction of Mrs. B. Morris in West 32nd? Did I tell you about her?
No, but I'll read it in your report.
This one cried a lot. Hung on to me. She was putting in a light bulb, she told me, when wham, through the window the sniper shot the bulb, right? I'll get it then. Lieutenant Clover's office, Detective Muckerman. Yeah. Yeah, where? 2126. Got it. Maybe this time, Danny.
Well, maybe this time what?
3-4 people spotted a guy running across your roof, apartment house 2126 West 39. Guy was carrying a rifle.
Let's go.
Lieutenant. I got him, Lieutenant. Bringing him down.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, here they come.
Let me go. I want to go home. Let me go.
I'll take him, officer. Come on, you.
Take your hands off of me.
Find the gun, officer?
No, but he had a gun. We'll find it.
Get him in the car, Muckerman. Hand me the flash, Muckerman.
Yeah. Here. He's a kid.
What's your name, son?
Mickey. Mickey Ruick.
How old are you, Mickey?
Going on 16.
You live near here?
No, Brooklyn.
What are you doing here?
You were on that roof with a gun. What were you doing there? What'd you do with the gun?
I want to go home.
Go home, Mickey. Later. First, we want to know what you were doing prowling around on that roof with a gun.
You like to shoot at women, Mickey?
I didn't shoot at anybody.
Come on, kid, you just tell us. We'll understand. You like all this publicity you're getting, being called a sniper, scaring everybody. You like it, don't you?
Makes you feel pretty big, doesn't it, Mickey?
I didn't shoot at anybody. I read...
Go on, Mickey.
I read in the papers about the sniper.
Found the gun, Lieutenant. Here, thanks.
In the alley. You must have used it off the roof.
Take a look, Mickey.
Plastic. Tough to tell from the real thing. Is this your gun, Sonny?
Yeah, it's mine.
Where'd you get it?
I took it... All right, I stole it. Department store. This afternoon after I read about the sniper, the toy shop. Look.
Yeah?
I was playing, that's all.
You read books tell you how to play like this?
The lieutenant means comic books, things like that.
You.
What?
You're a real lieutenant, huh?
Well, what about it, Mickey?
Can I see your gun?
Turn him over to juvenile, Muggavan. Then you can start looking for a sniper all over again.
Danny, it's all right I disturbed you for a minute.
Come on in, Dr. Sinsky. I was just...
Yeah, I see what you're doing, Danny. May I also look at the portraits?
Serious of them, Doctor. Take your pick. The department artist sketched them from fragmentary descriptions given us by the women who were shot at by the sniper, helpful bystanders, few crackpots. All different.
These are the faces of violence, huh, Danny?
Anybody's face.
So what you look for is anybody. A killer who's been denied the death of women, perhaps because of some slight defect in vision, perhaps because his family didn't buy him the eyeglasses he needed when he was a child.
Whatever it is that kept him from killing, let's not knock it on Dr. Sinsky.
I don't know how to apologize for my feeble attempts at irony, Danny.
I forget it.
Yeah, I'll try to do that. I heard Detective Muggavan brought in a boy to juvenile, the boy prowling rooftops with a plastic gun.
Uh-huh.
How old was he, Danny?
Going on 16, he said.
A boy. A child. And images of a world behind window shades and hatred for it. This sniper, Danny.
And what about him?
Find a man whose face matches an artist's sketch and then look behind it and underneath it. And remember another child who prowled rooftops with a plastic gun.
Mrs. Sinsky? Danny?
Oh, what is it, Jim?
That sniper chap.
Yeah?
He's at it again. House 1843 East 39. Just came in over the phone. Also?
Also what, do you know?
This time, he didn't miss.
Any comment, Doctor? Any observation you care to make on how we're really dealing with a frustrated child? How we should treat him?
No. No comment, Danny.
In that case, get me a squad card, you know. And go there. And what was night-still brownstone house with an early Christmas tree lighted in its living room window, its promise to be viewed from the street, has become this. Cluster and steaming whisper of crowd peering close through window, beyond tree to where lay another promise. The yet unopened and hidden gift of the season's violence. And get past them and inside is a woman sprawled against fabric of sofa. And a man kneeling at her feet.
Blanche, listen to me. Just listen. There'll be a doctor in a minute, and he'll know what to do. Blanche, please.
Mister...
What? What do you want?
I'm from the police.
I'll get out of your way. She's dead, isn't she? My wife's dead. I knew it all the time.
Must have been quick. Where the bullet struck just above the eye. Had to be quick.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to let them know. I want to let those people outside know.
She's dead. That's what you're waiting for, isn't it? She's dead. Wait, I'll show you. Now you can have a good look. Look at my wife. Look at my dead wife. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up and see this.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The very merry holidays begin their swift curve into the canyon streets, and Broadway rushes the season. Against the distant cry of on dancer, on prancer, the sleek dancers, the eager prancers bargain for the sprig of mistletoe, buy it, hang it in the doorway. Under it strike the holiday pose, and watch the winter women walk by, the scented fur hugged close, December wind rippling it against their cheeks, their mouths. The same wind that breathes them away from you. So, shrug a shoulder, kid. Make jaunty the scarf and relax. Under no Yuletide tree will it be barren, according to the advertisements. Where I was, winter's night flowing through newly shattered window into a room where mantelpiece was simulated marble, where fireplace was 3 gas logs neatly arranged, never consumed, where furniture was draped with embroidered fringed cloth. And this room where death was.
You're cold, mister. I'll turn on a fire.
Never mind.
I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have broken open the window and yelled at those people. They'll think I'm crazy.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Durban.
Tell me something, mister.
What?
You've been around where people have been killed. Women, a man's wife, for instance. You see that a lot, don't you? Well, the husbands of those other women you've seen dead, what did they do? What did they say? I want to know so I won't louse up the etiquette.
Oh, Mr. Dermot.
They cry like I did. They go out of their head like I did. Tell me, mister.
You really need to know.
No, I got all I need to know. A little while ago, I had a wife. Now I got a memory. Blanche. Not how she is now, not how she was yesterday, sick, and the day before, a year before. But how Blanche was when she was young, when she was a girl. I should thank him. I should thank her killer. He left me remembering a girl.
Tell me how it happened, Mr. Dennis.
You know what happened. The sniper, he finally got a bullseye. My wife.
Were you here in this room with her?
Yeah, I was here in the room with her.
Did you notice anything? Hear anything?
I was in this room with Blanche. We were talking over who to give presents to this year, who we were going to get presents from.
Did you see anyone outside? Did anyone follow you home?
I'll run the evening down for you. 6 o'clock, I got home from work. 6:30, Blanche put dinner on the table like she did every night. We eat, we talk. Then she clears the table, washes the dishes. I go to the living room, sit in my chair and read. Then I help her change into her nightgown and robe, and she comes in here with her embroidery, and we talk or we don't talk, depending on how she felt that day. Tonight was different. Tonight she felt good. And then she got killed.
You understand, Mr. Dermot? You understand why?
No. I'm dense. I understand nothing. I don't understand how a crazy killer roams around loose when we got a smart police force like you. I don't understand why Blanche is dead. Do something for me, huh, mister?
What?
Leave me alone for a minute so I can figure it out, huh?
Watch him move away from you to the lonely place. The couch where his wife is dead. And watch him kneel again at her feet. And for a little while, the time he needed. Go to the door, whisper to the official intruders. They understand. It gives them the interval to adjust focus and cameras, to test with current wit the spring and snap of steel tape, to smooth and make neat the folds of shroud. Then their spill into the room, and the man's instant is gone. So leave there and go home. And a new winter morning at headquarters, and the joyous tidings of Sergeant Gino Tattaglia. Were you happy, Gino?
In me, Danny, you are gazing upon a contented fellow.
Well, I'm glad.
Chuckling because last night was the Tartaglia night at our neighbors, the Renboms. Contented because a frolicsome time was had by all and sundry.
Gino.
Among which sundry was Fargo. Fargo Rembom, a veritable card.
Fargo Rembom?
The western outlet for the Remboms, an uncle from Nevada, who did last night descend upon the eastern branch and did shower them with western-type goodies. Indian blankets, beaded belts, an Indian doll carrying on her back in lieu of a papoose, a bottle of Smirnoff's vodka. And for me, a feathered chief's headdress, which I will be glad to model for you come lunchtime.
Gino,
Oh, Danny, wait till you catch a gang of Chief Minnehaha Tartaglia. First the work, and then...
I hate to spoil your fun.
What must be, must be. In the matter of the deceased Mrs. Blanche Dermot, report from technical. Felled with a .38 caliber bullet of same type and markings as the sniper has been prone to use on other ladies. But with Mrs. Dermot, he made expert. Right above the eye.
Anything else, Gino?
From Detective Muggervin and others at work on the case during the night. This report from neighbors on Mrs. Dermott adds up to a nil. 12 years in the neighborhood, Danny. None of the neighbors knew her. All they knew, she was very quiet and a non-mixer.
How about her husband?
Has a little novelty shop on 7th Avenue, open 9, close 5:30. Always bringing home novelties and gimcracks to the neighbors' kids. And that's
Do something for me, how'd you know?
Anything?
Get a policewoman. Have her go out and buy herself a house dress. Then have her report to me in an hour.
Sure. But you want to see me in feathers?
Just get her, how'd you know? And the setting up of it. Policewoman. Empty apartment in the neighborhood where the other shooting had taken place. Daytime chores for nighttime trap. And it was done. Then let the day drift backward into December. Watch it from the window at headquarters. Walk with it briefly. Twice to the corner restaurant where the food is always an adventure. Back to the office again and the window. And see day bleed grayly into night.
Stakeout setup, Danny. Cruising. Squad car's waiting for us downstairs.
Beginning night is strung through with cold. And the hurrying shapes that curve backward from your vision. The street of the spinning lights. And turn off it. East 38th. Ride it slowly. Past the rows of brownstones and the corner stores and winter loneliness of Manhattan Street. And slowly past the lighted window, ground level, where a woman sits. Now clothed in a house dress and reading. Trapped. And past it, another corner turn and stop.
Coffee in the thermos, Danny. You want some?
Later. Yeah, what's the time?
7:10. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah. Call in, Mugler.
Yeah. Car 43, car 43 reporting.
43.
Parked at southeast corner of East 38th and 3rd, according to Plan A.
Nothing from here. Car 22 reported suspicious acting man on 4th turning into 38th. Shook him down. Drunk. Unarmed.
Car 43, 10-4. Well?
Park further down the street, Mugler. I'm going to take a walk. If you need me, I'll probably be in a doorway around the corner.
Right.
Past the lighted window again. And the woman in the house dress. Policewoman. Reading. Cross the street and watch her. She gets up, strains herself against the light. Shares the night. Sits down again. Reads again. And the doorway directly across from her is cold plaster to hold 6 mailboxes. Directions to the tenants on how to live. And things to do in case of a bomb attack. Illustrated. In a while, a young woman comes up the steps, cloth coat around her waitress uniform, looks into an empty mailbox, looks emptily at you, goes into the house, trails echo of footsteps. And later a man leaves the house, checks his pockets and goes out happy. Watch him walk down the street. The squad car picks him up, trails him, drops him. And night becomes 9 o'clock. And the woman across the street sits, reads, gets up, walks around the room, sits, reads. And the 9 o'clock wind holds all the cold of the hours before and fills the street. And gusts of it break off and run into doorways, wrap themselves around people who wait there. And the light from the squad car blinks into the night and screams at it. Mugler?
Sniper, Danny. Just got a communication.
Where?
2 blocks from here on 40.
Let's go.
Come on, honey. Please wake up, honey.
You'll be all right, Mr. Garson.
Fainted up, baby.
A little drunk, too.
So what?
You want to tell me what happened, Mr. Garson?
Look at her lying there.
She was there in bed when she was shot at, right?
Poor baby. Wait till she wakes up and finds out she was shot at by the sniper. She'll faint all over again.
Just what happened? What?
I was reading to her.
Go on.
I just finished turning the page, and she was giving me my drink, and...
What?
I turned the page, and she was holding out the glass to me, and then it happened. Shot the glass right out of her hand. Over the book, my pajamas.
I think your wife is waking up, Mr. Garson.
It's all right, baby. Little bumbly puppy. I'm here, little pussycat. Everything's all right.
Mr. Garson.
Look how she wakes up. A doll, baby. I think you better leave us alone now.
When Mrs. Garson feels better, I want you both down at headquarters to file a report.
Yeah, baby. Drink your coffee.
Don't mind him, little rat.
Well? Shot came from the alley, through the bedroom window. The woman was in bed. Sniper shot a glass out of her hand.
Lucky.
Is she?
Well, I'd say she is. What would you say?
Consider it, Muggerman. 4 women were lucky. The 5th was killed. Think about it.
Well, I just told you.
Reverse it. Think about it the other way.
Yeah.
So let's make it calls, huh? Yeah? Oh, hello, Mr. Dermott. Mind if we come in?
Oh, come on.
This is Detective Muggerman, Mr. Dermott.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry about your wife, Mr. Dermott. In here. Why don't you boys take off your coats?
Yeah. All right. When are you going to get your window fixed, Mr. Dermott?
Putting that cardboard in is as far as I'm going to go. I'm moving. Where are you going? Away from here. Think I'm going to live here anymore? Yeah, it must be real tough. I can tell you this. I sure miss it.
How long were you married, Mr. Dermott?
I told you, 12 years.
Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten.
12 years. You're not going to believe this. We never had an argument. Why not? Huh? Well, I've been married 14 years, and starting with our 3rd anniversary, my wife and I had little arguments every week, and a big one once a month. And we're very happy. So why haven't you had any arguments, Mr. Dermott? You didn't argue with my wife, mister.
Why not?
She'd get upset.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You forgot what?
That your wife was a sickly one.
You been checking on me? What was the matter with your wife? I asked you a question. You been checking on me? But where are you keeping this drawer, Mr. Dermott? Hey, Tom. Knitting stuff. And adjust that, Danny. What's the big idea of opening that drawer? A lot of knitting in there. Your wife like to knit? You just don't open any drawers without permission, you hear? Yeah, she likes to knit. She likes to crochet and tat and hook work. So what difference does that make?
She must have had a lot of time on her hands.
Well, what did she do? Hey, now what's the matter with you? I don't want you going around opening things. What do you think? Nothing in here, Danny. A picture album, Christmas decoration. What are you looking for, anyhow?
Talk some more about your wife, Mr. Dermott.
She was a good, sweet, kind woman. Yeah, they all are. Did you hate her very much? Hate her? I was married to her. Yeah, I know. 12 years. Why should I hate her?
A sickly woman, a woman who never went out, a woman who sat home all day.
Hey, I'll try the kitchen, Danny. What are you looking? Just tell me that, will you? I'll cut it out, Mr. Dermott. If you just tell me what he's looking for.
A gun.
You think I'm the sniper?
Are you?
You out of your mind?
Look at it this way, Mr. Dermott. 5 women were shot at. The only one who was hit, your wife. Not wounded either, killed. The other 4, drinks shot out of their hand. A light bulb shattered. A vase, a mirror.
My wife was unfortunate, that's all. The other 4...
Fortunate? At first, we thought we were looking for a man who couldn't shoot well, who was trying to kill and was missing. Now we're going on the premise that he was missing on purpose.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Missing on purpose. A crack shot who could shoot out light bulbs through windows, who could kill your wife through a window.
What's he doing in there?
Let's go see him.
Well, you're breaking up my house? You hid this marksman medal. Where'd you hide the gun? Here, look, Danny. Expert marksman's medal.
Where'd you hide the gun, Mr. Dermott?
What do you think I am?
Maybe a man who shot at a lot of women to get the word sniper in the newspapers, just so you could get one woman, your wife.
And take one last pot shot at a woman drinking booze in bed to clinch it. You're crazy? Why should I kill my wife?
Look at it from our point of view, Mr. Dermott. You're a man who likes people, likes to be nice to children.
Likes to go outside sometimes, too, huh? Yeah, my wife wouldn't let me do that.
Your wife, a woman who sits in a chair and knits. No friends, somebody to stop in.
No fun. 12 years of it. Not even any arguments. 12 years to get fed up. You understand how it was?
Of course we do. The man figures he gets old soon enough.
A wife like that. Sure. You live, you gotta have fun. Can't stay home all the time. Would you?
Where's the gun?
Oh, you won't find it.
Threw it away?
Dismantled and tossed it in the river. Listen, you weren't kidding, would you?
About what?
About understanding. You're a killer, we understand that. Well, yeah, I know, but I mean about my wife. What you said. How a man gets old too fast. How his life runs away from him and nobody to talk to. Sit in a room, feed her medicine, wait on her. Every night you go to sleep, dream about how it would be without her.
You understand. I know you do. The time of winter, daytime leaves Broadway fast. You walk toward the shadows. Someone smiles and takes your hand, whispers to close your eyes, then bangs your head against the night. Your scream mixes well with the shriek of the riot. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Battaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, High Averback was heard as Mr. Dermot. Featured in the cast were Elvia Allman, Jerry Farber, Steve Roberts, and Hal Gerard.
The worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
And now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Two brothers play a deadly game. In a moment, Act One of Murder is a Matter of Opinion, starring Phil Meader and William Lipton, based on a story by Jules Archer, and written especially for suspense by Ronald Dawson.
The lively crowd today agrees. Those who think young say Pepsi, please. They pick the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi. For those who think young, so go ahead and pick the drink that lets you drink young as you think. Yes, get the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi for those who think young.
It wasn't surprising that my younger brother Brian and I disagreed so violently on the question of capital punishment. We chose opposite sides on everything as a matter of habit. Ever since Dad had sent him to join me at the Tulane College of Law, we'd argued about murder.
Murder is a matter of opinion, Frank, and that's all. Just a matter of opinion.
I can't go along with you, Brian. The law not only distinctly defines murder, but furthermore, the law is designed to protect the innocent.
Oh, baloney. I can point out quite a few cases where an innocent man was condemned to death.
No, sir. I just happen to believe the law is right.
Well, you're wrong.
Look, if you're so darn sure that the law can be wrong, prove it.
All right, I will.
How?
Each year, Tulane stages a mock trial, right?
Of course. The moot court board.
Right. Now, they secretly prepare a mock crime on the campus and try to catch us by surprise to give us some realistic experience in criminal law procedure, right?
Right.
Okay. This year, why don't we spring a surprise on the board? Just you and I will stage our own private murder case.
Brian, why don't you do something about that cough of yours? It's really beginning to worry me. You cough all night long.
Well, I'll take care of it. I'll see a doctor one of these days.
Please do.
Okay, let's get back to our mock murder. I'll play the corpse and you be the murderer, but after we stage the killing, I'll undertake your defense at the trial.
What will you prove?
Well, I'll prove to you and to the student jury that even though every fact points to you as guilty of first-degree murder, even to the point of witnesses who saw you kill me, you can still be absolutely innocent.
You won't use any self-defense gag, no insanity plea, accidental manslaughter?
No, a straight, deliberate, premeditated killing.
Well, kid, it's a nice stunt if you can do it. It's a deal. Let's work out the details. To give us a little more incentive, I bet Brian $100 that he couldn't win. And we got busy and worked out the details. We rehearsed and rehearsed until we were letter perfect. And then we began to act out the drama for the benefit of the student body. We were in the dormitory, and it was crowded.
And by what perverted logic, Frank, do you contend that a mother who mercifully puts her idiot child out of its misery is a murderess?
No one has the right to take another's life.
Don't quote the Bible to me. Think for yourself.
Look, if you did a little more reading of the Bible and a little less boasting about what you know of the law...
Boasting? You're the one who's always boasting. You're the one who's never wrong.
Oh, shut up, will you, Brian? You're just a punk kid.
A punk kid, am I? I'll show you who's a kid or not. Hey, come on, you two, cut it out. Mind your own business.
Yeah, Tom, you keep out of this. I'm not going to let this little louse get away with all this nonsense of his.
Hey!
Okay, brother dear. I'll get you for that. The fight achieved our purpose. We had planted the idea that Brian and I were on the outs. To make it still more emphatic, we made it a point not to speak to each other for several days. It was a pretty good act. Tom Penson, a mutual friend, stopped in to see me.
Frank, I realize I have no right to say what I have in mind.
Well, then don't.
I have to. As an old friend, Frank, I just can't understand what's come over you and Brian.
Oh, he's impossible. Do you know that young punk has a nerve to question father's decisions? Can you imagine baby Brian questioning the decisions of one of the most learned judges in the country?
Well, he's got an inquiring mind. He wants to explore the law.
The inquiring mind, my eye. He's got a colossal conceit, and one of these days I'll knock it out of him. Poor Tom Penson tried to make peace between us. But Brian and I remained irreconcilable. And then came our next move. Over the weekend, Brian discovered that his watch was missing. He speculated loudly and bitterly and pointed out how it might have disappeared. I left the dormitory, slamming the door behind me. Later that day, I was sitting with Tom Penson and a few of the boys at the campus cafeteria. Brian wandered in as per schedule, signaling his entrance with that racking cough of his. Oh, gentlemen, just gaze at what my poor, deluded father expects Tulane to transform into a lawyer.
All right, where is it?
Where's what?
You know darn well what, my watch.
Now, how should I know where your watch is?
I want it back, and I want it back now.
Are you implying that I stole your lousy watch?
I'm implying nothing. I'm saying you stole it.
Hey, look, fellas, if you're going to start another fight, I'm getting out of here. I don't want to...
You stay right where you are, Tom. I want a witness to just what that young punk is saying.
For the last time, I want my watch.
Look, if you weren't such a weak sister, I'd knock you on your ear.
Why, you... Brian, don't. Get out of the way, Tom. Now, you, Mr. Frank Jackson, are going to give me back my watch.
I haven't got it, you ass.
Okay, then, you dirty lying thief. Hey, stop it, you guys. Come on, Frank. Brian, cut it out. You'll kill each other.
I'll get you for this. Sweet, dear brother. You'll pay for this, baby Brian. Well, that was the finish of the build-up. And it worked out exactly as Brian and I had planned. The campus buzzed with gossip about the feuding Jackson brothers. There was even a rumor current that the dean was going to send for both of us. Brian and I had started that rumor. Well, that night there was an affair on the campus, which neither of us attended. I slipped over to my study, and a few minutes later, Brian came in. Hi there, public enemy number one.
Hi, big boy.
Hey, Brian, I wish you'd take care of that cough.
Yeah, I will soon.
Well, my jaw is still sore, you bum. You didn't have to hit me that hard.
Sorry, Frank. I tried to pull my punch, but I guess I'm not very good at that sort of thing.
You sure no one saw you coming here?
Oh, no. Campus is deserted.
Okay. Well, now we're about set for the final act. The payoff takes place in the bookstore, right?
Right.
Okay, now look at this.
Oh, good. You got the gun.
Yep. A 32 loaded with blanks. I borrowed it from the Army. They'll never miss it.
Fine. And I've got a paper cup filled with ketchup. I'll stick it under my shirt.
And when I fire, you'll clasp your hand to your heart?
And squeeze out the red blood.
And then you lie on the floor while I make my escape.
Right. And I'll lie on the floor for at least 5 minutes to give you a chance to get away. Now, don't forget, you're to call the dean and tell him about the hoax and then have him set up the mock trial.
Everything looks set. Tomorrow, then. The bookstore at 12:15.
Right. I'll come in and start a fight, insult you, and you'll do the rest, okay? One more thing. All those plans we worked out on paper, you're sure you threw them all out?
Absolutely. I burned them. There'll be no clues around to show that the whole thing's a hoax until after it happens.
This is one time that I'll win, Frank.
Everything went smoothly. Brian entered the bookstore at 12:15, mingling with the noonday browsers. He was examining a book off one of the shelves when I entered. All right, you dirty little swine.
Wait a minute, Frank.
You couldn't stop telling everyone that I'm a thief, could you?
Frank, put away that gun.
Not until I use it on you. Brian clapped his hand to his heart. The catsup trickled out over his shirt in a convincing red stain. With a slight groan, my brother slumped to the floor on his face. Oh, it was a beautiful job. 2 girls screamed and 1 student fainted. Everyone in the bookshop stood transfixed in horror. I wheeled and ran out, sprinting back to my study. And then, chuckling to myself, I phoned the dean. He wasn't in, so I left word that I called and asked if he'd call me back. I relaxed in my bed, waiting for the dean to call. I began to speculate over Brian's possible defense pleas on my behalf at the trial. He agreed to every detail of the crime as we enacted it. How could he convince a jury of law students that it was anything but first-degree murder? I hated to see Brian make an ass of himself publicly, but it was his idea.
Dear God, Frank.
What's wrong, Tom? You're as white as a sheet.
What did you do it for? How could you do such a terrible thing?
Oh, I just killed the little stinker because he had it coming to him, that's all.
You killed your own brother and you're laughing at it?
He looks so funny lying there.
But your own brother.
Well, what difference does it make? Just a minute, Tom. That must be the dean. I'm expecting his call. Hello?
Jackson?
Speaking.
This is the dean.
Yes, sir?
Come to my office immediately.
Yes, sir. Beat it, Tom. That was the dean. He wants me to report to his office immediately.
But, Frank, look, you're in a lot of trouble. Perhaps if you plead insanity...
Insanity, my foot! I planned it. Yes, sir, it was premeditated murder. Happily, I entered the dean's office. To my surprise, there was a police captain with him. Well, I thought in wry amusement, Brian and I had forgotten that angle of it. We'd surprised the police, too. And from the dark look on the beefy face, I gathered that the police department took a dim view of the stunt.
Oh, Jackson, come in. Captain, this is Frank Jackson. He's your man.
You're Frank Jackson?
Yes, sir.
You're under arrest.
Looks like it was a pretty successful murder.
What?
My brother's not really dead, Dean.
You don't think so?
No, sir. You see, Dean, instead of waiting for the moot court to stage a mock crime, Brian and I decided to put on one of our own. We thought you wouldn't mind because, well, there's a very subtle legal point involved.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you'll allow us to hold a mock trial, I think the case would be extremely interesting to the student body. My brother wants to undertake my defense to prove that what is apparently a first-degree murder is really nothing of the sort.
Good Lord, what...
Now, would you cooperate, sir, by holding a trial and calling all the witnesses who were in the bookstore?
A trial will be held, all right, and all the witnesses in the bookstore will be called to testify against you. Only it won't be a mock trial at all, but a real one in criminal court.
What?
Frank Jackson, I arrest you for the murder of your brother, Brian.
Okay. Okay, Captain, you can stop kidding now. I know you're trying to fool me the way we fooled you.
Do you mean to say that you don't think you killed your brother?
Well, of course not. The bullets were blanks.
Were they? Pretty deadly blanks, Jackson. Deadly enough to kill your brother 5 seconds after you fired them. Let's go.
It was a nightmare. I'd wake up, I told myself, and Brian would be sleeping beside me in the dormitory. But then I forced myself to look up, and the barred window was still there. An uncontrollable chill shook me. This was a jail, and I was not dreaming. I was on trial for my life. The dean phoned my father, who came rushing to my aid. He was led into my cell.
Frank.
Dad, this is awful for you. Brian gone and me here.
Son, we've got to fight.
I guess you're right, Dad. Did you get me a lawyer?
Yes, the best lawyer in the state, Peter J. Cheney. He'll be here shortly.
Dad, I just can't believe it. It's too incredible.
You and Brian were so close. Frank, how did it happen?
I don't know. Those bullets were blanks. I tested them the day I got them.
Well, there can be only one answer. Someone replaced the blanks in your gun with real bullets.
But who? Why? No one knew about our plan to stage a mock crime but Brian and me. I didn't even have any real bullets in my possession. There wasn't even the possibility of a mistake. Brian certainly never would have done it. He knew full well the gun was going to be fired at him.
And who? Why?
I just can't figure it, Dad. It's driving me mad.
Think hard, Frank. Isn't there anybody, one single person, who knew about or suspected the hoax?
No, there isn't. Not a living soul can testify that Brian and I were playing a game. The only voice that could prove it belongs to my dead brother. But on the other hand, everyone on campus can testify that we had bitter quarrels. None of them knows that the quarrels were faked, and at least 12 witnesses saw me shoot my own brother down. Saw me murder Brian in cold blood.
Frank, this is a clear-cut case of first-degree murder in one of its worst forms, fratricide. I haven't a scrap of evidence with which to defend you. In fact, any story I might present would be ridiculed.
Well, what can we do, Mr. Cheney?
You'll have to plead insanity.
I won't. I can't.
Judge Jackson, you know we couldn't win your son's acquittal on the strength of the boy's absolutely unsupported story.
Well, I must
But
say
it is
that...
true, I tell you.
I believe you. Otherwise, I wouldn't defend you. But we don't even have an explanation of why there were real bullets in that gun.
Dear God, I wish I knew.
Son, a jury might credit a plea of insanity. A nervous breakdown resulting from overwork. With good character witnesses for you, you might have a chance.
Dad, what should I do?
Frank, I have no right to dissuade you from choosing the legal course which has the best chance of saving your life. But I can only say that I believe in telling the truth. In fact, it's all you can do if you honestly believe in the justice of the law and trust it.
I do, Dad. I do. I'll stick to the truth.
I don't like it, Frank.
That's the way it has to be.
Frank, I'm a criminal lawyer and I know juries. And I tell you, my boy, there isn't any jury in the world that would swallow your story.
How right. How bitterly right Mr. Cheney was. No jury would swallow my story. The parade of witnesses called by the state was crushingly incriminating. And then before I realized it, Tom Penson was sworn in on the stand to testify against me.
Now, Mr. Penson, you were acquainted with the late Brian Jackson?
I was.
And you know the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that as brothers they were very close and fond of each other?
Well, they were. At least until a little over a month ago.
You mean that something came between them?
Well, I suppose so, but I don't know what.
Very well. Now, Mr. Penson, were you present in the cafeteria on the afternoon of December 10th?
Yes, sir. I was having a cup of coffee with the defendant, Frank Jackson.
What happened?
Brian came in and Frank insulted him.
What do you mean he insulted him?
Well, Frank said, "Take a look at what my father expects Tulane to transform into a lawyer."
He meant, of course, his brother Brian?
Yes, sir. And he said it so loud that everyone in the cafeteria must have heard it.
I see. Then what happened?
Brian accused Frank of stealing his watch.
Was that the end of their quarrel?
No, Frank denied that he had the watch, and Brian struck him.
You saw that blow struck?
I did, yes, sir.
Mr. Penson, were you present when the defendant fired the shots that killed his brother?
I was.
Where did that take place?
In the bookshop.
What were your reactions?
I could hardly believe my eyes. I kept hoping it was some kind of a joke.
Go on.
I rushed over to Frank's room.
Did you say anything to him?
I did. I asked him why he did it and how he could have done such a terrible thing.
What did he say?
He said, "I killed the little stinker because he had it coming to him."
Every word spoken by every witness condemned me. To them, I was a murderer. As the testimony was piling up the evidence against me, I kept remembering the last serious thing Brian said to me.
This is one time that I'll win, Frank.
Ironically enough, it was beginning to look as if this time Brian would win. Listening to all the testimony, I began to doubt my own sanity. My story began to sound foolish and incredible to my own ears. But it was all I had to offer in my own defense. No proof, no witnesses. The entire courtroom, I knew, was convinced of my guilt beyond the shadow of a doubt. Suddenly, I was aware that the prosecutor was questioning.
I repeat, what happened to the blank bullets you claimed you had?
I told you before, I don't know.
Again, I ask you, if all of this was just a hoax, as you stated, and if the whole thing was kept an absolute secret by you and the deceased, who could have known and who could have changed those bullets?
I don't know.
There are too many things you don't know, Mr. Jackson. I would say that you don't even know how to lie.
I'm not lying. It's the truth. It's the truth, so help me God. I didn't kill my brother. I didn't kill him. By some curious form of mass hypnotism, I almost began to share the belief that I was guilty. Perhaps I really had been temporarily insane. Perhaps I had willfully, deliberately murdered Brian in cold blood. My brain was whirling, and my hands were clammy when I rose to face the jury. They had been out for less than an hour. I couldn't believe that I was going to listen to words that would legally terminate my life. The jury found me guilty as charged. I screamed, "No, that can't be! It's all a mistake, an awful mistake! My story's true, every word of it! This is murder! You're murdering an innocent man!" I was sentenced to die on the 4th of March. That gave me some time to think about the amazing thing, the unbelievable thing that had happened to me. Some time to explore my soul and memory. I was innocent, and I had told the truth. But Brian was dead, and I was found guilty of his murder, and only he could have proved my innocence. His words came back to me 100 times a day.
This is one time I'll win, Frank.
I began to remember the arguments Brian and I had on capital punishment and murder, and the prophetic irony of his contention that under our laws an innocent man could be convicted of murder and be legally murdered by the state. 3 days after my sentence had been pronounced, the door of my cell was unlocked. The prison guard came in and told me the warden wanted to see me. I lurched along beside the guard down the long corridor and through a panel door. Inside the room were my father, Mr. Cheney, and another man I didn't recognize. The warden spoke first.
Jackson, this is Mr. Bixton, a notary public. He's come here with an amazing story that I want him to tell you in front of your father and your lawyer. All right, Mr. Bixton.
Well, you see, 3 days before your brother was before he died, he came to me and wrote out a statement which he made me witness without reading. It was sealed in an envelope in my presence, and I kept it in my safe.
Please go on.
Your brother said you were going to be tried for a crime, and that if you were convicted, I was to hand this envelope to the warden 3 days after your sentence. I have acted upon his instructions. The warden has read the letter and wants me to give it to you. Here it is.
To whom it may concern. This is an open letter to my brother Frank, who will probably need it. Dear Frank,
I hope you will forgive me for what I did to you. It was I, Brian Jackson, who replaced the blanks in your gun with real bullets. If you recall, you kept urging me to see a doctor because of my cough. I did see a doctor, but never told you or Dad that he had given me only a year to live at most. I couldn't stand a lingering death like that, Frank, so from the very beginning when we planned the hoax, I had suicide in mind. That is what it practically was. But I wanted to prove to you for once that you were wrong. I wanted to show you that you, a perfectly innocent man, could be convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death under
our system of law. This letter will, of course, bring you your freedom. But if my hand had not risen from the grave, so to speak, the law would have hanged you. Now do you admit that murder, even the clearest murder, is purely a matter of opinion?
Suspense. You've been listening to Murder is a Matter of Opinion, starring Phil Meader and William Lipton, and written for Suspense by Ronald Dawson, based on a story by Jules Archer. Suspense is produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr. Music supervision by Ethel Huber. Also featured in tonight's story were Ronald Liss as Tom Penson, Bernard Lenrow as Judge Jackson, Maurice Tarplin as the prosecutor, Ivor Francis as Mr. Cheney, Bob Dryden as the captain, and Lawson Zerby as the dean. Listen again next week when we return with Sold to Satan, written by Joseph Cochran. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Expanded CBS News every hour on the hour weekdays presents the most complete network news coverage. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Whitehall 1212, quickly.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic stories of some of its most baffling cases. These accurate dramatizations, which are presented exclusively by NBC, are drawn from the official files of Scotland Yard. They're true pictures of the operations of the world's most famous crime detection organization. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The research is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. And the stories for radio, which are performed by an all-British cast, are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in case number 108 MR131. 2 of these persons have been hanged for murder. Private Eric Slade, 22, of the Royal Army Ordnance Corps.
I was a bomb disposal man.
Gladys Brown, who wanted to be a dancer.
I'm not so awfully bad looking, am I?
Melanie Rodier, 20, a French war refugee.
Je suis une pauvre, ne suis pas riche.
Charles Brooks, 31, taxicab driver.
It was a brand new American Plymouth, a grey one, model 1941.
Inspector Stuart Wilcox of Scotland Yard.
Which of those 4 voices sounds guilty to you? This lower ground floor corridor on which we're standing leads to Scotland Yard's Black Museum. Come down there with me. I'd like you to see an actual souvenir of an actual murder. This is the Black Museum.
Oh, good afternoon, Wilcox.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of the Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? I expect you've never seen a place like this before. Look about, if you like. Now, the items we have here have all served in some way in the commission of a crime. Here's the bullet from a murderer's gun. This is the linen duster in which the body of a murder victim was wrapped. This is what you came to see. The one thing remaining from our murder case, number 108 MR131. That was what you wished to see, wasn't it, Wilcox?
Yes, please.
A rather expensive silver cigarette case. Initial. Somewhat tarnished today. It was once quite good looking, wasn't it, Wilcox?
Yes, it was. I'll tell you how it came here to the Black Museum. A man died for it.
Yeah, 2 men died for it, Wilcox.
Human motives are curious. The compulsion to become a dashing hero that led a simple-minded young shop clerk to join the most dangerous service in the army. The urge to acquire a compelling and seductive personality that led a one-time housemaid into displaying herself as a striptease artiste in a tawdry nightclub in wartime London. Neither of them knew the other's true name. The striptease dancer, Gladys Brown, called herself Regina Montmorency. The absent without leave Army Private Eric Slade introduced himself to the glamour girl as Lieutenant Studs Farrell, erstwhile gangster. He took her for a ride in the huge red-painted bomb disposal squad lorry late one night in 1944.
You did like my accent, Lieutenant.
Sensational, I thought. Colossal.
You sound just like Hollywood.
What?
Hollywood. I said you sound like Hollywood.
No. Well, I was in Hollywood for a little while.
Oh, were you really?
Over the mob, you know.
I've been talking about the Hollywood contract.
You have?
Oh, yes, of course. Hollywood's always after me.
Oh.
Such a bore.
Well, I like Chicago much better.
Were you in Chicago long, Studs?
Now, you could bet your bottom dollar on that, sister.
Oh, it must have been ever so exciting.
I've got a few notches on my gun.
Oh, my.
Now, you see, I'm no panty waist, my girl.
Panty waist?
That's what we call a mother's boy in America.
Oh, were you an American then, Studs?
Oh, I lived there a great deal.
Really?
All over the Middle West. Chicago, Detroit, Minneapolis, Cicero, Philly. You know, it's Philadelphia.
My.
I was a cowboy for a while, too, on a ranch in Ohio. I've been around.
Did you have a lot of moles?
What's they?
Moles, you know, gun moles.
Have you?
Oh, it must be wonderful to be a mole.
It's dangerous.
I love danger. And you get so rich.
Well, I've done all right.
I should like being a gun mole, really.
Really?
No, I sometimes think I should be a very good one. Although I'm a very good dancer, aren't I?
Oh, you are. Peachy.
I should think you'd miss pulling jobs.
I've just pulled one.
What?
Where do you think I got this lorry?
Did you steal it?
I reckon I sure did, sister.
Studs, darling. Let's pull a job together. I'll be your gun mole and we'll...
Statement by Melanie Rodier to Inspector Stuart Wilcox in a nursing home at Ealing 2 days later.
My name is Melanie Rodier. I've been in England 5 years. I lived in Moulins-au-Bois, just quite close to Amiens. My home was destroyed by the Boche, but I escaped and came here. At 11 o'clock 2 nights ago, I was walking down Staines Road on my way to London, very near Runnymede.
You were alone, mademoiselle?
Yes, I was alone. I was carrying my valise. A large army lorry painted quite gaily in red stopped, and the man asked me where I was going alone so late at night.
Where were you going?
I said I was walking to London to catch a train at Paddington to Bristol, where lives my Aunt Becquerel. The man told me to get in the lorry, and he would drop me off at Reading, where he was going. He was an officer, and I was not afraid. It would be a great convenience.
Were you carrying money?
I'm a very poor woman, monsieur. I had all the money I possessed with me.
How much?
5 shillings, sir. So I was not afraid of being robbed for that little money. But when I started to mount to the seat of the lorry, the girl...
Girl? What girl? Was there a girl?
She was seated beside the officer, sir.
What did she do?
She struck me on my head with an iron bar so that I did fall to the road.
Huh? What then?
I was stunned, and she and the officer did jump down and hit me, and they robbed me of my 5 shillings and beat me until I was insensible.
Did you see their faces?
Only a little. I would not know them again.
And then?
I did hear the woman say, "What shall we do with the body?" And I tried to cry out, but she did hit me with a fist. So I do not remember more until I find I am drowning.
They threw you into the stream there. The Thames runs quite close to the road.
They thought I am dead.
Yes. Afraid they did.
And they have taken all my money and all my clothes. What is to become of me now?
We'll find them somewhere.
I came to England to escape my enemies.
It was a matter that should have properly been handled by the county constabulary, of course. A simple assault upon a friendless person, happily not involving murder. But there were other circumstances. First, the fact that the assault had been committed and connived at by a person in the uniform of an officer of His Majesty's forces. driving a motor vehicle which was obviously an official one. Whoever it was had attempted murder once. They might try it again. And I confess I was unable to forget what the poor little French refugee had said. I came to England to escape my enemies. Detective Sergeant Kevin Moore and I discussed it in my office.
Well, if it was a red-painted lorry, sir, it could be only one thing.
Bomb disposal people, of course.
It's a little out of his territory up there in Runnymede, sir.
With a girl at 11 o'clock at night.
Well, you didn't ask my opinion, sir.
Well, why do you think I called you in?
Well, in that case, sir, my opinion is that it was some young ex-schoolboy officer who'd had several dozen drops too much in some bottle club in London. And wandering about, he saw the lorry standing somewhere and, well, pinched it for a lark. Or joyride, we used to say.
Innocent amusements of the young.
Oh, I think so, sir.
I doubt that French girl thinks so.
Mm.
And neither do I. They thought they'd drown the girl for 5 shillings.
Mm.
And I furthermore think they'll try it again unless we catch them first.
Well, we'll try, sir. I'll get in touch with the bomb disposal people and find out if any officer of theirs was out with one of their lorries that night.
Or if one of their lorries had been stolen and one of their officers absent without leave.
Yes, sir. That's a good idea.
Of course it is. If I'm right, which I probably am, teletype the number of the lorry and the description of the officer to all the police in this area.
Yes, sir.
And warn everyone who knows about this French girl's case to say nothing about it at all. Especially to the newspapers.
Why is that, sir?
If they find out they bungled their first try, our friends may become discouraged and abandon their promising career as criminals. We'll never catch them.
Oh.
It was the next day before I saw Moore again. When he came in to report what he had accomplished, I had news for him, too. I let him speak first.
Well, sir, I've been in touch with the bomb disposal people.
And?
Oh, I've had to talk to millions of people, sir. Finally, I found the right ones to give me the reliable information.
Yes?
There was a lorry stolen, sir.
Aha.
Number W14519, an American-made 10-wheel 6x6.
Good.
There is no officer missing, sir.
Oh.
All of them in the London district are accounted for, including one who was blown up trying to unscrew a fuse from a buried blockbuster that's been sizzling for a week in Shepherd's Bush. But there's a private missing, sir.
Oh?
Name of Eric Slade. Former shop clerk, 22 years old, wears glasses, described as a mild-mannered little man, very quiet, residence when called up, Clerkenwell, sandy hair.
He got a girl.
His mates say he was terrified of girls, sir. Doesn't drink or smoke.
Doesn't seem the type to commit murder, or try to at least, does he?
No.
How'd a man like that ever get into bomb disposal?
Well, believe it or not, sir, he volunteered. Of course, he's been on permanent cook's police ever since.
Well, I doubt he's our man, but at least we can help look for the poor little beggar. That is, if they want him back. Now, I've got a bit of news for you.
Oh? What's that, sir?
Same man that pulled the French girl out of the Thames at Runnymede telephoned me.
Well, what's he want, sir?
There's been another attempt at robbery and murder.
Attempt?
Another girl riding a bicycle, run down by a red-painted lorry. A lieutenant, she saw his badges quite plainly. And a red-haired girl jumped out after her. She ran away, but she did hear the girl call to the lieutenant, addressing him as Studs.
Stubbs?
Studs!
Oh.
Now, I want you to see your bomb disposal men and ask them if they have a lieutenant named Studs. Oh, excuse me. Inspector Wilcox. Yes? Well, he's right here. 1 second. For you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sergeant Moore here. Oh, yes, Sergeant Major. Oh? Where? Oh. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, by the way, do you have any officers named Studs or Stubbs? Or...
Studs!
Studs. Yes, I'll wait.
Who's that?
It was the Sergeant Major I talked to, sir. Yes? Oh, none, eh? None at all? Oh, well. Thank you, Sergeant Major. All right. Bye.
What was that?
I found the stolen lorry, sir, a few minutes ago.
They did?
And parked all night on a street in Hammersmith in the rain.
Which has quite efficiently washed away all fingerprints, Studs and his lady friend and all. Well, we're right back where we started.
We're further back than that, sir.
How do you mean?
Well, they've tried murder twice now, sir. The third time may be the charm.
The portion of case number 108MR131 I'm about to play for you now is reconstructed from the statements made by Eric Slade and Gladys Brown at their trial at Old Bailey 3 weeks later. I assume it's correct and accurate because it came from their own lips as they were on trial for their lives. They were standing in a darkened doorway, they said, on Hammersmith Broadway late at night.
Have I got to walk home then?
Regina, darling, I've only got 10 shillings left.
10 shillings. The big shot gangster, the terror of Chicago and all. He's only got 10 shillings.
Well, I'll get some more.
Well, get it now, gangster. I'm going to ride home.
Regina, I can't go back and ask anybody for money. I'm absent without leave. I'm a wanted man.
What do you have to leave that lorry over there on the street? We could have ridden in that.
Somebody'd recognize the lorry. You know that.
Oh, is the big bad gangster afraid, then?
You stow that.
Oh, you're not afraid of girls, are you?
I said stow
What
it.
kind of bad man you are. Brave enough to rob a poor girl of her 5 shillings. 5 shillings. But when a man comes along, oh, no, not you. Not bloody well you, my darling. Even made me smash the poor thing on the edge. You weren't man enough to.
I'll throw her in the water.
After I'd killed her.
Don't yell so.
Oh, there's no one to hear me. I'm sorry I ever took up with you. I thought you was a man.
Now, Regina.
Won't even step out and stick up a lousy taxi man. Let me walk home in the rain because you've not got that
Now,
guts.
Regina,
Don't come
please.
back on me now. Take your hands off me. And I thought I was going to be your moll. Take your hands off me. You don't love me.
Regina, I do love you.
Well, then do something about it. Get me some money. If I'm going to be your moll, you've got to support me.
Regina.
Do you love me, Studs, darling?
Regina, you know I love you.
Look.
What?
Here comes a taxi cab. Stop him.
No, I don't want to do anything
Stop
like
him.
that.
Shout at him. He'll have lots of money.
No, I don't think... Haven't we
Do
done
you
that?
love me?
Regina.
Do you or don't you?
Of course I do. You know that.
Taxi!
Don't,
A
Regina.
taxi!
Don't. Stop.
Here, taxi!
I don't want to.
Now you've got to. Come on in afterwards. Oh, taxi!
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Stats.
Are you... I mean...
Driver, we wish to go to the top of King Street. Come on, Stats.
Wait a minute, lady.
What's the matter?
This isn't a taxi.
What?
I mean, it's a private hire car.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I don't know, lady. Costs a great deal more to ride a private hire car than a plain taxi cab.
Am I... he has the money. Haven't you, dear?
How much?
10 shillings.
To the top of King Street? Shouldn't cost me more than 1 6, you robber.
Stats,
This is a
dear.
private hire car, sir. I can charge what I like, you know.
I won't pay it.
Darling, I want to ride home.
You heard what the lady said, mister. It's a filthy night, sir, and there ain't many taxi cabs about. The fare will be 10 shillings.
Come on, darling. We can afford it. We'll have lots of money later, you know. Come on.
Coming, sir?
Of course he's coming. Get in, Studs.
Top of King Street, sir?
We'll tell you where to stop.
You?
We'll wait until we're almost there.
What say, miss?
I was talking to my boyfriend.
Oh, sorry.
I say, you must make lots of money in this business.
Oh, we do all right, miss.
Hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Get your pistol out, darling.
I've got it. But I don't want to use it.
Bloody bad night, ain't it?
It is for you.
Pardon?
I said yes.
Hope you don't mind too much about that 10 shillings fare, sir. A man's got to make a living, ain't he? What's so funny, miss?
Oh, we've got a better way of making money than you have. Haven't we, Studs?
Yes, we have.
We're gangsters.
What?
Gangsters, we're gangsters.
I shouldn't laugh, buddy.
He was a gangster in Chicago.
Oh, look here now.
Keep your eye on the road, Mac.
Hey, look here, mate. I'm not in the mood for your practical jokes.
This isn't a joke.
Stop poking at me.
The revolver he's poking in your neck, buddy.
What?
A pistol.
What do you want?
All your money.
I'll give you my money.
Of course you will.
Stop the car.
All right. I'll give you my money.
Keep your hands out of your pockets.
What are you going to do?
Shut up. All right, Regina. Move to one side.
What are you going to do?
Studs, you don't have to.
You shut up. Get to one side.
Now, look here, friend.
I'll show you how I deal with rats. Now, say your
No, you
prayers,
can't.
rat.
Get away. Don't.
He's seen us, and he'll turn us in. I'll got him.
No, no,
One,
no.
2.
Message from J Division, Metropolitan Police, to Inspector Stuart Wilcox the following morning.
Yes, sir. In a ditch alongside the top of King's Road. Shot twice through the head. The parents they dumped in the ditch late last night. Yes, sir. Robbery was apparently the murder. His pockets were all empty. Tire marks on the roadway, very faint in the rain, as if a car had been stopped there. Body's been taken to the mortuary in Horseferry Road. That's all we have, sir.
The body of the unfortunate victim lay in the mortuary for 3 days without identification. Although it was obviously murder and we had no single clue to go upon, we were not idle. A detail from Scotland Yard had been hurried out to the place where the body was found, immediately upon receipt of the message from J Division. With great difficulty, they had succeeded in making a plaster cast of the faint tire marks, and the laboratory was able to establish with some accuracy the fact that the tires were identical with those on the model 1941 Plymouth. Beyond that, there was nothing. Until a Mrs. Charles Brooks of Hammersmith identified the body as that of her missing husband, a private hire car driver. I spoke to Kevin Moore about it. Something extremely suspicious keeps occurring in this thing, Kevin.
And I lay you threepence, I'm thinking about the same thing, sir.
Hammersmith?
Right, sir. We found the lorry parked in a Hammersmith street first.
And the dead taxi driver lived in Hammersmith.
And the place they found the body was at the junction of King's Road and Hammersmith Broadway. You suppose our man Studs lives in Hammersmith?
Or perhaps his girlfriend.
You think it was them, sir?
I don't know, Kevin. But when we get a series of coincidences like this...
Well, it's the only symptom of a lead we have.
Let's follow it through. Now, you suppose they've got that car?
Oh, it'll be easy enough to find, sir. We've got the number and description of it from the man's wife.
Mm-hmm. Here it is. Gray Plymouth Saloon, 1941 model. License number GKP401. About 2,300 miles on the speedometer.
Oh, I'd be an awful fool to drive it about town.
I have an idea he is a fool. Come in.
I'm from the detail that was searching the pawn shops, sir.
Oh. Do come in. Did you find anything?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Cigarette case.
Pawned at a shop in Soho, sir. It's Brooks, all right. See his initials inside here?
C.E.B. Christmas, 1939.
It's on the list Mrs. Brooks gave us, sir.
Right. Did you find out who pawned it?
Yes, sir. A young man in the uniform of the RAOC.
Officer?
Private, sir.
Name?
Private S. Farrell, sir.
That's a new one.
Sir, I know something.
What?
That's our Studs.
How do you know?
Well, look, sir, I read a book once.
Well.
It was an American book, sir, and it was written by a man named Farrell.
This man's not an American.
No, sir, but maybe he read the same book and remembered.
Let's try this all over again, old chap.
Sir, the name of the book, which was all about Chicago in America, was Studs something or other. Anyway, he was a very tough young man. Well, maybe our man's read the same book.
Well, now.
Sir, this is a typical Chicago-style affair, isn't it? And you were talking of coincidences? Our man Studs is the murderer, all right. You see.
Well, then, I'll tell you what you do, Kevin.
What, sir?
You go find Mr. Studs Farrell, the amateur Chicago gangster, for me, will you?
Well, I'll try, sir, but he's not an amateur any longer. He's turned professional.
Wireless communication between Scotland Yard's 999 room and a patrol car 2 nights later.
J23 calling MG2W. J23 calling MG2W. J23 calling MG2W. Over.
MG2W to J23. Over.
MG2W, this is J23 near Fulham. The wanted Plymouth saloon car, license number GKP401, has been located. It's parked in a dead-end road near here. Over.
J23, this is MG2W. Keep car under surveillance. Follow it if it leaves, maintaining communication with me at all times. Send constable to nearest road intersection to guide other cars being dispatched now to scene. Notify us where constable guide is stationed at once. Over.
J23 to MG2W. Understood. Over and out.
A Scotland Yard patrol car with Sergeant Kevin Moore picked me up at my home in less than 10 minutes. We proceeded at a good rate of speed to the Fulham district, where a constable hopped on the running board and directed us quietly to the scene. We ran without light, stopping at the mouth of the cul-de-sac where the grey Plymouth was parked. We blocked the exit of the dead end with our car and waited. It was very quiet. Half an hour later, Kevin Moore spoke.
Oh, I'm going to get out and stretch my legs.
Go on. Careful, though. Don't make any noise.
I think I'll go down and have a look at the car.
Be quiet.
All right, sir.
Moore did not return for several minutes. I called softly to him. Kevin, are you all right?
I'm all right, sir.
We waited. I was dying for a smoke. Better not smoke, though.
Sir.
Eh?
Somebody coming.
I hear him. Coming out of that house there on the right, I think.
Yes, sir.
Quiet. Hope they don't see Kevin. Getting in the car.
Can't get past us, sir.
I'm going down there.
All right, sir.
Turn your spotlight on them as soon as I call out.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Is this your car?
Most certainly, yes.
I'll have to ask you to keep your hands away from your pockets, sir.
Look here.
Or I shall most certainly be forced to break your jaw, sir.
Turn on your light.
Susan, son!
Hold it there. We're Scotland Yard men.
Good, sir. Now then, what's your name, Lieutenant?
My name is Lieutenant Studs Farrell of the bomb disposal.
Well, sir, I'm Detective Sergeant Moore of Scotland Yard. I must detain you on the suspicion of being involved in the murder of Charles.
But it was him. I didn't do it. It was him.
Madam, we must detain you on the same charge. I warn you both that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
You haven't got anything on me.
I take it, sir, that you have not read the third and last volume of the Studs Lonigan books, then?
No.
What's that one, Kevin?
It's called Judgment Day, sir.
At their trial at Old Bailey a few weeks later, Eric Slade and Gladys Brown fought bitterly over who had been the most guilty. The jury decided.
Members of the jury, are you agreed upon your verdict?
We are.
Do you find the prisoner Gladys Brown, alias Regina Montmorency, guilty or not guilty of murder?
Guilty.
Do you find the prisoner Eric Slade, alias Studs Farrell, guilty or not guilty of murder?
Guilty.
You find both prisoners guilty of murder, and that is the verdict of you all?
That is the verdict of us all.
Prisoners at the bar, you severally stand convicted of murder. Have you or either of you anything to say why the court should not give you judgment of death according to law?
And the judge?
Gladys Brown and Eric Slade, you have been found guilty after a long and patient trial by a jury of your fellow men of a most brutal murder. I entirely agree with the verdict at which they have arrived. There is only one sentence which the law of this country allows me to pass upon you and upon each of you. The sentence of this court upon you and upon each of you is that you be taken to a lawful prison and thence to a place of execution. That you be there, each of you, hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your bodies respectively be buried within the precincts of the prison in which you shall have been confined before your execution. And may the Lord have mercy upon your souls.
Amen.
You have heard the story of case number 108MR131 from the files of Scotland Yard. Only the names have been changed for obvious reasons. Research has been prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Today...
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I know that Dr. Watson will agree with me when I tell you that the best way to begin a good meal is with a glass of Petri California sherry. Before you sit down at the table, pour yourself and your family a glass of Petri sherry. Try it. There are many ways to tell a good wine, by its color, its aroma, and its flavor. On every count, Petri sherry is outstanding. The color of Petri sherry is a clear, deep amber. Perfect. The aroma? Well, Petri sherry is as fragrant as a bunch of dew-covered grapes picked in the early morning. But most important to you, and to me, is the flavor of Petri sherry. We want a wine that tastes good. And believe me, you couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri sherry. And just to make sure you get a wine that's exactly the way you want it, Petri makes 2 kinds of sherry, the regular and Petri Pale Dry. If you're not sure which you like better, why not try them both? Don't buy 1, buy 2. Just be sure you always buy Petri Sherry. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Quiet with it. I don't want it.
Dogs seem very chipper tonight, Doctor. Have they been getting into any more trouble lately?
Oh, no, my boy. It's been a relatively quiet week for them. 1 meeting with a dead seal, 2 visits to my neighbor's chickens, and a losing battle today with a cross-eyed Siamese cat.
You call that a quiet week, huh?
Well, it is for them, but never mind about the dogs. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable. You're just in time to join me in a glass of sherry.
That'd be very nice, Doctor. Oh, I see you have the old dispatch box out again.
Yes, my boy. As the story I'm going to tell you tonight took place in 1887, I thought I'd better refresh my memory on some of the details of the case. It was shortly after my marriage, and as I'd bought a practice in the Paddington district, I saw very little of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
How was doctoring in those early days?
A struggle, my boy, a distinct struggle. Dr. Farquhar, from whom I'd bought the practice, had at one time an excellent clientele, but his age, combined with an unfortunate affliction, he that resembles St. Vitus's dance, had very much thinned it. I had confidence, however, in my youth and in my energy, and I was convinced that in a very few years the practice would be as flourishing as ever. But, as I said, I saw very little of Holmes in those days.